deck with the intelligence. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palpin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindshot wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Utrecht, a city of beautiful architecture, picturesque canals, and for this weekend at least, the latest and greatest Pokemon teams and battles that Regulation Set F has to offer. I'm Charlie Merriman. Welcome to the Utrecht Special Event 2024, and it is my pleasure to be joined by the dashing David Partington, the bold Ben Kiriakou, and the lucky Luak Shoshkromi. Lou, you feeling lucky this weekend?
I really, really am. I'm definitely lucky to not be one of the players out there at the minute because, you know, there's a lot of stress on the line for this tournament, a lot of really unique team building choices coming through, but definitely very lucky to be on the couch, back on the video game side of things with you three lovely gentlemen.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back, Lou.
Team.
Oh, okay. I like this rivalry between us, Pokemon Go and
We're
TCG.
starting early.
Let's not wrap this up too much too early on. David, you were in Dortmund a couple of weeks ago. What are you expecting coming into this weekend here in Utrecht?
Well, in Dortmund, we had no shortage of exciting action, honestly. Like, Florian Temme, honestly, was such a great player, and one that nobody really thought was going to, like, make it all that way because it was relatively new to the scene. And with a really cool Ursaluna Blood Moon team, that really, really shone through. I think it was a Pokemon that not a lot of people expected as well, and so I think we might see a little bit more Trick Room-based teams into today.
Oh, you heard it here first. That Blood Moon poking its head out from behind the clouds. Maybe we'll be seeing more of that this weekend. And Ben, you were playing in Dortmund.
I was.
A couple of weeks ago, yeah. Now, can you give us a bit of an insight into what it's like to be playing in an event like this?
Really, really great. And being behind the desk a little bit more often these days, I don't get to go towards the player desks as often, but it was really great to be back and actually sitting down there. I played in my first couple of rounds players that have played their first regional ever, and it was really great to see their perspective. They were absolutely loving it, blown away by everything that you can do here between the tournament itself, the side events, the mid-season showdown that you can get involved in as well. And they were having a great time, and I was able to keep up with them all the way through the day as well, seeing how they were getting on.
I don't envy those trainers who are paired up with you as their very first opponent in their very first regional, because I was once that person. Lille 2022. Formidable place to be. But where have we come from? Where have we yet to go? We're in Dortmund a couple of weeks ago. You're in Utrecht. We're in Utrecht this weekend. And look at that. It looks like we're more or less exactly halfway through our journey to Worlds, Lou.
Exactly, only a few more locations on the roadmap to go. The next stop after this amazing special event is actually going to be the European International Championships in London. Always such a prestigious event, and one a lot of our trainers, I think, will be using this event to prepare for, maybe get a little bit of a feel for what team they want to run. Then, of course, the regionals and special events continue with Stockholm and Bologna, as well as the North American International Championships in New Orleans. A new location, definitely going to be a hot favorite for our trainers to go to, and of course, working up to that pinnacle of Pokemon play, the Pokemon World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Can't spell Honolulu without Lou. And so many thrilling Pokemon battles we've already showcased in this season on our road to the World Championships. It's a bit emotional, really, isn't it? We've been on quite the voyage together, haven't we, Ben?
Yeah, it's incredible. When we started off in Barcelona last year, same season, but of course in 2023, and we were sitting there looking at all of these events yet to come, thinking, hey, look at all the excitement that we have on offer this season. Now we're here towards the end of the season, looking back and thinking, all of the trainers that we've crowned champions so far, all of the people that have earned their world's invites along the way, all of the battles, all of the new regulation sets. There's been so much great stuff on offer here, and it's going to continue this weekend.
Oh, it absolutely will continue this weekend. It's a journey for all of the trainers who are attending here as well, trying to rack up those championship points to try and get their world's invite. Speaking of which, David, take us through how all of these championship points work.
Okay, so at this special event here, you'll be up for 200 championship points if you manage to take that winning slot. And of course, the world's invite on top of that as well. But if you're maybe not trying to get that absolute win, you may be just trying to rack up enough points across the entire season, then it's 500 you're aiming for in the North American region, or 400 for the EU region where we are here. And as you can look further down, 300 for the LA region and a bit lower for some other areas too. But of course, as you can see, top 64 still get 50 CP here, so you by no means need to be absolute winning every time, but a day 2 will definitely set you in good stead to get a lot of championship points.
Oh, it certainly will. I would certainly take coming 64th in a tournament like this. How about you, Lou?
Oh, definitely. Every championship point can really count in the end game towards getting that elusive world champion qualification. So it really is about coming to as many events as you can. You know, your local events as well are a great opportunity to meet new Pokemon trainers and also to get some of those championship points too.
Yeah. Championship points is where it is all at, as well as sometimes along the way those elusive booster packs too. Certain wads of booster packs that these trainers could be coming away with this weekend. Now, we dipped into Dortmund a little bit earlier, but let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into that now. So, Dortmund just 2 weeks ago, but the metagame can change rapidly in that time. Ben, why don't you give us a little flavour as to why you're wearing that Armor Rouge pin?
Well, if you look back at the Dortmund stream and see round 9, well, I'm not going to be watching it back too many times, let's put it that way, but it wasn't my most successful Pokemon game ever. But it was very strong, and you know, you have to learn from the things that beat you in these competitions. That's why I'm representing Armor Rouge this weekend. I think it's going to be one of the stronger picks potentially for those brave enough to run it. But for me, it was you know, a lot of different compositions that I was running into. One in particular, the Roaring Moon sort of balanced teams that we were seeing around Dortmund. I think with 2 weeks between events, where players have got a little bit of an opportunity to refine their teams, not only those kind of Roaring Moon compositions, but Gouging Fire compositions that we've seen with Ogerpon, Wellspring and so on. They get the opportunity to get refined and get just that little bit better. That's what I'm expecting in Utrecht this weekend.
And Lou, you referred to Gouging Fire as Party Entei.
Oh, he is. He's always ready for a party, ready for action. I mean, we know that Entei and Gouging Fire are obviously very, very similar, but Gouging Fire is bringing the party hat. Like, he's ready for action, here for a good time. So even if, you know, the RNG is not going your way or you're not having the best event, you're still having a party when you've got Party Entei on your team. I love him.
With the booster energy as well, just giving that extra little boost of party vibe. Love to see it. What about our finalists from Dortmund a couple of weeks ago? What teams were they running? Who were we dealing with? Well, it couldn't have been more thrilling to see two relative newcomers to the scene going all the way, David, and you were talking over that final.
Yeah, it was amazing, honestly, to be in there, like, and hearing the crowd as well, despite us being backstage, like, you could so hear it and feel the energy. But the support for both of these trainers who'd gotten so far and had already gotten, like, smashed their previous record of how well they've been doing here. And you can see why as well. Look at those teams as well. Really solid stuff. Florian, the Ursulina Blood Moon compared with that Friggraf for, like, a bit of a slow mode. But you've also got the fast mode, that Choice Specs Fluttermane, and, like, the single strike to Urshifu.
Shame not to see any Eevee-like Quaxleys on Nick Schrott's team there, but also, Lou, I'm not sure you'll be best pleased to see the Wessie Gastrodon there.
Yes, but at least it is a Gastrodon. You know, I'll take what I can get at this point. Gastrodon, as much as it is, you know, my MVP Pokemon forever, it is currently not the strongest, you know, choice in the metagame. So even if you are bringing the wrong color, maybe if you're squinting hard enough, it might be the blue-green one, but I love that it was on their shoulder in that tournament.
All subjective, Lou. Wrong color. I don't know. Some people might disagree with that. But anyway, I also want to call out on Nick's team, the Porygon 2 there, Ben.
Yeah.
That's a Pokemon that's really been rising up through the ranks.
It has been, and if you look down the usage statistics for Dortmund, although it didn't see a lot of use in the overall tournament, not a lot of players overall used it, its success rate going into day 2 was very, very high, and a lot of players were using it. Certainly, if you look down the top 32 standings, Porygon 2, Porygon 2, Porygon 2. It's one of those Pokemon that has been around for quite a long time, since 2017, really, that it saw its major usage. And it was just such a difficult Pokemon to knock out, but also nowadays it gets access to be able to use Terra Blast, get that same type attack bonus, but then when it does go for its Terastallization, it gets a great coverage option as well, and I really like it being used in lots of different teams.
You could say its conversion rate is really good. Little Porygon pump here there, trying to here all
You're
week.
on
Now
fire
let's take a look
today.
at our top 8 from Dortmund a couple of weeks ago. There are Florian and Nick in the top 2 positions. Casting our eyes down that list, Lou, I'm seeing a lot of Urshifu.
Definitely a lot of Urshifu and a lot of Ogerpon as well. And I think, you know, you guys talked about it earlier about balanced Pokemon teams really making a comeback at the minute and kind of carving out the meta. And we are seeing the dominance of the Fire, Water, Grass core coming through. Ogerpon generally filling that water slot. It has previously been the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but Single Strike seems to be here to stay. And then filling in for the Fire and Grass cores, you have, of course, the incredible Incineroar. Sometimes you got the Gouging Fire ready to party here on the field. And for that Grass type, you have, of course, Rillaboom, an absolute staple, bringing the grassy terrain to the field. But also sometimes you see a cheeky Amoonguss.
Yeah, Amoonguss, one of those Pokemon that really does stand out, that you do always have to be aware of. But only one in that top 8 standing is not something that we're really used to seeing these days. And it's nice to still see it there, represented by Eric Rios and that really crazy Ting-Lu-based team.
I'd argue that part of the reason why Amoonguss is much less common these days is because of the prevalence of Wellspring Ogerpon that we see there as well. And Ogerpon in general having that part grass type and making it immune to Spore. We do see some Ogerpon Half Flame as well, as we did see in the top 8 there. But Wellspring Ogerpon, of course, gets that water absorbability, David, able to soak up something like the Rapid Strike style Urshifu Surging Strikes, and maybe that's another reason why we're not seeing that as commonly.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Ogerpon Wellspawn offers so much for a team, particularly as when it goes for that Terra into the water type, it's actually removing every weakness it had before and getting a brand new set of weaknesses when it goes for that Terra. So you cannot cover Ogerpon before it Terras or after it Terras with one sort of move, which makes it really powerful for any Pokemon's team.
But the Urshifu that you've got your eye on this weekend is, of course, the Single Strike variant. Talk us through why that's your pick for this weekend.
Yeah, so as we could see, I think of all the Urshifus in the top cut from Dortmund, I think there was only one that was Rapid Strike, and there was a good 6 or so Single Strikes. So it makes a lot of sense where you've got your water type already in that Ogerpon Wellspring, as we talked about. It's very good as a water type. But you may want that Dark type in that Urshifu Single Strike to be able to hit really hard. Farigiraf is something that's been really common as well. Doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, but Dark is definitely one of them. And then being able to hit straight through Protect with that Unseen Fist ability is like something that you'd be like silly not to take up.
Unseen Fist is an ability that, you know, it really redefines the metagame.
Yeah.
Not being able to protect in front of an Urshifu, that is absolutely huge, and that can completely turn the tide of a battle in your favor. I think that's why we often see Urshifu being run in the back for a late game sweep so that your opponent's resources are dwindled by that point then.
Yeah, it's so prevalent in VGC. It has been for the entirety of VGC. Protect is one of the most prominent moves that you can use just to give yourself the opportunity to protect a Pokemon that's maybe necessary a little bit later while your partner deals with a threat. But Unseen Fist just breaks through that with all the moves that both of the forms of Urshifu want to use on a regular basis, and that really does change the endgame. I remember when Z moves were introduced and that 25% damage through Protect was like, what?
Wow.
How could you bring this mechanic in, and then Unseen Fist comes along and was like, oh, okay, maybe that Z moves weren't too bad.
Ben, I know that you love going back in your day, but let's bring it right to the present right now, Ben. What's your headline for this weekend?
It's the testing ground for EUIC. We've touched on it a little bit earlier, but Utrecht is the last special event that we have before, or the regional level event that we have before EUIC. We have Vancouver in a few weeks as well, just before, but this is the main chance that our players have to really refine and test out maybe a new team. If they've already got their 400 points to go to the World Championships, maybe this is a chance to try and find out what is going to get the biggest finish, the deepest finish in EUIC. But also, there's going to be the players that are trying to get those last little bits. They're trying to get maybe that top 64 place. Maybe they're trying to get top 8 just to get over the line, over that 400 championship points and make it to the World Championships.
It really is all to play for, and so many players are going to be just on that cusp of getting enough points to qualify at the World Championships. But it's also important to call out that not everyone's here to win, not everyone's here to get all those championship points. You know, Florian Temme turned up and went all the way at their very first regional, but you know, making day 2, that would be an achievement in itself. It's all down, it's all subjective. It's down to whatever your personal goals are, Lou.
Exactly. It can sometimes be about the little wins or the little memories that you make at these events. But I think particularly as well, this being the last special event, as Ben has said, it really is the one where before EUIC, you make those decisions about your team building. Could you possibly even see something at this event that's going to inspire you, that you want to pick up? Are you maybe going to feel out for what the meta is going to be like? Because you know, the European International Championships is a very different ball game. It's a completely different vibe, different type of intensity to a regional or special event level. So a lot of trainers might just be going, like you said, for the fun, for the memories, just to be able to do their first international championship. But there might also be that little bit of an edge where you're like, hey, what's the little spicy pick I could get from my previous event and bring that to the European Championships and throw people off guard?
Well, speaking of spicy picks, Lou, what about your headline? I believe that Ting Lu is Lou's thing.
It might be. I don't want to call that quite yet. I mean, when it comes to Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, I'm a Chi and Pao fan. It's, it's a good kitty cat. However, Ting Lu's been a Pokemon that's really grown on me. It's a Pokemon that has jumped in and out of the meta. We saw it kind of first jump onto the scene running Fissure, left, right, and center, and it was a little bit terrifying. And I'm kind of glad that's dropped off. And the main reason I'm kind of talking about it now is the contribute it has to balanced teams and its actual bulk and defensive capability. Yes, it can hit with, some good coverage moves, but the key thing is the bulk and longevity it has on the field. That Vessel of Ruin as well, making sure that those attacks aren't going to be dealing too much damage in the special attack form, and also throwing on an Assault Vest so that you're not going to be taking less damage even from these special attacks, mean that when you're up against a Pokemon like a Fluttermane or even a Chi-Yu, it makes it very, very difficult to get through that Ting Lu on the field, particularly with defensive Terra types we're seeing. We used to see the Poison Terra type on there. We're seeing a shift towards the Fairy Terra type on there as well. So it can make it very, very difficult as a wall for trainers to get through, and that's why I think it's standing out for me at the minute.
Lou, I'm not sure I've seen you talk about a Pokemon so passionately since Gastrodon. Gotta be honest.
I mean, ground types, is it kind of there? A little bit of a theme?
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, well, it's certainly a really... When Ting Lu first came to the fore in Liverpool back a couple of months ago now, we were all shocked. Wow, where has this come from? It makes a lot of sense with so many special attackers in the format, certainly. And Ting Lu is, of course, just one of the Pokemon that is going to be here this weekend. We can't wait to be surprised by some of the picks that the trainers are bringing. Of course, Ben, you had that Terrastella Armarouge that you faced back in Dortmund. Who knows what other cool techs that trainers will be putting onto their teams. And you're going to want to be following along with all of the action. Get on that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know if you're enjoying the battles that you're seeing. Let us know what teams that you're thinking about right now in Regulation Set F. You can follow along on all of the socials on your screen right now. We may well be able to feature some of your posts, which is always one of our favorite things to do, David.
It really is. Like, it's where all of our interest and passion for Pokemon is born, right? It's all from home. Like, especially us from VG, where we've got the game as well, Scarlet and Violet. Definitely, I'm playing it on my Switch whenever I can. So, bringing that kind of love to here, where we can actually show it to everybody else as much as we can, that's definitely an opportunity I'd want to take up.
Oh, for sure. If I'm watching along with the regional stream at home, I'm doing a little looking for shinies. I'm maybe harvesting some in-game resources, items from Terra Raids. It's a perfect thing to have on the side while you're doing that. And make sure you're following along on all of those channels. So, nearly time for us to kick off our coverage. Shall we do it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah. Let's get going, yeah. If you're up for it, David, then that would be very polite of you indeed. In the meantime, why don't we have a little bit of a recap as to how the tournament is working. Rosemary, if you can hear us from across the pond, take us through how the tournament structure is this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
The Dortmund Regional Championships. The opportunity to be the 6th regional champion of the 2024 season in Europe. More than 500 players arrived for the chance to gain this coveted title.
The Moonblast does target into the middle. We're gonna step closer. Oh, but Florian will leave to a 1-versus-1 scenario.
Day 1's matches showed us a wealth of talent and interesting teams, with players evidently taking inspiration from the successful teams of Knoxville and Liverpool regionals before it. But the day ended with something completely different, and that was Nemanja Sandić's Armarouge going for the Helping Hand boosted, Terra Stella boosted, Psychic Terrain boosted, +1 special attack expanding force to get a double KO into both of Ben Kiriaku's Pokemon.
That was a special defense boosted Ogerpon, and it's still a one-hit.
Only a handful of players made it into Day 2. And after 5 more intense rounds, we had our top 8. Most of these trainers were European legends of VG, like multiple regional winner Eric Rios and Victor Medina, who got top 8 at Worlds last year. But these veterans would in fact fall to 2 lesser-known players, both from the home team in Germany, Nick Slott and Florian Tem.
Is it enough? It's enough! Of course it's more than enough, and that in combination.
As the grand final started, the 2 Fluttermane traded massive blows, but Florian's Fluttermane came out on top. As Nick's Fluttermane was KO'd, Florian managed to maintain this lead and took Game 1.
It hangs on with a slither of HP.
But in Game 2, Nick turned up the heat with their gouging fire, allowing their team to maintain offensive pressure with howls, decrease Florian's damage with breaking swipes, and KO the pesky Fluttermane with a heat crash, equalizing the score.
So much going on at the moment. You can see how.
And now, in the final game of the competition, on turn 1, Florian makes an incredible read. His Incineroar uses Fake Out on the Fluttermane just as it goes for the Terra Fairy, completely stopping it in its tracks. As a result, Florian gains a huge lead as he sets Trick Room for free and sends out Blood Moon Ursaluna to sweep the rest of Nick's team. And so Florian Temme, in his first ever regional event, became the Dortmund Regional Champion.
What a tournament, what a finals in Dortmund Regionals. That was such an epic place to be in the crowd for that finals, and those 2 players, Florian and Nick, really earning their position in the top spots. But we're here in Utrecht. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here by Lou at Josh Cromie. And Lou, we have got a lot of Pokemon action yet to come today.
We certainly do. The auditorium right now is absolutely electric. The trainers are battling it out in their opening couple of rounds to be able to make an excellent start to an intense day of Swiss competition. I mean, it's 9 rounds they've got to battle it out through. That takes a lot of endurance and energy, but of course we will be able to get a lot of those trainers advancing into Day 2.
A lot of them indeed. Anyone with a 7-2 record will be making their way into Day 2 Swiss to play even more Pokemon and fight it out for that top 8 spot. All of the championship points on offer this weekend, trying to either get their Worlds invites, maybe get a little bit of a deep run, of course, maybe just go for that top spot, get the World Championship automatic qualification. And of course, we have that multiple stage of qualification for the World Championships as well. Now we're quite far into the season. There is that race going on now to determine who gets a round 1 bye.
That's the thing, it's crunch time at this point. You can't really afford to take your, foot off the gas at this point, because if you are in that running for the day 2 competition element where you get that round 1 bye, a really new, unique thing that's being introduced for this season, you don't want to let it slip away at the final hurdle. So making sure that you're staying at the top of your game consistently throughout this season really is going to be key to success there.
And we were talking about it a little bit on the couch. I mean, this is the testing ground for a lot of players to go into the European International Championships in a few weeks. Our players will be fighting, of course, for the championship points. You definitely don't want to take your foot off the gas, as you said, Lou, but also you want to be making sure that you're trying to get your team ready, get yourself mentally prepared for going into our first internationals in this region before going into, of course, the World Championships as well.
I mean, I have to say, EUIC is my favorite event of the Pokemon calendar. It really, really is. I know everyone will say the World Championships, but EUIC is such a special place in my heart. From the European region, it's the #1 event. It's the one where everybody flocks to. It really does determine who is going to be the European international champion. And there's so much kind of camaraderie around trying to keep the trophy this side of the pond. It did go back to NA last year, and it's, going to be up to the Europeans to try and bring it back.
And speaking of champions, I mean, we've got so many champions now that we've crowned in the European region. Let's have a look at them here. We started in Barcelona with Eduardo Cunha, Simone Sanvito getting their 2nd regional win. Oliver Escalin in Gdansk getting their 1st regional win ever as well.
Yes, and then going on to Stuttgart with Lorenzo Silvestrini. Again, a fantastic final that was to behold. In Liverpool, as we dived into 2024, Antonio Sanchez being able to be crowned victorious. And then most recently in Dortmund, Florian Tem, who we've spoken about bringing such a unique hybrid of a team that has nice fast and slow modes as well. And I definitely think Trick Room's something to keep an eye on, as well as who is going to become our next champion on this EU event roster. Utrecht, you can see, is still faded out. Only time will tell who will be in that photograph.
We are going to be able to find out who's going to be winning this weekend, and I really do like the storyline that we've been building this season, that you can win your first regionals, you can come to your first regional and then also win it, with Florian making it all the way to the top spots. Let's have a look at the leaderboard now with our players that have got so many championship points. These trainers are well on their way to the day no, not day 2 anymore. It's changed now, Lou.
Just that day 1.
Just that day 1, but also the round 1 bye.
Exactly. I mean, Marco Silva and Eduardo Cunha have, World Champion invites 2, almost 3 times over at this point. Fantastic season from them so far. Of course, Nils Dunlop as well, having won many sort of titles, has been able to get into that top 3 spot. Nico Davide Cognetta as well, someone we know very well from 2017, really had a standout year then as well. Eric Rio, Simone Sanvito, Victor Medina and Barish Akjosh as well, rounding out that top 8. It looks to be very hotly contended in that top 8 position as well. If you take a closer look at Simone, Victor and Barish, they're very, very close. It could take one event to sway who's going to be in, 6, 7, 8 positions, but critically, Guillermo Castilla is hot on their heels. Only one event can really bring him into that top 8 and bump someone out.
And one of the things that I want to talk about here is it's not just the regional and the international championship level tournaments that really make the difference. Hengyu Zhang is a player from China that's been hot on locals this season in the UK, playing almost every single one of them, or at least any one that they can get to, and doing very consistently well. A lot of those 667 points that Hengyu has accumulated this season have been at the local level, and it just shows how many points that you can get outside of coming to the big events, if you're maybe starting out and want to, you know, go for a few points, maybe try to get to 400s, locals is definitely one of the ways that you can get involved in that community.
100%. Every little helps when trying to get that world's invite. And as well at the local events, I always find that they're the best place to kind of test new teams out, maybe before you bring it to a higher kind of status event. Of course, they do have best finish limits as well, so you can't just keep going to locals forever and ever, but your top kind of finishers will be able to count towards that championship point revenue.
And of course, championship points don't just go towards the World Championships. There are individual races that we have throughout the season between going to the internationals. EUIC will be the cutoff for the NAIC international stipend here. And let's have a look at the leaderboard. Niels Dunlop leading the charge with 678 of his 922 points that he has total going towards the travel award to get him to the North American internationals.
Exactly, and again, Guillermo Castillo, who we saw in that 9th place previously, is currently in the top 8 when it comes to the travel award. So really has kind of picked up the pace a little bit in this particular race in order to try and get some kind of, you know, sponsorship across. I mean, this is the interesting thing. All these players have, you know, multiple championship points, and it really will come down to these last couple of events. As you've said, this special event, then the European International Championships could really swing the momentum. So this is kind of the scores on the doors at this point, but it is definitely not the final result.
Not at all, and you can see how just how close they are. I mean, you look at the overall leaderboard and it's a little bit further apart. There's a little bit more of a gap between players. Certainly as you go kind of down the list, it goes a little bit further away and then gets a bit closer again. But certainly with those North American international stipend leaderboards, they are very, very close. And I'm going to call it out again multiple times. Locals, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be the tiebreakers between those players as who gets into the top 8 slot, who gets into the top 4 slots to be able to get there.
Yeah, and they're also the best way to meet some friends as well along a Pokemon journey. It was actually a local event many years ago where we met for the very first time. And then the Pokemon journey can just evolve from there. And all of our players, whether they are champions or whether they're here for their very first time, everybody starts somewhere. And our players to watch at this particular tournament will have been those players once upon a time going to their very first event. And maybe indeed it was a local.
It could have been. It could have been a regional as the main first event. In the case of Florian Tem there, our regional champion from Dortmund, of course, is is one of those players certainly to watch. 100% win rate at regional level tournaments, and coming into this special event is certainly someone that we definitely have to keep our eye on. Of course, a little bit more seasoned being Eric Rios, a former international champion, multiple-time regional champion as well. Was the player that won the Utrecht Special Event last year as well. So we'll be definitely really trying to defend the title here in Utrecht.
I think that's always something important when you've won a particular event before. We've seen this with Joe Ugarte and the Portland Regional Championships in North America. Won them back-to-back. Couldn't, unfortunately, go for the treble, but he certainly did put his best foot forward for it. And Eric going to be, of course, trying to, like you say, defend the Utrecht Special Event champion title. Our third player to watch is Aurélien Soula, a player from France, and they have been on an absolute tear this season. So many fantastic top finishes, top 16 in Barcelona, second in the Lille Regional Championships, and top 8 in Liverpool. But Aurélien really, really wants to get that win, the #1 spot.
Definitely one of France's most consistent players in the video game now, and definitely is always a player that if you if you pair up, if you're playing in the regional championships, there's any sort of special events as well, and you see Aurélien Soula as your opponent for that round, you know that you're going to be in for a tough time. And I think the thing that really stands out about them as a player is just how consistent they are. They never let anything completely slide. Quite similar to Eric Rios in many respects. Never really making any mistakes along the way. You really have to work hard to be able to beat them.
I think that's a really great statement, actually. Aurélien, they always are very calculated in their moves. You know, doesn't pick a move hastily, really looks at the board state, and doesn't just think of the move on the field at that point, but moves ahead as well, trying to get the board into a position where they are going to be able to get that win condition. That's something Eric Rios does as well. Plays a very slow game, lots of switches, but ultimately that can be the path to victory, and you just have to persevere and keep that, I want to say, like kind of flow chart of where you want to be in your mind. If you slip up one thing, if you miss one piece of the puzzle, then everything will come crashing down. But veteran players like Eric and Aurelian, they don't do that.
No, not at all. And certainly talking about slow-paced games, I mean, that's exactly what Eric has been really trying to do in the last few regional championships. We saw in the top 8 usage stats from Dortmund just a moment ago on the couch, the team that he's been running for the last couple of regional level events here, and potentially going to be seeing it again here in Utrecht. But Porygon 2, Kamoa, Ting Lu coming out and really trying to find a different way of playing, where a lot of players favor this more fast, offensive, do the damage, take the knockouts, really try to put yourself on the front foot. Eric says, well, okay, but if you don't get the knockouts, then I'm eventually going to be able to take away all of your resources and win the game.
Yes, it's kind of a battle of erosion at that point. And I'm glad you mentioned Ting Lu, because it was one of the Pokemon on my caster prediction. So let's take a closer look at the other Pokemon that we as commentators have chosen to go all the way in this tournament. I mean, I'll dive into mine first of all. As I've already said, Ting Lu, a Pokemon that could indeed be the vessel for success because it has that longevity on the field. Unless it's running Fisher, it's not necessarily going to be able to pack a punch, but it doesn't need to with the longevity that it is enabled by defensive Terra types and the Assault Vest. You also have the fabulous, the fantastic, the party Entei Gouging Fire himself ready for action. And I absolutely love how Gouging Fire has this flexibility to be incredibly offensive as well. You can even throw something like a Life Orb on there, but then has really nice supportive capabilities as well with something like Howl. Golden Go, a Pokemon that is rising in popularity as well. Special attackers on the rise. Fluttermane, still one of, the #1 Pokemon out there, and one way to deal with the Fairy type is with the Steel typing and making it rain all day long. And Gastrodon, I'm going to leave it there.
We will leave it there, Lou. I think Gastrodon, unfortunately, not seeing too much representation at the moment, but
the plushies are there. There's
the plushies are there. The plushies are there, but hang on, we may be able to salvage it in a future season, or we'll have to hold on and see. For me, it's okie dokie. Playing it in Dortmund and using it for the whole of that event made me see how much stronger than I thought it was, and also how much that Pokemon has been really slept on in the current format. The amount of Fluttermanes that I was knocking out with a Gunk Shot before they even went for their Terra Fairy was incredible. It wasn't so incredible when the Gunk Shot missed, but we'll put that aside for the moment. But for me, it's that combination of the power in Gunk Shot, the ability to take away priority. Pokemon like Rillaboom with using upper hand, you can stop grassy glides and things like that. I just think it's a really strong Pokemon. We talked about it a little bit on the couch. Porygon 2 as a Trick Room Cessor of choice. People are really starting to see the value in that. But some more offensive options, I think, that are really good right now. Landorus Incarnate. It's been really rising in popularity. If Party Entei is going to be a thing, Landorus is going to be the one that's going to be stopping it in its tracks. And I think Roaring Moon is one of those Pokemon that has a lot of utility in the current format, whether it's going for attack, booster energy, and Dragon Dance and acrobatics. That's so good, and with knockoff as well to support it. Also great, but it could be a speed booster and set up Tailwind, go for those breaking swipes that Jamie Boyd was able to popularize last season or last regulation set as well. And I just think it's a really good spot right now.
I think it's a really good shout, actually. It has a lot of place on balanced teams and has so much flexibility. Like you've said, it can be that little bit more supportive with the Tailwind, for example, break and swipe as well. But the key thing for me is as well the offensive pressure that it can start going through, particularly if it is going to get a Photosynthesis boost up as well, then it's going to be able to hit that little bit harder. And I really like to see it in play on those balanced teams, being able to switch in and, take a previously super effective attack and just be able to be on that field, I think does give it a lot of flexibility.
It could also learn the move Dragon Cheer, and that's a move that other Pokemon like Kingdra are really in favor of being able to do. It has the ability Sniper. I've got to call this out for Charlie.
Of course.
We've got to go through the motions here. You've got Gastrodon, Lou. Kingdra for Charlie, and yeah, it's one of those Pokemon. We were playing some practice battles a little while ago, and Charlie was rocking that Kingdra. It was doing some fun work for him.
How'd he do with it, though? That's the question.
You know, he was saying to me, Ben, I just want to do the fun thing.
Let me get a KO.
Let me get a KO. It did manage to get some KOs, though.
Okay,
it
good.
did manage to get some KOs, so maybe a little bit of a sleeper pick. We'll get Charlie behind the player desks and see how it manages to get on. Probably not going to see too much use this weekend, but we got to call it out.
Of course, and I'd be really curious to see the usage stats actually here in Utrecht as well, to see which Pokemon are going to be on that #1 roster, and we can call it straight up. Are you surprised? Are you surprised, Ben, that Fluttermane's in the #1 spot?
I'm not, and I'm looking at it. Actually, the more thing I'm surprised about is that the number below Fluttermane is as low as it is.
It has dropped a lot, hasn't it?
It has dropped a lot. In previous regionals, we saw it go for 60, 70, 80% usage statistics, certainly in day 1, sometimes more, sometimes less in day 2. But seeing it at only 55%, that's kind of reminiscent of the late stages of Regulation Set E, where players had changed their mindset of how they wanted to use Fluttermane and actually gone on to Pokemon like Golden Go instead.
Yes, and I'm not surprised to see the others on the podium spots, as I like to call them, the Ogerpon and the Incineroar, the best kitty cat in town, having that flexibility with the Intimidate to lower the attack of the physical attackers on the field, as well as having good support utility with something like the Fake Out to cause a flinch, and then Parting Shot to keep rotating in and out of the field. One of the best partners, however, that I have to say I've seen, and we haven't spoken about a lot this morning, is the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
You know, it's so majestic with that beautiful cloud scarf.
Up in the clouds.
It's just such a bulky Pokemon, particularly if it gets a cheeky Calm Mind set up, and getting its then offensive pressure, but also its special defense really, really locked in. With having that priority Thunderclap as well, I think it can be a really formidable threat that people are underestimating at the minute.
There's so many uses for Raging Bolt in this format, where you have the Calm Mind set up, where you have Pokemon like Incineroar and Ogerpon that are there supporting it, making sure that opposing Pokemon either aren't able to attack it because of Follow Me, or aren't able to attack it because of Fake Out, and aren't able to attack it for very much damage because of Intimidate and Parting Shot, and it can really sit there on the field doing a lot of work. But we saw players like Guillermo Castillo really popularize the Assault Vest set that is able to just sit on the field, get some snarls going, make sure that it's actually supporting the team as well. But it's no slouch when it comes to special attack either, and so, you know, you can have that supportive option. You can support your team, Electro Web as well.
Oh, yeah.
But also, when you want to drop a Draco Meteor on someone, it's going to pick up a knockout.
Oh, it definitely is, particularly like we say, if we get that Calm Mind boost up as well, it's going to be such a formidable threat. I think some other Pokemon to talk about there is, interestingly, the Landorus and the Tornadus as well. You know, Landorus we have seen in its Therian form so many times be so dominant. It's almost like when it's in the meta, it's always up there in the usage stats.
Yeah.
But it's not there in the top 12, and actually in that top 6 we had the Incarnate form that you were just talking about, and I think it's really interesting that that for once is being so dominant. You can see here again, you know, the stats of that Therian form being so strong, but people are really opting for the special attacking variant.
And the combination of ground and poison in the particular metagame that we're in at the moment is the reason for that, where you've got ground coverage, attacking Pokemon like Incineroar, Raging Bolt, many others. Ground coverage is just so important in VGC, but also you get the opportunity to go for Sludge Bomb, and since Ogerpon has come into the fore, it's one of those really popular Pokemon that you can knock out in one, especially when you combine it with a Terra Poison as well on the Landorus Incarnate. That both makes it immune, or not immune, but take a lot less damage from Pokemon like Fluttermane, and then increases the damage of the Sludge Bomb as well. And the last move that tends to be run on those sets is Substitute. And Substitute, it's got to be one of the best moves in VG, like, completely. Just being able to take advantage of a good position, get a Substitute up, and then you can just attack for free.
That's the thing, it can really throw the momentum in your favor and be so disruptive to your opponent. And I think if you're able to make those calls and, like you say, capitalize on the opportunity to get that Substitute up, it can really put you in a great position. The Sheer Force ability as well, you kind of touched on it just now, I think is an absolutely phenomenal ability. Being able to, you know, get that additional damage for moves that have secondary effects. Yes, you lose the secondary effect chance, but you deal more damage. So in a trade, it still works pretty well.
Well, every time you use an attack, you get the benefit of the sheer force.
Exactly.
And sort of talking about a little bit about opportunity cost there. There's not a lot of opportunity cost when, you know, okay, maybe you get a poison sometimes, maybe you've sludge bombed into a Chen Pao, it's carrying a focus sash, then it gets the poison and gets knocked out, and you're like, yes!
But it's not guaranteed.
But it's not guaranteed. And sometimes I would prefer to be able to knock out a Rillaboom in one. Sometimes I prefer to be able to knock out an Incineroar in one. Take away those big, important glue pieces of a team and then be able to pick off other different threats without them being able to be supported.
Yes, and it introduces less dice rolls into your game, and sometimes, actually, funnily enough, you almost don't want to get KOs on some Pokemon. You want to be able to follow up or not allow them the free switch. So when you do get that secondary effect, it's a bit like, okay, bad timing. Like, looks good, but actually, in hindsight, not so good for me. And we've seen that a couple of times as well with Pokemon that we were just talking about, kind of those supportive moves, things like Electro Web lowering the speed, but we're also seeing a rise in Icy Wind Flutter Mane coming through as well. It's so fast, it can be such an offensive pressure on the field that sometimes actually instead of going for that big damage with Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam, going for the Icy Wind can glean you an even better advantage.
And especially when players opt to go for Icy Wind multiple turns over, the only way to take away that Icy Wind speed boost drop is to be able to switch out and switch back in. But of course, if you're switching out, you're not putting as much pressure on the board. Then a Pokemon that switches in is susceptible to taking an Icy Wind speed drop, and you're in that bad position all over again. And so, yeah, that's just that combination of carrying on doing it. It's quite good as well into Landorus, though, let's not forget. I mean,
that's true.
I've been on the receiving end of that a few times from a Flutter Mane and thinking, right.
Oops.
Not getting the substitute up this game.
Yeah, it can be doing a lot of damage when it's 4 times super effective. But of course, Pokemon trainers, the matches are rolling in. We'll be jumping into round 3 here to kick things off in the broadcast. And I believe our matches are ready. Rounds 1 and 2 have concluded. Ooh, these are some spicy matches to kick us off.
Boris Ham versus Francesco Diana. There looks like a great game. Boris Ham, player from the Netherlands here, and great to be able to feature somebody that is in their local region as well to be able to kick us off on the stream. But of course, other notable matches, Alex versus Rani, that should be a good match. And Alex actually notably switching up his team from the last couple of events.
Yes, true. That is a Volcarona, if I am not mistaken. Very interested to see how that's going to come through into the fray. We've also got on Kylian's team there, the Iron Crown. Absolutely love to see that with the Indeedee and get all that psychic terrain devastating across the field, as well as some other interesting choices. But looking at our feature match here, they're very similar teams, Ben. 5 out of the 6 Pokemon matching perfectly. It's just that first Pokemon slot, Ogerpon versus Rillaboom, is the only change.
I think that's a really fundamental question that some players really have to ask themselves, and I'm wondering, looking at this, we'll find out when we get into the match which Urshifu forms are on each team, because with Francesco's side, you're looking at the Rillaboom, there's not a water type on that team, and so is that the Rapid Strike Urshifu? We've been talking about how good the single strike is, but hey, is the Rapid Strike variant going to see a resurgence here?
Honestly, this is why I love open team sheets, because you don't have to play that guessing game in team preview anymore. You already have that information as the player. Obviously, us as the viewers will have to wait a little bit longer, keep that anticipation building, and we'll be able to confirm it very soon for you. But it definitely makes it easier, as you said, Ben, having that information and being able to plan accordingly.
That is one of the biggest changes that we've had this last couple of years, where seeing the information that your opponents had. Back in my day, I'm going to be going for that a few
your
times.
Age, dear.
Showing my age here. You had closed team sheets. We still had a best of 3 format, but you had closed team sheets. You usually had to spend game 1 thinking about, hey, do I go for that strategy or do I hold it up my sleeve for game 2? And what can I learn about my opponent's team in game 1? Not just in terms of the speed interactions and the speed training of what my opponent's going to be using, but also, do they have this move or that move? And open team sheets is the thing that really takes away all of that guesswork, so we can get into game 1 and start making really good calls.
It's when you used to play Hunt the Focus Sash.
Yes.
And you would look at team preview and like 4 or 5 Pokemon would be known for having Focus Sash, and it was like, right, really got to use game 1 to find out that information. It's going to be crucial. So open team sheets, I definitely have, brought a new mechanic to the game and a new way to play this type of tournament as well.
It's so much more intense as well, because you get into those situations where I know that they know this.
Yeah.
But they know that I know that they know this. And so I know that they know that I know that they know this as well. And you kind of have to go backwards and forwards. But it does also give you that opportunity to be a little bit more objective, where you look at your opponent's team list and say, they don't have that move, so this move that I can use is absolutely safe to use. And it's working out when to take that information to your advantage, and you know, when you have to kind of feel things out for maybe how speedy another Pokemon is, that really comes into play here. It's one of the biggest skills right now.
Exactly, you know, making sure you have a good understanding of what your team can do, but also what it struggles against is critical to being able to make those adjustments, and knowing exactly, you know, which things you need to avoid, which might affect exactly which 4 Pokemon you want to bring to that match. I know particularly as a Trick Room user, I always want to look for the Pokemon that are designed to set up Trick Room, things like Taunt, things like Roar back in the day as well. It's good to be able to have that information so you can plan accordingly to take that Pokemon out, and then you are in the driving seat controlling the pace of the match.
Especially seeing those Pokemon that maybe could roar, or you know, maybe the ones that are doing lots and lots of damage. If you see a Fluttermane, we've seen some... Oh, actually, let's have a look at these players. I didn't even see that coming up there. Boris Ham on the right-hand side of the screen. Liverpool Regional top 64, Lille Regional top 16, and Utrecht last year top 64.
Exactly, some great records here, and in the 2024 season, some top finishes as well. Boris wanting to take that even further and possibly even get into the top 8 at least. Francesco as well, some great runs throughout 2021 and 2022 as well, getting a top 16 actually at EUIC, a fantastic achievement, getting ready maybe for EUIC 2024 and using this event to try and scout out whether his team is going to cut the mustard or not.
We'll have to see. Both of these players, of course, 2-0 right now. They've got into this tournament, they've had a little bit of a warm-up, they're getting ready to go. Now we get to feature them on stream here. Let's have a little bit of a look at Francesco's team. That Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Called It Lou,
You did.
Landorus Incarnate, and Raging Bolt.
Honestly, I think you need the Rapid Strike here, though, to complete that Fire, Water, Grass core. 3 absolute titans that have done that triangle perfectly, a Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Urshifu. And these 3 work so harmoniously well with each other. Rillaboom and Incineroar having the capability to go for that fake out and slow the pace of the game down, as well as going for things like the parting shot to remove yourself from the field. Urshifu coming in to just being able to hit hard and hit fast with that Choice Scarf as well. The Surging Strikes getting that guaranteed 3 critical hits, and with the Unseen Fist ability, no Protect, is going to stop the Urshifu in its tracks.
One thing I'm looking at here is Raging Bolt carrying the booster energy, and most of the time you get another Paradox Pokemon using that particular item, so Raging Bolt has to use something else, but it's going to probably get a boost to its special attack and make it a real force to be reckoned with. Likely going to be sitting on the field and launching out Thunderclaps, Dragon Pulses, and Thunderbolts, of course, but there is a Raging Bolt on the other side. Boris rocking that Landorus Incarnate as well. Shifu single strike, so it's Urshifu Rapid versus single, Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon.
The Battle of the Urshifus. David, I'm sure, will be very much enjoying watching this backstage. The Raging Bolt, however, on this team is definitely a little bit more harmonious to what I've seen before. The Assault Vest to give it that extra bulk, and the Fairy Terror type as well, a really nice defensive terror in the meta at the moment, as well as giving both offensive capabilities with Dragon Pulse and Thunderclap, but critically supportive roles as well with Electro Web and Snarl, lowering speed or special attack respectively. It does enable Raging Bolt to be such a flexible piece in this game.
And one thing that is on Boris's team that really does stand out to me, it's quite similar to Guillermo Castilla's team from not Dortmund, it was the Liverpool Regional Championships, is that Fluttermane. Moonblast, Icy Wind, Taunt, and Protect.
Yes.
Able to be more of a supportive option. In Guillermo's team, the booster energy boosted the speed of the Fluttermane to make sure it was there, launching those Icy Winds. You were talking about it earlier, Lou, getting that more supportive role, still being able to do some damage with Moonblast, but really making sure that it's paving the way for the rest of the team.
That's the thing, it's the best of both worlds, right? You can be offensive or supportive depending on what your trainer needs. I mean, one of the key things in this match I think is going to come down to to the leads in that turn 0. Are we going to go for offensive moves straight away and apply pressure, forcing your opponent to maybe make an adaptation? Or are we going to go for that supportive mode, start lowering the speed or lowering the special attack of your opponent and forcing them into a position where their backs are against the wall and they're just not doing anything? That enables you to capitalize on it and go for some big damage, as well as if you're able to predict your opponent making those switches because they have to, because they're not dealing any damage. Can you then get a KO as that Pokemon switches in?
I think the big thing that's going to be really important here is the difference between the Raging Bolts. We touched on it just a second ago a little bit, but the Assault Vest on Boris's side offering Snarl and Electro Web support is going to be quite difficult for Francesco to be able to deal with here. One of the main ways is that Landorus Incarnate, but if you go for a Terra, maybe utilize the Assault Vest a little bit, maybe get a Snarl on the switch in, maybe drop the Icy Wind onto the Landorus to put it under pressure, make it slower than the Raging Bolt. There's not a lot of other great ways on Francesco's team to be able to deal with it. Certainly not ones that he's going to be able to get at it with easily like Fluttermane.
Exactly, and these players are ready to roll. Let's go, Pokemon trainers, and get into round 3 here at the Utrecht Special Event. It's going to be the Fluttermane and Incineroar, 2 dynamic duos in action, facing down against the Urshifu and the Incineroar on Francesco's side.
Turn 1, double Incineroar. We start how we mean to go on here in Utrecht, Lou, and the Intimidate's coming down, but not really going to make too much of an impact to this Urshifu. Still going to be able to launch big surging strikes, but it really does have to be worried about that Fluttermane, especially if it was the speed booster that went off on that turn. It's going to be able to launch a Moonblast into Shifu without fear of being stopped by Fake Out. So the Urshifu in this situation could go for the Terra, but it's unlikely that Francesco wants to commit that to at this early stage in the match. Instead, probably wants to get on out of there and maybe change up the board state.
Well, those sparkles got to shine. It is going to be the terrestrialization on the Urshifu straight out of the blocks, dropping its fighting type weakness to those fairy type attacks, and instead going all out water mode.
Water mode indeed. This Urshifu boosting up the power of its surging strikes as well. The Incineroar is going to be going for the Terra on Boris's side, making sure that it's not going to be falling foul of a Fake Out. Maybe trying to get a Fake Out guaranteed into the Urshifu. That's exactly what happens. Fake Out from the Urshifu on Francesco's side, failing on that now Ghost type Incineroar. It's the follow-up of Moonblast and Fake Out. Urshifu with that Water Terror does survive the turn, but wow, what a great start.
I was going to say as well, going for that Ghost Terror means that you're not going to take any damage from a close combat on the Urshifu, but considering you were going for Fake Out on that turn anyway, it wasn't going to matter anyway. You stopped the Urshifu from going for any damage. Of course, some damage out on the board here, weakening the Urshifu, but a fantastic terrestrialization for Francesco.
And the Incineroar here coming out for Francesco, making sure that it can reset that Intimidate for later down the line. Rillaboom coming in. Now that Incineroar isn't a Fire-type Pokemon, a Woodhammer looks particularly threatening now. And the grassy terrain, of course, getting on the field. Moonblast, the follow-up to Urshifu, is enough for the knockout.
Yeah, Urshifu really does nothing in this game. It is down and out, and the terrestrialization is gone for Francesco. Yes, you get the Rillaboom on the field. You can apply some grassy glide pressure in this next turn, or a Woodhammer damage, but that is going to be severely weakened by the parting shot that Incineroar is able to land on it, while also enabling Boris to switch up his ball position, considering what has happened here. Francesco is going to be able to bring a Pokemon in from the back, but Boris can call the shot straight away here by bringing in his second Pokemon.
A bit of a read here from Francesco, wanting to maybe try to capitalize on the Fluttermane, going for an Icy Wind on the switch-in, perhaps trying to put on some pressure onto the Incineroar, trying to do a little bit of damage so that later on it's a little bit easier to deal with. But actually Francesco getting the worst end of that particular trade, and just having the Urshifu go for its Terra option, not get any value out of it, and then get it knocked out as well.
Exactly, and now we have a Landorus and a Landorus here on the field. Of course, the Fluttermane on Boris' side isn't going to appreciate a Sludge Bomb coming its way, and it looks like Francesco is considering that choice. Definitely would be an offensive move to play. Fluttermane, however, gets that first advantage, goes for the Icy Wind, does over 50% to the opposing Landorus. Now the Landorus on Boris' side, will it be able to outspeed?
No Fake Out either coming out from that Rillaboom. A Sludge Bomb follow-up, but it's not enough to pick up the KO here. Landorus Sludge Bombs aplenty with the replying Sludge Bomb into the Fluttermane. Woodhammer taking down that Fluttermane as well on Boris's side. A knockout apiece.
Yeah, it takes double damage, though, to be able to remove Fluttermane from the field, and Rillaboom only just being able to hang on thanks to its Assault Vest item, making it, you know, bulkier against these special attacks, which Landorus is, of course, rolling with at the moment. Urshifu on Boris' side, which is the single strike, dark and fighting type variant, is now here to play.
I think really what we've got to break down here is how these two players are playing in this match. Francesco trying to make reads, trying to make optimizations in the turn, trying to get a little bit more out of the turn, but Boris playing very straight, very straightforwardly, and just making sure that every turn he's taking advantage of what Francesco could do in his favor. Just getting that Sludge Bomb onto the Rillaboom means that it's not going to be able to switch in on any attacks.
Does a little bit of damage, a little underwhelming, but critically does break the focus sash onto that opposing Urshifu. So Rillaboom, knowing that it doesn't have the most defensive pressure thanks to the parting shot and its speed has been lowered by the Icy Wind, it had to go for that priority Grassy Glide. Urshifu doing what it does best and goes for the Wicked Blow, guaranteed critical hit to be able to get the second knockout in this turn for Boris. It's now going to be a very uphill struggle for the little Incineroar on Francesco's side.
That Incineroar is going to have so much work to do, and unfortunately it can only target one Pokemon at a time. Of course, its set is really towards being able to support its team rather than do all of the work itself, and Boris has played this so well and going to be able to take game one in really very few turns.
Exactly, and I think Boris played very well at the beginning of that game, you know, capitalizing on things like the parting shot and the Icy Wind to really lower the pressure that Francesco had on the field. As well on Francesco's side, going for that brave Water Terror very early on just didn't pay off for him, and then you didn't have that capability for Pokemon later in the match that I think would have benefited from it a bit more. Going into game two, though, Ben, do you think we're going to see any adjustments on the teams?
I think we're going to see few adjustments on the teams. I think we're going to see the main adjustment in the way that they approach this. Boris, I think, really took advantage of Francesco turn one going for that Ghost Terror, said, hey, I'm going to read what you're going to be able to do and then take advantage of it. And that, I think, set the tone for the way that Francesco was playing the rest of the match, where they were trying to overextend a little bit, take a little bit more advantage out of a turn, go for a Wood Hammer rather than a fake out onto Landorus. Well, the Landorus just managed to get a Sludge Bomb into it instead, and so it ended up that Francesco was not really taking advantage of those turns, and I really like the way that Boris really switched up the way that he was playing just after turn one. You can see how effective that is. So I really do think it comes down to the decisions that the trainers make more than the matchup itself in this situation.
Well, it shows the flexibility of the Fluttermane, like we were talking about earlier. You know, Moonblast, get the KO onto that Urshifu, and then let's switch to a more supportive role with that Icy Wind, which enabled the other Pokemon on Boris' side to come through and rise into the forefront. I think critically as well, you know, we've spoken a lot about this debate of Rapid Strike versus Single Strike Urshifu, and definitely the Single Strike came out on top here. Not only was it able to actually go for a move in this particular match, but the Wicked Blows are just so devastating and enough to be able to get knockouts, particularly if you can double up with a partner Pokemon just to guarantee that damage. Looks like there's no changes in the leads coming out, however, for Boris. Francesco taking a leaf out of that playbook, though, and it's a Fluttermane Incineroar Mirror.
I like this a lot more from Francesco. This is going to stop Boris from being able to take quite as much advantage. It does telegraph where the fake outs are going in this turn, of course, but Francesco on his side of the field is going to be carrying the Choice Specs on the Fluttermane. And when these supportive Fluttermanes come up against a Choice Specs Fluttermane, it really does highlight the differences between that Pokemon, where Choice Specs is going to put a lot of damage on the board very quickly for Francesco and maybe pave the way for that Choice Scarf Urshifu later on, whereas Boris wants to, you know, kind of slow things down, slow his opponent's team down so that the rest of the team can function properly.
I'd also be very wary if I was the Landorus on the opposing side, if it is indeed in the back, about Icy Winds coming out from a Choice Specs Fluttermane. We already saw how much it did previously when it wasn't wearing those fancy spectacles. Again, Sparkle's raining here. It's going to be the Ghost Terror on the Incineroar once again, just making sure that it cannot be hit by Fake Out and will be able to get some damage on the board. Fluttermane wisely, I think, going for a Protect here, wants to maybe see what the Choice Specs Fluttermane is going to lock itself into. Incineroar once again falling victim to the Ghost Incineroar on the opposing side of the field, as Shadow Ball is the choice. This will do super effective damage to either target in the next turn.
What a great move to be able to lock into here, but Flare Blitz is the reply from Boris, getting 50% damage down on that Choice Specs Fluttermane. It cannot protect itself, but nor can Incineroar in this spot, and now that the Fluttermane has locked itself into the Shadow Ball, I really like that combination of play. If you get the fake out onto the Incineroar, great. If you get the KO onto the Fluttermane, great. If the Incineroar goes for the Ghost Terror, now you've got a super effective Shadow Ball into that slot as well. So a really good way of covering all the bases from Francesco.
And a good example of not just playing for the turn in front of you, but the turns ahead as well,
Yes.
thinking about what the eventualities could be. Now, if you're Boris, yes, you're in a position where you can go for another Flare Blitz, and I think there is enough reasonable bulk behind an Incineroar to be able to take a Shadow Ball, but from a Choice Specs variant, that's what I'm not so confident on.
And certainly with the backup of the Incineroar, maybe going for a Flare Blitz as well, this could get a little dicey for the Incineroar. We'll have to see as Urshifu joins the field with its Dark typing, will resist the Shadow Ball, and the Shadow Ball does go into the Urshifu here.
Still does about a third of damage as Incineroar adds a little bit of insult to injury with that parting shot. Of course, Wicked Blow with the critical hit, it's going to be able to negate that, but if it was going for one of its other moves as well, that will come into effect.
And the Incineroar gets the opportunity now to reposition itself, bring in that Urshifu Rapid Strike, which is a really good Pokemon to be sitting in front of an Urshifu single strike. The Flare Blitz follow-up from Incineroar. The Fluttermane has gone down. Boris is able to remove that powerful special attacking threat from the field, and Francesco again gets one Pokemon knocked out without actually managing to do much damage.
That's a really good point, actually. A Pokemon that did apply so much pressure on the field, and once again, Boris is able to completely neutralize that threat, get it KO back into its Pokeball, and gain a Pokemon advantage. You do, of course, now have the Rillaboom. That is a Pokemon that can go for some decent damage with those Wood Hammers, also go for that priority Grassy Glide to chip away a little bit. But are we going to see something very interesting here, Ben, or were my eyes deceiving me?
Well, is the Ogerpon in the back is the question. We didn't see it in Game 1, but we could be seeing it here in Game 2. But it's not going to be switching in at least this turn. Shifu going for that water terrestrialization. Certainly Boris really capitalizing on it. Now that the Fluttermane has removed itself from the field, it's not going to get that booster energy speed boost, and so this Urshifu is in prime position to do lots of damage.
That's a very good point. It has got that choice Scarf, very fashionable and very fast. Going into the Incineroar, of course, it's not a fire type anymore, and I don't think this is going to be enough.
It's not enough.
Incineroar able to hang on, but maybe Rillaboom is able to finish off the job.
And it looks like a Wicked Blow is going to be going first into the Rillaboom, doing above 50%. That's really, really good damage as a Wood Hammer. I don't think the Wood Hammer was necessary there, Lou, but it certainly did do the job and covered what Pokemon Boris had in the back.
I think you're right there. Yes, a Grassy Glide could have been good and then stopped, you know, just any potential thing coming out from the Incineroar there, but the Wood Hammer, like you say, covering a potential switch in from a Fluttermane in the back, or even if it is something like that Ogerpon, you want to be able to hit it hard and get it away from your partner Urshifu that wants to go for all of these water type attacks.
Well, Fluttermane no longer having its booster energy. Fluttermane the Grumpy, after its booster energy has been taken away coming in, but without that speed boost, the Urshifu is going to be threatening a clean one-hit knockout, and the Urshifu's taken enough damage here that maybe it's in range of a Surging Strikes too.
That's a very good point, actually. It's had its Focus Sash broken. It has taken a significant chunk of damage. The Incineroar is going to rejoin the fray, though, throw that Intimidate down. Of course, Wicked Blow, really not going to worry about that. Always something to consider, but you do at least have the fake out. Urshifu, fast and furious, able to go for one Surging Strikes, and Ben, I'm pretty sure the third one's going to clean this up.
2 Surging Strikes down. That's definitely in KO range of the third here. What a one-hit knockout there for Francesco, taking away that Fluttermane that caused so many problems in Game 1. The dynamics of this game have been totally different, and even though Francesco didn't have the greatest start with Fluttermane going down, he's managed to maneuver himself into such a great spot offensively.
I really like the redemption arc that Francesco's Urshifu is currently going on, you know, being able to get a KO, take the Wicked Blow, and it's not the Ogerpon Pokemon trainers, it is instead the Landorus, a prime target for another Surging Strikes.
And with the fake out pressure that's just come in from this Incineroar, the Urshifu has its choice of targets. Fake out going to be going into that Urshifu single strikes, but Urshifu Rapid Strike reminding us why it's one of the strongest Pokemon in the video game right now. 2 hits, all it needs to knock out that Landorus in 1.
Doesn't Temmie the third, it can rest a little bit, stretch those shoulders, and get ready for the next target in its sights. Landorus does indeed go down, and now it's just the Urshifu on Boris's side that is unable to go for any damage this turn thanks to the Incineroar. Now, of course, Incineroar not going to worry too much about Wicked Blows coming its way thanks to its Dark typing. Yes, it's going to have to worry about close combats, but that's where the Intimidates are going to pay off in the endgame.
And Surging Strikes now going to be going first, of course, with Urshifu carrying the Choice Scarf. Urshifu single strike on the other end with the Focus Sash, but that Focus Sash is broken already, also broken by those Rapid Strikes from Urshifu. Rapid Strike, and it is enough for the knockout. Francesco tying this setup 1-1.
I mean, hold the phone. Rapid Strike is on the line, and it would like an apology from all of its doubters. It has definitely been phenomenal in this game too. And Pokemon trainers, we've got a game 3 straight out of the blocks here at this special event. Ben, going into this, I thought Francisco was in a little bit of a difficult situation, losing that Flutter Mane pretty early doors, but then was able to get the comeback. How was he able to get it in this game too?
No Ogerpon. I mean, really, that is the story of this matchup. Does the Ogerpon come? Clearly, Boris doesn't think that it's required in this matchup where it can be under threat from the Landorus. It can be under threat from U-turns and close combat from the Urshifu. Makes Francesco kind of play a little bit differently around it until the end game. And of course, Rillaboom actually does put on a lot of pressure, able to go for Wood Hammers. If the Ogerpon goes for a Strassalization, becomes a pure water type, then Grassy Glide is usually enough to either pick up a knockout or put it under pressure of a knockout as well. So maybe it's got a little bit of a difficult spot in this game, but after seeing game 2, that's what I'm looking at for Boris. Bring that Ogerpon. Just stop that Urshifu from doing exactly what it wants to be doing.
I mean, in game 1, Boris was able to shut the Urshifu down with the Flutter Mane without having to, rely on that Ogerpon at all. But I think in game 3, it's going to be a bit of a necessity. Even if it's not going to be able to face down against the Urshifu directly, it can still provide some excellent support. Something like the Follow Me, able to draw attacks away from a partner Pokemon, and we know how much damage Urshifu and Flutter Mane can do, for example, if they're able to gain that support. Additionally, an Ivy Cudgel into an Incineroar, that's something that Boris isn't going to mind doing at all.
Not at all, no. And even the Rillaboom there, if it maybe was forced to go for a Terrestrialization into its Terra Fire, it could be something that the Ogerpon would particularly like in that situation. And talking about Terrestrialization, Boris has in both games gone for the Terra Ghost on the Incineroar and used it as that ledge up, so to speak, at the start of the game. Let's get ourselves off to a good start. Let's put ourselves in a position to really play into the mid and end game. But I'm wondering if Boris is going to switch that up this game. Do you go for a fake out for the third game into the row into an Incineroar that has 2 times in a row gone for a Terra Ghost?
That's the thing, and I think if I was Boris, I would want to conserve my Terrestrialization a little bit more as well, because although it does work at the beginning of the game, it doesn't necessarily have that longevity. But one Pokemon choice change that I do fully agree with is that Ogerpon on the field. Yeah, and not only that, it's already facing down against 2 Pokemon it could do significant damage to.
The Intimidate does kind of stop that in its tracks a little bit, but Ivy Cudgel has got an increased chance to get a critical hit.
That's
and so
true.
Sometimes in this situation, you just go for the Ivy Cudgel, and a little bit of a chunk of the time, you absolutely get the payoff from it. Of course, now there is the worry about the Rillaboom in the back as well for Boris. He's going to have to manage that going forward, and also manage his choice specs on the Flutter Mane on Francesco's side, because if Francesco really wants to go for it, he can go for the Terra Fairy, he can launch a Moonblast into the Ogerpon. If it doesn't go for the Terra in reply, that Ogerpon could be knocked out in 1.
That's a very good point, actually, and these teams are led to have good switchability, so knowing, as you can see, that the Rillaboom is indeed on the roster here for Francesco, as the Ogerpon player, you want to be able to keep it safe in the back and find a nice way to get it off the field. It's actually a double switch here straight away, Francesco, not enjoying the leads that have come out here, wanting to make some adjustments and say, hey, Rillaboom can KO your Ogerpon, Urshifu can KO your Flutter Mane, it's now up to you to make a move.
Icy Wind avoided by Rillaboom on the switch in, but that's only going to be a little bit of damage. More important that Urshifu takes a speed drop. It's effectively now not holding a choice scarf. The Ivy Cudgel comes into Rillaboom, no critical hit in sight here, and Rillaboom shrugs that off like a champ.
Rillaboom's very happy right now. It's able to kind of mock this opposing Ogerpon by taking negligible damage, and as well can apply so much more with something like the Wood Hammer. It's also carrying that Assault Vest, so it doesn't have to worry too much about the opposing Flutter Mane. We already know from game 1 that it's able to take a Moonblast.
And in this particular situation, we've seen it just lock in there. The fake out stopping the Ogerpon going for the follow me. That gives the Urshifu the opportunity to go for its Terra Water surging strikes. And there's nothing that Boris really wants to be switching in that slot right now. It's the Landorus in the back. That's going to get knocked out. The Fluttermane's going to get knocked out as well. It's going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but a little bit of damage too late.
Yes, and once again, it's going to be the water terrestrialization on this Urshifu, adding a little bit more of a pack to its punch when it comes to those surging strikes. The fake out goes down into the Ogerpon. No spiky shield, so we'll be able to connect as Fluttermane, being a little bit faster, can go for that Moonblast. No fighting type, however, so will not be able to get the knockout, allowing this Urshifu to retaliate with what it does best and go for 1, 2, and inevitably 3 surging strikes to get the knockout.
And now that Urshifu is going to be able to switch itself out, get itself repositioned, use the Pokemon in the back, especially now that that Ogerpon has been intimidated as well, to come back later on, not pressured by the booster energy on the Fluttermane there with the Icy Wind and the Moonblast that can knock it out. Instead, it's going to be at full speed, can launch U-turns into the Ogerpon, can launch close combats there as well. And it doesn't matter that it can't use its Water-type moves as freely anymore when it's still going to be doing lots of damage, but that Landorus is looking pretty threatening too.
Yeah, Landorus definitely can go for those sludge bombs into the Rillaboom, but we did see, thanks to the Assault Vest, that it is able to take one of those pretty reasonably well. Won't be able to take a second one, however, but that could be all that Rillaboom needs to be able to shut down this opposing Ogerpon. The critical thing for Boris here, though, is do you play defensively? Do you go for a spiky shield here and kind of burn through that turn that Rillaboom can go for that Wood Hammer, allowing Landorus to get the 2-hit KO in it later? With an Assault Vest, you know it can't go for any protecting moves, so it is going to be a little bit vulnerable. Francesco has the opportunity to go for a switch, but you can't bring in the Fluttermane to take a Sludge Bomb. The only thing you can really bring in would be the Incineroar.
Could be the Incineroar. That's exactly what's coming in. Well called there, Lou. And bringing the Intimidate onto the field, further reducing the attack of that Ogerpon. One thing that Boris hasn't done yet is go for his Terrestrialization, though. It's going to be Terra Poison. We saw that Rillaboom could indeed take the Sludge Bomb, but boosted up by its Terra type now being Poison, I'm not sure it can take it.
That's a big brain play if I've ever seen one before. Being able to get the extra damage to deal with this Rillaboom. Ogerpon going to be able to take a Grassy Glide reasonably well. And here's the Sludge Bomb. Gets the extra boost from the Terrestrialization. Is Rillaboom safe? It is not! It goes down! Wow!
What a KO there. Francesco definitely feeling the effects of that Sludge Bomb. Horn Leech into Incineroar. Is that the critical hit, Lou?
It definitely is. You know, we don't see a Horn Leech do that much damage every day. Of course, it's still minimal compared to what the Sludge Bomb was able to do, but this was exactly what Boris had to do coming through to the end game of this set. Not going for that Ghost Terrestrialization on the Incineroar and instead conserving it for a more opportune moment to just get the knockout, get the momentum, and now put himself in such a good position to take the set.
The only Pokemon on Francesco's team that was able to launch super effective damage into that now Terra Poison Landorus was the Rillaboom with its high horsepower. Now that's been knocked out, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. You really, as the Urshifu, want to launch your water type attacks into that slot, but with Ogerpon next to it, it's really doing a good job at protecting Landorus. At some point, you've got to make a little bit of a call. Like previously, you've got the fake out support there. You can actually go for the Surging Strikes this turn, but then maybe you get locked into a little bit more of a difficult endgame.
Ogerpon's been the problem since the start of this game 3, actually. And yes, the fake out stops are going for the follow me here. Oh, is the third one going?
It can take it.
Oh, it doesn't. It actually goes down. Okay, that derails my train of thought.
Totally. Yeah. Normally, a Landorus Eye goes for a Terra Poison and it's able to just hang on from a Surging Strikes, but the training of Francesco's Urshifu, as well as that Terra Water that he's so valiantly committed to here in all 3 games, really does change the momentum here, stopping that Landorus just sweeping through the rest of the team. Now it's Incineroar and Ogerpon for Boris. I'm questioning whether or not he can find a way here.
I mean, when it comes down to Ogerpon versus the Urshifu, for example, Ogerpon is going to be victorious here. Ogerpon versus Incineroar, Ogerpon's also going to be victorious. Incineroar has a little bit of a difficult time against the Urshifu, of course, with those Surging Strikes, and Incineroar versus Incineroar is pretty neutral. So really, everything goes onto the shoulders of that Ogerpon, and I think it's quite a difficult situation to maneuver for Boris, particularly considering there's a Fluttermane in the back.
and naturally the Urshifu has to switch out, stop using those surging strikes that could instead heal the Ogerpon here. Hornleech coming out into the Flutter Mane there. I'm really impressed at how much damage that's doing. I mean, it's boosted by the grassy terrain, but wow, nearly 50% to a Flutter Mane. That's impressive, and it does look like it's putting that Flutter Mane in range of an Ivy Cudgel.
Particularly considering it's taken that Intimidate as well from the Incineroar, that the Hornleeches are still dealing good damage. Grassy terrain does leave the field though, so they will not be able to get the KO onto the Flutter Mane into this next turn. The issue with Ogerpon though, when Urshifu's on the field, is it must be tempting to go for the follow me, but you actually need to go for damage. There's not a lot the Incineroar can do. Flutter Mane going for the Moonblast, identifying the threat, but a very wide spiky shield on Boris' side, enabling the Incineroar to maybe go for something like the Flare Blitz into the Flutter Mane and try and remove it from the field, which is why I also like this play by Francesco going, hey, you kind of need to go for Flare Blitz. I'm going to make that a little bit less helpful for you and going to lower its attack with that parting shot, as well as enabling Urshifu to come back on the field.
The speed interaction between those two Incineroar has been really critical in this entirety of the match. The Flare Blitz follow-up, is it enough? But it's not enough to pick up the KO there on the Flutter Mane. It's hanging on with just 23 hit points. Gets another opportunity to go for a Moonblast. Unlikely that it's going to be able to spiky shield a second time in a row. But even if it does, Urshifu's got the opportunity to go for close combat and then close combat into that slot. Doesn't matter how many Hornleeches you get off, it's still going to be picking up the knockout unless the Ogerpon's able to take this close combat Moonblast and then be able to get the Hornleech into the Urshifu.
I think taking the Moonblast on the follow-up, though, is a bit of a tall order.
A little bit of a tall order.
Yeah, there we go. With a cheeky critical hit for style points, able to get the knockout, and now it is just that Incineroar versus Francesco's team. I mean, the knockoff, yeah, nice, you get the KO, but I think critically, if you hadn't have taken that parting shot, the Flare Blitz would have knocked out the Flutter Mane, and it would have been a much more advantageous endgame for Boris coming in, but just being able to have that sheer power, particularly losing your Landorus, now losing your Ogerpon, there really isn't too much that can be done. And Francesco has come back in this set from losing game one.
2 games in a row where Rapid Strike Urshifu was the key piece of the puzzle there for Francesco. He's taking the win, will be going 3-0 in the Utrecht Special Event, and what a way to do it.
Absolutely fantastic play. Really, really great to see.
Really, really great. Congratulations, Francesco, for getting that win. He played so well in games 2 and 3 and was able to get, even though he got off to a bit of a rocky start and was on the losing end of game 1, coming back, having that fortitude and being able to position a Pokemon that on paper doesn't look like it's having a good time to be able to get water attacks off consistently in front of an Ogerpon is very, very impressive to see.
But that's why Rillaboom was his best friend, right? Being able to have that offensive pressure to deal with the opposing Ogerpon, as well as apply pressure to Pokemon like the Flutter Mane with the Woodhammer, because let's be honest, it doesn't have the best physical defense stat of Flutter Mane. Yeah. So it doesn't want to have to take any physical moves. I think was really nice to be able to enable that Urshifu to have a little bit more longevity on the field. Maybe in game 1 it was just warming up a little bit and, you know, got caught off guard by the Flutter Mane a little bit, but I really do like the way that it was played a little bit more consistently and conservatively in games 2 and 3. Switching out at the right time to protect it for the end game was definitely the right call.
And I think the way that Francesco really approached that matchup, where Boris was really trying in games 1 and 2 to catch Francesco off guard with that Terra Ghost Incineroar. It worked in game 1, it kind of worked in game 2 and put Boris into a good spot, at least made Francesco have to really think about how he was approaching the match. But then locking into Shadow Ball turn 1 of game 2, I think was the critical turning point for me, in that Francesco's kind of figured out this matchup and figured out what he needs to do in any given situation. And that was what really propelled him towards being able to take this set.
I almost forgot Shadow Ball was a move, to be honest, the way the meta's been going, because we've seen such a dominance in Fairy Terra on the Flutter Manes as well, and it's really all about Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, Icy Wind from time to time. But the Shadow Ball really was so strong against other Flutter Mane or against Golden Ghost, for example, and with a lot of Dark types running around with obviously the Urshifu, and also King Gambit is pretty strong at the minute as well. Shadow Ball's kind of just fallen off. We just don't see it. And then actually seeing it come into a really great position in that game, like you said, I think was a really nice touch on that match.
It was, and then looking at the way that the Urshifu was always in a position to be able to attack. I've got to commend actually the training of that Urshifu really to the moment when it was able to knock out the Landorus in one. Maybe we'll have to have a little bit of a chat to the players and see what their thoughts were on that turn, because I was expecting the Landorus to be able to just hang on with a sliver there, but Urshifu was able to take the KO, and I think that was really impactful, because looking at that end game in game 3, if the Landorus hadn't been knocked out there, it was able to get off another attack, well, it looks like the game is going to Boris.
Exactly, and that's where the momentum swings can really happen in one turn. You know, losing your Landorus, for example, just completely swung the momentum back the way. Losing the Urshifu in turn 2 of that game 1 meant that Boris got the advantage very early on. And so sometimes it is just those little moves that can really swing the momentum. And as much as we look at games that are maybe a little bit more drawn out and have lots of switches and changes, you can always still use hindsight to spot the moment when it changed, right? What was the decisive flip or change of the match?
And those are the really important moments when you're playing in these long rounds of regional championships and special events, of course, where you've got to find those moments consistently throughout the day, because they don't offer themselves up to you on a silver platter. You've really got to work for getting those opportunities, creating the openings that you need to be able to win these games. And certainly when you go into a game 3, when all of the pressure is on you to win your next round, especially, you know, when you're playing at X2 and you're sitting on the bubble, you have to win those games. You have to find that little bit of an edge, and I think that's really what Francesco did so well.
Exactly, and you were saying, Ben, that you wanted to hear from Francisco about maybe how his Landorus, Urshifu has been trained. So let's kick it to the interview and hear what he has to say.
Urshifu Rapid Strike style representer Francesco Diana. Francesco, you just won that game. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking, and also thanks for having me here. Thank you a lot.
No, it's a pleasure to have you here on the couch joining us. I really want to focus in on that Rapid Strike style Urshifu, because frequently and more recently, players have been leaning more into the single strike style Urshifu. So why are you using the Rapid Strike style?
So, like, I think in this discourse, we should also mention another one very broken Pokemon, that is Ogerpon, Waterpon, because like the rise into Rapid Strike Urshifu, Single Strike Urshifu from the Rapid Strike is only because like playing Rapid Strikes, it's kind of disallow you from playing Waterpon too. Yeah. And so this way, if you see, there are a lot of teams that have the Dark Urshifu and Water Ogerpon. I just leaned back into Waterpon, Water Urshifu, because I like my Water, Fire, and Grass core, and also I felt like you saw that with double fake out is way better to have the Water, because it's a better offensive type. Meanwhile, if you got already a Waterpon that is an Urshifu check, it's better to have the single strike and the dark one.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, in that game 2 in particular, I think the surging strikes from the Rapid Strike style Urshifu took all 4 knockouts. I mean, it was at least 3, and you can see the stats on the screen there, trainers, of this fantastic Pokemon. Of course, Unseen Fist hitting through any protects coming out from the opposing side. But so you saw Boris's team. It's a fairly well-balanced team. What were your thoughts seeing his team sheet?
Yeah, it's a very, very popular archetype that has been made popular, I think, by Guillermo Castilla, like everyone knows who he is. And so I was prepared into him, but I gotta say that game 1, it took me off guard, because in testing, no one did the Inchy Fluttermane into me, and also no one clicked Terra into my Urshifu, and Terra fake out into my Urshifu. So that took me off guard, because my plan is usually what you saw, like lead the Urshifu and kill the Fluttermane as soon as possible. But I gotta say that I played my chance correctly. Like I went from the different plans, and so it worked. What I tested worked.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic to hear. And, I mean, Surging Strikes also cleaned up the Landorus in that Game 3 that we saw, and really was the most valuable Pokemon that you had on your team there. Were you confident in the calculations? If you're running Surging Strikes on your Urshifu, how confident are you in claiming those knockouts?
Like, I would like to start by apologizing and kind of say sorry both to my opponent for the judge, because I really was overjoyed when I killed the Landorus. Because I wasn't expecting, because usually it's a role, but also it depends, because if they give it enough investment in HP and defense, they can always survive.
Right,
so I think I was kind of lucky, to be honest, because I don't know, without it, I had a game plan without me killing Landers that turn, but the fact that I killed it that turn sealed the game for me, absolutely.
Yeah, wow, it was, that must have been very nerve-wracking for you seeing that, but then the KO, fantastic to see. And zooming out to your season, we were talking a little bit before this interview, and you were saying, you're just here to have a bit of fun this season.
Yeah, exactly, because like I was telling you, this year is the year I graduate from college, and so I don't have enough time to go to all the tournament and everything. So I just went to Gdansk because it was a really nice place, and there in Utrecht I can visit the Netherlands and Amsterdam, that are very beautiful place too. And so like that's another aspect that people should considering while joining the competitive scene, because like just traveling with your friend is already worth it. Like, it's already a good experience that you can enjoy a lot, in my opinion. And then if you go well, you do well, and you are enjoying even more. But if you do bad, you are not devastated by it. You are just enjoying an evening with your friends. An holiday, sorry, with your friends.
That is very wise words indeed, Francesco. You know, it's not all about the winning. You do get to see some fantastic places all around the globe by playing this beautiful game. And studying law, Francesco, of course, with you, all the very best of luck with that course.
Thank you very much.
And finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, like, first of all, when a play is made, you need to say agency. That's the first thing first. And also I would like to thank Dresiop, Antonio and Joy, who is a friend of mine. We built this team together. Well, mostly built this team, to be honest. And also Azuia, John Garcia, Mattia Clemente, Cemmelle, Marco Giorgi, Mattia Clemente, and all the friends from Sax and Server and all the draft league I've done in these years. Like they are, and also my friends from Newark that are seeing this. 08100 nel cuore, ragazzi. Ci vediamo.
Case closed. So many people that go into producing such a fantastic trainer as Francesco. So thank you so much for joining me, Francesco.
Hello.
And we wish you the best of luck for the rest of this day. Trainers, stick around. We've got so many more battles to come.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokémon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health stun. This for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his shout-out Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V.
No.
And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
as it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the wave crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge in, it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It was, well, it went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and like I definitely respect that a lot because I understand like how hard it is to be consistent. Even like having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, like no question about it. I think Dark types have like some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good like players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really, insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be like a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because like, I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or like, your stomach gets a little like worked up because, you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then, mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Utrecht Special Event. I'm Lou at Josh Cromie, and I'm joined for the next round of our broadcast by the amazing David Partington. I believe you were stage side watching that last match to kick off our broadcast. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a great one to kick us off, honestly. Like, and a 3-game set as well between really great trainers as well. Like, it was really interesting seeing how, even after our talk on the desk about Urshifu Single Strike, like, being so prevalent, so good, Urshifu Rapid Strike really took to the field and did exactly what it needed to do. Especially that KO on that Landorus Incarnate with that Terra Water. It was so close, but I wasn't sure if it was going to get it, but boom, definitely did.
It was amazing, and I think I loved how we kind of storyboarded on the couch, like a little bit about which one is the better Urshifu, and we kind of brought that debate to the table, and then our first match was kind of like, let's conclude this debate and make a statement. Obviously, there will still be plenty of Single Strike and Rapid Strike Urshifu out there battling it out, and one of them may indeed become our special event champion.
They certainly will. Like, well, not certainly, but like probably based on like some of the usage stats that we've seen on previous regionals, not only here, but also in NA as well. So it's just a question of how you want to build your team and maybe even which Urshifu you're trying to choose here. Because obviously Ogerpon Wellspring seems to be the water type that a lot of people are going for. Instead, you don't often see Rapid Strike Urshifu and that Ogerpon on the same team, which makes sense. You're doubling up on water types and water type weaknesses probably. But honestly, like both are really good Pokemon. Like, I don't know, what would you pick?
I mean, it's difficult, right? There's that Fire, Water, Grass core that's so dominant and has always been kind of a staple of competitive Pokemon. And I think we're seeing a trend towards the Ogerpon. And one of the best partner Pokemon to complete that triangle is a Pokemon like the Incineroar, for example. And together they provide a really great synergy of support for all the other Pokemon on the roster. Incineroar being one of these Pokemon that has fantastic, you know, stats. You can see that it's got a really decent attack stat as well as being reasonably specially defensively bulky and can apply so much capability with the Fake Out and the Parting Shot, as well as sometimes a few cheeky other moves in there like Will-O-Wisp. It even gets Helping Hand now, right?
I'm not sure, actually. Maybe
it does. Helping Hand?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm making that up. But I'm pretty sure it has so many other amazing moves. Taunt, for example, is one that has definitely caught me off guard a couple of times. Really great to see its supportive capabilities.
Yeah, it's a terrific Pokemon, not only now, but also in previous generations as well. Like, as you said, Lou, you summarized it really well there. The typing as well, that Fire Dark type makes it also really good too, because Prankster Taunters like Tornadus or Whimsicott can't taunt it itself because of that Dark type being immune to Prankster boosted moves. So it can always get off those Parting Shots or those taunts into whatever it likes. And because of that Fire Dark type, it's not quadruply weak to any sort of types either. So even if it takes a super effective hit, Incineroar's often bulky enough, thanks to the Intimidate and a Citrus Berry, to take still multiple hits.
I remember everyone being really excited to see that it was Fire and Dark typing, because I think with those first partner Pokemon, a lot of the time the Fire evolution would turn into Fire Fighting. Particularly with the kind of wrestling attitude that the Incineroar has, everyone kind of went, oh, it'll be a Dark and it'll be a Fire Fighting, and instead that Dark typing came through, which has been really, really interesting in the metagame, having that defensive capability. We see a lot of Dark type Pokemon out there at the minute, King Gambit as well being a standout.
A huge standout, honestly. Like, using those Dark type moves specifically to great effect. And maybe we'll see it in our next round, Lou. We'll have to see. But we are getting ready into round 4 very shortly. So this will be our community choice, though, Lou.
Very exciting. Always love to be able to see you guys at home get engaged with the broadcast. We have 4 fantastic matches for you to choose from. Of course, you can only vote on Twitch, so you might want to get yourselves over to that platform to be able to engage with the vote, but don't leave it too long. There's only a limited amount of time, but we have got amazing matches, some cool Pokemon out here as well. What are your thoughts taking a look at this here, David?
Well, okay, so there's some really lovely teams there, honestly. Like some that are reminiscent of Dortmund when I was there a few weeks ago. But yeah, looking at Rob Akkerschok's team there of the Netherlands himself, there is that King Gambit that we were mentioning, Lou. I'd really like to see that team particularly. Aurélien Sula, an amazing French player. They're doing particularly well as well. Got a lot of championship points up their sleeve at the moment with our Ogerpon Half-Flame team.
Yes, Aurélien also one of our players to watch in this particular tournament, but a plethora of interesting Pokemon around as well. The Golden Girl on Mark Antoine's team and UL's side as well, really jumping out into the frame, trying to make it rain all day long. I think for me though, Juan's team as well in the bottom right corner, a Bronzong. Excuse me, Trick Room Pokemon setters have not seen Bronzong on the roster for a long time.
No, that's a really good shout there, Lou. Like, it's got Levitate, it's great for that. It's really bulky as well, and it offers like Gravity and Hypnosis and a few moves that maybe Farigiraf or Porygon 2 can't really go for.
Exactly, and of course, one of my favorite Pokemon, the Gouging Fire, Pardiente himself on Rob's team there as well, which really does complete that Fire, Water, Grass core. We were just talking about, you've got the Ogerpon for that water element and the Rillaboom with the tried and trusted grass type element. And the one thing I like about Ogerpon as well is it can kind of fill both of those slots a little bit, being grass and water type, but considering that the Ivy Cudgel becomes a water type move, I think it definitely sways more in that type choice.
Yeah, I completely agree on there. Like, water is a very strong type at the moment, and being immune to that is massive. Even if you're already resistant to it, it can suddenly keep your partners so safe. So yeah, up to you trainers out there as to who we're going to be featuring of that. Honestly, I can't really pick between them. The King Gambit really stands out to me, honestly. As you mentioned, it's something that did very well in Dortmund, getting second place, so all very close to that win still. And showing off this Defiant ability right in front of an Incineroar, which you've also mentioned, is big.
I think that's why we give the decision over to the viewers for this one. You know, we can't decide. We're just too fickle today to make those decisions. So choose wisely, trainers, and we will be so excited to see which choice you have made. I mean, of course, you can engage in so many other ways as well with the broadcast. We were talking on the couch earlier about using those social media channels and the hashtag #PlayPokemon to get engaged. We love to see all the artwork and things as well that you trainers make of your favorite Pokemon or the team that you're rooting for, as well as all your cats. Okay, we were talking about how you might be watching the broadcast with some friends or maybe playing through the game yourself, or are you enjoying it with a cat? And if so, please show me. I would love it. We all would.
Lou likes cats, by the way.
If you didn't know, spoiler alert, Incineroar, Chi-Pao, they're just absolute legends right now. And of course, Pardiente. It's kind of, there's a debate. There's a debate about it, but to me, it's a lion with a party hat, so it's a cat. Okay.
It is kind of a cat, yeah, I'll give you that. Oh, and blue sea slugs are still your thing as well, right?
They are, and they can also be a cat if they want to, because they kind of have the cat ears a little bit, you know? It's its Halloween costume, think of it like that.
Okay,
it dresses up as an Incineroar on Halloween.
Let's see if we're going to see any of that in our next match. Let's see. What have you voted? It is going to be Yol Ramirez versus Juan Poyato. Oh my goodness, a great choice. Yes. So there we have a duck. We have the Ting Lulu.
Oh,
and we have that Bronzong.
Do you know what? I didn't even spot the Ting Lu earlier on the graphic. I just got so distracted by the Gouging Fire, but this is a really great match actually to bring forward, because the team that UL is bringing is very reminiscent of the one that we've seen running around by trainers like Alex Gomez and Eric Rios, for example, paired up with that Komodo. And it has such a flexible balance to it. You have some really disruptive Pokemon like the Incineroar that we've already talked about, but also the Amoonguss that can come in and start sporing opponents, putting them to sleep, slowing down the pace of the game, and enabling Pokemon like the Komodo to go for these iron defenses and then can apply a lot of damage with the body press.
Yeah, exactly. The body press is absolutely massive. It means that you can take Intimidate all day long and still maintain your offensive presence, particularly into those Intimidators like that Incineroar. And versus on Juan's team, that looks like it's going to be pretty effective into pretty much everything there. But maybe that Landorus Incarnate form that we've seen a lot of rise in usage recently, usually just with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb being completely enough moves to be able to dish out as much damage as you need to, combined with the really effective Terra Poison, meaning it can hit all those grass types, particularly that Ogerpon Wellspring, really hard.
Yeah, and we've spoken a lot about Ogerpon Wellspring, but on Juan's side, there's actually the Hearthflame Ogerpon as well. And I think when Ogerpon first jumped out onto our scene, that was really the Pokemon choice that everyone was going for. It was putting on the Hearthflame mask, getting that fire typing, and just being such a formidable threat with a lot of the grass types was running around, and particularly the grass Terra types. We saw a lot of Pokemon like Heatran, for example, going for grass Terra and having its Flash Fire ability, stopping it from taking any fire type attacks. But when you have got an Ivy Cudgeling Hearthflame mask Ogerpon that also has Mold Breaker, it completely can bypass those abilities and be able to do big damage to a grass type Heatran.
Yeah, and Heatran is not something like a fire type that a lot of trainers have immediately gone to, but honestly, it's so strong right now. Like with that Steel type backing up too, it makes a lot of sense for people to start running it at the moment. But as you can see, yeah, look at those stat spreads there. Really high attack and speed, as it does with all the Ogerpons. But with that combination of those fire and grass, it really does cover a huge range of types across the metagame. But of course, except fire and dragon, which both of them resist. So often having those types going into this Ogerpon Hearthflame is really key to be able to take it down.
Yes, and we've seen a rise in a couple of Teal Mask Ogerpons as well, just going really down on that grass type in the triangle of Fire, Water, Grass core. We can take a moment of silence for Cornerstone Ogerpon. Someone one day will bring it into its fruition and give it its time to shine, I am sure. But until then, it really is the story of Wellspring and Hearthflame Mask.
Yeah, it really is. Like, it makes a lot of sense as well because of that body aspect that gives you an instant stat boost depending on which form you're using. So the Pokemon Half Flame obviously being the attack boost, and the Pokemon Wellspring being that special defense boost, means it offers something completely different to trainers who are using a Terra Pokemon on their team. So not only does it change the type, but that stat boost can be really pivotal. So Pokemon Wellspring, most great trainers are going forward to be able to take on those special attacks a lot better, from like Landorus, Raging Bolt as well, Flutter Mane, which is so common. But Pokemon Half Flame kind of supports itself with that attack boost. So depending on the Ogerpon, it kind of determines what sort of role that Ogerpon's going to have in your team, as whether it's going to be a supporter or a more kind of offensive, hard-hitting Pokemon.
I think you make a great observation about how special attackers are really dominant at the minute. So having that special defense boosting Ogerpon can give you that little bit more longevity on the field. And it's another reason why we see Pokemon like Tinglu really come into fruition. The Vessel of Ruin ability, lowering the special attack of Pokemon on the field, then enabling it to be able to have that Assault Vest and take even less damage from those special attackers, particularly Pokemon like Flutter Mane, we've already seen as #1 in the usage stats, now isn't going to be able to deal too much damage with what would have been decent damage with a Moonblast.
Exactly. Like we've seen it on stream a few times before, especially at Dortmund as well. We saw this sort of team kind of come around and do quite well. Eric Rios, I believe, got top 8 at Dortmund Regionals with this very similar team with the Tinglu, Porygon 2, the Golden Go and everything. And like seeing the Tinglu sitting there and just taking these Moonblasts, even choice specs, it still can take them. Thanks to that Vessel of Ruin, the Assault Vest takes them so well. But even if you want to make that, say, 3-hit KO into like a million KO, you can just tear her out of the weakness. And then just kind of, like, just heavy slam it back. So even the weaknesses for Tinglu are countered by just its sheer bulk.
Yes, and the Terrestrialization as well. We previously used to see Poison Terror a lot onto those Tinglus, particularly in the face against Flutter Manes. But the issue that we've got that Ben and I were talking about is how dominant ground type moves are at the moment. And you know, you've got Landorus with the Earth Power and things like that as well. So being a Poison type is a little bit of a risky move from time to time. So making sure that you have something like the Fairy typing still gives you a lot of advantage against Flutter Mane, but also means those ground type moves aren't going to hit as hard.
No, it's often the Fairy Terror actually that like Tinglus go for, but also so many other Pokemon honestly that go for it because it's a really good defensive type. It's only weak to Poison and Steel. If you think about it, there's not a lot of Poison Steel types going around. The main Poison type maybe being Amoonguss, doesn't really run Poison moves, and you've got Landorus Incarnate, which usually runs Sludge Bomb, which isn't even a Poison type itself. So it's really safe option. But Steel types, however, like that Golden Go particularly, is quite common.
Yeah, they're a little bit more dominant. Golden Go obviously being able to go for that powerful Make It Rain double target move as well. Pokemon also like King Gambit have come through a little bit and actually was in the top 12 on the usage stats that I wasn't expecting, just snuck in there at the end, possibly rising up because of the amount of Fairy type Pokemon that are out there at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and Fairy types themselves as well, as you said, that Flutter Mane and anything that wants to go into that Terra Fairy. Farigiraf is another one that often likes to go into that Terra Fairy because it's obviously very weak to Urshifu Single Strike to start with, and as soon as you go for Terra Fairy, you resist both the Dark type moves and the Fighting type moves thanks to that. So yeah, having a Golden Go to suddenly back your team up makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and the players are seated and ready on the stage as well. So Pokemon trainers, you won't have to wait very long until we are able to dive into this next game. And I do think you have certainly picked a spectacular match for us. Some great Pokemon choices here as well as tournaments on the line. These trainers are currently both 3-0. They don't want to take their first loss in this day because there are 9 rounds of Swiss that they have to get through. And to take this loss, you know, still relatively early on in the first kind of half of the tournament can make things a little bit more pressurized as the tournament goes on.
It certainly can. It's definitely not only one battle each time, like you're playing lots and lots of matches throughout the course of the day, and there will be a lunch break shortly for these players as well at some point, but it does mean that if you're taking a few losses here and there or a few wins, you can either get kind of underconfident or maybe overconfident, your mindset starts to change, and maybe your play actually starts to change. And that's where the technique of your having a tournament mindset is really important, to be able to keep your cool, stick with the plans that you've kind of made when you've been practicing, and don't let yourself get into your own head.
Yeah, exactly. These trainers are just taking a moment to get themselves set up. It always takes a little bit longer when they're on that production stage, making sure everything is perfect and ready to bring you the best Pokemon action that we can. I mean, taking a little look at the plushies as well, okay, because plushie game is very important in intimidating your opponent. I think it's a little Eevee, an adorable little Eevee on the stage.
That is adorable. It's got a little hat on, doesn't it? Yeah, I did not spot that, honestly.
Is it a wannabe Glaceon? Is that what we're maybe thinking here?
I'd want to be a Glaceon. Glaceon's really cool.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Yeah, definitely a firm favorite, all of those wonderful evolutions. I mean, taking a closer look at some of the teams as well.
Yeah, there's plenty of Pokemon right now that we can like have a look at, and both the way these team matchups are is going to be really interesting. But let's take a look at the accomplishments here of these two trainers, and what you can see is, yes, no accomplishments yet. That is going to be the key thing here.
Love this. History is ready to be made for these trainers. They have already made it through to round 4 undefeated. Can they continue this up and keep that momentum rolling through so that they can add some accolades to their roster? We, of course, don't know necessarily when they started playing. Maybe they are some fresh faces ready to carve out their names in the Pokemon history books. But the teams, definitely some very interesting choices. Yoel has that core of the Komodo and the Tinglu and the Porygon 2 that we've talked a lot about, as well as having the support of the Golden Go, Amoonguss, and Incineroar. Komodo, can you talk us through that Pokemon a little bit, David?
I sure can, Lou. So Komodo has so much going for it, honestly. Yeah, so we've got the Body Press Iron Defense set here for Yoel there at the moment, which allows it to really boost up its already very high defense stat to even sky-high levels to be able to go for those body presses, which are already boosted by its same type attack bonus because it's already a fighting type. So Komodo does so much damage with body press and kind of complemented very nicely with an Iron Head to be able to hit what resists fighting very well, which is ghost types. Prominent ghost type right now, Fluttermane. Iron Head takes it down very well. So that allows Komodo to kind of do a little bit of both into, well, either ghost types or literally anything else.
And if you need some extra help against the Fluttermane, you also have that Golden Go as a sidekick to be able to go for either a Shadow Ball or the Make It Rain, depending on what you want to lock yourself into, as it is carrying that choice spec, so we'll be able to deal the extra damage. The opposing team, however, Joanne, has a very interesting combination of Pokemon. Some familiar faces like the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, the Raging Bolt, and Landorus that we've spoken about a lot in today's broadcast, but that Bronzong, it is running the Levitate ability and has the leftovers, and actually is mimicking a lot of what the Komodo on the opposing side wants to go for. Iron Defense, Body Press, also has the Fire Terrestrialization as well to give it a little bit of longevity here on the field.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It is kind of like the Komodo of Joanne's team at the moment. Yeah, you can kind of see it. And it's got that Steel type move as well on top of that, yeah. But the skill swap is really cool too. Being able to swap that Levitate onto all of the Pokemon on Joanne's team. And that's going to mean it's going to be able to improve the matchup into Tinglu on the other side so much better. Maybe that Ogerpon half flame so it can take those stomping tantrums really well.
It also gives a lot of synergy to the Bronzong itself, turning itself into a fire type, for example. You kind of want to avoid a lot of those ground type moves, so one way to do that is to levitate up in the air. The handshake has come through from these trainers, love the camaraderie and spirit of the Pokemon community, and the team sheets have been exchanged. So, diving a little bit deeper, if we take a look first of all at Yoel's team here, the Porygon 2, are there any surprises on there? Is this the kind of set that we would expect?
It is at the moment, yeah. So at least for this composition of 6 that have seen popular usage with Eric Rios and Alex Gomez. So it is usually that Terra Poison with that Terra Blast as well. And the beauty about Porygon 2 is that it's already a normal type, so you don't have to Terra to make the most of your Terra Blast already. Especially if you get a download boost to your special attack, it's really threatening even if it doesn't go for the Terra. So Porygon 2 is really nice here. But of course we've got a mirror of Trick Room at the moment here, Lou. So it's about what trainer thinks they're going to benefit from Trick Room a little bit more versus the other trainer. And honestly, looking at Yoel's team, it's definitely an overall slower team.
It is, and you've got Pokemon like the Amoonguss that absolutely love to be in that Trick Room environment, but the deficit on Yuan's side is you've got 2 Grass-type Pokemon in the form of the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom as well that are not going to be affected at all by those sports. In addition, the Raging Bolt with those safety goggles also not going to worry about them. So Amoonguss isn't going to be having quite the time of its life that it usually has in Trick Room.
Yeah, definitely, and combined with the substitute on that Landorus Incarnate as well, means it's really not a great matchup for Amoonguss, so definitely well prepared for this matchup as we get into round 4 of the Utrecht Special Event. It is Yoel versus Joanne, and it's Porygon 2 and Amoonguss versus the Landorus Incarnate and that Incineroar.
Speaking of Pokemon that like Trick Room, these are 2 slow and steady choices on Yoel's side of the field. Amoonguss and the Porygon 2 would not be surprised at all to see a potential Trick Room coming out here.
Not at all. It definitely seems to be the play at the moment. And interestingly, the Amoonguss is actually brought here despite what we're saying about how there's so many Pokemon actually that Joanne has that is kind of immune to that Spore. But it does be able to keep the Porygon 2 safe, at least on this turn, with a Rage Powder, because there's no safety goggles on Joanne's end.
Exactly. There's going to be the cheeky substitute set up early doors, however, for Yuan, knowing maybe there's nothing I could do to stop this opposing Trick Room from going off. Gonna have to just accept it and now set up a little bit of a defensive wall. The Incineroar is going to go for the parting shot, however, just lower some of the offensive pressure that the Porygon 2 is able to deal out with something like those Terra Blasts or the Ice Beams in the future as well, considering that there is a Landorus on the field. Yes, it is behind its substitute, but it still doesn't want to take any of those Ice Beams at all.
No, it doesn't. So yeah, it's a really nice play to keep everything safe. So if the Trick Room does go up, that Landorus can still target things very safely going into the future turns. As Oakman Halflame comes in.
Yes, it dives into the battle as the Ice Beam connects into the substitute on Landorus. That will be more than enough to be able to break it down. And we can see Landorus come front and center once again, exposing itself to something like a Spore coming through from this Amoonguss. However, it was targeted into that Ogerpon slot. A great adjustment here from Yuan.
Yeah, John plays absolutely amazingly in that turn. Yeah, completely kind of calling it in some ways. Landorus, though, kind of comes out of the turn about the same. It kind of like didn't really do much, but it took that Ice Beam and now is on slightly little less health. But the Trick Room has not gone up here, so Joanne is still in a really solid position now to be threatening so much more damage going into the next turn. Now, Ogerpon obviously has that Sword Dance, which Joanne probably has a really nice opportunity to set up here, because staying into that Grass type, that Spore is not going to be able to affect it. Porygon 2's not offering too much damage into it either, and Landorus could threaten back with a lot more damage, so I wouldn't be surprised to see basically that Swords Dance set up here to be able to start threatening those Grassy Glides into future turns.
This Porygon 2 has definitely caught me by surprise, not going for that early Trick Room, instead just going for the Ice Beams and applying a lot of pressure to the opposing Landorus. Speaking of pressure, however, it is going to be the attack boost coming through onto this Ogerpon here as it drops its Grass typing and now is just a full-on Fire type. It is going to be able to go straight onto the offensive with the Ivy Cudgel and connect down onto that Porygon 2. So much damage, but surprisingly not going for the super effective damage into the Amoonguss. I mean, Porygon 2 was definitely a threat. Who needs to take an Ice Beam when you can take a KO?
Yeah, like, and a KO into Porygon 2 is nothing to shake a stick at, honestly. That is an impressive amount of damage from Joanne's team. But the Amoonguss finally does land its mark with that Spore.
The thing is, though, yes, it does put the Landorus to sleep, and yes, the opposing Ogerpon does leave itself a little bit more vulnerable, but an Ivy Cudgel is just going to be able to absolutely take this Amoonguss out. It definitely doesn't worry about this. One issue, however, is, of course, going to be the Ting-Lu coming into the field. It is going to be lowering the special attack. This only really affects the Amoonguss and the opposing Landorus, but, of course, those ground-type moves that can come through, something like the Stomping Tantrum, is going to hurt into that Ogerpon.
Yeah, especially now it's gone for that Terra, Lu. Yeah, it's going to take that damage a lot less well. However, the Amoonguss can go for the Terra Water still at this point to be able to take an Ivy Cudgel, particularly from Joanne's Halflame. So the question is, does Yoel choose to lock that in now to be able to then get a Spore back into that Ogerpon? Because that could be a huge move there.
I think you made a great identification with the water terrestrialization, because if that does happen, Rillaboom's now on the field, so Yuan has a way to be able to counteract it. We are just going to see the Spiky Shield, the defensive play coming out from this Ogerpon as we see what the Ting-Lu is maybe going to get up to. Looks like it was going indeed for that Stomping Tantrum down into the opposing Ogerpon, as the Spore, of course, not going to be affecting that Rillaboom, as it is a Grass type.
Exactly, yeah. So a really nice safe switch in there for the Rillaboom as well. So you can see the Rillaboom setting up that Grassy Surge now enables the Ogerpon Halflame, which has Grassy Glide, to really like basically abuse the effect of it, where it has priority in that grassy terrain. So even if Trick Room had gone up, this Grassy Glide would have been able to go first a lot of the time. Now this Ogerpon is in a nice position to still threaten that KO onto the Amoonguss, but Yoel smartly potentially has not committed the Terra yet to the Amoonguss. So it might still be able to go for it this turn and catch Joanne off guard and get off that Spore. However, Joanne does have the fake out turn on the Rillaboom still going to this. So he's definitely still got put on the pressure at the moment. You probably want to put that into the Ting-Lu as you then pressure down that Amoonguss. So honestly, depends if the Amoonguss goes for the Spore or not here, and whether it also goes for the Terra.
Also, the fake out is going to be very critical at this point in time, can really slow down against the opposing Ting-Lu. Incineroar is going to join the field, though, the perfect Pokemon with its Intimidate ability to lower the attack stat of both these opposing Pokemon, putting Rillaboom at -1 and Ogerpon right back to neutral.
Right back to neutral, but there is that fake out into the correct target for this turn, and with a little bit of Rocky Helmet, it does kind of recoil that Rillaboom a bit more. But the Sword Dance is the perfect opportunity for Joanne's Ogerpon to set up. That is looking scary.
Yeah, Ogerpon, like, don't you dare drop my stat back to neutral. I'll tell you what, I will double fold it now. Instead of just being +1, hey, I'm +2.
+2, yeah, oh my goodness, yeah, very, very scary for this right now, because even into an Incineroar, which resists both of the Grassy Glide and the Ivy Cudgel, you're still going to be taking so much damage. Now, this Rillaboom does not actually have high horsepower, so it's not. So this Incineroar on Yoel's end is looking a little bit safer here. And now it's Yoel's turn to have that fake out pressure this time as well. The Rillaboom has spent that now. So the Incineroar can very safely fake out into that Ogerpon, and this Rillaboom can really not do very much. Question is, the Amoonguss, if the Spiky Shield comes out as we do, can't do too much either.
That's very true. A nice defensive play coming out from Juan here, as the Amoonguss also goes onto the defensive, going for a protect in the face of a potential Ivy Cudgel coming its way. Instead, the Wood Hammer will connect on the Incineroar. Being a fire type, it is not going to worry about that in the slightest. And now the Incineroar able to go for its own attack, but to no avail. It goes into the Spiky Shield.
Spiky Shield, so yeah, it's not going to do too much, and it's going to take a bit of recoil from that Spiky too. And we can see the grassy terrain revealing some of the speed interactions of these Pokemon as the Rillaboom heals up the Incen, and then that Amoonguss. So going straight into the next turn, it's been a little bit of a pause in the game last turn. We've kind of reset everything. The Fake Out's been spent, the Spiky Shield has been spent as well. So now this Ogerpon, with its +2 attack, is still really threatening that damage, but still, no Terra has been committed from Yoel's end. So the question is, does he go for it this time? As you can see, he's going to click on that button. He's very much considering it here as to whether to go for that Terra Water, because he has that Terra Water Amoonguss, and getting that Spore straight onto that Ogerpon is going to be huge. The question is, does John call it? Because if you go for the Terra Water, then a Wood Hammer from that Rillaboom, covered with an Ivy Cudgel, may still be enough to get that KO.
Yes, makes it very, very difficult to make that decision, because it could be the momental swing of the match to terrestrialize or not. Instead, Amoonguss isn't going to have to make that decision right now. It's going to be Ting-Lu on the field in its place instead. Ogerpon able to go on the offensive once again. This time, the Ivy Cudgel is going to come down and find its mark on that Ting-Lu. It does so much damage. I was not expecting that. The Rillaboom able to follow up with the Wood Hammer as well. That's a KO on Ting-Lu. It is out of here.
Absolutely out of here. Oh my goodness. That is so much damage, honestly. And like, yeah, Steel, so bulky Pokemon just seem to be just getting destroyed by John's team. The Porygon 2 completely down. Ting-Lu completely down. The Incineroar, though, does have that option to go for the parting shot still.
I mean, that said, it was boosted due to the Swords Dance, and Incineroar on Yoel's side is trying its utmost to go for these Intimidates, to go for these parting shots. It went for the parting shot into the Spiky Shield previously, wasn't able to get it, was able to get it this turn, but the damage has been done by this opposing Ogerpon, getting that big KO on the Ting-Lu that was definitely a threat to the opposing team. It now means that Ogerpon can breathe a little easier.
Yeah, definitely a little easier right now. And again, Fake Out is on the board again for Yoel, but a simple Spiky Shield will keep this Ogerpon nice and safe. The Intimidate has reduced its offensive prowess a little bit more, plus that parting shot, but Ogerpon is still just such a powerful Pokemon. And the Amoonguss still may be in range of like a double up from both of these targets here. And you can see Johan still has all 4 Pokemon left, so a switch into their own Incineroar could be enough to kind of reduce the offensive presence of this Incineroar, which is arguably Yoel's only damage output.
That is very true, and taking a closer look as this turn goes through, it is going to be the U-turn, so switching up the ball position on Juan's side as well, allowing Rillaboom to get out of there, and I think critically just enable the Fake Out for later on in the match. All eyes really are on the Ogerpon to deal the damage, so it comes down to supportive Pokemon like the Rillaboom to enable it to stay on the field and get those critical knockouts. Incineroar comes in place. Hey, that's another way to get a Fake Out in.
It certainly is. Another Fake Out for us in this set here. So it is going to be the Flare Blitz, though, straight out of the gate into that Incineroar, but an amazing switch for Johan, taking absolutely nothing from that.
I want to know what this Amoonguss is doing, because it has completely avoided Ivy Cudgels and Flare Blitzes.
Yeah.
Even though it's there sitting so pretty to be the prime target, it's just not being hit by these Fire-type moves at all, so it's definitely up to some tricks. It is able to go for the Pollen Puff and just help out its partner Pokemon a little bit more. But I would honestly question how long it's going to stay on in the field. Flare Blitz and Ivy Cudgel is going to hit hard, and at some point, Johan has to target down into it.
Yeah, it's going to happen at some point, because the Amoonguss can still quite freely spore into us. Incineroar and this Ogerpon and the Landorus Incarnate in the back now. So a lot of the resistances to spore have now gone off the table for Johan, especially committing that Terror already. So yeah, it still is that Terror option on either of these targets. It's either the Terror Ghost on the Incineroar or the Terror Water on the Amoonguss. But honestly, the Terror Water is still looking really strong for this Amoonguss, but still doesn't go for it.
Yeah, Amoonguss just sitting pretty on the field. Is going to have to take the Fake Out though, and this time is another Swords Dance. So once again, Amoonguss breathes a sigh of relief, can get through the turn relatively unscathed. Knockoff, however, I think is a really interesting choice, because you cannot actually knock off that mask. But the little bit of damage, I suppose, will stack up. The issue is, Ogerpon is ready to go. These Swords Dances are primed. Even the Incineroar is going to struggle to take an Ivy Cudgel here.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's +2 attack Ogerpon right now. And because we need to remind ourselves that it's still got Terra Fire behind it. So you still have that extra boost to your fire type moves on top of the +2 attack it's already got. So this Incineroar is looking so strong right now. And plus, John has another turn of fake out to go into this next turn too. So like, it's a pretty safe kind of fake out into the Incineroar, for instance, or even to the Amoonguss, honestly. And then an Ivy Juggle just somewhere. Incineroar can't protect. It's a very nice slot. You can just start whittling away Joel's resources.
You are once again playing the game of will the Amoonguss terrestrialize or won't it? It is indeed terrestrializing. It's the water terror on this Amoonguss, so it will be able to breathe a little bit easier in the face of these fire types now. But is it going to be too little too late? These Swords Dancers are still going to stack up. It's still going to be a barrage of attacks on it later on, but once again, not this turn. Amoonguss can get through it. Instead, it's the Spiky Shield onto the opposing Ogerpon as the Flare Blitzers just get traded across onto that opposing Incineroar.
And there's the parting shot as well. But interesting to see the speed interactions between these two Incineroars, which could be quite critical going into future games as well. So we're seeing that Joan's Incineroar is likely the slower of the two compared to here. And that can make a big difference when they're facing each other on a turn one, for instance, for fake outs. But speaking of fake out, Rillaboom comes in for another fake out pressure.
Maybe it's not about the fire types taking down the Amoonguss, it's actually about the opposing Rillaboom, because now that it is a water type, these Wood Hammers are going to hurt, particularly as it has been able to come in unintimidated. At this point, Incineroar is already on the field, and it's going to be able to get the boost from the grassy terrain as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it safely got in there too because the Incineroar had the slower parting shot. It was able to go after Yoel's flare blitzing Incineroar, so Rillaboom comes in very safely right now. But we do see that Amoonguss has Protect still on it, so which always gives the Amoonguss the option to kind of protect itself, obviously, and so Incineroar can then do the work. But Incineroar can't protect here from this potential Ivy Cudgel, which is coming out into that slot.
Yep, so much damage still, even though it is resisted, takes it below 50%, and the U-turn not enough to be able to get the KO, however. You know, I'm surprised. Sometimes that can deal a significant chunk to the Incineroar, but it definitely has a little bit of bulk to its brawn as well and is able to hang on for its trainer.
Incineroar back in yet again. That revolving door of Pokemon is very real right now in this round 4 of the Utrecht Special Event. And here's another Flare Blitz from Yoel's Incineroar, again into Joan's Incineroar. So Joan making incredible plays here, getting the Pokemon in exactly the right time to take these moves.
And finally, the Amoonguss able to connect a Spore onto the opposing Ogerpon as it has dropped its grass typing. It is now a prime victim for the sleep. I mean, it has definitely put in a shift throughout this match so far, doing a lot of damage, going for a lot of Swords Dances. So maybe it does need to take a little bit of rest and relaxation in order to come back fresh into this match. The issue is, can Yoel capitalize on this opportunity? He only has these last 2 remaining Pokemon, the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. And let's be honest, Amoonguss not known for being able to hit hard, and Incineroar on very dwindling HP.
Yeah, it's looking like Yoel definitely has the back against the wall here. Incineroar is the main way to deal this damage here with the Flare Blitz, honestly. Amoonguss does have that Pollen Puff, which can deal neutral damage into the Incineroar, and that's unaffected by the Intimidate. So with maybe a few critical hits behind Amoonguss, having that Terra Water as well makes it a good matchup into it.
It definitely does, and does give a little bit of flexibility on the field. The Rage Powder comes through, however, protecting the Incineroar, knowing it's the one that's going to have to deal the damage out there as the Ogerpon takes a turn of sleep. The knockoff comes through onto the opposing Incineroar, is going to be able to remove the safety goggles from the field, meaning that now maybe the Amoonguss is going to be able to put that Pokemon to sleep as well, and it could be a slow and steady match for Yoel to try and take victory. But then you have to play that game of when will the Pokemon break up, and that is something that my blood pressure can never handle, David.
Well, hopefully this will put you at ease, because there is a chance now for Ogerpon to wake up at this point here. So, and as everything goes on, we're a little bit more certain as to when that's going to happen, but likely it's still going to stay off sleep, unfortunately, for Joan here. But still looking at it, though, that pure fire type is a really nice type to be right now. It's really not getting much damage potential into it from a Flare Blitz, which has been weakened by Intimidate, or a knockoff even as well, and Pollen Puff's not going to do much either.
Yeah, and I have to correct myself, actually. The safety goggles are on Yoel's side, not on Joan's side. Instead, it lost its edible little citrus berry there, so not going to have as much longevity on the field, but was already a prime target for the Amoonguss. However, it's not planning to go for that. It's like, Incineroar, you need my help a little bit more. Take a Pollen Puff, get some HP, because I need you to carry this match through for me.
Yeah, this Amoonguss is certainly putting in so much work right now. Like, it's been able to sit on the floor for so long and healing up Incineroar multiple times as well. Like, Joan's had to try and, like, it's already KO'd technically, like, more than one Incineroar right now. But, like, it's just still sitting on the field here doing Incineroar things.
Yes, and Ogerpon wants to do Ogerpon things as it goes for the Ivy Cudgel, just trying to get this pesky Incineroar off the field, but it's not able to do it. The Incineroar's going for another knockoff here, but I have to say, the grassy terrain is also playing a massive role in this match. It's able to get that recovery because these knockoffs are doing nothing, and they're going to do even less considering there's now been the parting shot.
Yeah, so another parting shot here. Looks like these trainers are knowing what's going on here. Joel, I think maybe hope the Incineroar was going to go down there to that Incineroar, but not quite. So parting shot comes straight out again, and there's that Spore, but not going to be affecting that Rillaboom. But yet again, Incineroar gets away with staying like on the field this turn. So the question is, can Amoonguss get another Pollen Puff off Lou?
That's the thing. I think it's on its last legs, however, because even if the Amoonguss is able to go for the Pollen Puff here, you've got the Fake Out coming in from the Rillaboom, you've got the Ivy Cudgels just raining down on you from this opposing Ogerpon. So I think it's wise to go for the forfeit here and just get into game 2. There's so much information both these trainers have been able to glean from each other about the speed interactions of the Pokemon, but also their relative bulk in investment, so they can see exactly how the trainers have trained them.
Yeah, exactly. It gives a lot of information that the team sheets alone do not give, especially in these open team sheet best of 3 sets. So yes, Joan Poyato taking that first win quite convincingly, honestly. Like, it really kind of shows how Ogerpon Half-Flame has maybe gone underexplored a little bit, or maybe people are maybe under-preparing for a little bit, maybe preparing more for that Ogerpon Wellspring. But here it is, setting up those Swords Dances, and being immune to those Spores to start with, and then can really pile on the offensive pressure with those Ivy Cudgels.
Yes, and I like the defensive plays that were coming through as well, going for these wide spiky shields, going for the fake outs to just enable a little bit of longevity or to set up one of those Swords Dances, did give Joanne a little bit more of an advantage. One thing UL I think did very well, however, was just keep piloting and pivoting in Pokemon like the Incineroar and the Amoonguss, because then they were in a prime position to either go for the fake out or even go for something like the Spore. I think it was always a bit of an uphill struggle, however, when UL wasn't able to get the Trick Room off at the very, very beginning, and I like the strategy going for those Ice Beams. It immediately would catch the Landorus user off guard. However, it just wasn't able to then get the ball rolling to help the Amoonguss a little bit more, to help Pokemon maybe like the Tinglu to really, really thrive. And I really like the play. As much as I am rooting for Tinglu in this tournament, I really like the play where it went down. It did just show that Yuan identified a potential threat. Like, hey, I've got 2 fire types on the field right now. I need to get rid of this Stomping Tantrum Pokemon because it's going to be so disruptive. It's going to affect my special attackers as well. Although, to be fair, the last 3 were all physical attackers, but it just needs to go. And he was able to eliminate it very quickly.
Yeah, like in great fashion too. And that's the disadvantage of not running a Pokemon with Protect as well. It makes it a very safe target into that slot. And so with Tinglu having that Sulfus, it makes it very like susceptible to a double up like that. But I really like your point you made about like Trick Room going up, particularly that, well, Trick Room not going up rather. Like it just really didn't help because then Yoel's team was just entirely slow every single time, apart from the Incineroar Mirror here. But what I'd actually like Yoel even to switch up on is that Komodo, because the Ogerpon was such a problem, and Komodo can very much take on those hits much better.
Yeah, I would love to see a bold adjustment out of the blocks. Instead, it's going to be the Porygon 2 with the Incineroar, so that is indeed a change. And I like it. You can go for the fake out of your very own and maybe enable a Trick Room to be set up very early doors. The Incineroar and the Landorus on the opposing side, again, very, very standard lead, allowing maybe the Landorus to try and get some damage out on the board and maybe get rid of this Incineroar with a cheeky Earth Power as soon as it can.
Yeah, so it definitely threatens a lot of damage here, and we also into the Porygon 2 as we saw last game. But yeah, I like this lead from Yoel actually, because based on the information from game 1, Yoel now knows that their own Incineroar is faster than Joanne's Incineroar, and so the decision is in their court as to which fake out target that they can go for. But actually looks like Yoel is pulling it back straight away into that Amoonguss, and oh, we may even see a Trick Room here. Let's see.
This was the lead that actually came out in game 1, Amoonguss and Porygon 2 front and center, so possibly indicating now that it's back in play that this is going to be the Trick Room, because then Amoonguss is in prime position to go for some of these cheeky Spores. Terrestrialization comes out of the block though as well, and I love to see this on the Landorus, making sure that it could not take a fake out from that Incineroar if it was still in play. However, the Porygon 2 has to take the fake out from the opposing one. There is indeed the Earth Power. Wow, so much damage into the Amoonguss. If that had been the Incineroar, it would be toast.
Yeah, completely toast. But honestly, like, again, another such bulky Pokemon has taken so much damage, and no Trick Room set up either for this Porygon 2. So there's nothing stopped Joanne going for that Earth Power yet again into the Amoonguss. No Terror is going to help it either. Porygon 2 could get up a Trick Room, but it will be a turn too late for Amoonguss. So the question is, does Yoel go on the Protect for this Amoonguss and try and get Porygon 2 to go for that Trick Room here instead, assuming it can survive a double up from both of these targets, which it could likely can, I'd say, because you've got the Intimidate already on the Incineroar on Joan's end, so then Trick can go up relatively for free, and then in future turns, Porygon 2 can just start recovering up.
It's an obvious play, though, to go for the Protect, so just going in for this Earth Power, and I actually really like this play. KOs the Amoonguss. It was a pretty safe one, because at the end of the day, there's not a lot that you can do to the opposing Porygon 2. You might as well target down that Amoonguss into play, and the Incineroar can go for that cheeky parting shot, just lower the special attack that it had got boosted from its ability at the beginning of the game. And now Porygon 2, yes, if it does want to go for something like a Trick Room, it's not in the strongest position to deal with this opposing Landorus. If it doesn't obviously terrestrialize itself, the normal Terra Blasts aren't going to be able to go into the Ghost. The Ice Beams aren't going to be able to do much to it anyway, because it's no longer got the 4x super effective weakness. But at least there's Trick Room on the field, Pokemon trainers. It's finally here. This Porygon 2 has done it.
Yeah, this is what Yoel had been waiting for, I think. Looking at the Pokemon here as well, that Komodo is a fairly speedy Pokemon, but this one probably not trained to be that speedy, so it's probably going to definitely make the most of it right now. And in front of this Rillaboom as well, this Rillaboom is not offering any damage into it. The Landorus, on the other hand, is going to be the main threat that can hit this Komodo, even if Dire defenses go up, because the Landorus hits on that special attacking side. However, the Porygon 2 has a lot of special attack behind it, now at neutral because of the parting shot, but still an Ice Beam or a Terra Blast can still deal a decent bit of damage into that Landorus, which otherwise usually isn't very bulky.
Komodo has to play it carefully, though, now. It wants to be able to get those iron defenses up and start dealing some big damage. Woodhammer, oh, big damage indeed. Able to get the critical hit onto that opposing Porygon 2. Is the Landorus going to be able to follow up and get the knockout? That is the question. The iron defense comes up onto this Komodo, but in the face of a special attacker, that is going to be null and void. The Earth Power is enough to get the knockout. I don't know if the critical hit mattered. Probably did. I mean, Porygon 2 is incredibly bulky, but I was definitely a Porygon Z user, so my calculations on Porygon 2 are a little rusty.
Yeah, honestly, it depends on the training, I think, of either of these trainers, really. Like, it could have been really close, to be fair, but either way, Porygon 2 going down for Joan again in the second game is absolutely massive. However, Yoel's putting all of their eggs into the Komodo basket right now. Defenses are up on this Komodo, so body presses are going to start doing that damage. However, not into this Terra Ghost Landorus, however, so it's still going to rely on the Iron Head, which isn't going to do that much damage either. And with the Incineroar in the back, Joan can lower the attack set of the Komodo even further, and the other physical attacker is this Incineroar, so Joan's still got plenty of options into the rest of this game.
I'm loving this Terra Ghost Landorus. Does give it so much immunity on the field from things like Fake Out, the Terra Blast, the Body Press, like you were saying, and it's just able to sit pretty on the field, go for a Protect and burn through one of these Trick Room turns. U-turn with another critical hit. Calm down, Rillaboom. Able to just get a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar, but again, critically, the thing here is that you can bring Fake Out in again. You can bring the Incineroar in from the back. It can go for an Intimidate, it can go for a Fake Out, and just slow down these Trick Room turns. At the same time, slowing down the Komodo. That will enable the Landorus to be able to start getting some big damage off onto the board.
You certainly can, and look what's coming in here. It's the Raging Bolt that's really switching things up, but it's going to be taking a Body Press for its troubles, and what a bulky Pokemon, but it takes it so, well, not that well, honestly. That is a lot of damage onto the Raging Bolt here, and seeing that the grassy terrain kind of reveals a bit more of the speeds about the interactions of this Pokemon in the Trick Room scenario.
It also highlights the strength of Komodo and when it can get set up, how dangerous it can be. Speaking of danger, though, Landorus actually isn't quite as safe as I thought. The Incineroar is running that knockoff. That will be a super effective move, considering it is now a Ghost type. So that is something that the Landorus has to pivot in and around. I mean, there are still all 4 Pokemon remaining on Joan's side, so possibly you could switch it out, preserve it for when the Trick Room is over.
Yeah, so there's plenty of options that Joan kind of has here, whereas Yoel is definitely stuck in with the last 2 Pokemon. No switching available, stat changes can't happen either, but there is a Landorus switch.
Did the Komodo body press into that slot? Because that would be a really awesome call. Body pressing into a Ghost type when a super effective damaging Pokemon like the Incineroar is coming into its play. We have yet to tell. I think it's wise that the Raging Bolt does go for the Protect here, just wanting to make sure it doesn't get KO'd by another one of those body presses, as the Incineroar decides to take a leaf out of Yuan's playbook here and go for a parting shot of its very own, just neutralizing some of the offensive pressure that the Incineroar can have.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. It was the body press going into a fantastic call. That was a Ghost type Pokemon, then it is an Incineroar, super effective damage, high risk, high reward. Yoel, fantastic play.
Madness, absolutely mad play. Like, body pressing into the Ghost type, love that. So, okay, yeah, that definitely is going to put Yoel in a better position now. Taking an absolutely free KO there, taking nothing back that turn either. Exactly what he needed to kind of get the momentum into his favor, honestly, really. And still with the Terra option, as we can see here too. So that is going to enable enable the Incineroar to potentially take an Earth Power much better from a Landorus that is still on the opposite side of the field now. But the Raging Bolt is still here at the moment, and that offers Thunderclap as a priority attack. So it's going to be able to get an attack off before it goes down, because it's likely to be able to go down to a Komodo hit again, as we saw how much body press it did. And the Incineroar on the other end, that still does have that knockoff, which might be enough, but depends, because the Incineroar had just come in on Joan's end and intimidated it. So again, the damage calculations are really vague at the moment. We're really not sure how much damage everything's going to do.
Yeah, it may not be enough to be able to get the knockout, but definitely put Landorus in a vulnerable position. It's actually back in the exact same spot. It just switched out to avoid, and now things look a little bit more tricky for it. So I think it's wise that it's going to be able to go for a Protect here, enabling Rillaboom to join the field, where you have the capability to go for that fake out in the next turn and be able to try and get some damage off with this Landorus. It looks like it was the parting shot going down into that slot, but it does find its mark on a Protect as the body press nearly gets the KO on the Rillaboom. Not quite enough, however.
No, not enough, but that is big, honestly, for Joan, because then the fake out turn really makes a big difference into the next turn. And we've just seen the Trick Room has expired as well. So Landorus is now the fastest thing on the field, most likely, and threatens so much damage into this Incineroar, unless we see the Terror on in that Ghost type there, which would also make it immune to the fake out that the Rillaboom also has. So it's a definite option for Yoel at this point. But the Rillaboom still has to contend with this Komodo, and so does Joan's Landorus, and that's got to be the main way to deal damage into it right now. So Joan really needs to make sure his Landorus stays safe for that Komodo.
I honestly love this Ghost Terror as well. As you said, means that the fake out will not be able to connect onto the Incineroar, means it will not be able to flinch, meaning Incineroar is able to go for that knockoff and finally get damage onto the board against that opposing Landorus, as well as losing its weakness to those ground type moves. Komodo actually able to finish the Rillaboom off, like bye-bye, see you, go back into your Pokeball, and now all eyes do come down onto this opposing Incineroar. Is it going to go for the knockoff? Yes, it is. Is not enough, however. Those Intimidates really paying off from earlier.
Yeah, that's a massive turn for Yoel, honestly. No fake out either into that Komodo is absolutely huge, and we can see the Komodo actually outsped the Rillaboom as well, which is also massive. So we might have been seeing like a U-turn, for instance, from Joan's Rillaboom instead to be able to get it out safely, but it's not this time, and that Landorus can't do as much damage into the following turns.
Yeah, Landorus is going to fall victim to the Earth Power. Now it's a 2v1 situation in Joan's favor. The issue is, of course, the Komodo is still incredibly healthy, but it has all these defense boosts in the face of a special attacker in the form of that Landorus that isn't going to mind that at all. It's able to get the KO onto the opposing Raging Bolt, but it cannot physically get a KO onto this opposing Landorus.
Well, we've got the Iron Head now. It is at -1 attack as well, so this Landorus still might be able to survive one attack, but it depends if his Earth Power can 2-hit KO or not. Let's see. It's not quite enough, so we might see the Iron Head. Let's see if this is enough as well. No, it's not either.
That's true, it does have the Iron Hand of its sleeve, but it's not able to get the knockout on this turn. It looks like it might be able to take one more of those. The issue is, of course, the leftovers on this Komodo. It could be the last ticket that it needs in order to get through this match. Very wise Protect, being able to get that little bit more longevity on the field and forcing this Landorus to keep going through its Earth Powers.
Yeah, it has to keep going, and there may be a point that Yoel's Komodo is starting to get healthy enough that it can now and then take 2 more Earth Powers still. That's the question now. Here comes the Iron Head. Is it going to be enough this time into this Landorus? First it needs to take this Earth Power. It still takes it. It's not going to be able to take another one. Iron Head, it is enough!
It does! We're going to a Game 3, Pokemon trainers. All the action is happening here at the Utrecht Special Event. What an absolute showdown in that Game 2. Komodo, you called it, David. You wanted to see that adjustment coming into Game 2, and it certainly did not disappoint.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it certainly didn't. And like, Yoel was 4-2 down so early in that game as well. And then to completely turn it around was absolutely incredible to see. Calling every slot so well. That Incineroar switch in as well. As it switched in rather, was like incredible. Getting that Komodo, oh my goodness, yeah. What a game. What a game to show off Komodo.
And I really do think Komodo was the story the whole way through that. It was able to get the Iron defense up really easily towards the beginning of the game, and then just had that longevity on the field. The body presses were able to get some good knockouts left, right, and center, and then even down towards the end, the Iron Hand was just enough, and it would not have been possible without the Incineroar, and I think that's the other Pokemon I really want to champion. It had a lot of flexibility coming in with the fake outs and the Intimidates, but the constant threat of that knockoff into the opposing Landorus was what enabled the Iron Heads to get the knockout in the end. So it really did come down So that Ghost Terrestrialization, being able to enable the Landorus, the Incineroar to hang on after the first Earth Power, which it wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, and then get that knockoff off, was able to allow the Komodo to get victory.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. The Terra type coming in to like absolutely play for this entire game. And if it had been that Terra Poison instead that we most commonly see on Landorus Incarnate, then the knockoff obviously wouldn't have done as much, but then would have been actually more susceptible to the body press than the Komodo. So you've got a damage trade-off there either way. So Yoel may have still been able to kind of clinch it out there with a boosted body press in that end game too. So yeah, the question is, going into game 3 now, obviously that worked for Yoel going with that, I'm going to say Dragonite there, with that Komodo there.
Yeah.
But like, does Joan like switch things up again here? Maybe even look to that Bronzong potentially.
Yeah, Bronzong could be an interesting choice just to kind of retaliate with the same strategy with those body presses. But the issue that you've got is still that Amoonguss. Amoonguss is a Pokemon that can thrive in Trick Room, being able to put opposing Pokemon to sleep, just can kind of stop it in its tracks a little bit, as well as the fact that you have such strong Fire-type Pokemon like the Incineroar that can come into the fray and just be a little bit disruptive. You could, of course, just go for the slow and steady situation, go for the Terrafire yourself so that you're not going to have to worry so much about anything the Incineroar can do, because actually, you know, Knockoff and Flare Blitz are both things Bronzong won't appreciate at all. So I wonder if that will be the adaptation or if it's just going to be more of the offensive pressure on Huan's side of the field.
Yeah, and that is definitely the offensive pressure that we've seen. So it's the 3rd time in a row we've seen Incineroar plus Landorus Incarnate for Joan. And for Joan's end, it's Incineroar plus Porygon 2, which was the same lead as in game 2. So looks like Yoel sticking with, well, this worked last time, I'm going to do it again.
Exactly. Yeah, Trick Room was what was needed, right? It's what was able to get through that game too. So I see no reason why Yoel wouldn't want to maybe try and get that up again. But surely, David, is tempting to go for Ice Beam here.
Yes, that Ice Beam could be very big right now. And it definitely forces Joan to actually spend that Terra onto that Ghost. And if you're spending your Terra really early on, it gives you your opponent so many more options and makes it so much clearer as to what to do. Whereas as we saw in game 1, where the Amoonguss Terra was saved for so long, it kept things guessing.
The fake out just goes straight down across the board, so there's going to be no damage dealt really here in this turn 0, just a couple of fake outs being traded. So all eyes really do come down to this next turn. There is no more fake out utility. Are we going to see some parting shots potentially to lower the offensive pressure of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field? And is Porygon 2 going to Ice Beam or Trick Room?
Yeah, and what something could be interesting as well is that obviously we've seen the Landorus go for a substitute in game 1 to be able to take an Ice Beam really well. And the question is, the speed interactions between the Incineroar and the Porygon 2 could be such that a Flare Blitz could knock out a substitute, and then an Ice Beam follow-up could then knock out the Landorus again. So if Yoel could maybe call Joan maybe doing that, that would be a massive play and get it out of the way really quickly.
Yes, because the Source Substitute kind of does a little bit of the work for you, taking rid of 25% of the HP of that Pokemon. It could give the advantage that is needed. Ting Lu's back, however, and this Lu is very happy to see it for sure. It is going to be a Protect coming out from the opposing Landorus, however, just not wanting to risk the potential Ice Beam coming through as the Incineroar decides to capitalize on this and get out of there with the parting shot. Just going to be able to neutralize the Porygon 2 a little bit more and possibly intimidate a little bit later on. That could be critical considering that the Ting Lu has come into the field. It is a physical attacker and you want to be able to stop it from going through your team.
Rillaboom is the choice of Pokemon coming in here, as it has been for Joan in both of the previous games as well, bringing Fake Out right back onto the field and threading a lot of Grass-type damage into that Ting Lu particularly.
Yes, and there's the Trick Room, David. What we know this Porygon 2 loves to see, and Ting Lu may be in a good position to be able to start capitalizing on this. The issue, however, is the Rillaboom on the field. With that Grassy Glide priority, it's not going to worry about the speed tiers.
No, it definitely isn't, but for Ting Lu, hopefully, it's going to be able to take at least a Grassy Glide, but a Wood Hammer, on the other hand, possibly not, because Rillaboom's really strong, honestly. But like with Intimidate in the back for Yoel could be a really nice switch in for that Incineroar to be able to lower the offensive pressure a little bit of that Rillaboom and keep this Ting Lu much safer, because Ting Lu offers a lot of offensive pressure, particularly from that Throat Chop or into that Heavy Slam.
That's very true, and I think Lander is getting out of there going, I do not want to take an Ice Beam, so we're going to bring a Fire-type Pokemon into this slot instead to be able to take that much, much better, as well as get that Intimidate down onto the Ting Lu. The Ice Beam was indeed the move of choice here, and you can see Incineroar able to take that incredibly well, as the Ting Lu follows up, however, with the Throat Chop.
Yeah, there's the Throat Chop into the Incineroar, which is going to prevent it being able to parting shot in following turns. And there's the Wood Hammer, but it's not quite enough to KO this Ting Lu. Massive survival there.
You said it does big damage, and it certainly does, particularly boosted up by that grassy terrain. Of course, a Terrestrialization onto the Ting Lu would have been able to help out a little bit there, but it was not the choice here. Instead, just shutting down that opposing Incineroar with the Throat Chop, I think, has been a really nice pivoting play.
Yeah, that definitely stops the revolving door Pokemon a little bit more here, putting a wedge onto that door instead. So the Porygon 2 now still in that Trick Room is offering a lot of damage potential with the Ice Beams and that Terra Blast as well into either of these slots here. So Yoel really needs to make the most of these Trick Room turns, I think, at the moment. And as we can see, the Porygon 2 is still at mutual special attack, offering a decent amount of offensive presence, and that Stomping Tantrum is definitely a threat from this Tinglu.
Yes, it definitely is. And Tinglu getting out of there going, I do not want to take a Grassy Glide because that would be more than enough to finish me off. So that is why the Incineroar, being a fire type, is able to come in here. And we actually are seeing both these trainers identifying the type weaknesses of their Pokemon and bringing in Pokemon that can take those attacks really, really well. Fake Out goes down into Porygon 2, doesn't want to risk something like the Ice Beam going into the Grass type Rillaboom, as the Rillaboom actually just going straight for a U-turn here, not a Grassy Glide. U-turn, I think, is a great choice. It would have still been able to get the KO onto that opposing Tinglu, but does enable Yuan a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, it does. Like, it means you can bring in Rillaboom at a later stage and go for another Fake Out again. So Landorus coming in nice and safely here as well. That's the advantage of having a pivoting move when you're also going last in the turn as well, where you can switch in something that's a little bit frailer, like that Landorus Incarnate, much more safely, knowing it's not going to be able to take an attack. However, going to the next turn, Porygon 2 is still sitting there with an Ice Beam, so it can still definitely threaten down this Landorus. So Juan needs to either go for the Protect, go for that Terror, or even switch it out yet again to be able to take this Ice Beam that's very much likely coming out from Yoel's end.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Protect come through, because it's not like you can switch into the Incineroar in the back anymore, because it is currently on the field, and you don't want to bring your Rillaboom in to take an Ice Beam either. It does have the Assault Burst, so it'll be able to take it reasonably well, but hey, why risk a potential freeze chance here, you know?
Oh no, you've spoken it into existence, Cielu. Let's see if that actually does end up happening, because it certainly turns games on its head. But it's going to be the Terra Ghost again for this Landorus Incarnate into this game 3 here. And there's the party shot into the Incineroar now this time instead, as it will be slowly switching out yet again.
Komodo makes another appearance in this set, but it's a little bit later than it was in game 2. Of course, Komodo just wants to be able to get the iron defenses up so it can start threatening with those body presses. Once again, you see the Ghost Landorus on the opposing side of the field, a Pokemon that isn't going to have to worry about those body presses. It really comes down to all the other partner Pokemon that are going to suffer from taking damage there.
Yeah, it's a really good point, but I'd really like seeing the Komodo yet again at the moment now. So it looks like Yoel's gone for a very similar plan, but switching up that Amoonguss to actually the Tinglu in this instance. And I really like that switch up, because the Amoonguss wasn't doing a whole lot into the rest of the team, but Tinglu offers that Vessel of Ruin to be able to reduce the offensive presence of that Landorus that was doing so much damage back into the Komodo. And obviously, probably the only thing that can do decent damage into the Komodo. But there's the Earth Power finishing it off.
Yeah, exactly, but it does give Komodo that breathing room that it might need, and Tinglu, I think it kind of done its job, maybe is a little bit more expendable now on the team, because you really want the Incineroar to stay nice and healthy to provide that support to Komodo, and you need the Porygon 2 to pressure with things like the Ice Beam, to pressure with things like the potential Trick Room for later on in the match. Of course, now the Ice Beam only really going to be targeting down into that opposing Rillaboom, although it will still do a significant chunk to Landorus, and as we saw in game 2, all the damage can stack up in that end game.
Yeah, it definitely can. And Porygon 2 just got a special attack boost again, so that's going to really stack up damage as well, even if to something that does not take super effective damage from it either. Question is, can Komodo start setting up here? Because Joanne still has 4 pretty healthy Pokemon still, and Joanne's done a great job of stalling out the Trick Room on Yoel's end. So the main thing that's going to make a difference for that is if Komodo does start getting up those iron defenses to start doing the damage. But there's the Ice Beam with this final turn of Trick Room into the Landorus, but not doing quite enough for a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, definitely underwhelming damage to what we're used to when we see an Ice Beam go down into a Landorus. The Wood Hammer just chipping away at this opposing Komodo, but not enough to stop it for going for this iron defense. This is where Komodo wants to be. It can now apply a lot of offensive pressure with those opposing attacks. However, the Landorus is doing its best to get rid of it, so it does not have to face it down in a showdown at the end again. That was a big amount of damage coming through from the Earth Power.
Yeah, absolutely huge, to be honest. And now that is the last turn of Trick Room as well, completely up. So this Komodo is going to be on the back foot yet again for this Landorus now. It could just threaten a damage right back in. However, the Porygon 2 isn't looking too shabby, to be honest. That's full health. So, and the grassy terrain has run out too, so the Wood Hammer damage is reduced too. So there's a pretty safe Trick Room plus Protect here that Yoel can go for, which is probably going to be quite crucial to be able to get the rest of this game going. And even if Joanne kind of calls it, doubles into the Porygon 2, there's still probably not going to be a KO, and therefore can start dishing damage right back at them into the future turns. But again, Joanne stalled the Trick Room turns out last time when Yoel had all 4 Pokemon left, and now Yoel only has 3 Pokemon left, so could likely still do it again, unless Yoel makes some crazy reads that like he did in game 2 with that body press.
Honestly, really surprised to not see a Protect come out there, actually. You know, thinking the Protect expect, get a little bit of leftover recovery, a cheeky trick room, it'll be great. But no, it has gone before I can even get the words out of my mouth here. The U-turn is going to come through into that Porygon 2 as well and just make some adjustments on the Rillaboom side. But I really am skeptical as to whether the power of an Incineroar and a Porygon 2 are going to be enough to take down the Titans of all 4 remaining Pokemon on Joanne's side.
Well, Porygon 2 is a bulky Pokemon, and it's got Recover. So I have seen a world where Porygon 2 can solo game somehow if the damage potential of the opponent is not enough to deal at least half the damage in one turn, because the Recover obviously then heals up half the HP. So that is now Yoel's win condition here. They need to try and make sure that Porygon 2 stays healthy enough and can consistently deal damage across the board to be able to deal it, but it's definitely going to be an uphill struggle.
Yes, it will be. It looks a little bit difficult. Yes, you can go for something like the knockoff into the Landorus, but we've already seen that it can be underwhelming, particularly if these Intimidates from the opposing Incineroar are able to come through, and that is exactly the position that Joanne has available to him at this point. Joanne is actually in his very first season of competitive Pokemon play, so really is trying to carve out a name for himself, and by using these Pokemon in such an eloquent way, revolving them in and out and just applying so much pressure, he's demonstrating that he really is knowing how this team works.
Exactly. Like, this team is particularly impressive, and like, it's so good into so many different options. Now, Incineroar is going for that Terror, as it's done in many times across the previous set, and it's going to be that Ghost Terror, meaning no fake outs can affect it. Earth powers are going to be taken a lot better, so that's definitely what is going to be needed here to be able to take this game. But there's the Protect from that Landorus. The question is, has Yoel called it here?
Ghost Terrors seem to be all the range right now, and it's definitely giving these trainers a little bit more longevity on the field. It is going to be, once again, the parting shot coming through, and honestly, I don't see a reason for the Incineroar to be going for anything else right now. Just playing that long end game, going to make sure that there's no offensive pressure coming through from these 2 Pokemon that cannot switch on Yoel's side to reset any of those stat drops, and then enabling your partner Pokemon to just chip away and get some KOs.
Rillaboom here yet again. Setting up that Grassy Surge may actually be better for Yoel's Porygon 2, honestly, because that means that's more recovery every turn for it to be able to last a little bit longer, get off those recovers, or maybe not need it to get off recovers as soon as it needs to either. But the question is, though, can Yoel still stall it out? And that probably is the case, because Porygon 2 can't protect either, so it's very susceptible to a fake out every single time. So looking like fake out into the Porygon 2 looks kind of safe here, plus attacking with the Landorus that's just protected as well. Incineroar's not going to be able to dish out much damage either, and Incineroar is still in the back for Joanne as well, to be able to switch it back in again, lower the offensive pressure with the Incineroar, and stop it taking KOs on either of these targets.
The Ghost Terror on the Incineroar also can be a little bit detrimental, considering that now it will be taking big damage from the Grassy Glide and the Wood Hammer as well, so it doesn't really have that safety in the face of the Rillaboom that it's had previously. Here comes another Intimidate coming through. Who would have thought it? It's really the strategy that Joanne needs to be able to just guarantee and lock up this win condition. Oh, okay, Rillaboom's frozen. This is not the time to do this, Rillaboom. You need to be able to come through, but the Flare Blitz follow-up is actually going to be able to get the knockout. So the freeze didn't matter here at all, but just a little tense moment for us as viewers.
It just makes it a little bit easier for Rillaboom as it goes down, but yeah, like a little bit of insult to injury there, showing that potential to get further freezes to the rest of the team, honestly. The Incineroar, though, on Joanne's end would be a little bit safer from a freeze, because Flare Blitz means you do Thaw from it as soon as you click into that move, but Landorus wouldn't be safe. But we have seen Landorus can take an Ice Beam. That damage from there, I think, was an Ice Beam earlier, so it knows it can take another one, potentially even another one after a parting shot comes out from the Joanne's Incineroar to lower the special attack of this Porygon 2 in the later stages of this game. So yeah, this Porygon 2 is still looking healthy. The Incineroar's looking healthy as well. So you are still very much managing this board position now. He's taking down another Pokemon, and there's just 3 more to go.
And you have the grassy terrain to contend with as well, particularly as that Landorus isn't a flying type anymore. It's going to be able to read the benefits from it here too, and that could give it a little bit more longevity in the face of these Ice Beams. Porygon 2 just trying to take it down, but the Wise Protect to soak up some of that grassy terrain before it leaves the field is really nice. The Will-O-Wisp coming through, though, not something you see every day, and definitely not something you see normally going into an Incineroar. But this Ghost Terror actually being so detrimental to the Incineroar on Yoel's side of the field, it is now burned. You don't even need to worry about the parting shots and the Intimidates anymore, because that attack stat has been dropped.
It certainly has. And the thing about critical hits as well is that it doesn't bypass the effect the burn has either. So it makes it a lot safer for Joanne to position around, knowing that even if a critical hit happens, it's still going to be a very much reduced damage thanks to that burn.
Exactly, just makes things a little bit more difficult for Yoel, but a little bit more of a relief for Joanne here, trying to close out this particular set. It's definitely been a long one, but these trainers have been able to calculate every single move to make sure that they're not giving too much momentum to their opponent. Porygon 2, again, just able to go for some of these ice beams into something like the Landorus, but my question is, what can it really do to the Incineroar?
Yeah, it's a good point. There's not a whole lot, really. Like Terra Blast would be the main thing for the Porygon 2 to go into Joan's Incineroar, and going back into that Ghost type, you've still got at least the knockoff as well. There's the Ice Beam as well. Let's see if it gets a freeze. No, not quite. But there's a Flare Blitz. Now taking not so, that damage not so well anymore on Incineroar, but still taking it very, very well. Such a bulky Pokemon. Follow it with that knockoff, though, is enough for another KO with that Grilly to go ahead.
Do you know what? I think it needed that to be able to get the knockout there.
Yeah.
Just due to all the Intimidates, parting shots, and of course the burn as well, I think the Landorus would have been able to hang on. So that was definitely what you need in order to try and pull through this game. Things definitely look a little bit more even now. You have an Incineroar versus an Incineroar, and we actually haven't been able to see Joanne's last Pokemon as of yet. So it's time to reveal who is the Pokemon behind the Pokeball.
I think it needs to be that Ogerpon Half-Flame if there's going to be a decent chance to take down this Porygon 2. But no, it's the Raging Bolt instead. This is the safety goggles set with Thunderbolt, Draco Meteor, Thunderclap, and Protect. So there's no damage boosting move there. So honestly, I don't think it's going to be able to deal enough damage to this Porygon 2 where it will put it in range, to go past through all the recovers that this Porygon 2 can go for. So honestly, it's coming down to the wire really as to how Joanne is going to be able to deal with it. It's going to have to be Flare Blitz after Draco Meteor, after maybe Draco Meteor crit, Thunderbolt Paralysis potentially could put it in its favor. And that is more likely to happen the longer the game goes on anyway, because the more turns you have, the more chances you have of getting those additional effects like those burns, those paralysis, which Joanne may need to be relying on here.
The issue though, as you said earlier, is the recover on that Porygon 2. It's definitely a problem, because particularly if you go for something like the Draco Meteors, you're going to be lowering your special attack, and you can't switch out anymore. There's only 2 remaining Pokemon. Not able, even with the Thunderbolt, to be able to get the KO down onto that opposing Incineroar, and you are going to have your special attack and attack dropped by a parting shot. This could be kind of the last hurrah for the Incineroar on UL's side. However, it's definitely in a very vulnerable position. But the Porygon 2 trying to have the last laugh here and go for the Trick Room. This does enable it to go for very fast recovers if and when it needs to.
Yeah, it definitely does. So it means you can kind of recover knowing how much you're going to recover rather than trying to anticipate it in the future turns. But Grass Terrain does subside now. That's probably good for Joanne right now, because you definitely don't want to give this Porygon 2 the least amount of health that it can have. Now, we know the interactions with the speeds of the Incineroar here. So Joanne's Incineroar with the Trick Room up should go first here and be able to dispatch of that Incineroar on Yoel's end here. So I like the Protect on this Raging Bolt, keeping itself safe from that Porygon 2.
Yes, and Porygon 2 looking to go for the Ice Beam there into the Electric Dragon. That definitely would have hurt a little bit, as the Incineroar just, again, goes for a Nuller parting shot. There really isn't this kind of urgency to deal damage at this point. It's just about trying to get rid of this Porygon 2. The Incineroar, once again, on UL's side, I don't know how it's hanging on so long, but it's definitely not giving up the fight. The burn is going to come through and will be able to get the knockout, however, so it's definitely put in a lot of work for its trainer, but it comes down to this Porygon 2. You mentioned earlier that you don't think the opponent has the capability to get through it, and looking that it's actually managed to take down 2 Pokemon, it's now in a 1v2 rather than a 1v4, which was potentially the situation. It's definitely giving itself a little bit of a run for the win here.
Yeah, it certainly is, but can it do it quick enough?
Yeah.
Because honestly, the time is ticking down of this match. So when the time of this game runs out, like with 2 Pokemon, Joanne will technically win this game. So Porygon 2 needs to get its little feet on and start taking KOs.
You have to worry about the Flare Blitzers as well, because they do recoil damage. That's something you don't want to take either. The Thunderbolt's coming through, and I'm kind of wondering, why are we maybe not burning this Porygon 2 if you're Joanne here? But at the same time, I think it's probably better to try and get a paralysis with something like the Thunderbolt, just to be able to try and stop it from going from these recovers. A burn at the end of the day isn't going to affect it. It's a special attacker, and it can recover away the damage anyway. Another Ice Beam coming through, and another Protect. Really wise, calm plays coming through from Joanne here, but it's going to be a Will-O-Wisp coming through, so actually maybe thinking, I don't want to go for the risk. I'm going to risk that Will-O-Wisp will hit, but I'm able to get the damage down here and just start chipping away a little bit at Porygon 2.
Yeah, you called it, Lou. Yeah, the Will-O-Wisp is definitely a really good play here. So regardless of where this Porygon 2 targets or keeps itself safe, that Will-O-Wisp burn chip is definitely going to add up later on to this game. So the question is, how much does the Ice Beam do to Raging Bolt? Not a lot, honestly. That at least needs another 3 to go. Flare Blitz comes up, putting his Porygon 2 a little bit closer to a KO.
Yes, this Porygon 2 is having a lot of attacks battering down on it at this point. You can see there's only 2 minutes left in this match. It definitely is going to be a race to that finish line. And Porygon 2, considering that it didn't go for the recover on this turn and Trick Room has now ended, it looks like it could be curtains for the Porygon 2.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that last electric attack to take down that Porygon 2. And Johan Poyato takes the round 4 of the Utrecht Special Event so convincingly.
A valiant effort from the Porygon 2, but it wasn't enough. Joanne able to take the victory. And I mean, that was an intense set. Those games were long, they were calculated. There was so much going on where Pokemon were only taking a little bit of damage. There were so many defensive switch-ins that we saw, you know, Ice Beams going into an Incineroar, for example. That was really, really interesting to see how the end game was going to come through, because in the first couple of turns, you really couldn't predict how it was going to end.
No, you absolutely couldn't. And it also depends on what Pokemon a trainer has brought as to whether it can deal with those sort of end games. And we're not used to seeing that in this regulation set F meta, because it's only really Porygon 2 that offers those sort of end games where it's like healing up and stalling out the rest of the game. Something else I can think of that used to do that was kind of Ferrothorn with Leech Seeds and stuff as well, which we don't really see anymore.
And Celesteela, let's not forget
Celesteela. Oh my goodness, yeah. So yeah, there's plenty of options for it, but it's mainly Porygon 2 that does that. So maybe trainers aren't as familiar as to how to deal when that end game comes to fruition here, but obviously it was just about enough for Joanne to take that game.
Yes, I completely agree. It was a phenomenal set between our trainers, and I love being able to see Komodo kind of come into the highlight a little bit there.
Yeah.
He's so victorious in that game too. And the Ghost Terror types is something I want to talk about a little bit as well, because we saw it on both sides of the field. I think it was definitely a lot more beneficial for the Landorus, however, on Joanne's side of the field, because being able to stop that body press threat really did mean that UL had to come up with a plan B constantly to deal with that Pokemon.
Yeah, it really does throw a spanner in the works when you've been kind of training so much on the battle stadium and practicing versus everyone's teams, and where Landorus Terra Poison is so common. Suddenly changing that up changes your game plan particularly. So it was great to see that comeback in game 2, where using that knockoff to make the most of that situation was really, really good. But obviously in game 3, it ended up paying dividends even more so, thanks to being able to not take a fake out with your Landorus and also take those body presses completely well.
And I like the way Joanne was constantly thinking about what the win conditions could be and playing according to them. So again, things like identifying that Ghost Terror on the Landorus, hey, I'm now going to be weak to the knockoffs from this opposing Incineroar. There's nothing I can really do to take it out right now. I'm going to have to take a knockoff eventually. So how do I weaken it? Okay, Intimidates, Parting Shots, let's slow it down with things like a fake out, and then eventually forced it to go for its own Ghost Terror as well, which then made it more vulnerable to all the other things as well. So I think it was really nice kind of seeing, hey, I'm weak to this, and then coming up with a way to still be on the field, to still be able to play out your game, but by neutralizing that threat.
Yeah, it was really, really clever, honestly. And practicing with a team that much really kind of helps you realize what you need to bring for that specific event. And I think, yeah, if you've been struggling with this sort of team out there, like that Ting Lu, kind of Porygon 2 stuff, this seems like it's a really nice option. Using that Landorus to threaten special attacking damage into the Incineroar, into the Komodo, into the Porygon 2, which is not slowed down by Intimidate, is a really nice option. So Landorus particularly is a great option. And we saw how great the Oakapon half lane was into the rest of the team, bar the Komodo. So boosting up its damage so much means you can get it on top of all the damage reduction that the Porygon 2 team has.
Do you know what, that half-flame Oakapon, and I'd almost forgotten about it actually, because it kind of didn't come through in the later ends of this set, right? But at the beginning with those Swords Dancers and the Ivy Cudgels, it was just so devastating. But then again, Joanne, I think, really reading the opponent very well and seeing what they were maybe going to do and then adapting accordingly, did just show how he was in control of the set. And for a very first season in competitive play, taking down someone who, I believe, UL's first event was actually the 2017 EUIC, and although it doesn't compete as much, has played a lot of Pokemon for many years and there's a big online presence. Being able to take down someone with all that experience definitely shows that you're one to watch.
Yeah, 100%. That's a huge amount of experience back there, and knowing how Porygon 2 works even, because that's how kind of old the Pokemon is in general in the formats it was relevant in as well. So having that experience behind it as well and be able to take that down, yeah, nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope you guys are enjoying all of the amazing Pokemon coverage that we have here on the video game side of the broadcast. We've already had 2 phenomenal matches going all the way to a game 3. I mean, do you think this sets the tone for the tournament?
Made well do, honestly. Like, looking at the day one usage stats earlier showed, like, there's a lot of bulky Pokemon out there. Incineroar, Raging Bolt, Oakborn Wellspring, so it makes a lot of sense. And consistently, the Porygon 2 team with the Tinglu, etc., that Eric Rios got in Dortmund to top 8 was really, really effective and gives you so many different options, as we saw. So if one mode isn't working, you can switch it up to the Komodo. If that's not working, you switch up to the Tinglu. And a Terra completely can change things like completely on its head. And if someone has an answer for a Porygon 2, for instance, in an endgame, which is obviously normal type, then you can change it to a poison type and make it completely different.
That's true. You can completely throw a spanner in the works with these terrestrializations, and suddenly an offensive Pokemon becomes defensive, and it can be a really interesting way to play out the game. But I think you make an excellent point that a lot of the teams we're seeing at the minute are like hybrids. They kind of have two different modes, and that's exactly what we saw Florian be victorious with in Dortmund as well, with that kind of more Trick Room orientated mode. But then there were some Pokemon that could move speedily on their own as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that's kind of what Johan's team was all about, really. We didn't see the Bronzong mode.
We didn't,
but
unfortunately.
There is that option, though, isn't there? Yeah, you make a good point. Like, it means it's so flexible into whatever team you're going up against. So, like, and the Incineroar, as we saw, is kind of good in and out of Trick Room too, to be able to slow things down, as we saw Johan do so successfully, sorting out Trick Room across multiple sets of usage of it too, to be able to get in that Landorus nice and safely, to be able to throw off those Earth Powers and Sludge Bombs to get the KOs that he needed.
And this was very much a kind of Trick Room team. You had the Porygon 2 and you had the Komodo that seemed to be built, you know, a little bit slower and bulkier, maybe boosting up that defense stat a little bit more. And I think it's interesting that you're seeing a Trick Room team that doesn't have standard Trick Room support Pokemon in the terms of, you know, we've seen Torkoal in the past. Yes, we saw Amoonguss, but that's not really one of the heavy hitters, for example. And actually having Pokemon that would come in and aren't necessarily Trick Room stereotypes, right? But they are able to have that flexibility in and out, I think is showing the balance that the meta is currently kind of establishing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, general, like, bulkiness to a team allows you to be so flexible like that. Like, and I think that's why we've seen a lot of Raging Bolt recently too. That was the safety goggles, I believe, on
yes.
Johan's end for that one. But I think Assault Vest has been the most common item that we've seen, which obviously increases the bulk so much of this already very bulky Pokemon. And then we've often seen it use Snarl, for instance, to help with those sort of Trick Room matchups and that support into like kind of Trick Room more matchups. So, but obviously this one is still pretty good too, because it meant Amoonguss was kind of unbringable in that game 3 for Yoel, and that obviously paid off.
Exactly, and well, I believe Johan is ready and waiting for an interview. So I think you've heard enough of David and I for a while. Let's kick it to the couch and hear what our winner of that last match has to say.
Thank you so much, Lou, and welcome. We're here with the winner of round 4, Johan. Now, congratulations. You've just played a really long set of Pokemon, and it was back and forwards all the way. But more importantly, Yoel is one of your good friends. Tell us, what were you thinking when you saw that pairing?
Es que estaba fuera con Joel, con Fola, y estábamos hablando y le he dicho, nos va a tocar la siguiente ronda seguro y nos van a llevar a stream. Y nos ha llegado un mensaje de Seiki, a mí nos ha dicho, tenéis que ir a stream porque os ha tocado. Y nos ha hecho muchísima gracia y muy contentos por eso, pero ya conocíamos nuestros equipos y tal.
He's saying that they are friends and they were outside the venue talking, and since they were in the same result, they were saying, we are gonna match and we are going to go on a stream.
Yeah.
So when they realized it was true, it was really funny, and they already know their teams and everything.
Yeah, well, playing against a friend really changes how you play the matchup. So that was a long game. You have lots of different calls to make all the way through. Tell us, what was that like to play?
Es que tenemos un matchup que es un poco raro porque al equipo de Fola le hacen mucho daño los Terafantasmas o Incineroar, Will-O-Wisp y cosas así, le molestan muchísimo y tengo más de una herramienta diferente. Es un poco tricky el matchup por si yo piqueo Raging y él piquea Tinglu o cosas así, pero por lo general yo creo que buen matchup para mí, aunque el Game 2 me lo ha jugado espectacular, lo ha jugado muy bien.
I'm going to try not to forget anything because I didn't see a game. But yeah, he's saying that he has a very good matchup. He has a lot of tools like Terra Ghost and Will-O-Wisp Incineroar.
Yes.
And yeah, like that. It was a little bit tricky in some situations, like Tinglu against Raging Bolt. But for the rest, he thinks he had a good matchup.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost really made a big difference in the matchup.
Landorus and Incineroar, both.
Yeah, with a Will-O-Wisp as well. Yeah, not often that you see a Will-O-Wisp on an Incineroar. Definitely not like that game 3. Tell us, it's your first season competing, and you're here, you're doing very well in Utrecht. Tell us, what's your experience of your first season playing?
Llevo jugando desde el Liverpool desde el año pasado Y yo creo que he tenido mucha suerte y he mejorado mucho porque estoy jugando con gente que es muy buena y me están ayudando mucho. Y me está encantando, la verdad. No había probado nunca competir así, me gustaba desde que era pequeño Pokémon, pero la competición no tiene nada que ver, es otro mundo y es guapísimo. Cualquier persona, yo creo que si tiene la oportunidad debería probar porque los regionales son una cosa divertidísima.
Okay, so he started in Liverpool last year, and it was his first event, and he's saying that he improved a lot during this time because he's testing with very good players, and he's improved a lot. And he recommends everyone that wants to try to go to a regional to go because it's very different and he enjoys it very much compared to what he thought.
Definitely, and we can see the improvement firsthand here because you did play that game very, very well. Finally, before we wrap things up, tell us, do you have any shout-outs, friends and family back at home that have helped you along the way?
Le quiero mandar un saludo a mi amigo Soto, la Pantera de Segovia, a Chuso, que viene conmigo a todos los torneos, y a todas las personas con las que he estado entrenando, a Sergio también, y un abrazo a Len a ver si se consigue solucionar su situación.
So he wants to shout out Chuso, his friend that comes to every event, Soto.
La Pantera de Segovia da igual.
And he said his nickname and also his friend Len, who's in a difficult situation.
Perfect. Clearly very helpful friends to have back at home, and congratulations again. We'll let you get prepared for your next round, and trainers, stay tuned. We'll be back very soon for the next round of Swiss in the Utrecht Special Event.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Chupa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority Tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Sword gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before is Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Flutter Mane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Flutter Mane adjustment there from Sheppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it! The Heatran is going down. Sheppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Sheppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Sheppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Poetry in motion here at the Utrecht Special Event. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined on the desk by Ben Kiriakou. And speaking of poetry, Ben, here's a fun fact about Utrecht for you.
Go for it.
Home to many, many authors over the years, and there's actually a street here in Utrecht where one letter is carved onto a tile each day, well, on every Saturday. So it's a poem that's ever expanding. How lovely is that?
Excellent. That is absolutely fantastic. Just one of the many wonders that we have in this beautiful country, and more wonders yet to come today with all of the video game action that we have. We've already had a couple of rounds on the broadcast, but our players are getting into round 5 now. A lot of trainers getting ever closer to that all-important day 2 Swiss.
Yes, they certainly are. We're at the, well, breaching the halfway point now. After this match, we will be more than halfway through our day of action here. And, you know, that last game that we featured, Slow and Steady certainly wins the race in that previous game. It's a shame that we didn't see the Bronzong get up to too much in that previous matchup, but just going to show how much more team experimentation can be done here in Regulation Set F.
And especially seeing two friends battle it up against each other as well, knowing exactly what team options that either of them had above and beyond the open team sheet information that we have as part of the format now. But seeing things like the Will-O-Wisp on the Incineroar, going for a Will-O-Wisp on another Incineroar, not something that you see absolutely every day of the week. So it's not just those big alterations to teams like the Bronzong that we saw on Joanne's team, but also the little ones like, do you play Knockoff or Party or Taunt, or do you play something like Will-O-Wisp in that slot on Incineroar? Makes a big, big difference to your options and your tools that you have at your disposal all day long.
Yeah, I remember Eric Rio saying at the World Championships last year that for him, the best teams take the expected Pokemon that have those great stats behind them, but then make those little tweaks that maybe players aren't expecting to a Terra type, to a held item, to a move option that it has up its sleeve. And that for him is the recipe for success. And certainly, as a metagame that's more established, those are more the sorts of adaptations that trainers make.
This is definitely something that we've been expecting and been talking about on the broadcast already as to what we're hopefully going to be seeing a lot more of this weekend. And certainly what I'm looking to see in the winner of this event is those little changes, and not even just the things that are really immediately obvious to us, like the moves and the items, but also how a Pokemon's been trained, and seeing those optimizations come along. Yeah, does that Pokemon outspeed the other Pokemon? We saw in round 3 Incineroars facing off against each other, and one Incineroar had to go for a Ghost Terror to avoid the fake out from another Incineroar based on how they were trained. Those sort of differences in Pokemon that you see commonly on both teams that we feature up against each other really do make a big impact too.
I was going to say, Incineroar scary enough in the Metagame. Terra Ghost just capitalizing on that no end. Why don't we take a look at how the trainers are doing here at the Utrecht Special Event. We've got our standings ready so far in the competition. And look at those fantastic 4-0 records there, with Rob Akashuk there in 15th position of the Netherlands, having a fantastic time on home turf.
As well as names that we're a little bit more familiar with seeing. Roberto Parente, we saw in Liverpool doing very, very well as well. Leonardo Bononomi, one of our Players' Cup champions, or certainly runner-ups in that season, and really a consistent name of the Italian player base.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. But then again, there are quite a few names here that we are not so familiar with, and that, of course, is incredibly exciting in itself, and that's something that was really showcased in Dortmund a couple of weeks ago with Florian Temer, of course, first ever regional going all the way and claiming the victory there. So who knows, it could be one of these trainers who we don't know so well. And my question with Roberto Parente is, are they running that Iron Crown team again?
Oh, they certainly could be. I mean, it's a team composition that's really fallen out of favor with a lot of trainers. Certainly, I think it's been strong enough in the early part of regulation set F for trainers to go, hey, should we have some dark types on our teams? Yeah, let's go for it, because Shifu Single Strike, of course, rising in popularity. Incineroar, one of the staples of the video game for many, many years now, as well as many Pokemon also just going for maybe a Terra type like Terra Steel to be able to resist those sort of hits. It makes Iron Crown very, very difficult to be able to use.
Yeah, Iron Crown, a Pokemon that also has been known to run Terra Water and able to get off a Water-type Terra Blast in order to deal better with the Incineroar that otherwise walls it really quite effectively, with Indeedee setting up that Psychic Terrain, going for the expanding forces, and quite fast expanding forces at that. That's not something to be ignored. I'll tell you another Pokemon that gets expanding force. Delphox. Where are they? Where are the Delphox trainers?
Where are they indeed?
I'm telling you, why not give it a go?
I was thinking you were going in a completely different direction there, and bringing up the Armor Rouge.
No, too expected, Ben.
Too expected. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, there is expected, there is unexpected all the way through this tournament, I'm sure. Lots of matches going on at the moment. And speaking of matches, let's have a look at the notable ones from round 5 here in Utrecht.
Yes, which matches do we have our eye on here in the event, in the venue at the Utrecht Special Event? Well, there's going to be the match that we feature. Ivar Vliga, a player who we saw back in Malmo last season running at Squawkabilly and Dunsparce. Nothing quite so out there as that this time, but Alolan Ninetales, Whimsicott, you really don't see that too often.
Not at all. Really excited to see Ivar back on the stream. We'll get onto that match in just a moment. Let's talk about some of the other matches that we have here. Domenico versus Alex Gomez, and I think that's something that Domenico is probably not particularly happy to see, but it looks like his team is really feeling quite strong here. 4-0 already, of course. Roberto Parente, Leonardo Bononomi, two players that we called out in the standings now, pitting themselves against each other, and one of them is going to get a loss in this round.
One of them is, and they're running the exact same team, if my eyes don't deceive me, as long as those Urshifu strike styles are the same. So Roberto leaning away clearly from the Iron Crown. That worked for him so well back in Liverpool. But just getting that glimpse of the teams, I'm so glad that we're able to do that now, taking a look at those matches, because it goes to show, no matter what you see on stream, there are so many interesting picks that trainers are going for here in Regulation Set F, with that Registeel that we saw in the lowdown there as well. And turning our attention back to Eva. Whimsicott, a Pokemon that I think trainers are expecting to be seeing a lot more commonly ever since it came back with the Indigo Disc DLC, but one that's really fallen off, Ben.
It's one of the Pokemon that we expected to take over from Tornadus as the Trick Room, or sorry, Tailwind setter of choice.
It can do Trick Room as well.
It can do Trick Room as well, but certainly the Tailwind is the place that is the most strong here as well. It also gets a lot of access to good supportive moves, Encore, Taunt, Disable, and being able to really affect the board state in a really important way. Also gets the ability to use its fairy coverage in Moonblast that hits both of the Urshifu styles for super effective damage. That really does make a difference in how effective Urshifu can be against a team. But I think Tornadus is one of the reasons, one of the gatekeepers from actually allowing it to be really effective, because when you face down Whimsicott versus Tornadus, yeah, your Tailwind's going up first if you've got a Whimsicott, but your opponent can just hit the Bleakwind Storm button, and that's a kind of difficult place to be.
It can hit the Bleakwind Storm button, but can the Bleakwind Storm itself hit? That's the question. That's always the question when you're running that move, especially if the rain has not been set up. Yes, I remember distinctly, Ben, a few months ago earlier on in Regulation Set F when I was trying out the Whimsicott Terrakion team.
Yes.
And we were giving that a go and determining whether it worked or not, and the answer was, well, it can, but it's quite difficult in this day and age to make that work.
That said, Sebastian Ernst, that was playing in Dortmund, was using Whimsicott Terrakion combination and went 6-3. In fact, he came one position above me in Dortmund, and he hasn't let me forget it in the last 2 weeks, let me tell you.
Why wasn't I playing Dortmund? I could have finished one position above Ben Kiriakou. Damn, you were the one who turned me away from that particular team composition. But anyway, it's not Whimsicott Terrakion this time. It's Whimsicott Archaladon. And Archaladon, another new Pokemon in Regulation Set F that it's been seeing quite a bit of play. Not one of the more common Pokemon that we've been seeing, but it has a lot of tricks up its sleeve, and it can achieve a great deal.
A lot of the time it's paired with a Pelipper and this sort of balanced team composition that relies on Archaladon to get the rain up onto the field, get the Electroshocks going. The Archaladon is really difficult to knock out, and it's boosting up its special attack, so it's forcing itself to be a prominent attacker on the field while probably boosting up its defense stats when it gets hit for little bits of damage here and there. But in this case, with Eva's team that we'll see in just a moment, it's not actually got that Pelipper support, so a completely different build.
Yeah, completely different build. And of course, with the stamina boosts, you are then racking up the power of your body presses on Archaladon as well. Might be no Pelipper on the team, but there certainly is one on the table. It's bringing the rain in its own way with open wings.
Yeah, Patrick there representing the Pelipper. I'm sure that Archaladon would probably enjoy on his side of the field. But let's take a deeper dive into these players and what they've been doing in VGC so far. Eva, we already know, we saw them in Malmo last year playing up on the table, round 10, I believe. It was the first match of day 2.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Burnt in my memory to Dunsparce and Squawkabilly. That was such a good result, and Eva went on to go, I think it was 9-5 in that tournament overall, potentially 10-4. There you go. 10-4 must have been for a top 32 finish.
Top 32 is certainly nothing to sniff at, and it's fantastic to see Eva continuing his trait of using the teams that we are less familiar with. Patrick, no achievements to their name yet, but it could well be that memories and achievements are made here in Utrecht for Patrick.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those matchups where we're going to see Eva use some slightly off metagame picks, but that also gets us an opportunity to see really what Patrick is made of as a player. Or when you're playing up against those matchups that you're not used to playing, how do you overcome them? And especially when you have a team that we've seen in the metagame so far many times before, that Gouging Fire, Ogerpon, Wellspring combination with Chien-Pao, Kingambit, Amoonguss and Fluttermane is a core to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and with the Terra Stella on the Chien-Pao, that is a bit of a tongue twister there. Boosting up for a one-time any move of a different type that it so chooses to go for. A Pokemon like Chien-Pao, a perfect candidate for that. Terra Stella still relatively unexplored in the format. I'm hesitating to remind you of the Terra Stella Armarouge that you went up against, Ben, in Dortmund.
Let's keep our eyes focused to this match, Charlie. But looking down the list, I mean, look at that Kingambit, Terra Dragon, as well as the Assault Vest. A really unusual Terra type now, actually. It used to be in Regulation Set E that it was very common as a defensive Terra type, but Fairy has really overtaken that. So really interested to know if that's going to be important in this matchup. But let's, Charlie, take a deeper dive into Evar's team.
Well, yeah, Fairy Terra makes a lot of sense in King Gambit to get around those fighting type moves. But Arcanine here for Evar will be running the Fairy Terra type with Terra Blast, no less. Excuse me, alongside the Ninetales that can set up the snow with its snow warning. You'll have noticed there's no Rain Dance on the Whimsicott because the Archaludon isn't actually running Electro Shot, its signature move. I mean, it makes sense to run it. You get a boost to your special attack when you do. It's a 2-turn attack unless it's in the rain. But at the same time, Archaludon has fantastic stats behind it. And again, with those stamina boosts racking up, going for body press, that is something that you cannot ignore. And Snarl as well, not a move that we see so commonly on Archaludon.
The combination of Breaking Swipe and Snarl here looks really, really good with this, combined with the stamina body press. You make sure that you stay on the field for a long period of time, rack up all of those defense boosts, and then unleash the power of body press onto your opponent. And that sort of combination really makes a lot of sense to me. One thing I did notice we need to talk about in a little bit more detail is that Ninetales on Evar's team. Because, hey, it's a Ninetales. Usually it sets up the support with the Aurora Veil, but Charlie, it's holding a Life Orb. It's got Freeze Dry, it's got Blizzard, it's got Moonblast, it's got Protect. There's nothing defensive about this Ninetales whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a good thing it doesn't have Sheer Cold, but Ninetales is bringing the Sheer Cold in this game with that offense. Dazzling Gleam as well as Blizzard going for spread-type damage. Just a really fantastic option, especially when your back is against the wall and you need to claim some kind of victory. And of course, there is that chance for freezing. And that's something that came into the previous game as well. So far, Utrecht is the Tournament of the Freeze status condition.
One time I've managed to get a double freeze on Blizzard, and it was possibly one of my most favorite game of all times. It hasn't happened since, unfortunately, but definitely maybe something that Evar has come across or will be wanting to come across this weekend.
I feel like when you get the double, you get one freeze and think, yes, but the double is sort of like, oh, I'm sorry. You know?
No.
Okay.
I love every single second, Charlie.
I take it back. I take it back. But taking a look at how these teams match up into each other, Whimsicott, it's a gritting menace on the field. It can go for so many supportive options, and Encore, that is something that Evar does have access to, and that could be, you know, that can really turn the tides of the battle in your favor. Great to see Isui and Arcanine as well with the Choice Band, a little throwback to Regulation Set E, and of course matches up very well into the Gouging Fire as well as the Chien Pao, going for those big rock slides, and of course where there's a flinch, there's a way. If I were Patrick, I'd be worried about all of the secondary effects of moves going into this game rather than the main damage output.
It certainly could be a big factor. Let's get this game going. Arcanine is on the field, turn one. Paired up with the Whimsicott is Chien Pao and Gouging Fire there for Patrick.
Tailwind Rock Slide is looking so good right now for Evar.
It's never looked better.
It really, really hasn't. I mean, you can Terrastallize away from that on one of these two Pokemon, or you might have something in the back to be able to take it better, something like a King Gambit, for example. That's the only Pokemon on Patrick's team that would be taking resisted damage. But then, you know, in return, Chien Pao threatening Ice-type, super effective move onto the Whimsicott there. But yeah, certainly Evar looking to be in the driver's seat right in turn one.
One thing that I'm really identifying here is that if that Arcanine does go for the Terra Fairy, then the Gouging Fire isn't going to be able to go for a Breaking Swipe and lower its attack stats. So a really safe defensive Terra, and allows you to get the Rock Slide off. It's not going to land, though, into the Gouging Fire. That's switching out for the King Gambit to take that hit just a little bit better.
Rock Slide coming out, connecting into both Pokemon. The question is this Chien Pao going to be able to act? Is it going to be flinching? At least it's got that Focus Sash, so it's around to see just this turn. Ice Spinner will be connecting down into the Whimsicott. It's super effective. It's not enough for the knockout. A very bulky, supportive Whimsicott here from Evar.
You love to see it. Whimsicott holding the Covert Cloak means that Evar's focus is probably more on the defensive capabilities of that Whimsicott rather than trying to be as speedy as possible. That's allowing it to take a hit, just like a Focus Sash would be.
Whimsicott floating away back to its trainer as quickly as it joined the field. And it's time for Archaludon to come in. Being a bridge over troubled water, Evar will hope, as Chien Pao is able to keep itself safe this turn. And Rock Slide, of course, given Arcanine is holding the choice band, is going to be connecting down. And now we cross our fingers for Patrick. Are they going to be able to act? Or is the King Gambit going to flinch? And he gets the flinch, potentially the first of many.
Well, that is what happens when you get a Rock Slide Pokemon to be faster than your opponent's team. You're doing damage with that choice band on the Arcanine, but you're also sometimes stopping them from getting a foothold in the game. Now Patrick really has to leverage that King Gambit even more than he did before, trying to get a low kick onto that Arcanine. It hasn't been intimidated. If it has, it would have done a little bit more damage. But if I'm not mistaken, the low kick would do quite a lot of damage to the Arcanine, and maybe in combination with a Sucker Punch or the Sword of Ruin, might be able to pick up the KO.
Things are heating up a little bit as Chien-Pao goes to the back in favor of Gouging Fire, or as Lou affectionately calls it, Partiente joining the field. It's got its party hat on, and it's ready to rock in the face of a terastallized Hisuian Arcanine. It's a playful puppy that just got a whole lot more playful, going for that Fairy Terror and letting out its customary howl of victory. But it's going to be a responding Terror coming out from Patrick.
And it's probably going to be, well, in fact, it has to be the Terror on the King Gambit. Terra Dragon actually losing the resistance that it had to Arcanine's rock-type moves here in favor of maybe supporting itself a slightly different way. Rock Slide coming into both of these Pokemon, not enough to get any KOs right now, but clever terastallization on the King Gambit, avoiding taking damage from the low kick. But wow, it's avoiding taking damage on all fronts here, as that low kick does absolutely nothing to the Arcanine.
Clever terastallization on the King Gambit, but an equally clever terastallization onto the Arcanine there. That really felt to me like Patrick's make or break moment in this game, but the low kick just doing negligible damage as a result, and these rock slide, the rock slide damage is really just racking up over on Patrick's side of the field. It really will all come down to what Patrick's final Pokemon is, but whatever it is, it's not going to love taking a rock slide as Archaludon goes to the back.
On the last turn of Tailwind as well, Whimsicott coming back in, ready to set it up again. Gouging Fire for the Burning Bulwark, making sure that it's not getting knocked out this turn, but that Assault Vest carrying King Gambit isn't able to protect itself whatsoever. Patrick favoring the Pokemon in the back and not wanting them to take any more damage from the Rock Slide on this so powerful Arcanine. It's been here the whole game through.
It has been, but that Rock Slide does finally get a miss, so that's a little bit of an opening there for Patrick, potentially heading into this next game. Love how Evar cycled in. This Whimsicott now is ready to provide another Tailwind if needs be, having pulled up the drawbridge of that Archaludon that will be lurking in the back, along with Evar's as of yet unrevealed fourth Pokemon. And frankly, there's not much right now that can be stopping this Hisuian Arcanine, and it's looking like it's on really good health as well.
A Tailwind coming up from this Whimsicott, making sure that Arcanine is still the strongest Pokemon on the field. Now double connecting with the Rock Slide, it's a double KO. That Chien-Pao in the back is not looking like it's in a particularly good position. It will be down to a combination of that Chien-Pao and the currently unrevealed fourth Pokemon to Patrick to see if he has a way to come back in this match.
King Gambit on its knees in the face of that Rock Slide. It's finally down and out, and it looks like it is the Fluttermane in the back for Patrick. That's certainly a heavy hitter, and it's holding the Choice Specs as well. So with those on, it's going to be able to identify its target's weaknesses aptly and get a real big boost to its special attack, as well as the 1 HP Chien-Pao, which, you know, it will be reducing the defense of everything around it. That could work out actually against Patrick as well. But still, Evar has the Pokemon advantage with 4 Pokemon remaining.
The question is there going to be any damage gotten off this turn by Patrick, or is a Rock Slide going to come out and stop that? The Light Screen stopping the Sucker Punch from the Chien-Pao. Rock Slide going off, knocking out the Chien-Pao. The Sword of Ruin active on that Fluttermane, but not enough to pick up the KO there. Does it get through?
It does not. Fluttermane is going to be flinching, and that is just salt in the wound for Patrick here, just dotting the I's and crossing the T's as Evar quite comfortably takes this game one. Whimsicott for style points, wants to get in on the offensive action as well, goes for the Moonblast and delivers the finishing blow there. So Evar really convincing for, 4-0 in terms of Pokemon at least, victory against his opponent Patrick. And I think heading into game 2, Patrick needs an answer to Rock Slide.
Yeah, normally when we say where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, we mean, hey, maybe it can get a flinch, or a clutch turn here or there, or make sure that your partner Pokemon can do something that otherwise it wouldn't be able to. In this case, it's like, how do you just stop taking damage from Rock Slide?
Yeah.
And that's what Patrick really needs to go back on the drawing board for. I think the difficulty that he has is the lack of speed control.
Yeah, that's certainly an issue in the face of a Whimsicott that can so easily click Tailwind. And on top of that, no Pokemon that can click Fake Out into the Whimsicott. It's not even got the Ghost Terror of the Whimsicott. It's Terra Water, so Fake Out could be really safe into that slot. It's going to be tricky for Patrick. Of course, the Kingambit has Sucker Punch. You could see in that previous game why Patrick went for the Dragon Terror to take less damage from the Body Press, but it then did take more damage from the Rock Slide, and the fact that it then went for a low kick in the face of a Fairy Terror Hisuian Arcanine, that's just not going to cut the mustard as mighty as that kowtow is on his head. So Patrick really, I think, certainly Evar played that incredibly well, but also Patrick perhaps needs to consider a Terror at some other point in the game. That's one of the things it came down to.
It's tough. Right? If the Terror didn't go off that turn, the low kick would have knocked out the Kingambit. Maybe that would have led to a little bit of a more tricky situation for Patrick. Looking at game 2, though, what I'm looking at in Patrick's team is that Kingambit. It was in the back in game 1, and that allowed Arcanine to get off onto the field, get the Intimidate off without proccing a Defiant ability, and therefore was just able to sit there doing lots of damage. If that Kingambit comes into the 4 turn 1, gets an attack boost, maybe we're talking about a different game.
It's a really good point, and it's also running Iron Head, so it can be hitting the Hisuian Arcanine for super effective if it does go for the Fairy Terror, but it's not going to be the Kingambit being led in this game. It's going to be Gouging Fire, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Hisuian Arcanine, and Whimsicott once more. Ben, why do you like this?
I love this because of the ability for Gouging Fire to go for a Howl, get the attack boost onto Gouging Fire and Ogerpon and offset the Intimidate. But Ogerpon, most notably, is threatening the early Terror onto the Arcanine, and that gives Patrick a lot of room to maneuver in the way that he approaches knocking out that Arcanine. When the Kingambit potentially comes in, it could come in on the switch in from the Ogerpon and get a Howl off on its own, and then maybe go for an Iron Head once you know what the Arcanine has terrestrialized into.
Hisuian Arcanine running like the Tailwind off the battlefield, and instead it's going to be Archaludon joining the field as Howl does indeed come out from Patrick's Gouging Fire, raising the attack of both of these Pokemon to neutral at least here. Ivy Cudgel free to go off into the Archaludon. It's a Dragon type. It's not going to be taking too much damage at all from that. Unfortunately, no critical hit. Stamina, though, is able to boost up the defense, which could be huge for Body Press later on. There's a Moonblast, gets the special attack drop on Gouging Fire. Doesn't matter so much. It is a physical attacker.
The question here is how long will it be before the Arcanine comes back onto the field, and at what point does Whimsicott feel like it really needs to go for a Tailwind? Now that Gouging Fire is back to neutral stages of attack, the question is whether or not the Heat Crush is enough to knock it out this turn and stop a potential Tailwind for later, or whether it's not enough because we've seen how bulky that Whimsicott is, and therefore can the Whimsicott go for another Moonblast, whittle down this Gouging Fire a little bit more?
It's a bulky Whimsicott, but it's quite a light Pokemon, and of course Heat Crash comes down to the weight difference between them. So with the Tailwind being set up, Gouging Fire is still going to be moving first. How much is it going to be doing? Yes, Whimsicott is able to survive as Body Press was targeting down that Ogerpon at Wellspring, so well covered there by Patrick.
And a good Heat Crush damage there now into Evar's Whimsicott. Again, we're in this sort of situation where do you want to knock out the Whimsicott this turn? Do you want to cover a potential switch in there for the Whimsicott? Or do you want to spend the time that you've got while Evar's in Tailwind, boosting up your Gouging Fire and your Ogerpon, ready for when that Tailwind expires, and then you can hit back a little bit later?
Well, that doesn't seem to be the option Patrick's going for right now as Fluttermane, the sociable, joins the field. It wants to be part of the party, and here it is gleaming away as Encore attempts to come out into the Ogerpon on Patrick's side, locking it into the spiky shield, but Howl will be coming out from Patrick's Gouging Fire. That's going to be boosting the attack stat of, crucially, the Gouging Fire itself. But Flash Cannon coming out from the Archaludon, Evar calling a switch up. That's super effective into the Fluttermane. Fluttermane known more for its special bulk, and so is able to take that really, really well.
What a great read there coming out from Evar, just making sure that regardless of what was going on, the Archaludon's feeling pretty safe in this position, so why not just go for the Flash Cannon? If you don't get it quite right, that's okay. Ogerpon and Gouging Fire really struggle to do damage to Archaludon, especially when it's at one stage of increased defense. So really like that play from Evar, and certainly one that's going to make a big difference to this mid-game, where the Flutter main's not going to get as many opportunities to go for an attack. It's now in range of another flash cannon. It's now in range potentially of a Moonblast from that Whimsicott, depending on how that Whimsicott is trained.
But has Evar called this switch as Fluttermane returned once more in favor of Ogerpon? It loves being the center of attention, what with that follow me move, and it's back on the field, but this time Whimsicott is able to encore the gouging fire, so that is going to be locked into going for Howl. So now Evar's going to want to be taking care of the physical attackers on Patrick's side before they lose that encore in order, well, at least the Ogerpon is going to be free from the encore because that was targeting down into the gouging fire. Flash cannon just to cover if the Fluttermane stayed in, going into the Ogerpon for a nice little bit of chip damage.
There's definitely worse things to be encored into in this position, and a really clever switch there from Patrick, making sure that thinking like, hey, I'm probably going to be encored here. Burning Bulwark doesn't block the encore, so would have been definitely a really disadvantageous position to be going for that move in front of a Pokemon with Encore. Might as well switch the Ogerpon in, get another attack boost, and put it into a prime position to be able to knock out that Whimsicott. Most notably, there's a stamina boost onto that Archaludon. If this Ogerpon can crit through that defense boost, it's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Well, now it's snowing on the field, so Ninetales is going to have an immediate defense boost as a result of that, being an ice type. But yes, the critical hit chance that would be able to hit right through any other defense boosting capabilities. Body press already doing a lot of damage to the Ogerpon with the stamina boost it's received. Ninetales able to hang around with just a sliver of HP. It's holding the life orb, remember, so if it were to go for a move now, it would be going down as a result of the recoil.
But this is a tricky turn because you want to be able to spiky shield away from the freeze dry that Ninetales has its opportunity to go for. But if Evar had switched in the Whimsicott there, it would have been able to encore the Ogerpon into the spiky shield and put a lot of pressure back. That's not what happened instead. Just a spiky shield and another how this Ogerpon is really looking like a prominent threat. Blizzard, the follow-up from Ninetales, doing actually really quite respectable damage, but knocking itself out to its own life orb recoil. Now the Whimsicott's getting in for free.
Now the Whimsicott is getting in for free, and that's the end of the encore there on the gouging fire, but with Whimsicott just lurking in the back, ready to come and provide another round of applause. That could be could spell disaster for this gouging fire.
That's
and yeah,
so cool.
Fantastic damage from the Blizzard coming out from the Alola Ninetales there as well. Yes, it went down immediately, but it may well have provided all it needed to on the field in the face of this gouging fire.
But now the Whimsicott has the opportunity to go for the encore into the Ogerpon's spiky shield. You could follow me with your Patrick to be able to deal with that, or go for a little bit more of a defensive switch, reveal your last Pokemon there and see if that's enough to be able to get a little bit of traction going here. The Whimsicott equally though could just go for the Tailwind, expecting Patrick to go for a little bit more of a defensive play and really capitalizing on it with that Archaludon.
Well, the result of having so many boosts to your physical attack is that you have a little bit of a target on your back. Heat Crash is going to be connecting down first of all into the Archaludon this time. That's a lot of damage into the Archaludon. It gets another stamina boost, but that is fascinating to see how much damage that did, as Breaking Swipe is going to be able to start reducing the attack of this Ogerpon, cutting it down to size a little bit, as Gouging Fire will be going down finally on the field. But as long as Whimsicott's there could be a cheeky encore coming out, but not if the Ivy Cudgel is going to be taking out the Whimsicott. So now it's 2 Pokemon on Evar's side against Patrick's 3.
A wise Tailwind, I think, there. The Whimsicott certainly also had a target on its back, being the Pokemon that can use Encore effectively.
Yeah.
You definitely want to remove those opportunities for disruption in your opponent's team to be able to give you the freedom to play the game that you actually want to play. But here it is back on the field. Arcanine with that Choice Band in the Tailwind. It was a menace in Game 1. Game 2, it's not done quite as much work, but it's looking in prime position to just rock slide away for the rest of the match here.
Yeah, it really is. And Chien Pao, I really like that Patrick's kept this in the back. And I tell you another thing that both these trainers kept in the back, and that is the Terrestrialization. That could completely turn the tides of this battle, as Ogerpon is now just at +1 of its attack, thanks to the Intimidate coming in from the Hisuian Arcanine as well. Chien Pao going for that Terra Stella is able to get a one-time boost to any of the moves it so chooses to go for. And for Evar, it's looking like the Terra option is going to have to be the Arcanine.
Yeah, I think that's probably likely, Charlie. I mean, you don't want to be terrestrializing your Pokemon on just a few hit points here. You definitely want to make sure that the Arcanine is keeping itself as safe as possible. But it's a Terrastella first from the Chien-Pao. What a sparkly cap there, increasing the damage of all of its moves just one time over.
One time, we'll have to see if one time is enough, as Ogerpon will be keeping itself safe and will be dealing a little bit of recoil damage to anything that makes contact with it. Sucker Punch is able to connect down into the Archaladon. That's going to be easily enough for the knockout. That is the Sucker Punch boost burnt on that Chien-Pao, but it still has access to boosted fighting and indeed ice-type moves, as Ogerpon will be keeping itself safe from the Arcanine. The Rock Slide is not going to be enough for the knockout on the Chien-Pao, and crucially, Chien-Pao acting first, so it doesn't have to worry about any flinches.
It's really difficult, right? Because you want to be able to, in Patrick's position, get through the remaining 2 turns of Tailwind on Evar's side to be able to attack with that Chien-Pao in the end game. You kind of preserve your Terrastella boosted Sacred Sword for the last turn once your Chien-Pao is in a position to be able to go before it. So you have the Flutter Mane in the back. Patrick has the opportunity to switch that in and be able to preserve the Chien-Pao. Then you can go for a Protect on the next turn. Then the Tailwind should be over. You can go for that Sacred Sword. The question is it going to be enough to knock out the Arcanine? And will the Arcanine be able to hit with Rock Slides in the meantime?
Hit with Rock Slides, and also is the Arcanine going to Terrastalize at any point? That's another mind game that's going on here. Unfortunately, the Rock Slide able to take out Flutter Mane and the Ogerpon before it was able to act and get off that Ivy Cudgel that would have been so detrimental to Eva's Arcanine. So now it's cat versus dog on the field. We're going to decide once and for all which one is going to be taking the crown here. And of course, in that previous turn with the snow active, the Chien-Pao was able to take that Rock Slide a little bit better because it had that boost to its defenses. It has that Focus Sash on anyway, but now the mind games are real. Do you go for the boosted Ice-type move thanks to the Terrastella in case the Arcanine goes for the Fairy Terror, or do you go for the Sacred Sword hoping that it doesn't?
I think you go for the Ice Spinner. I think that's what I'd be locking in here, because the Sacred Sword would probably be enough to get the KO if Arcanine does go for the Terrastalization. But if it's... there's no Protect here. It was one more turn of Tailwind left, and Eva is connecting with the Rock Slide. Chien-Pao is going down this time. Eva taking this set 2-0.
Congratulations to Eva Vliga.
Congratulations indeed, Eva. Really looking quite relieved in that position, especially seeing that all of the Rock Slides did indeed connect with their mark in that end game. Sometimes a little bit of a stressful situation to be in. You want to be able to lock into the more accurate moves like Flare Blitz or Extreme Speed in those situations, but when you're down to your last couple of Pokemon, and especially when your other Pokemon besides Arcanine is going to be knocked out by a super effective, a priority move in the Sucker Punch, you just have to go for the Rock Slide. Give yourself the best overall chance to be winning and just keep your fingers crossed that it does come through for you.
Yeah, spread damage is so useful in the VG scene. And with the Heat Crash into the Archaladon, that did so much more damage than I was anticipating there. It was so fascinating to see. The damage calculations, you know, this is another advantage of running slightly less known Pokemon in the format like the Alolan Ninetales. Yes, you have open team sheets, but your opponent might not be too familiar with the distributions as to how that Pokemon is trained, and so not really expecting what it's going to be surviving, the knockouts it's going to be taking as well. But I really like how Patrick adapted in that game too. As you said, being able to go for the Howl and immediately threatening a Terror onto the Hisuian Arcanine, you know, got him in a really good position, and the end game really could not have been much closer. But at the end of the day, it was Evar who had the speed advantage, and you called it before game 2 that with the speed options available on Eva's side, or the speed control options, that does immediately potentially put them in a more favorable position than Patrick.
I think the team that Patrick was using typically does do very well against the more typical Tailwind offensive teams. It has lots of tools at its disposal. Booster energy speed on the Gouging Fire is usually enough to be able to outspeed some of the slower Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom still while they're in that Tailwind environment. Go for the breaking swipes, make sure that you can get through the Tailwind, and then, hey, you don't really need speed control. You kind of trade having speed control for the more options in the general game state, and you don't have to put a slot towards getting the speed control up, nor do you have to take a turn to be able to use it. Instead, you can just do things that are more valuable overall to you. But in the case of what Ivar was running, the defensive synergy between the Arcanine and the Archaladon was really, really prominent, as well as being able to just go for rock slides in Tailwind. I think any other Pokemon in Tailwind probably Patrick would have been able to deal with, but Ivar picked the right ones for this matchup.
Yeah, Ivar did fantastically well. And, you know, at the beginning of Game 2, I was thinking perhaps Ivar is going to be guessing his opponent here and then switching up their own lead, even though it was so successful in that first game, just because Patrick did have the tools to be able to deal with it. But Ivar showing that, well, yeah, but if something is led that the Arcanine doesn't like, then it can switch out in favor of the Archaladon, get immediate boost from stamina, boosting up the power of its body presses there as well. I think body press is a really overlooked move right now in VG, and it's Archaladon right now who's more commonly running it. But, you know, you don't see Tail Whip in VG. You don't see Leer in VG so much. We've known some Leer Tornadoes back in the day with those prankster boosted Leers, but it's much harder to reduce a Pokemon's defense than it is their attack.
Absolutely, especially when you are using body press to knock out most of the Pokemon that would be able to deal with that, say, parting shots and etc., dropping attack and Intimidate dropping attack. Well, it doesn't drop defense, and that's really important. We saw in the last round a Will-O-Wisp coming out from an Incineroar that would be able to slow down the stamina boosting Archaladon. Maybe that's one of the reasons that they have it on their team. But yeah, I think Archaladon is when well supported, a really difficult Pokemon to be able to knock out, and Ivar showed us exactly why.
I think Ivar will be able to show us exactly why. Far more things in the battle happened than we were able to talk about just now. Let's head over to our interview with the trainer who's giving us all the chills and thrills with that Alolan Ninetales. It's Ivar Vliga.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I am here with the winner of that round, Ivar Vliga. Ivar, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good. Great start. I think this is my best start to a regional since ever. I've been playing for like a year, and this like 5-0, never had that, so feeling great today.
Yeah, as you should be as well. Like, and with such an awesome team as well. But first, I'll talk about a little bit about the game itself too. I noticed how you just kind of led Arcanine both games, despite them having a King Gambit as well that could obviously proc its Defiant. What was your thinking behind the lead itself?
Yeah, so I'm not really afraid of the King Gambit in the matchup. Like the Gouging Fire Shampoo thing is like a lot more scary for me. And also the Amoonguss is a big problem. So if I can just force a Terra on it with like threatening a Flare Blitz onto it, it didn't really came, but it's strong into everything except the King Gambit. And my Archaladon is like really bulky, so even if it's like +4, +5 attack, my Archaladon can still beat it at some point. So I'm not that afraid of it.
Fair enough, yeah. You just seemed like your team had us answers for everything that they were able to kind of switch in and try and use. So what was your thinking behind like the whole team itself then? Because you've got so many different pieces I'd love to talk about there.
Yeah, that's like the whole point of this team, is that it has so many pieces. It has a lot of different things for the whole meta. It can cover a lot, not everything, but most things at least I have like a even matchup for. So, and some things I have like a good matchup for. So like Light Screen and Encore on Whimsicott is like maybe some weird choices, but I'm like, Light Screen is pretty good versus like the very strong special attackers in this format that like previous formats didn't have. So I think it helps a lot with that, for example.
Yeah, it's kind of like having an Intimidate, isn't it? But for special in some ways.
Yeah, exactly. Like also the Snarl and Breaking Swipe on the Archaladon can really slow down games, but I can also play offensively with it and get those stamina boost and then sweep with the body press.
Yeah, which it sounds like it's just such a really powerful option, especially versus all those Incineroars. But obviously you talked about how you've got lots of ways to decrease damage and things, but I think what maybe a lot of players at home might have kind of thought about is how your Alolan Ninetales doesn't even have Aurora Veil on it. So why the Life Orb set?
No, my Whimsicott has its screen, and I think Reflect is not really needed in this format because there's a lot of Urshifu and like Ogerpon, they crit through it anyway, so like only the special screen really helps for me. And then have like a Night is just really strong. This offensive Ice type, spamming Blizzard into some teams. Like, for example, this team had like a Terra Water Amoonguss, Terra Ice Freeze Dry with a Life Orb. It can just never beat the Ninetales, I feel like. So just really spamming Blizzard feels so good in this in this meta itself.
Yeah, okay, and on that, have you got any freezes with it yet?
Today? No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Chances are then that would you say you've been unlucky then in like how many times you've been clicking Blizzard or
Of course, I get unlucky. Always unlucky. Can always get luckier, right? Rock slide, Blizzard, speed control. We have all the things that are favored for me. So I get sometimes a lot of hacks, sometimes it's just fine.
Okay, yeah, and like obviously you've got many more rounds to play to go for this whole tournament. What is your goal for the rest of the weekend?
I'm hoping to make day 2 again, and I'm having a pretty good thing for it right now, so I hope I can clutch out 2 more matches. And other than that, you know, why not win it?
Exactly, yeah, obviously, why not? Yeah, and with a team like that, it seems like you're really kind of breaking the meta at the moment, so could certainly be a team that could go far. So beyond this tournament as well, like, have you got aspirations for like going for future tournaments?
Yeah, I want to try to go for Worlds. I'm going to the EUIC, and I'm hoping to get my Worlds invite after that at least. So that's my plan for the long term.
Okay, fantastic. And do you feel like you're going to maybe use the same team for EUIC or maybe come up with some even more spicy stuff?
I've played this team a fair bit right now. I played it in Dortmund. I played it in the first GC. And I think overall it did very well in all those tournaments. But, you know, maybe something fresh. And if I can't find it, I can always fall back onto it, I feel like.
Okay, and just calling back to your top 32 in Malmo, would you ever consider Squawkabilly or Dunsparce again?
Maybe.
Well, it sounds like you're like an excellent team builder and really kind of thinking outside the box, which I think a lot of trainers really want to try and emulate in their teams as well. It's certainly something that I've always wanted to try as well with team building myself. So what advice would you give to someone who wants to kind of create a really interesting team like that?
Like, the most important thing is that what you have, it has to work, right? If you have like a lot of different things, a lot of random sets, and it doesn't work, it's not good, right? It's like things have to make sense. You have to account for things in the meta, and like as long as you do that, as long as you feel like your team is good, I think play it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, awesome advice. And any shout outs you want to give, Ivar?
Shout outs to all the people here from the Netherlands. We're going crazy today. Shout outs to my mom. Maybe she's watching, maybe she's not. Shout outs to my brothers. Shout out to everyone watching, cheering me on.
Fantastic, exactly. Yeah, you're doing so fantastically well, Ivar. So, well done for this round, and of course, good luck for the rest of the future rounds as well. So, we're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be shortly back with the next round of the Utrecht Special Event.
Pokemon trainers, Charlie Merriman here. I've got a few trivia questions on my card here, dreamt up by us casters. Let's see which trainers we can find in the VG scene. Let's see how they do in our little quiz. And here we have Alessio Yuri Busquetto. How's your tournament going?
It's going pretty okay. I'm 4-1 so far. Having a day. We'll see.
Yeah, very impressive. But more importantly, how are you feeling about this quiz?
Honestly, pretty bad, but we'll see.
I'm very bad at trivia, so not very good, but I hope it's going to be good.
My trivia knowledge is probably not as great, but let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Okay, question 1, and this is set by Costa. Which Pokemon of the following 4 has the highest HP stat? A. Alomomola, B. Regidrago, C. Snorlax, D. Satitan.
I'm going with Regidrago.
I'm quite confident in saying Regidrago. That's got to be Regidrago then.
It does have to be Regidrago, correct. So that's the first question, absolutely correct. Now, on to question 2, set by me. Which of these Pokemon can benefit from holding an Eviolite? A. Slowbro, B. Diplin, C. Carbink, D. Sinistra.
That's going to be Diplin.
That's Diplin, I think. I think it's Sinistra?
Oh, incorrect, I'm afraid, Yuri. It is, in fact, Diplin.
Wait, what?
Yeah, surprising, isn't it? 2 points so far. Okay, question 3 of 5. Here we go. This is set by Jamie Boyd, so expect the difficulty to go up a little bit. All right. Which Pokemon is the fastest? A. Iron Jugulus, B. Monkey Dory, C. Screamtail, D. Alolan Ninetales.
Okay, I have no idea how much speed Monkey Dory has, but I'm gonna assume it's not, and so that would make it... Okay, so it's gotta be Screamtail or Iron Jugulus.
They're all kind of similar speeds.
I'm not too sure. I would say Screamtail.
I think it's Screamtail.
Screamtail.
Correct. Congratulations. It is Screamtail. Marcus didn't have anything to worry about, doing fantastically well. Okay, number 4. This is also set by Boyd, so brace yourself. Keep your cool, Yuri. Let's go into our next question. Which of these Pokemon's abilities is not suppressed by neutralizing gas?
Okay.
A, Ice Cube. B, Golden Go. C, Ursaluna Blood Moon. D, Toedscrew.
All right, it has to be Ice Cube since it changes form.
So I can rule out the latter two. So it's going to be between Ice Cube and Golden Go. And I think it's actually Ice Cube.
I would say the first one. I forgot what it was, but I would say
Ice Cube?
Yeah.
Correct. That is also correct. So that's 4 out of 4 so far. Just one question left. This is set by Ben Kiriakou. Which of these Pokemon does not learn Rage Powder? A, Amoonguss. Ariados. Masquerain. D, Volcarona.
Ariados does not learn Rage Powder.
Fair enough answer, but actually it's Masquerain.
I know it's not Amoonguss or Volcarona. I'm going to guess it is going to be Ariados.
I think I'll give that to Masquerain.
You've done it. 5 out of 5. Absolutely incredible. So now, no matter how your tournament goes, you've won this. How do you feel?
That feels great. Already worth coming here just for this.
Absolutely, traders. Congratulations, Marcus. Thank you very much. Let's see who can top that.
And welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the Eye on the Sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and I've been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose. Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid. the most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and, you know, just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie, who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so, you know, coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Look at our crowd here at the Utrecht Special Event, getting engrossed in the stream just as much as us here in the venue. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined on the desk by David Partington. And David, like that Lechonk there, I'm picking up this beautiful scent, and I think there's one question that I and all the viewers at home would like to know. You ready?
No, don't think so, but go for it.
What's your hair care routine?
Oh my goodness, okay. Well, I was not expecting that question. No. Well, it starts off with the morning, and then you get up, and then...
That's a good thing to do in the morning.
Exactly, you've got to get up, you get it out of the way, often, and then you just kind of wash it. Bit of conditioner right at the ends as well.
Yeah.
Not washing too often, I would say, as well. That's the main thing too. Got to stay healthy for when you're at these Pokemon tournaments, of course. And then, yeah, and then if you can, show it off.
And you certainly do that. Hair care tips from the wonderful David Partington. David, how are you enjoying the day so far?
It's been a terrific day, honestly, Charlie. Thank you so much. Yeah, like, especially seeing Ivar as well. Like, seeing how well he did at top 32 at Malmo, I think it was, last year. And seeing how he's doing so well consistently with these, like, incredible teams that, of course, if they do well enough, are going to be meta-breaking. I can really see this being the case as well, with this offensive Alolan Ninetales, and using the fact that ice types often have that ability to use freeze dry, which can hit those water types for super effective damage, and particularly those grass types that somehow tear it into the water type are still weak to both. It's like the one move that is good into Ogerpon Wellspring, whether it terrors or not.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Freeze dry is a fantastic move. And in our breaks earlier, David, we sampled some of the other things on offer here at the wonderful Utrecht Special Event, and we got ourselves into a little bit of colouring, didn't we?
We did.
Are we ready to reveal our efforts?
Sure. Okay.
Here we go. Here we go, David. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. What do you think?
But beautiful, Charlie, honestly.
I think what you've got there is really, really cool. You've really played with the colours that you have available to you there. I've gone for my bug types. You've got sort of, well, you've got dark as well as ghost there.
It's like the spooky types.
Yeah, sure. I love the Sableye glint in the eye as well. That's really fantastic.
Yeah, you've done like a rainbow Vivillon. I've done like a rainbow eye Sableye as well.
I've gone for the main colours, but also had a bit of fun with the Vivillon. I like how you've had fun with them all. But the question is, who coloured them better, traders? Let us know with that hashtag PlayPokemon. We'd love to know
look at this Honchkrow.
You prefer. Look at this Vivillon down here. Okay. All right, David. All right, that's enough. All right. Well, anyway, just a little sample of everything else that we have going on in the venue besides the special event right now as the trainers wrap up their final rounds. David, so we're here in Utrecht. You're in Dortmund 2 weeks ago. Already on stream, what we've seen and the Pokemon you're aware of in the venue. What would you say is the main change?
The main change from Dortmund itself? Yeah. there's a couple I have in mind at the moment. One is King Gambit, which I feel like is going to be slightly on the rise. It got people I think forget it got second at Dortmund, so it's still very good Pokemon right now. And I don't think anyone's found the exact set that is going to be the main good set to work. We've seen Assault Vest, we see safety goggles, we see black glasses with kind of like Sword Stance set up as well. So no one's kind of landed on the exact set that seems to be good. Unlike say Pokemon Wellspring, it's like the exact same set everyone's using. King Gambit I think still needs to be explored a little bit more. So that's probably the main thing I'd be looking at here.
Yeah, King Gambit has so many options up its sleeve. When you said King, I genuinely thought you were about to say King Joe. My heart was leaping for joy. But no, it is more the King Gambit coming out. And in that previous game, we had an Assault Vest King Gambit running low kick as well, so it can hit any Pokemon with any Pokemon that's weak to those fighting type moves, especially, of course, opposing King Gambit. And often King Gambit is going to be dropping a steel type move in favor of Sword Stance, for example, and then you only have dark type moves in your arsenal. But the King Gambit we saw in the previous game run by Patrick did have access to Iron Head, and I think that traders need to be watching out for the King Gambit that have access to steel type moves as well.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want to try and limit yourself to dark type moves only because it means it's so easy to resist those attacks. So even when you're trying to counter, say, an Incineroar, because the Intimidate obviously it procs the Define, you're still not doing much damage back if you've just got dark moves. So kind of mixing that up a bit with maybe a low kick in there or something could be really beneficial too. And obviously, Terra Fairy is everywhere at the moment. And because it resists dark and the wicked blows from Urshifu, it's also going to resist King Gambit's attacks. So if you can have something that absolutely punishes that, like the Iron Head that you mentioned, Charlie, then that's going to like put you in such a good stead for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just catch your opponent off guard. I mean, Defiant is the ability that we see most common of all on King Gambit, but Supreme Overlord, its new signature ability, really cool as well. If you're able to bring King Gambit out later on in the game, it gathers strength from all of its allies that have gone down so far in the battle. It's hard to use effectively, I would say, because you know, you don't want to be putting all your eggs in the King Gambit basket and leaving it too late. But King Gambit is there in 12th position in the top 12 Pokemon here in day one of the Utrecht Special Event. And we've got the Genies next to each other with just 0.1% of difference, with Landorus Incarnate just overtaking Tornadus, David.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a battle between the two Genies across the regionals and the special events of like the entire Regulation F set season. Because sometimes Tornadus has been ahead, sometimes Landorus has been ahead, and here they're kind of equal right now. So I'm really curious to see what happens in day two as to whether one overtakes the other. But it makes sense why both of them are so good. Like Landorus, we've seen it do so much damage with its Earth Power, with the Sheer Force, with the Life Orb, just stacked all on top of each other. Like, it's a really consistent, good ground type attacker, and Tornadus supports the team, obviously, with those big pranks to tailwinds.
Yeah, and you cannot turn your nose up to a Landorus holding a Life Orb with the Sheer Force ability, getting even more power out of its moves at the expense of dropping the secondary effects that those moves can have. But of course, then you don't take the chip damage from the Life Orb recoil either. But then, looking down, further down the graphic, we've got both Urshifu styles there, and Rapid Strike having a resurgence, you could say, what with Urshifu Single Strike there, 26.1%, Rapid 24.6. Now, Single has been the overwhelmingly more popular option of late, but as Francesco Diana showed us in that first game that we featured on stream today, the Rapid Strike style certainly has trick up its sleeve that I think trainers aren't quite so much expecting.
No, exactly. The Rapid Strike is such a strong option. It always has been. And as soon as you start like reducing your options for it, it just takes advantage of that. So over 50% of trainers are not using an Oakapon Wellspring, for instance. So suddenly into those matchups, Urshifu Rapid Strike's probably pretty good, honestly. Raging Bolt is obviously a really nice answer as well into that, resisting water and threatening back with those electric type attacks. Thunderclap particularly doing a huge ton of damage to it. So it really can't get away with all the things it used to be able to get to, even if it's Choice Scarf or boosted by a Tailwind. Thunderclap gets around that with its really nice priority.
Yeah, Thunderclap, you've got to be careful about how you use it, because it could end up doing nothing if your opponent isn't readying a damage-dealing move, but it can certainly turn the tides of a battle. It's great that even though Raging Bolt is a slow Pokemon, it can still act first with that Thunderclap. Fluttermane, of course, out in front. Perhaps not as high a usage as we've seen from Fluttermane in previous events with 55%. Will be fascinating excuse me, to see how that changes going into day 2. But yes, Ogerpon Wellspring is certainly the #1 Ogerpon right now. But Halflame, of course, has had its fair share of results as well.
It has done, exactly. And in fact, it was in the top 12 usage in Dortmund day 2, just in that like final spot there, and it's not here today. So interesting to see that people are actually not going with Ogerpon Halflame as much in this season, but to their detriment potentially, depending on what ends up being really common instead, because I still think it's a really, really solid option.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Getting a boost to your physical attack immediately, as opposed to your special defense. Of course, you're indexing more on the offensive prowess, rather than being able to take something like a Moonblast from a Flutter main. But of course, Ogerpon Halflame does have that fire typing, so it's resisting fairy type moves anyway. I think trainers, it tends to be more hyper offense teams that are running the Ogerpon Halflame mask, but certainly fantastic teams featuring, for example, Blood Moon Ursa Luna as well. Those teams can really benefit from it. So much exploring too, and of course then there's the Teal Mask and Cornerstone Mask variants.
Yes, there are, that's true. We've yet to see one of those in recent times, I'd say, Charlie, but they are certainly useful Pokemon. Like, I really like the Cornerstone Mask particularly. Having that sturdy ability is like a free focus sash in a way. So you can kind of make sure you can always take at least one hit, thanks to that kind of follow me, or you can use it to kind of use to boost your own attack with a Sword Stance, for instance. And Grass and Rock are really a unique type combination. And think about Rock types in this metagame at the moment. There's hardly any round at the moment. So suddenly if you can put a Rock type move on your team, that's going to be hitting so much of the game that teams are just not prepared for.
Yeah, Rock type is really good offensively. It's just defensively where it's lacking a little bit. But are Ogerpon on any of our caster predictions? I'm not sure. Let's remind ourselves what our caster predictions are for the Utrecht Special Event. David, you and I, we haven't had a chance to talk about these yet. Ben and Lou, of course, took a look earlier. But very interesting picks. You know, I'm proud of us. We've got some interesting picks there. Why don't you run us through yours?
Well, I'm very proud of my King Gambit, honestly, and I keep mentioning it. I know, and that is why. Now you know. Because it has made itself into the usage stats where it wasn't in Dortmund, and so I feel like people are picking up on it now, which makes a lot of sense. Drago, we're yet to see that at the moment, but I still think it could be a really nice pick. Kind of, Dragon type obviously resists everything Ogerpon has. It resists Incineroar's Flare Blitz, etc. So it's only the Fairy types it needs to worry about. So if your rest of your team is composed of threats to Fairy types, like a King Gambit, for instance, or a Golden Go, then Drago can really thrive.
Yeah, it can, and I tell you, the one Ogerpon that can hit it for at least neutral damage, the Cornerstone with a Rock type Ivy Cudgel. So there you go. Then Glamour and Blood Moon Ursa Luna as well. Pokemon that we've perhaps seen more commonly. Now, when you're looking at my caster predictions, I know what you're thinking. Hydrapple? Question mark. But let me tell you, David, I'm putting the words into your mouth, but let me turn your opinion around. Hydrapple, really bulky Pokemon, especially given an Assault Vest, and that will bolster it no end as well. Gets ability to gets access to the Regenerator ability, like a Moongus gets, so you can pivot it in and out. Doesn't need Sea Nurse Joy. It gets some recovery thanks to that ability in itself. Grass and Dragon type, it's immune to Spore. Fickle Beam, its signature move, that has a random chance to suddenly double in power, and it's 100% accurate. I think it's a Pokemon that people are sleeping on. I'm telling you, if I was attending this event as a player, I'd be bringing Hydrapple. I'd be going 3 and 6, but that's because of my play rather than the
Charlie.
Pokemon.
All right, Charlie. All right. Goodness me. Okay, well, let's see if we see Hydrapple at some point. But obviously, like, I'll give you this as well. Tell us about the Kingdra pick as well, Charlie.
Thank you very much. With a resigned sigh from David there. Kingdra, I mean, it's a Pokemon we haven't seen very commonly in Regulation Set F, which is a real shame. We now have access to it in the Indigo Disc DLC. I've got little plushy Kingdra on the desk here supporting us as well. Gets access to Sniper, and of course now we can use Dragon Cheer to boost the critical hit rate, and if it connects, if you get that critical hit boost and then you're holding a Scope Lens, that's guaranteed critical hits, and with the Sniper boost as well, you're dealing huge damage to your opponent. But then of course the more common ability on Kingdra is Swift Swim, getting a little speed boost in the rain. It's a Pokemon that, you know, nowadays perhaps the stats of other Pokemon somewhat exceed it a little bit, but it's a Pokemon that can really catch your opponents off guard. Thank you, David, for letting me vent about Hydrapple and Kingdra. In fact, I'll say one more thing. And that is that we know that Regulation Set F is the regulation set of the long necks. Raging Bot Frigirath. Who else has a long neck? Hydrapple. I'm telling you, people are sleeping on that Pokemon. That's why I'm representing it in my pin here right now with Outflip. Mic drop.
That's quite a case. Okay. I don't dare contest that, honestly. But if we are thinking about Trick Room Pokemon, like Hydrapple would be, then the Ursaluna Blood Moon, one of my caster picks, would also be quite good. Now, interestingly, though, looking at, if you remember back to those top 12 usage stats, there was no Farigiraf there either. So no sort of Trick Room centers to really kind of speak of, to be honest, which was interesting. So despite it winning Dortmund Regionals, people have kind of put away from it, for instance, at the moment anyway. But perhaps adapting to it instead, expecting to it to be more common, and putting things on their teams that can help counter that. For instance, lots of Incineroar with maybe Taunt or Parting Shot or Snarl that kind of can really put the advantage into that person's corner if they're against a Trick Room team to help try and stall it out, as we saw in our round 3 or 4 rather, to when the winner kind of used that Incineroar and the bulkiness of the team to just be able to stall the Trick Room out. Yeah, Trick Room is always... I always admire a Trick Room player. You have to have so much resolve, being certain that you'll be able to get that Trick Room up. And as you say, David, Farigiraf is a Pokemon that makes it even more likely for the Trick Room to be able to get up with the Armatail blocking priority moves. And of course, that is why Taunt on Incineroar and Rillaboom is so much more threatening into a Farigiraf. Armatail blocks that Prankster Taunt that could be coming out from a Tornadus, or indeed a Whimsicott, for example. But how are the rest of the battles going on right now in the Utrecht Special Event? Well, let's take a look here. Look at all of these 5-0s. Fantastic results from all of these trainers. I mean, with this record already, I'd be exceedingly proud. Aurelian Sula, a name that we're very familiar with, as well as Bas van der Hegden representing the Netherlands. Yeah, 5-0 is incredible, honestly, already, because you're over halfway through day 1 to be able to get that day 2. You just need a few more wins. Just a couple is probably all that you need to be able to get into that elusive day 2, where not many players can make it in, but 5-0 puts you in very good stead for that. Yeah, it certainly does. And Ivar Vligo, of course, there as well, the trainer that we were able to feature just now on stream with the Alola Ninetales and indeed the Archaludon without Electro Shot. And this is the thing, there's so much more experimentation to be had in Regulation Set F. The metagame might be more steady now that we're a couple of months in, but that doesn't mean that you can't tweak the odd move here and there, the odd item, and indeed the odd Pokemon to try and catch your opponent off guard, because yes, it's open team sheet, but, lack of familiarity with the Pokemon, that can go a long way as well. It can. And then the other thing I'm looking at is the standings is the representation as well. So many people from so many different countries across the Europe. We've got Netherlands, UK, France, Italy, Spain. Just so many players from across the European region here who are have made it into Utrecht. And what a beautiful city it is, honestly. Oh, incredibly beautiful. It's full of waterways. It's known for its windmills as well. Indeed, the Netherlands as a whole. It's a city that's always a pleasure to spend time in. And this is the thing. This is what these events enable our trainers to do, just to come and soak up the atmosphere, travel to places that you might not be able to go to ordinarily, and just, hanging out with friends in a completely new place, playing the game that we all love. There are a few things better. No, exactly. But did you know that the Netherlands has, on average, the tallest people in the country. World? Yes, exactly. Tallest. Wow. Yeah. That is fascinating. I know, very. And then when I knew it, and I was kind of walking around, I was like, oh my goodness, yeah, you're right. Everyone is really tall. That's a very good point, actually. Wow. Well, I wonder. There must be something in the water. I don't know what would be causing that here, but that is a really fascinating fact. Thank you for sharing that with us, David. Yeah, that's right. I'd love to know the average height of the people here in the venue today. But Utrecht, a place that's also, it's very close to my heart as a caster. It's the location of my very first live event, and so incredibly exciting to be back here, showcasing some wonderful matches as we take a look at some of the other notable matches we have going on in the venue. I mean, my eyes immediately drawn to Bas van der Hegden's team, running a Sylveon and a Regieleki. That is so cool, alongside a Bascalibur, who we don't see so commonly in Regulations F. Nickel Ready, running an Alola Ninetales as well as an Articuno. What? Yeah. That's a Cantonian Articuno as well. So we've obviously seen out in previous regionals Articuno Galarian form, sometime used occasionally, most often by Jamie Boyd, honestly. But yeah, seeing the other form there is really incredible to see. Now, looking at the rest of that team, those teams, honestly, it shows that really, creativity is, really shining through. Bas down at the bottom right there. There's a Sylveon and a Regieleki, so much to cover that we just don't have time for, Charlie. I know, exactly, but the match we will be featuring is that one on top, Aurelian Sula versus Laura Schmenk. And
And it seems like they've got similar teams. They've got one long neck apiece in the Raging Bolt and the Frigiraf. No Hydrapple, very sad about that. And then they've traded Landorus for Tornadus as well. And otherwise, it seems to be a mirror match, so that's going to be really fascinating. And I think the trainers are going to be capitalizing on the differences between their teams to try and get the upper hand.
I'm really actually interested by the Frigiraf over there on Laura's end, but there's no obvious Pokemon that kind of benefits from a Trick Room, for instance.
Yeah.
Like an Ursula Blood Moon or a Torkoal, for instance. It's obviously probably more there to kind of support the team, maybe with that Armor Tail, just to protect from all the priority attacks that are really common in the metagame right now, like Sucker Punches, Thunderclaps, Aqua Jets, Fake Out. That's why Frigiraf is just such a good Pokemon.
Yeah, it is, and we'll be able to dive much deeper into that matchup very shortly. But to go back to the variety of teams that we have here, this is the thing, we're only able to feature one match per round on the stream, and so you might get the impression that, well, all of the team compositions are broadly similar, but that's not the case at all. As you can see from that, you can come along, and it depends what your ambitions are for the tournament. You might just be here to have fun, like when I spoke to Francesco Diana earlier on today, just here to have fun and get a handle on the metagame, not competing that seriously, but when you can just turn up and have a good time with your friends. And this is the thing, we have so many Pokemon that we can explore. Why not give it a go?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Pokemon is there just for the fun of it. And like, there's so many different Pokemon out there and so many different ways you can play this game that you can end up playing with your favorites a lot of the time as well. As Ivar was giving us some advice earlier when I was chatting to him on the couch as well, he was like, obviously, make sure it works to start with. Like, give it some practice first. But then obviously, it eventually will do, because there's so many people who like looked at the previous tournament results of previous tournaments, obviously, and see what people are using and then prepare for that. But they're not preparing for a really creative team that you may then suddenly create at some point. So then suddenly the ball's in your court in terms of the advantage that you have because your opponent doesn't know what to do versus your team.
Yeah, exactly. And an open team sheet can only tell you so much. It doesn't reveal, of course, how those Pokemon are trained. And that's why you see some Fluttermanes sticking around on the battlefield after a hit that you might have expected to knock them out, because it turns out that that Fluttermane has more training in its defense than perhaps other Fluttermanes that you will have gone up against. And of course, the item gives you a little bit of a clue as to how bulky or not the Pokemon will be. You see a Focus Sash. Potentially that Pokemon is there just to hit fast and hard, but then you see something like a Covert Cloak, and that's presumably going to be a more supportive option.
Okay, fine, yes, right. Like, thinking of Hydrapple right now, because
thank you.
You've just got me thinking.
At least it's not just one of us.
Well, okay, what would you pair with it? What would you put on the team with Hydrapple?
I'll tell you what I'll pair with it, David. Thank you so much for asking. I thought you never would. I pair it up with this guy's evolution, Porygon 2, to set up that Trick Room. And I've also been experimenting with a team that has Araquanid on it to be able to benefit from the Trick Room as well. Araquanid is a Pokemon that has so much potential. I feel like Liquidation, along with that Water Bubble ability, as in Terra Water, it was go for some really heavy-hitting water-type moves. A veritable fountain on the field, but then you need a faster mode as well. You're going to want to run a Fluttermane, something like that, for outside of Trick Room. And, of course, an Incineroar. It's got to be on there to help you get that Trick Room up in the first place.
Okay, right, that's a good answer, to be honest. You've got like a nice Firewater Grass Core there and Trick Room, etc. as well. I do like that. Okay, fine. Maybe there's a few other people who are kind of using something similar, potentially, maybe in the Global Challenge as well, which is obviously going on this weekend too. So let us know if you've been competing in that, or if you're watching it from home. You can always let us know on the socials, on using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, etc. And we may be able to feature some of your posts on the stream.
We'd love to know how you're getting on in the Global Challenge, and I love the Global Challenge. You're able to participate from wherever you are in the world. It's a very different format, closed team sheet, best of one, and that's where you can really try out those spicy Pokemon like your Hydrapples, like your Kingdras. I ran Kingdra in that first Global Challenge, and I'll tell you what, it went pretty well for me. Went pretty well.
Okay.
Day one, I got 11 victories, 4 losses. I will take that. The rest of the weekend we don't need to talk about, but day one went fantastically.
Fantastic. Day one is, you made it to day 2 in a way with Global Challenge.
Thank you.
Exactly,
I'll take that.
Congrats. Day 2 of the
Maybe
Global
I'll
Challenge.
put that on my achievements.
Okay. By the way, everyone makes it to day 2 if you just decide to play to day 2.
What are you doing? You don't need to tell them that. David, I'm not sure that you participated in that last Global Challenge, but if you were participating in the Global Challenge this weekend, what might you be bringing?
King Gambit, honestly.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
Funny you say that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and actually, I'm really convinced by Ivar as well, because I think that Ninetales is also really cool as well. To be able to throw off those Light Ball powered freeze dries. Ugh, love that. Just love it.
Yeah. Getting that defense boost from the snow being set up as well. But here we are. Our trainers are getting ready on the stage. It's Aurelian Sula versus Laura Schmenken. Aurelian is a trainer that I really have my eye on, because Excuse me. In fact, last year at the Utrecht Special Event, Aurelion was the runner-up. And so potentially hoping to go all the way this time and convert that into a victory here in Utrecht 1 year later. But stiff competition coming up from Laura Schmenk across the table. And of course, these are two teams that are relatively similar, but with some surprises up their sleeves.
They certainly are, and like it's more Ogerpon Halflame,
yeah,
just like for both of them. And that is yet a Pokemon that dropped out of the day 2, or the usage today, but was in the day 2 usage for Dortmund. So maybe something that might creep in on the day 2 usage for today instead. And we also saw it on stream in round 4-2, getting up those swords dances to be able to dish out so much damage thanks to the Rillaboom supporting it, which also both of these trainers have.
Both of these trainers have a Rillaboom, but they are holding different items. Aurelion has been running the Miracle Seed Rillaboom before, and that seems to be what Aurelion is doing this time as well. Certainly more offensive and able to go for a very, very threatening Grassy Glide right off the bat, as long as that Grassy terrain is on the field. Meanwhile, the Rillaboom over on Laura's side of the field will be that Assault Vest, but we'll be able to get into the team compositions much more deeply of both of these trainers in just a moment as they get ready here on the stage. And doing a battle on stream is quite a different beast from doing a battle just in the venue, isn't it, David?
It really is, actually, because when you're on the stream, you're obviously, a little bit more people are kind of watching you potentially, and you may want to think a little bit more about how you want to use your team to its best advantages and maybe show it off a little bit, honestly, because that is your chance to show off yourself and the team itself and your little team building that you put behind it too. And it's interesting to see the kind of the thought process behind it that we can then all at home kind of just learn from.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is one of the fantastic assets of this stream. There's so much learning to be had watching these trainers go up against each other as we take a look at these accomplishments. Laura, none to speak of as of yet, but of course hoping to convert that into accomplishments over the course of this weekend. Fantastic to see you here, Laura, and we hope you're having a brilliant day. And Aurelion, on the other hand, yes, the Lille regional finalist in 2024, as well as Utrecht, as we said, this time last year, and then Bochum regional top 4, and of course a trainer from the seniors division, graduating up from the world's top 8 back in 2022 in London. Very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, honestly, like super, super impressive. Aurelion is like honestly one of the best French players out there right now, and we may probably expect great things from them, and we already have seen them too. So like, good luck to Laura, honestly, because yeah, Laura is a very, very like potent player. But look, getting to 5-0 for both of them though really does show that Laura is doing exceptionally well as well.
Yeah, fantastic to see. So we've talked about Aurelion's Rillaboom already, and we've mentioned the Ogerpons. For the Fluttermane, it will be carrying the booster energy, so it's able to go for a protect, as well as Urshifu single strike style. That is Landorus that's running Taunt and the Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest, excuse me. So Taunt on Landorus, another Pokemon that doesn't get access to that Prankster ability, so Taunt will not be blocked by the Frigiraf over on Laura's side of the field. And it's fantastic to see that move coming into the fray. More often than not, we see Substitute on Landorus, but this Landorus is one that is not afraid to get a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, it's a really good call you made actually there, Charlie. It means that opens up a lot of more options for Aurelion here. And like a lead of, say, Landorus and the Urshifu single strike really either makes the Frigiraf kind of choose between taking a Taunt or a Wicked Blow. Maybe then forcing a Terror as maybe, say, a partnered Rillaboom on Laura's end fakes out the Landorus. And that would be kind of the only way I can see, at least at the moment, to be able to get up a Trick Room.
Right, well, is that even going to be what Laura wants to be going for? Because, of course, as we said before, not the most Trick Room heavily orientated team over on Laura's side of the field, and we're able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into that team right now. And something I really love on this Frigiraf is that Throat Spray. It can go for Hyper Voice, then get a boost to its special attack, and that means you can invest more training into the bulk of the Pokemon, so it's around on the field for longer, but then heading into the later stages of the game, be able to deal some really good damage coming out and spread damage at that with Hyper Voice over onto the other side of the field.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice set, honestly. Like, it makes a Trick Room setter, which often is kind of a little bit more bulky and not so offensively present, into something that actually is really useful in those Trick Room turns itself once that Throat Spray is procced. Looking at the rest of the team, though, I just see a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Grassy terrain boosted wood hammers, Ogerpon half lane with that attack boost with the embody aspect, throwing off attacks, Choice Specs Fluttermane, and just Urshifu single strike. There's so much damage on the rest of the team as well. It really shows how Laura's kind of gotten to this stage where she can just kind of get into a certain position where once one Pokemon's in a position that it wants to be, most of the time it doesn't even need setup to actually just dish out so much damage.
And I tell you what else that we've got to call out on Laura's team, and that is Sunny Day on the Tornadus. Now that is going to be activating the Protosynthesis onto the Fluttermane on Laura's side. It's holding the Choice Specs, but it doesn't need the booster energy as long as the sun is set up to get that boost. But that's also, of course, going to boost up the power of the Fire-type Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Ogerpon, especially if it terastallizes and gets that boost to its attack as well. And as well as that, the Sunny Day could be boosting up the power of the Fluttermane over on Aurelian side of the field with the Protosynthesis as long as the booster energy isn't in play. So there's mind games aplenty going on right now already in the game.
And looking at the two teams in comparison as well, I think it's going to be in... Obviously, there's a lot of Pokemon that are very similar, but I think it's going to be in the Pokemon that are different that will really challenge determine this matchup. With Laura and that Tornadus, she's able to boost up the speed of so many of those Pokemon, whereas on Aurelion's end, they don't really have that option at all. Like, you've maybe got Icy Wind on the booster energy, which can obviously help, but it's still not as effective as a priority Tailwind, which then boosts your Pokemon up speed even further than an Icy Wind would do.
Yeah, Icy Wind is really a move that you need to have if you're Aurelion in this situation to try and maintain some semblance of speed control in this position. Of course, there are also those priority moves in the case of Sucker Punch and the Grassy Glide. Those will be going first. But yes, the speed advantage certainly is on Laura's side right now. And we saw in that previous game with Eva that the Tailwind really paid dividends, and that really was the crucial thing that enabled, via their Whimsicott, Eva to take that game.
Yeah, it was. So it makes a lot of sense. And like Tornadus was much more common in previous regulations as well for the exact same reason. Just boosting your speed up is really good. Going first is really good. So why not keep using it? And to be honest, we've probably seen a drop-off of it because of all the bulky Pokemon that have been around recently, like Raging Bolt, etc. But we're getting lots of offense right out of the gate with that Urshifu there, with a lot of Tornadus, along with an Ogerpon Half-Flame and that Raging Bolt.
Can you name two better buddies than Tornadus and Urshifu Single Strike, or indeed the Rapid Strike? And it's going to be the Half-Flame Ogerpon and Raging Bolt there. Raging Bolt got its head in the clouds, but don't let that fool you. It's able to threaten super effective damage down onto the Tornadus over on Laura's side of the field. Now, the Sucker Punch and Thunderclap mind games, that could be something that's very interesting that could be coming out later on in this game. But right now, you're probably going to want to be locking into more reliable moves that don't rely on your opponent going for a damaging move to come out first. But certainly, Tailwind, there's no fake out or anything stopping that, David.
No, absolutely not. Like, Fake Out is just off the board right now. Urshifu Single Strike has any target it wants to go for right now. Protect doesn't matter, so you can get a lot of damage onto that Ogerpon. But we're going to see a Terra first, it looks like. It is into that Urshifu as well. So it looks like even more damage is coming right out of the gate, Charlie.
Yeah, Laura's gone all in with that Urshifu. It's become even cheekier than it once was, going for that Dark Terror. And with this Tailwind, this Urshifu is going to be a very fast force on the field as well. Wicked Blow is going to be winging its way right into the Raging Bolt and dealing a huge amount of damage, bringing it down to about a quarter of its health. But Ivy Cudgel, in retaliation for its buddy, bringing with the critical hit that Urshifu down not quite to its Focus Sash, so very bulky indeed, but with the Electro Web follow-up, that is going to be enough to get the knockout onto that single strike style Urshifu. So that is Terra down for Laura already.
That's really unfortunate for Laura there. I think without the critical hit from that Ivy Cudgel, that Urshifu was most likely going to be surviving from that turn and still then able to use the rest of the Tailwind turns to just keep Wicked Blowing into everything Aurelion had. But now that's down and out, Terra option also down. Laura needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit and think about what she wants to kind of bring in here. But obviously, as we talked about, she has a lot of really good offensive threats that she can still bring in and make the most of this. The Ogerpon, particularly, if she has that in the back, would be really nice here too, because it has a lot of damage potential behind it. Even though the Raging Bolt might resist it, you may still be able to get a KO.
You might, with the critical hit and the Raging Bolt on such low health already as well. Now, Laura has access to Fluttermane as well. That's one of the special attackers that could be lurking in the back. But instead, Laura's going to try and play Aurelion at their own game and bring the Ogerpon onto the field there, holding the Half-Flame Mask. Now, Tornadus is looking pretty low on its health, and if you secure that knockout, then there's no Tailwind that could be coming out later in the game. But Aurelion seems to be playing this slower and steadier than Laura and paying dividends so far.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt with that Assault Vest is just so bulky. It's able to take those hits so well and dish out a lot of supported options in that Snarl or that Electro Web as well, as we've seen. So there is that other speed control option that I did not mention. So there's the Icy Wind plus this. But that slower and bulky option can often win you games. Tailwind obviously expires at some point. Electro Web does not, as long as the player or the Pokemon stays on the field. So going to the next turn, Aurelion obviously has some very healthy Pokemon right now in that Ogerpon particularly. So, and still with the Terra option on their end too, that means a lot of damage potential yet still to come. Yeah, here it is.
Speaking of a lot of damage, an immediate boost to the attack for this Ogerpon holding the Half Flame Mask. Its mask is going large, and so is its physical attack stat, thanks to the Embody Aspect ability. Aurelion deciding that it's time to Terrasilize, and Tornado's not liking the look of that one bit, so it is just going to be staring this turn down from behind its nifty Protect Shield. Thunderclap going to fail because there was no damaging move coming out from that Tornadus. Ivy Cudgel, will it be enough for the knockout into the Raging Bolt? No, it's not. Raging Bolt is going to be sticking around on 8 HP. No critical hit to speak of there. But will there be a critical hit onto the Ogerpon on Laura's side? In return, that's going to be a health bar empty. That's a one-hit knockout onto Laura's Ogerpon. Aurelion making a decisive mark on this game.
4-2 up for Aurelion. It's looking very strong for them right now. Ogerpon completely down on the other end too, so it's just Rillaboom left. And I believe this Rillaboom only has grass and bug moves to speak of, so this Ogerpon Half Flame is looking so strong right now. Bleak Windstorm is going to be the main way to deal damage from it if you're Laura, and Laura's Tornadus is most likely still going to be outspeed, and you still at least have a fake out turn this time as well, and no potential for Farigiraf to come in and block that either. So it very much looks like Laura is able to get a KO here, but it's definitely... she's definitely on the back foot and really needs to hope that there's some Pokemon in the back for Aurelion that these Pokemon that she has currently can still deal with.
Yeah, you can fake out into the Raging Bolt very safely, and that's exactly what's going on, and it's not going to be able to protect holding that Assault Vest. Aurelion deciding that the Raging Bolt has done what it's needed to do on the field already. The Bleak Windstorm is going to be connecting. Ooh. It's no longer super effective, but with that critical hit, Ogerpon taking a huge amount of damage as Ivy Cudgel will be connecting down into the Rillaboom. The Assault Vest not going to help it as it's a physical attack. Yet another one-hit knockout. Aurelion is becoming the master of that bell.
Yes, Aurelion loves to ring that bell, as I'm sure everyone would, to be honest, because that means KOs. Now, the Urshifu single strike of their own comes in here, so some very similar Pokemon have been brought to this matchup, but yeah, it's looking like this right might be on the wall for Laura at the moment, at least in this game one, especially with the Focus Sash on this Urshifu sealing this up for Aurelion.
Well, Bleak Windstorm for good measure, and, you know, a real good amount of damage onto Aurelion's Pokemon. And it just goes to show how quickly the tides of a battle can turn when you have a little bit more resources available to you in the back. But with this Ivy Cudgel, that is going to be a fiery way to end this game one for Aurelion, taking this first game here in Swiss Round 6 of the Utrecht Special Event.
There we go. Just as simple as that for Aurelion. That is 3-0. But we have to talk about that critical hit there, Charlie, because I think that really swung the game into their favor, like so much. Can you imagine another Terra Dark Wicked Blow coming out from that Urshifu in the following turn? Like, that could have KO'd the Ogerpon, depending on its bulky training. It could have taken down the Raging Bolt, and therefore those attacks that Aurelion then sent out in subsequent turns wouldn't even be there.
Right, swinging the game in his favor, just like the Ivy Cudgel swinging away from the Ogerpon. That connected down with the critical hit into Laura's Urshifu. Now, Ivy Cudgel does have that heightened critical hit chance, so it's not something that Laura can be too upset about, really. Seems like Laura's very calm and collected here, just making the adjustments necessary heading into game two. But one thing I would say about that previous game is that we more often than not see the single strike style Urshifu brought in the back, because it's a fantastic way to clean up in the late game. Pokemon cannot protect in front of it. But not only that, Laura went immediately for that Dark type Terra. And yes, you're right, the critical hit was huge there, but potentially putting all your eggs in that basket, especially when you could be receiving a critical hit from that boosted, heightened chance of the critical hit from Ivy Cudgel, they're potentially a little bit risky.
Yeah, you're certainly right there, Charlie. Like, obviously this is a game of risk and reward a little bit as well, especially when you have those added effects going in, those little freezes, those little burns that can really happen for a lot of those moves. So, the thing is, does Laura still do the same thing? Because it seemed to kind of work out fairly well, honestly, assuming you don't get that critical hit. It means just so much damage across the board. And if anything, I'm thinking Aurelion may actually want to change their lead here to have a better matchup into what that Urshifu that was coming straight out of the gate. And so something like the Fluttermane could be particularly good for them because it's Terra Fairy. And so going to that Terra Fairy means you're going to be able to take any of those Urshifu single strikes moves very well, even if it outspeeds you, and then threaten with so much damage back, including like an Icy Wind, and maybe follow it up with your own Urshifu to kind of clear the field with that close combat.
But then, you know, we've also got to talk about the damage that was coming out of Laura's Tornadus in the late game there with that Bleakwind Storm. Now, interestingly, Laura's Tornadus is not running Rain Dance in order to get the Bleakwind Storms 100% accurate. It is Sunny Day instead, so a little bit risky perhaps. And with the Raging Bolt, that's really the only Pokemon over on Aurelian's side of the field that is taking resisted damage from the Bleakwind Storm. But that could be something that Laura is indexing on, but again, without that rain present on the field, a little bit of a risk.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's always that bit of risk. And we'll see how risky these players are going to do into this Game 2 of the Utrecht Special Event. The Raging Bolt and Ogerpon Half Flame again for Aurelion. And it's the Fluttermane and Tornadus as a switch-up for Laura.
Now, this is really interesting for Laura, because you could click that Sunny Day button, get a Photosynthesis boost, as well as the Choice Specs attached to the Fluttermane. And that should be the fastest Pokemon, but Ogerpon count is obviously pretty speedy as well. Tailwind would be safer if you want to guarantee going first. But of course, Laura's Fluttermane also has access to Mystical Fire, a really cool move that we don't commonly see on that Pokemon. Something that could prove useful later on in the game. But certainly, Tornadus and Fluttermane, or Tornadus and any strong physical or strong attacker generally, that's a really nice pairing.
Yeah, it 100% is. Like, the Fluttermane just getting the guaranteed damage off the board right now could be, like, very much huge. Even if it goes down this turn, if you're Laura, like, you've probably still gotten a load of damage on the board anyway. As we can see, Aurelion seems to have, like, felt that they need to Terra to get rid of that Fairy weakness so it can actually even take a hit here. So into that Electric type, it also boosts up that Electric type damage.
Yeah, it absolutely will, as Tailwind will be being set up on the field. The Fluttermane's mane is fluttering even more than it was before in that Tailwind. Dazzling Gleam is indeed coming out. You can see how well the Raging Bolt takes that, having Terastallized and with access to the Assault Vest. The Ivy Cudgel is not enough for the knockout onto the Fluttermane, but will this follow up Electro Web be? Yes, it certainly will, because it will be connecting into both Pokemon. Fluttermane is down and out. That is a speed drop onto the Tornadus, of course. Tornadus looking really unhealthy on the field. The same cannot be said for the Pokemon on Aurelian's side.
That might be the most damage I've ever seen done from an Electro Web, honestly. Like, that is not a powerful move, but from a powerful Pokemon like that with a Terra Electric, that is certainly showing the damage it can do. Now, however, Laura has got a Pokemon down right now, but she's got two Pokemon now in Tailwind that can start dishing out the damage, making the most of these turns now. Also, this Raging Bolt has just Terra'd out of its resistance to fire, so Ogerpon Half Flame is looking pretty nice right now. Plus, Aurelion's own Ogerpon can't Terra into a fire type either, so it's still susceptible to the Ivy Cudgel on the Ogerpon's end. So I really actually like Laura's position right now.
Yeah,
Bleakwind Storm looks really safe. Ogerpon might just go straight down, and then you could probably get the KO on the Raging Bolt in the same turn. So Aurelion either needs to lose both Pokemon right now, or maybe make some switch-ups.
Or if you're Laura, do you go for the Sunny Day and boost up the power of the Ivy Cudgel? Of course, that would be the same for Aurelion's Ogerpon as well. So something to be considered carefully. Spiky Shields coming out a piece. Both of these Ogerpon doing their best Hedgehog impression, as Thunderclap, of course, is not going to be doing anything because that was just a Protect. And Bleakwind Storm, is it going to be connecting with this Raging Bolt, potentially getting a speed drop there? Well, there's the connection. It's going to be resisted damage. That's a fairly miserable Bleakwind Storm, as miserable as its bleak name suggests.
Yeah, exactly. So Thunderclap, though, was obviously an option that could still come out, actually, and hit that Tornadus before it Bleakwind Storm. So then Laura needs to decide on where she's going to target with that Ogerpon Half Flame. Now, you could go straight into that Ogerpon now. It has already Spiky Shielded, so it's definitely an even safer slot. And in terms of switch-ins, there's none. There's nothing that wants to take a Fire-type move on Aurelion's end that's left in the back here. So we'll have to see where Laura targets and how much she can make the most of the last two turns of Tailwind.
You really ramped up the drama there, David. I thought you were about to reveal the fire resistance in the back, but no, that isn't an option available right now. Laura has decided to Terastallize. It's the Ogerpon Half Flame Mask. It is going to be getting that boost to its physical attack. The Ogerpon is going to be hitting hard, and it's also going to be hitting fast. Thanks to the Tailwind that was set up on the previous turn. You don't often see Farigiraf and the Tornadus being brought to the same game, but that's exactly what Laura's done. Spread damage available from the Hyper Voice that would be able to ignore the Follow Me. Ivy Cudgel will be connecting down into Aurelion's Ogerpon right now, and with that attack boost, a neutral hit, it is going to be enough for the knockout.
Yeah, that's a really big knockout, but we can see the Raging Bolt did not go for the Thunderclap here.
Yeah.
And instead, it is that Electro Web coming out yet again from this bulky Pokemon and doing sizable chunks of damage too. So once Tailwind expires for Laura, this Oakerpon's going to be in a dangerous position right now, and I think that's going to be next turn as well. So it's quite simply a protect from whatever this Urshifu that's most likely coming in here, and the Raging Bolt maybe going for a last-ditch move or kind of switching out potentially as well. So in that way, they're able to stall this out very effectively. So we'll actually see if Laura kind of calls that and maybe targets into the Raging Bolt this time. Being Assault Vest, can't protect. But equally, the Raging Bolt could, the Farigiraf could actually even go for the Trick Room this turn on that very last turn of Tailwind. She's going to flip the speeds immediately and make the -1 speed Oakapon the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, both of the Farigiraf and the Raging Bolt, they've got the bird's eye view of the battlefield right now with their heads all the way up there. But yes, Tailwind and Trick Room mind games are plenty. Laura does have the Farigiraf out in at exactly the right time if that is what Laura wants to be going for. Ivy Cudgel will be coming out first into that Raging Bolt. That's going to be enough for the knockout. So Raging Bolt is down, and so is the Terra option. Aurelion down 2 Pokemon, and so it's just the Urshifu and whatever that's in the back remaining. Laura really adapting well in this game too, as the Wicked Blow is going to be super effective in the Farigiraf, and that is bringing it down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
So 2 Pokemon apiece, but now the Tornadus can come back in fairly safely too. There's no Thunderclap there either, and another Tailwind can go up this time. And as we saw, once the Tailwind is up, the Oakapon will then outspeed the Urshifu yet again. However, the big problem is though, that Urshifu single strike is looking still so threatening right now, especially combined with Fake Out pressure, and it still needs 2 hits to take it out because of that Focus Sash. So honestly, Aurelion's in a really nice position right now.
This is a classic pairing, having a Fake Out user next to Urshifu that can hit through Protect. Obviously, in order to get past the Fake Out turn, you're wanting to protect both your Pokemon sometimes, but Urshifu isn't going to enable you to go for that option. So Laura potentially with the back against the wall right now, but at least can set up a Tailwind. It just depends who the Rillaboom is targeting. Both the Pokemon can protect, but again, Urshifu might be rendering that null and void, especially because the health bars over on Laura's side are looking more dwindled than they are on Aurelion's side as well. Let's see how it plays out.
We'll have to see. Laura needs to pull something out right now, and it is a Fake Out into the Tornado, so no Protect on that Oakapon, which enables it to go for something here to be able to bring this back for her. But it's going to be first that close combat into that slot, and it's going to be enough with that critical hit as well. Not sure if that mattered or not, but that is a massive KO for Aurelion Sula.
I would wager that the critical hit didn't matter there, but you know, you still 2 words that you never want to see when you're on the other side of the field. So it is just this incredibly low health Tornadus here. Now, Bleak Windstorm, if it connects, that would be super effective. And the Rillaboom isn't holding an Assault Vest, but fundamentally the Urshifu is holding the Focus Sash there. And Sucker Punch is not going to be making that relevant anyway. That's, of course, going to be easily enough for the Tornadus to be going down and for Aurelion to be advancing to Swiss Round 7 with a record of 6-0 here at the Utrecht Special Event.
So well played from Aurelion Sula there. Very convincing win, honestly, showing off the team that they've kind of brought here and how good Oakapon Halflame really is. People are maybe sleeping on this thing right now. Like, no, why is it dropped out of the usage stats? Look at it doing so much work here, even versus another Oakapon Halflame.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's a Pokemon that we really cannot ignore, but it's a Pokemon that trainers do seem to be pivoting away from for that Oakapon Wellspring, despite the fantastic results it's got recently. So I hope trainers do reconsider that Pokemon. But Aurelion Sula just showing why they are a trainer that has had such fantastic and consistent results and are hoping to go all the way here in Utrecht.
Yeah, what could stop them? Nothing so far. They're undefeated. So going into the next round 6-0, like knowing that they only need 1 more win, must be feeling pretty good. But obviously, commiserations to Laura. I feel like she really did play to her outs, to be honest. And I wish we could have seen how that game 1 would have played out slightly differently if maybe that critical hit didn't happen. But that is the game we play, and that's why you use Ivy Cudgel, honestly, on Oakapon. Has that high raised critical hit chance. So a lot of the time, especially across a day 1 of 9 rounds, and you're bringing Oakapon to most games, you're eventually going to get those critical hits.
Yeah, at some point, the luck is going to be in your favor. Really interesting to see the Farigiraf coming out as well as the Tornadus, but fundamentally, with Aurelion having access to that single strike style Urshifu, it's a really difficult Pokemon to bring unless you're Terastallizing it into the Fairy type, but the Terra had already been used over on Laura's side of the field. I think you know, at least that second game, there was more to work with there. It wasn't as decisive a victory for Aurelion, so really well adapted by Laura there. And interesting that both these teams relatively similar. I think it's so cool having the sunny day on the Tornadoes as well as the Mystical Fire on the Fluttermane. Shame we weren't able to see that coming out, but you know, Aurelion showing that with the Terror Electric, Raging Bolt can be doing sizable damage as well as getting speed control with the Electric Web.
Yeah, that was actually something I want to touch on, actually, is that Raging Bolt, like, and showing off why so many trainers are kind of opting for it here. Because something that was maybe in Raging Bolt's place before it was kind of introduced into Regulations AF was that Iron Hands, which we just don't see anymore. But instead of this Electro Web, is also this Electro Web, this electric type is still obviously very useful, but in a very different way. Electro Web offers that speed control that Iron Hands doesn't offer as much. And along with the bulk of, and especially having that Dragon typing, where Ogerpon is everywhere, Incineroars are everywhere, you suddenly resist all of those attacks. And with the Assault Vest, you can kind of even take on those super effective attacks like from Fluttermane's Moonblast, for instance. So it makes a lot of sense why so many trainers are using it right now to threaten off this speed control, Snarl for damage control, Thunderclap for like getting around speed control, and just consistent damage from either Thunderbolt or Draco Meteor.
Consistent damage, although damage that can miss with Draco Meteor, has to be said. But yeah, a Pokemon that's really been rising up with its long neck through the metagame here in Regulations AF. Probably looking down on your pin there, David, with a smile, knowing that that may well be what it's evolving into, so to speak. The Raging Bolt, of course, being the Raikou of the past. We don't see Raikou so often, do we? But at least Raging Bolt is flying the flag for that Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Raikou is really cool. It also gets inner focus, so it's immune to Fake Out and Intimidate if you wanted to run a physical set for some reason. But I remember using Raikou in previous formats, to be honest, actually. It was really nice. Very fast, so you can get off those Snarls very quickly. Gets Light Screen, Reflect, and plenty of electric type moves as well. So it's got a lot of coverage options too, so maybe we'll see Raikou at some point, but at least we know Raging Bolt is here to stay for, I think, a long time, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. There's no denying Raging Bolt. It's a Pokemon, another Paradox Pokemon we haven't seen so commonly so far in this tournament is Gouging Fire. It's a Pokemon that's been rising up as well. A Pokemon that has such fantastic tools up its sleeve. More of a supportive Pokemon than Raging Bolt tends to be. And I think, you know, it's got really consistent results recently. So I'd be interested to see how Raging Bolt does here in Utrecht.
Yeah, we'll have to see, honestly.
Gouging Fire, I mean, yeah.
Oh, Gouging Fire, indeed. But yeah, it's this Rillaboom Ogerpon half-lane combination that I really want to like draw attention to, that we've seen on like multiple teams now across multiple rounds already. We've not even seen that many games yet either. But something that is obviously really good into it is the Gouging Fire, as you've mentioned, because obviously if you're running Grass and Fire, Fire is great into resisting that, and so is Dragon. So Gouging Fire doubly resists both of those moves. So we'll have to see if maybe more of the Day 2 players start using it, because it's not in those Day 1 usage stats.
No, not currently, but I think potentially before it has reached the Day 2 usage stats at other tournaments, so it'll be really interesting to see if it does the same here in Utrecht. But look at those stats. I mean, really good bulk all round, and so it's able to stick around on the field and get a lot of breaking swipes off, and you don't need the immediate offense because you can go for Howl to boost that up instead. So a Pokemon that we've really got our eyes on. I believe it's number 2 in my caster predictions, so we'll be keeping a beady eye on that Pokemon along with all the other Dragon types that are there in my caster predictions as well.
Have to remind us of that again, haven't you, Charlie? Every single time. But honestly, like, they're cool picks, though. So, like, I don't blame you at all. But, like, hopefully some trainer out there is using them, if not yourself.
Yeah, me. All of the usage stats skewed because of the Pokemon I'm bringing. No, I'm not playing this weekend. But we do want to know how you're doing in the Global Challenge if you're playing along with that this weekend. So let us know with the hashtag #PlayPokemon. But for now, it is time to hear from our winner of that previous game. It is the inimitable Aurelion Sula.
Thank you, casters. What a match. I'm delighted to be joined by the winner of that fantastic showcase, Aurelion. I mean, congratulations. You seemed so calm and in control the whole way through that match. Was that the case for you playing?
Thanks. I think when I saw the 6 reading the list, I thought my matchup was really good because I believe the team didn't have fire resist without Terra and didn't have great ways to break through Raging Bolt, so I figured I could just lead those, and as long as I don't make mistakes or my opponent makes crazy reads, I thought I was probably fine.
Yeah, that can sometimes be the risk, but I'm glad you mentioned Raging Bolt because it was a superstar for you in that match, particularly in Game 1. Can you talk us through why you've picked Raging Bolt, and also you seem to run a really offensive variant with the Terra Electric. Just talk us through your choice of Raging Bolt.
And so I picked Raging Bolt for the team. I mean, it's not my team, so it was more like it was on the team, and I thought it was like good, so I kept it. So like same for the like EVs, they're not mine, but yeah, I mean for Terra Electric, I think I've Terra'd it a couple of times, but usually it was more to lose a weakness to Dragon or Fairy, which is also basically why I did it this game. So, but it also has a nice bonus of boosting electric moves, obviously.
Yeah, we saw that in game 2, actually, when the Flutter main went for Dazzling Gleam, and you were able to take that really well. Of course, the Raging Bolt had a really good partner in the support of the Ogerpon as well, and the casters, we've all been talking about Wellspring Ogerpon a lot, but you were running the Hearth Flame variant that we've seen quite a bit this weekend. Can you talk us through why you think that Pokemon is still the top Ogerpon to choose?
So, I mean, I guess kind of the same answer. The team is on mine, but why I picked the team with it, I know I thought, like, it's more, I mean, I guess if you compare it to Wellspring, those points don't necessarily hold, but like it can be both like an offensive piece and a supportive piece with Follow Me.
But it can also go offensive, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It can be both offensive and defensive, probably both in a row, you know. You got like Agricultural Rillaboom, and then you get intimidated twice maybe, and you can just start clicking Follow Me.
That's true. It means it's really flexible for you as a trainer. Obviously, we on the broadcast have seen you many times at Pokemon tournaments. How are you feeling for your season at the moment? Kind of, if you can give the viewers a bit of an update on your goals and how you're feeling for this tournament.
So goals for the season, I mean, I guess will be just like playing well, you know, and like continuing to improve. For the tournaments, I'll be at UIC, Stockholm, and hopefully in AIC and WC Worlds if I get to go, but I shall get to go, so.
Oh, awesome. So there's still lots we'll expect to be able to see from you throughout the season. I mean, this is the last kind of main event in Europe before the European International Championships. Are you kind of using this as like a testing ground for a team, or will you maybe, you know, do something completely different for EUIC?
We'll see. I mean, I guess like obviously more events gets you like more like meta knowledge and like being used to like a new team potentially. That's gonna always be good, but I don't know if this is what I'll bring to EUIC or if I'll change some stuff.
Perfect. One tournament at a time, maybe. See how it all goes. Well, we'll let you rest and catch up with your friends and family. But before you go, as always, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out or a thank you to at home watching?
Yes. So shout outs to everyone who's supporting me throughout the years, especially my parents for bringing me to events, Suika for building the team, Maurice for talking about matchups yesterday, and everyone supporting me really.
Oh, perfect. I'm sure they will keep supporting you throughout the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for this wonderful interview, and I'll be keeping an eye on you and Raging Bolt as the tournament goes on. Of course, Pokemon Trainers, the action will keep going. We have 9 rounds of Swiss we've got to get through today, so let's keep the action rolling.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just going to get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
If you want to be
be the best, you got to beat the best, and Marco's proving he is one of the best trainers in the world.
My main strategy was to use the Tailwind mod, so a really offensive mod with the Tornadoes, Arcanine, Worshipful Water, and Iron Hand.
Now Head Smash in return. This will be a lot more damage, one hit KO.
My main plan was to overwhelm them with damage with the Tailwind mod, and also to keep Iron Hands and Urshifu alive.
Now it gives Marco the opportunity to bring in this Iron Hand.
Goldengo and Amoonguss are extremely good in this format. I adapted my strategy during the Swiss round. In fact, a lot of times there were a lot of teams that were really weak to the Goldengo Amoonguss core, so many times I would end up bringing that.
Now, Spore into the Reggie Alekis.
You played into Marco's trick.
The most challenging match in Top Cut was definitely the final, since both me and my opponent had basically 20 hours to prepare.
This is the rematch of all rematches, each of them taking a loss to each other in Swiss.
Both of us really tried to think about every option that the other one had.
It's time to get started with match number 1 here, the grand final. Drain Punch will be a super effective hit, getting some of that HP back. The forfeit comes on through. Game number 1, going over to Marco Silva.
I think in both the end games, in game 1 and game 2, I can understand that at some point my opponent didn't really have much way to touch my Iron Hand.
Now his Iron Hands will be the only to act on the turn, and he'll start dealing some damage and finish off the KO in the NDD.
So at that point, I kind of knew that I just had to click the right couple of moves, and it was basically over from there.
Looks like both of the trainers know. Wild Charge goes off, takes the final KO. Marco Humberto Galadora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion, having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion for not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
So nice, he's done it twice.
I don't have a specific strategy. I try to win as much events as possible, but the main goal would definitely be winning the World Championship. I think a lot of players already consider me a threat, but I should never underestimate my opponents.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme, In-Game-Tag ist Turbos.
Regionals, Earth Power into that Gouty fight. That's going to be enough for the KO. Florian Temme wins the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Meine Rolle in der Community ist eher so Practice-Partner, Teambuilding-Partner und generell auch ein Turnierspieler. Auch generell auch für da, die gerade Hilfe brauchen. Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte. Ich bin reingegangen und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal ein bisschen Practice holen, ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional-Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung zum Beispiel bei der Informatik gewesen und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch dich konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit um die 10 Jahre schon spiele und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch EVs, um diese auch dann auch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang der Season war erstmal ein Ziel, in irgendeinem Region, egal welches, Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen zu Top 8 und dann Semifinals und letztendlich eins zu gewinnen. Weiteres Ziel ist jetzt natürlich zum Beispiel in den Worlds Day 2 zu kommen oder positiv bei den Worlds rauszugehen.
How's this for a blast from the past on the cast trainers? It's Charlie Merriman paired with Lou Akshos Chromie. We haven't been paired together since Lil Lewis. Very excited.
Has it really been that long, Charlie? Oh my goodness. I think that was our first time ever casting together, so we're going to keep the ball rolling, get a few more Pokemon memories on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And so many are being made here. So many adventures to be had and stories to be told at any regional championships or indeed special events that we are attending. But I believe that we have our co-caster, Ben Kiriakou, who's ready for a bit of a special segment for us.
Yeah, I believe he's at the prize wall checking out what action is going on over there. So let's catch up with Ben and see what else is happening here at the special event.
Thank you, Charlie and Lou. Yes, indeed, we are here at the prize wall, and what a beautiful prize wall it is. I'm Ben Kiriakou, joined here by Mishka, and Mishka is on the prize wall all weekend long. Mishka, tell us first a little bit about what goes on back here.
Hello, welcome on the prize wall. So the prize wall, you can get any kind of prizes if you are doing the side events. On the side events, you are getting the tickets, and you can exchange them for anything you see here: packs, plushies, playmats, anything. So, and you have many like a fun side events. So it's like a fun, and then you are like winning stuff and pretty stuff.
Yeah, very pretty stuff. I mean, looking at all of these things back here, there's so many different things to win. Mishka, what's standing out to you? What would you be playing for this weekend?
Oh, so many things, like all those Nintendo handlers, you know, or we have Pikachu in kimono, which is very great. There are other Pikachus, or a Mimikyu, the spring plushie Mimikyu, which is amazingly cute. The playmats as well, of course, and yeah, for me maybe some packs as well. But we have many nicer stuff than the packs, you know.
I hear from you that a lot of players are coming, winning their side event points, and coming just straight for the packs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, adults sometimes don't need plushies, so they just get the packs. But I think, you know, sometimes when we talk to them, they change their mind and they take a plushie instead of the packs. So, yeah.
Personally, I would be taking plushies, but I get told off when I bring too many plushies home. So
I can't bring any more plushies at home. That's a no for me.
Definitely, definitely. And yeah, we've been talking a little bit about all of the things that our players can get involved in, because it's not just side events that our players get to go. There's some other things at the side as well that our players can get a little bit more involved in.
Yeah, of course you can come chat to the prize ball if you like. And there's a fun zone where actually you can make a origami Pokemon. You can play a board game, a Pokemon board game called Labyrinth, which is very nice. They can teach you how to play Pokemon cards. They have a Battle Academy over there. It's amazing. And then I think, if I remember correctly, you can go into the challenge and color Pokemon. If you coloring and drawing Pokemon. So if you like and you have a spare time, go there, check it out, because it's very nice, and they have retro games as well.
That sounds really, really good. So it's not just Pokemon skills that our players are putting to the test this weekend, lots of other skills as well. Now, it's a little bit quieter here today on the Saturday. Most of our players are playing in the main event, whether that's the video game, trading card game, or Pokemon Go. But tomorrow, it gets a little bit crazy here, doesn't it?
Yeah, because all of the players who finish all the main events and they want to win stuff, the other stuff than the packs, they will do the side events. But I must say, many of the side events are very fun. For example, pick a pack. It's very fast. It's very nice. So I think even if you are just doing the side events, you will have so much fun here anyway. So.
Definitely. And one thing for me for the side events is definitely that Chaos Cup as well. One of the, you get a little bit of a different team to play with, maybe not the team that you brought along with you to the regional as well. Can always be a little bit crazy there as to what happens behind the scenes. Mishka, thank you so much for joining us on the stream.
Welcome.
It's been fantastic to hear from you. We're going to be going back to the casters with Charlie and Lou on the desk. Take it away, guys.
There's so much going on in this hall here, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy taking part in the colouring competition. David and I were there furiously making sure the other wasn't copying fantastic, shiny and indeed otherwise Pokemon. Went for a rainbow Vivian. David, went to town on a Honchkrow. Yeah, a lot of fun going on.
There's a lot of arty stuff happening right now. Obviously, you've got the competition. We saw our casters in the trading card game broadcast actually playing a little bit of Pictionary in a bit of downtime. There were a few drawings that were up to interpretation, let's say, but I do believe lots of points were scored.
Yeah, well, from arty to party, Lou.
Oh, yes.
And Gouging Fire. I know it's a Pokemon that you've got your eye on this weekend. So do I. We both have it in our caster predictions. Why?
Honestly, it's fabulous, first and foremost. You need to look good to feel good, and Gouging Fire definitely has that checked off. But when you actually take a deeper dive into the statistics and also, I suppose, the move pool that it has access to, I really like the way it can be, again, kind of an offensive Pokemon and more supportive as well. We've been talking a little bit earlier about Fluttermane having that capability at the minute, where we see it switch from being hyper-offensive to things with Icy Wind and Taunt, and Gouging Fire can do the exact same thing. You can have a little look at the stats here, and its defense is absolutely off the charts, as well as having really decent attack and HP as well, just meaning that it can go for some of these offensive moves. One of the key things I like is the more supportive variant with Howl that we're seeing at the minute, and the Burning Bulwark as well, being able to potentially burn a couple of opponents as well can sometimes be a really nice opportunity, and having as well those offensive things that we maybe see Entei doing a little bit more as well. We've got things like Heat Crash, we've got Extreme Speed. There's so many options that it has that I just love its flexibility.
That's a very good advert for Gouging Fire there indeed. And I think also, you know, if you are going for Howl, then you don't need to invest so much in the attack of that Pokemon. You know, you can go all in on the bulk, and then the attack will take care of itself with a Howl, and then with Breaking Swipe, you're essentially boosting up the defense of your own Gouging Fire as well. But from one past Paradox Pokemon to another, there's another tongue twister for you. Let's take a look now at Raging Bolt, a Pokemon that is an electric Dragonite type Pokemon, and one that immediately had success in Regulation Set F at the Portland Regional Championships, and it's had good finishes ever since.
And if you've been tuned in for the past hour, you will have been able to see Aurelia and Sula take their Raging Bolt all the way to victory in their amazing set. It really did allow them so much flexibility and a lot of offensive pressure, as it was that Electric Terra variant. You can already see that the special attack is sky high, literally with the length of that beautiful Pokemon's neck as well. And it's able to capitalize with that Electric Terra and possibly even a range of items we've seen on it, like Booster Energy or even Life Ball from time to time to be offensive. Or you can be supportive once again, things like Electroweb or Snarl really being detrimental to your opponent's statistics. And you can throw on something like a cheeky Assault Vest as well to boost up your own defenses.
Yeah, and I mean, Aurelian showed us that a Terra Electric Raging Bolt going for Electroweb, that is damage that cannot be ignored, as well as getting those speed drops there. It's a Pokemon that offers such flexibility, and I think that fundamentally that is what you're looking for when you're building a team. Flexible Pokemon. You don't know what your opponent's going to be coming at you with, so you want to be not caught off guard at any given point. But of course, speaking of being caught off guard, something like an Urshifu can just hit through those protects that you could be running on your team. And today we saw in those usage stats, Single Strike is higher than Rapid, as we've been seeing of late, but only just. Rapid Strike seems to be making a resurging strikes into the meta game. But going into day 2 tomorrow, we'll have to see how that pans out.
Exactly, and one Pokemon that not only we haven't talked about, but isn't getting a lot of love on the team list as well, as that Walking Wake.
Oh,
so, you know, when we look at Pokemon like Raging Bolt and Gouging Fire, you ask the question, well, where's the third component there of the Musketeers, let's say? And Walking Wake, yes, it does have good special attack and pretty decent speed as well. And I think when it first kind of got released, everyone was like, Walking Wake's going to be amazing. We're going to put that on my team, having the nice synergy with kind of Water and Dragon, but then being able to do decent damage in the Sun as well was really, really nice. But unfortunately, I don't think it has that flexibility that the other two Pokemon do that allow them to be on more teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you do have Pokemon that are hit very fast and hard, like something like an Urshifu, and that is something the Walking Wake can do. And it's a really good typing as well. Water and Dragon, that's only weak to Dragon and Fairy. And with the Sun being set up, Hydro Steam, that does increase damage in the Sun as opposed to reduced. It also gets access to Flamethrower, which of course is then boosted by the Sun, as well as Dragon-type moves. But yeah, it's a Pokemon that seems to be a little bit... it's either, you know, you bring it and then it's down quite quickly, or it doesn't come to the battle at all. So, as you're saying, Lou, it's a Pokemon that you need to think twice before running.
It's a little lackluster, I've found. Whenever I've tried to use it, I'm like, you know, maybe I'll win one game and I'm like, this is the best Pokemon ever. This is awesome. And then I'll play a couple more games and I'm like, actually, I haven't quite got the vibe with this Pokemon yet. It's not gelling with the other Pokemon very well. And that's where a Pokemon like, again, Gouging Fire, I'm going to just keep harping on about this Pokemon all weekend long, spoiler alert. But I think that it has so much more flexibility and synergy, being able to get one of those big boxes of the Fire, Water, Grass core, where I think the Water Pokemon is very set at the moment. It's either Ogerpon, Wellspring Mask, or that Urshifu.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the Fire type is a little bit more up to choice. You've got, again, the Yellow Ogerpon, Incineroar. You can even have regular Entei as well.
Yeah, no, you absolutely could. That's a Pokemon that did well very early on in Regulations AF. But also, Lou, more to the point, why run any other Water Dragon type than Kingdra? That's what I want to know.
Do you know what? That is the question of the hour.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
That is my question of the hour. If it's anyone else's question of the hour, then I would be shocked,
I'll be honest, when we were talking about Walking Wake, and we were like, yeah, it's Water Dragon type, my brain's going to Palkia.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like,
Palkia who?
Palkia, and then you're just like, Kingdra.
Yeah, well, at least you can use Kingdra in this regulation set.
That is very true. Very, very true. Maybe there's a niche there. Who knows?
Yeah, it's, you know, Dragon Cheer as well, coming back, getting that boosted critical hit, and Kingdra has access to Sniper, too. So the critical hits are hitting even harder. So we're getting our trainers set up and ready to go in our next Swiss round of the day, trainers. So in the meantime, why don't we have a look at a little bit of a video. Let's take a look at what was going down at the North American International Championships Pokemon Center last year.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, this is actually the Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here. We got our plush over here. Got the big Squishmallows in the bag. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a bunch of play mats, deck boxes.
Dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball, too. That's very special. Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
How exciting are the World Championships in Honolulu this year, Lou?
Honestly, I can't wait. I've been to every World Championship since 2016, so I'm really looking forward to being able to add Honolulu, Hawaii to the list. I know it has been a previous location, Hawaii, in 2012 for the Pokemon World Championships, and a lot of veteran players, Ben Kiriakou, I'm definitely looking at you, are going to be so excited to be able to go back and continue that Pokemon journey there.
Yeah, it's a place that has such special significance for Pokemon as a whole, and the World Championships is just, you know, it's obviously the staple event in the competitive scene of Pokemon, and that's what all these trainers are here for today. You know, the winner will get that automatic invite to the World Championships, as well as loads of championship points for the players all the way down into the 64th position. But, you know, we've also got to call out that some trainers aren't wanting to go all the way, just having some fun, or, you know, setting their own goals.
That's the thing. I've had a nice little walk around the venue as well, and it's not just the Masters division that are playing today, also the juniors and seniors are doing their best to be able to be the special event champion. I believe that actually in their very final matches, the juniors and seniors will be concluding at some point very, very soon, and it just is lovely to see those younger generations of Pokemon trainers, you know, getting to grips with the game for the very first time, having a completely different meta to what the Masters division is maybe experiencing, and that joy of Pokemon that could be continuing for years and years and years is just absolutely blissful to behold.
If I'd come to one of these events when I was that age, I would just have had my mind blown. I mean, it's so exciting, everything going on. We heard from the prize wall earlier on as well. Why don't we remind ourselves of the path that we are on right now to get to those World Championships? We're pretty much exactly halfway through the season right now. Look at all those grayed out events, Lou. It's kind of a shame to see. We've had so much fun already, but so many more events to come. And of course, our next event here in the EU region is EUIC.
Honestly, where does the time go? I mean, what's the saying? Time flies when you're having fun, right? This is definitely a tribute to that for sure. The European International Championship is my absolute favorite on the EU calendar. Such a prestigious event, and it's amazing to see a truly international affair with players all around the globe coming to battle it out to take that coveted spot. We only have 3 internationals this season, and it is so important for the trainers who want to be at the top of their game to be able to be one of those international champions.
Yeah, for sure. And as someone who lives very near London myself, it's just such a joy to see Pokemon come to town over in London, a place that, of course, hosted the World Championships in 2022, but this year it is Honolulu in Hawaii in really just a few months' time. But, you know, a couple of other regional championships and special events coming up as well, with Stockholm and Bologna. We often find ourselves in Sweden and Italy for Pokemon, and this year is no exception.
Yes, normally we go to Malmo in Sweden for a regional championship. So this year we're going over to Stockholm. That'll be a new one to tick off my travel list for sure.
Yeah, Stockholm, really fantastic, exciting city in Sweden. Just a lovely place. Well, this is what this game gives the opportunity to do. Travel around and see these places that you might not have been able to otherwise. So really, there's so much to talk about here at the Utrecht Special Event.
Exactly, so many Pokemon memories to be made. And so far, this tournament has really given us some absolute blinders of battles. So many epic Game 3 situations. And I really want to talk a little bit more about Aurelian Sula's last game, because they were so in control throughout that entire set, and the choice of Raging Bolt, particularly the offensive variant, being able to hit hard with the Electric Terror, I thought was really, really interesting to see. And it's nice that we have a meta that is pretty carved out at the moment, I want to say. You know, there are a lot of very standard Pokemon you will see time and time again, but then there's occasionally the rogue little choice that comes in. That's what I think I'm still missing at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what spicy picks some trainers have got.
Yeah, well, what about Hydrapple? What about Kingdra? Just take a look at the caster predictions. That's where all of the spicy picks that you need to see are right there. But no, there are so many Pokemon that we can experiment with in this regulation set. You only need to look at a trainer like Ivar Vliga, for example, who we featured on stream earlier with the Alolan Ninetales, and our Chaldon coming out without the Electro Shot. And that's the thing, it's making those little changes to a move or a held item and so on that can be catching trainers off guard. It's open team sheet, but that does not make the game any easier.
That's very true. Or something like a rogue terrestrialization type that you maybe haven't seen in a while can really kind of turn the meta on its head a little bit, particularly as well when you have a Pokemon that maybe isn't a very strong meta choice choice. And so often your opponents maybe have no idea what it is capable of doing, haven't got it, to grips with its speed tiers necessarily, or how offensively bulky it can be and things like that. So it's always interesting that game one kind of game information is still a very big thing, even in an open team sheets meta.
Yeah, for sure, but a Pokemon that has been more popular, but one that trainers might not have seen as commonly as some of the others, Porygon 2.
Yeah.
Now, we've got its little younger version here on the desk. It's a very good boy indeed, but you might be wondering why we're on Porygon 2 instead of Porygon Z, or Z indeed. Well, holding that Eviolite item, that bolsters the defense and special defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve, and it's so bulky on the field, and what better Trick Room setter could you have? You could even run Terra Ghost to get around something like a Fake Out.
That's the thing, and I remember 2017 when Porygon 2 really broke out onto the scene alongside Porygon Z. Now, back then, Porygon Z had access to the Normalium Z Crystal and could go for a really powerful Z move and do a lot of offensive pressure, whereas Porygon 2 was definitely that more bulky, supportive role. And in a current meta like this, where we have so many hard hitters and we're not in the Z Crystal era anymore, it's all about terrestrialization instead, that's another opportunity for Porygon 2 to shine. As we were saying earlier with the Terra Blast as well, you can have so much flexibility in your move pool, and if you are to get something like a download boost that's going to give you a special attack boost, then suddenly that Terra Blast really becomes a viable offensive mode.
Yeah, Porygon 2 has all of those options up its little virtual sleeves. But then a Pokemon that it's paired up with quite commonly these days is Ting Lu, a Pokemon we were talking about earlier. You don't see it too often. This was one of your headlines this weekend, Lu. You can't spell Ting Lu without Lu. So many Lus, Honolulu, oh my goodness. But here we are with Ting Lu, that ground and dark type treasure of Ruin. Vessel of Ruin, of course, is the ability that reduces the special attack of everything around it on the field.
That's the thing. It's a Pokemon that, yes, isn't super high on the usage stats, but when played correctly, because I think it's a very difficult Pokemon to play well. It can have a lot of flexibility where it will lower a lot of special attacks, but if you end up facing down against a lot of physical attackers, it's going to be a little bit difficult for it to navigate through, and because it doesn't deal a huge amount of damage, it's very tricky. But when it is used well and it's set up in a good position to provide that support to bring its Vessel of Ruin onto the field, I think it can be one of these Pokemon that I wouldn't be surprised to see breaking into the top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, there are so many special attacks in the format as well. It has such a good matchup into Raging Bolt that we were talking about earlier, given an Assault Vest, and it patches up that special defense, which is slightly lower than its HP and its physical defense. So certainly a Pokemon to keep our eyes on. So much for Pokemon. What about our players here in the venue at the Utrecht Special Event? How are they doing as we enter Swiss Round 7? Who's still at 6-0? Who's at 5-1? Well, we'll get our standings up on screen and then we can see who's having the tournament of their lifetime.
Honestly, the atmosphere out there is absolutely electric. I really enjoy going around talking to some of the players, and in one of the previous matches, Alex Gomez, you can see, is in number 7 spot there, was finishing up. I think he was the last player to finish a round just a couple of rounds ago, and it was just amazing to see the entire crowd of trainers all around watching with such intensity on who was going to be victorious. And as you can see by the 6-0 record, it was Alex Gomez in that case.
Yeah, incredible record. And we've got to shout out Juan Poyato as well in number 2, 6-0, featuring that Bronzong team that we were able to see on stream earlier. That was a game you were casting, Lou. I don't envy you in that position. Again, with so much Trick Room being set up, so many things going on all at once. Definitely check out that match if you missed it earlier on Trainers. Of course, Aurelian Sula, who were able to feature very recently there as well. A better known name and someone who was runner-up at the Utrecht Special Event last year, so hoping to go all the way this time.
Exactly, and a few other names that are familiar, Francesco Piopero, as well as Leonardo Bononomi, two incredible players coming from Italy. And I have to say, the Italians have definitely come in force to this special event, really trying to group together, and they're a fantastic community by themselves, supporting each other with their team building and things, trying to maybe try and get the victory here.
Yeah, and of course, so many Dutch players as well on home turf. In the Dortmund Regional Championships a couple of weeks ago, that was an all-German final.
Yes.
Can it be the same here? Can it be all Dutch? Will the crowd be going crazy for the people representing them here in the Netherlands? And such a broad span of European countries that we have represented here. So it's still all to play for. And we're nearing the end of day one here, Lou. And so at this point, you know, the trainers are going to be feeling that fatigue and just needing to stay focused heading into the later rounds of the day.
That's the thing, it is a long day of competition, and you have to get through these 9 intense rounds, particularly if we are in this balanced meta that we keep talking about. The games don't happen quick, you know? It's not just like KO, KO, KO. You have to spend a lot of energy, a lot of thought power, really calculating what moves and counter moves you want to make to be able to get your win conditions. And that can be incredibly draining. There's nothing worse than going through a very intense best-of-3 set kind of collapsing in your chair at the end and then being like, oh, rounds up for the next one. And that kind of endurance, you have to be very resilient, and you have to make sure that, you know, you're staying hydrated, you're making sure you're getting food, and making sure that you kind of have that support circuit around you as well. Friends who will bring you a snack, friends who will be watching out for you, and that's part of what we see out there in the hall at the moment.
Yeah, it is a game as well where if you have that lapse of concentration, even for just one turn, that could be it. That could be at the end of your game and potentially the end of your chances of making it into day 2. So, you know, it is such a feat of mental fortitude to keep that up. And, you know, if you lose a round at this stage and you're at 5-1, then you can't lose anymore if you want to guarantee your spot in day 2. So it's, yeah, trainers needing to stay firm, stay resolute. But look at that, we're going to have a Volcarona on stream.
I'm going to go check my crystal ball, because I was just talking about Alex Gomez, mentioned Leonardo Bononomi, and look at that. The pairings have spoken, and this is going to be our next match. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing a dual fire type here on Alex Gomez's side. The Incineroar, no surprises, but the Volcarona, I haven't seen that in a while.
Volcarona, I'm thrilled to see that coming back. Is it going to be the Quiver Dance setup set? Is it going for Rage Powder? All options that Volcarona has access to. But before we get into that game, take a look at some of the other teams we have here. Riccardo Stellini there with the Iron Hands, Pokemon that's been dropping off of late, but with the Ursaluna Blood Moon, certainly a Pokemon that has not been dropping off of late. Pokemon that's been eclipsing other Pokemon on the field, and one that has such damage potential with Terra Normal, Hyper Voice, Blood Moon, of course, as well, and with his ability able to hit those ghost types. And of course, yes, there it is, that Bronzong for Juan Poyato there as well.
The other thing I want to talk about, just having an overview of all these teams, is Incineroar, you know, we've talked about a lot. But one of the best partner Pokemon on that team is Chi-Pao.
Yeah.
You know, 2 little feline friends who are able to have so much synergy together. And it's really interesting that when you look here, all of the Incineroars, other than on Juan's side, seem to be paired up with the Chi-Pao. So there's got to be some kind of synergy and connectivity between them and the remaining 4 Pokemon that make for a very successful team. These are all trainers who are at the top of their game right now.
Yeah, and you know, they do complement each other well to an extent. Of course, Incineroar, they are both weak to the fighting type. That has to be said.
They are both dark types.
Chi-Pao, yeah, exactly. Chi-Pao holding that Focus Sash, but of course, if you go for a fire type move onto the Chi-Pao, you could switch in that Incineroar and then take that fire type damage a whole lot better, and of course, drop an Intimidate down on the other side as well. But yeah, a really good call there, Lou. The felines are coming out in force here in Utrecht. We'll have to see if a Incineroar Chi-Pao core is going to be progressing all the way to the end, but let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into that Volcarona. Now we have a chance to talk about it a little bit more. Held items, for example. You can see something like a Rocky Helmet on that Pokemon, and that means that a Surging Strikes, especially if it goes for a Terra Water or Grass, something like that, then it's taking negligible damage and in fact dealing more back via the Rocky Helmet as a result.
And it's also its ability, Flame Body, has really come in clutch so many times. It's one of these abilities where it has a chance, if you make a physical contact move with it, that you can burn the opponent. Almost like an unguaranteed burning bulwark that, you know, Partiente gets from time to time. And it really is sometimes something when those physical attackers that are so dominant in a minute with Pokemon like Urshifu, for example, you want to be able to try and catch them off guard and be able to burn them.
Yeah, and from Partiente to the Fiesta that Volcarona brings onto the field, can go for something like a Fiery Dance as well, and then Struggle Bug can be reducing the special attack of the Pokemon on the other side. Don't see Bug type so commonly in VG, but Bug Buzz, that's a move that would be super effective against Chi-Pao. In fact, super effective against any Treasure of Ruin apart from the Chi-Yu. Wo-Chien is taking double damage from double super effective damage from that. Any Wo-Chiens here in the venue? I doubt it.
Probably around the same statistic of Gastrodons in this event. Let's be honest, you know.
And Kingdra, you and I both, Lou, we're on the back foot.
We can live in hope for sure. But you're right about the Bug type moves, because there have been a couple of occasions this season where I've seen an Amoonguss get KOs just by having Pollen Puff into a lot of the dark types that are running around. Like you mentioned, Chi-Pao. Sometimes you'll be able, you know, it's quite frail. So sometimes it can be a 2-hit KO from an Amoonguss into a very formidable Pokemon.
Yeah. Pollen Puff. I love seeing Amoonguss getting knockouts. That's one of my favorite things. Of course, because some trainers have also been opting for Sludge Bomb or Leaf Storm as a more offensive option. And, you know, Amoonguss' Pokemon, if you put a little bit of training into its special attack, it really catches you off guard. You know, Pull and Puff, of course, being the move of choice, because if you're not attacking your opponent, then you can be healing up your ally on the field alongside your Amoonguss there. And Amoonguss, I believe it is in our top 12 Pokemon in day one here in Utrecht. It's a Pokemon that isn't so common as it has been in previous formats, but perhaps it has something like the presence of the Ogerpon to be responsible for that.
That's true, and of course Ogerpon is kind of everywhere at the moment. And the one thing I've really enjoyed from this tournament in particular is it's not just the Wellspring mask that we're seeing. The Hearthflame mask is also making a little bit of a comeback and showing why it is still a viable option, because it is so formidably offensive. Those Ivy Cudgels, particularly if it gets the plus attack that it gets from its embody aspect, it can be so devastating. Throw in a couple of Swords Dances and there's just nowhere to hide.
Right, Swords Dance. I mean, Swords Dance is the less common set that we've seen on Ogerpon so far, but yeah, especially Hearthflame, you get, you know, a triple boost to your attack if you then go for the Terror as well, thanks to the embody aspect ability. Dave and I were talking about it earlier. Fewer Teal Mask Ogerpons, much fewer Cornerstone Mask Ogerpons as well. But we were also saying how Rock-type damage is really good. It's got good offensive coverage into so many types in the format, not least that Incineroar, also your GM Pals, also flying types, you know, so much.
We saw that Hisuian Arcanine earlier today with the Choice Band. Going for these rock slides, and, you know, there's the well-earned phrase, when there's a rock slide, there's a way. And sometimes it is just, it is an absolute wrecking ball through the opposing team, and it's going to be able to get KO after KO. I think you're right. It's a really interesting move type at the moment, particularly with a lot of flyers running around, when we've got Landuruses and the Thundurus, not Thunduruses, Tornaduses as well. And occasionally we're seeing a lot of these other flyers come back into the fray. Pokemon like the Salamence, for example. I've seen a couple of times. Roaring Moon is definitely still the dominant one, but there are still a few options out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Flying type. Also, flying type damage is something not to be ignored as well. That's hitting, excuse me, your Ogerpons are super effective before terrestrialization, as long as it's not the Teal Mask variant. Also, Urshifu, of course, a Pokemon that's absolutely everywhere in the format, being able to hit through Protect with its Unseen Fist ability. And you mentioned Thundurus there, Lou. It'd be cool to see some Thunduruses coming out in regulation set air. If it's less common, it's certainly got tricks up its sleeve. But Pokemon that Jamie Boyd, of course, used Thundurus Therian in the previous regulation set. Wonder if he pivoted away from that for a reason, though. But our trainers are getting set up and ready to go on the stage.
They are Alex Gomez on your left and Leonardo on your right. Really looking forward to seeing both of these veterans battle out against each other. Both of them have so many incredible accolades, but I think the talk of the conversation is going to start with the Volcarona on Alex Gomez's side. It is going to be a more offensive variant. We'll be able to dive a little bit deeper into it, but I like the fact that in this particular team that you have this more dominant force of offensive moves coming through. You have supportive moves and supportive choices in the form of the Incineroar, for example, so why don't you let that Volcarona shine as the fire type?
Yeah, Volcarona, it is going to be having access to the Quiver Dance, as we were saying before we take a deeper look into these teams. But yeah, Incineroar and Volcarona, a really interesting pairing there. There are fewer rock-type damaging moves in the format right now. Hisuian Arcanine isn't so common, Rock Slide is not so common, and so there's that going for it. Also with the Urshifu Rapid Strike style, dipping out of usage a little bit more, but we'll have to see how the tables are turned by the end. Hello, Alex. We see you there. We've got our eyes on the Volcarona that you are running on your team. Now, Alex Gomez, a trainer who's had such fantastic results behind them for such a long time, and the NAIC champion from last year.
Honestly, that was an incredible finals. I remember he had a flight to catch as well. So everything was so intense. Not only are you in a grand finals of an amazing international championship, but you've also, got to keep an eye on the clock, and he was still able to emerge victorious. So what an absolute champion, someone who has a big fan base here, a lot of trainers really rooting for him and hoping to see him go all the way. Leonardo Bononomi as well knows what it takes to be able to go all the way as well. Hopefully we'll be able to dive into their accolades in a little bit too. So both these trainers, I'm pretty sure they've faced against each other in the past as well. They'll be no strangers to each other's play styles.
Yeah, we're going to be able to take a little look at the accolades here. And, you mentioned the flight time of Alex Gomez back in NAIC last year. I think that's potentially a recipe for success. You go in with limited expectations and then you exceed them, taking that pressure off yourself. But all the way back to 2016, prior to that NAIC championship, Championship, the Lyon regional champion there as well. Now, Leonardo Bononomi, a player that had fantastic success during the more online era of Pokemon a few years back, and having reached the top 32 of the World Championships twice.
Well, this is the storyline, right? Alex Gomez in 2016 won the Lyon Regional Championships. The following year, when it was the Lyon Special Event, Leonardo was able to take that title from him. Alex unable to defend it, and now maybe out for some redemption for this storyline that looks like it started 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago, and it's culminating right here, right now, and aptly in Swiss round 7, no less, here at the Utrecht Special Event. These trainers, they are more than familiar with being on stream, being under the lights, being under the eyes of so many watchful trainers here in the venue and at home. So it's not the case of one trainer being much newer. They're going to be able to stay calm and resolute as they get into this matchup.
And Leonardo as well getting those 2 finalist positions during the Players' Cup era of Pokemon, where the tournaments were online. Now that is a very different mentality approach you have to take when playing a tournament online. You know, you can technically do it chilling at home. It's a very different vibe and atmosphere. So interesting to see that he has the skills to do it in either arena. But this is a team of the talk at the moment. Volcarona, Protect, Quiver-Dance, Heatwave, and Terra Blast. And interestingly, Terra Fairy.
Yeah, and crossing right over to Raging Bolt as well, another Terra Fairy. That is the Carmine set. I would say certainly the rarest set on Raging Bolt that we see. Carmine in order to boost up the damage of Dragon Pulse and Thunderclap. Now, Alex is a believer in the Rapid Strike style Urshifu rather than the Single Strike Ghost Terra type Incineroar that we've been seeing quite commonly recently, and then Rillaboom as well as Chien-Pao.
I like that decision though. You've got the Incineroar and the Chien-Pao both already dark types. You don't really need to go for a triple on the dark side here in this particular team, as well as Urshifu finishing up that Fire, Water, Grass core to perfection. It really is these 3 Pokemon I see time and time again. Yes, you can switch in Pokemon like the Ogerpon, for example, but if you ask me, these are the 3 OG that are the most consistent and the most reliable.
What I like as well is that there are 2 special attackers on Alex's team, not going all in on the physical, and they can both boost up their damage output. But the same cannot be said for the Raging Bolt over on Leonardo's side. No access to Calm Mind here. It is going to be the booster energy and running Thunderclap instead. So that's going to be priority damage into a Pokemon that is readying a damaging move. Landorus, Sheer Force with the Life Orb, a classic combination. Another Rapid Strike style Urshifu alongside Incineroar and Rillaboom, completing that Fire, Water, Grass core that you mentioned, Lou. And another Chien-Pao, but this one has the Stellar Terra type.
And speaking of Terra types that are interesting, yes, Chien-Pao with the Stellar Terra, it's a really hard one to say quickly, that one. You know, we've seen that a couple of times before, but the Urshifu, the Rapid Strike Water Urshifu normally has Water Terra associated with it, so that it's able to hit even harder. This one is running the Steel Terrestrialization, which is something very unique. It's still going to be nice and fast thanks to that Choice Scarf, but now it has a little bit of a defensive capability as well. And we've been talking a lot about the flexibility of Pokemon. Urshifu is very much tunneled into that I'm an offensive threat.
Yeah.
This maybe gives it a little bit of defensive coverage.
Yeah, absolutely does. It can take something like a Bleak Wind Storm so much better, and any Fairy type moves as well. So yeah, longevity boosted no end by being resolute as steel in that Urshifu's Terra type. And now looking at how these 2 teams match into each other, and I got to say, Leo, I'm surprised you haven't called out this cute little Litleo on the desk yet. That cute and 3rd little cat that completes a core of sorts with Incineroar and Chien-Pao, but probably not going to be wanting to run it in VG. So looking at how these teams match up into each other, you've got 4 similar Pokemon, well, 5 similar Pokemon there. It's just the Volcarona and the Landorus that are different, but of course it's the item differences that are there as well, with the safety goggles on the Incineroar on Alex's side, Citrus Berry for Leonardo, and then the leftovers for Alex on the Raging Bolt and the booster energy for Leonardo.
And I think you've made a good call there actually, Charlie, because yes, there are some similar Pokemon, but they are actually built very, very differently. Not only the items, but also some of the moves and the Terra types that we've already discussed as well. So although you might look at this and think, hey, it's a bit of a mirror match, it actually is going to be a lot more intricate than that. So, you know, get ready, trainers. Make sure you're comfortable at home. You do not want to miss this one.
Yeah, you absolutely don't. And these are trainers who will be able to call each other turn for turn. They are so well decorated in their own right, and looking to add another achievement to their roster here at the Utrecht Special Event. And we are getting into this game as Alex Gomez and Leonardo Bononomi are squaring up against each other. You heard that right, trainers. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know how you're enjoying the action as we get right into Swiss round 7.
Don't forget, the trainer who wins this set will be already advancing into day 2 with that 7-0 record, guaranteed to make it through to Sunday's part of the competition. Volcarona out front and center with its good fiery sidekick in the form of the Incineroar, facing down against the other kitty cat, the Chien Pao, with the powerful Urshifu.
Chien Pao's got to be making sure that it's not melting in the face of all that fire over on Alex's side of the field. Now, you've got the fake out pressure that can be coming out. Leonardo's Chien Pao does have the Stellar Terra type rather than the Ghost, so it's a fairly safe one here, unless, of course, there's any switches out, which there aren't. It's fake out into the Urshifu.
Yep, guaranteed to be able to get the fake out there. It is Choice Scarf, no chance to protect, as the Icicle Crash comes down onto the Volcarona. Doesn't do too much damage, but does it flinch?
Oh, yes, it does flinch. Volcarona not going to be acting this turn, but at least it didn't take too much damage from the Icicle Crash coming out. But that is certainly, you know, it's risk-reward. Icicle Crash, not the most accurate move, but it can get that flinch chance, which can really save you in certain situations. But now, all of a sudden, with the fake out turn burnt, and of course it went into that Rapid Strike style Urshifu, the deluge that can be coming out from that Pokemon is really threatened down the Pokemon on Alex's side of the field. So potentially considering a Terastallization or switching in something from the back, because you cannot protect in front of an Urshifu, something I always forget when I'm playing.
That's very, very true indeed. Volcarona, I think, maybe trying to get something like a Quiver Dance off there in order to start getting a bit of a speed advantage, or could always have tried to go for the Heat Wave, a little bit of damage onto the Urshifu, but critically breaking the Focus Sash and doing catastrophic damage to that opposing Chien Pao. But instead of running the risk of being hit with another flinch, it gets off the field, and Alex is able to bring in the Rillaboom from the back. Again, this is a Pokemon that can apply some good fake out pressure into the next turn, as well as set that lovely grassy terrain on the field to boost up its grass type moves.
It's Cat and Gorilla on the field, threatening down damage into the Chien Pao and Urshifu over on Leonardo's side. It's time for the Terra Trainers. It's going to be the Incineroar, and it's becoming even scarier than it was before with the Ghost typing. So it's now removed its weakness to water type moves, feeling like Alex's hand was forced here to Terrastallize something, but the Surging Strikes was connecting down into what was that Volcarona. So Rillaboom is going to be able to sponge up this attack far better than a Volcarona would have done, and the Volcarona carrying the Citrus Berry rather than the Rocky Helmet, so no chip damage would have been coming out.
Really nice defensive plays here. However, the coverage is key for Leonardo. Going for the Icicle Crash, knowing that if there was the switch, yes, the Surging Strikes wouldn't do a lot of damage, but the Icicle Crash will be able to get the KO. Fantastic identification there. And Alex Gomez kind of saying, hey, if you're going to double up on the right-hand side Pokemon, that allows the Incineroar to go for this Will-O-Wisp.
Will-O-Wisp connecting down into the Urshifu. It's so cool to see all the different moves that trainers are running on their Incineroar. It's Pokemon that offers so many options. That Urshifu is now burned, so the damage output is going to be somewhat mitigated, making it a little bit safer for that Volcarona to come back into the fray, as we see the Pokemon there lurking in the back for Alex as well. Now, Volcarona is a Pokemon that wants to be getting set up. That is the Terra burnt on Alex's side of the field. Leonardo still has all 4 Pokemon and the Terra option available, so has that advantage heading into the later stages of the game.
It's interesting to see as well that Alex has that Chien Pao in the back, because with the Incineroar on the field now being the Ghost Terra, it could fall victim to a Sucker Punch that would do super effective damage from Leonardo's Chien Pao. However, when you look at the Incineroar on Alex's side, the only offensive move it has access to at the moment is that Flare Blitz. It can't go for another fake out here, so it could always go for a parting shot, mean that Sucker Punch is going to fail, and then also just cheekily lower the attack and special attack of that Pokemon. However, if you maybe think we don't want to play these Sucker Punch games, or maybe you do, you can go for that Flare Blitz and try and get some big damage on the board. It's all going to come down to reads, Charlie.
Yeah, well, from lowering attack to lowering defense, as Chien Pao is now on the field, that Sword of Ruin is activating all round, and it is 2 physical attackers as well. So even though that Urshifu is burned, it is still going to be doing more damage than it would have been able to otherwise because of the Sword of Ruin acting on the field. We've got mind games aplenty here, as Chien Pao's on both sides threaten each other for very super effective damage with a Sacred Sword. The thing is, though, Alex, having burnt that Terastallization on the Incineroar, cannot get rid of it and go for a Ghost Terra now onto the Chien Pao. But so wisely, it's going to be a Protect from Alex's Chien Pao here.
Yes, 1 Protect down on the field from the Chien Pao, but Urshifu here going for these Surging Strikes. Not going to be dealing a huge amount of damage, but the critical thing here is breaking that Focus Sash to leave Chien Pao very vulnerable to a follow-up attack either by the Chien Pao or in the next turn.
Yeah, well, is it going to be a Sucker Punch coming out into the Incineroar? No, it's not. It's going to be connecting down into the Chien Pao. So yes, Leonardo was putting all their eggs into that basket, but at least Alex's Incineroar can get another Will-O-Wisp off into the physical attackers over on Leonardo's side of the field, and indeed Pokemon that have taken an Intimidate drop to their attack as well.
I love this Incineroar on Alice's side. It's just sitting pretty on the field, going for these Will-O-Wisps, neutralizing the offensive pressure these physical attackers have, as well as breaking that Focus Sash. Yes, you do have the grassy terrain in play, but that still is broken for the time being.
Yeah, the grassy terrain is going to be healing up any Pokemon that is grounded on the field right now. But if there is one way for Alex back into this game, having lost that Rillaboom so decisively earlier on, it is by spreading these burns, and it all depends on what is in the back for Leonardo. If it's going to be more physical attackers or special attackers in the form of the Landorus or the Raging Bolt here. Now, Volcarona is sitting pretty in the back. It could be coming in fairly safely now, able to get set up, but Alex needs to start getting some damage down on the field right now. Cannot keep pivoting around and taking damage in return, even though both of these Pokemon are burned. So it's time for Alex to act.
Of course, the Urshifu locked in with that Choice Scarf, meaning it has to keep going for these Surging Strikes, but thanks to the burn and the Intimidate, it's really not doing too much damage at all. Of course, the critical hit is negating the Intimidate anyway, but it's just kind of, I suppose, a mental factor there onto the opposing Urshifu. This is big damage, however. The Sacred Sword getting the KO onto that Chi-Impale thanks to the burn, breaking that Focus Sash. I was going to say you can almost leave the Chi-Impale a little bit for the Volcarona to clean up later on, but all three Pokemon that we have seen on Alex's side here are able to deal that super effective damage, and the Parting Shot does add a little bit more insult to injury here. Yes, it's not going to be able to stop from the critical hits, but still enables the Incineroar to get off the field safely and bring Volcarona in instead.
I love how the Urshifu is moving slower with that burn. It's really not having a happy time on the field right now. It's had so many drops to its attack and being burned to boot. So Volcarona is now onto the field safely with that Parting Shot off, and it's got a lot of health remaining as well, which is only going to keep climbing with that grassy terrain and because it's holding the Citrus Berry. So what is the third Pokemon that Leonardo is going to be revealing in this game, and is Volcarona going to be having an easy time setting up a Quiver Dance against it? Now, Volcarona has access to Heat Wave and, of course, the Terra Blast. The Incineroar has already terrestrialized for Alex, so it won't be able to go for that option, but only be doing normal type damage with the Terra Blast. It's going to be Rillaboom coming in, so that would be taking big damage from a Heat Wave.
I quite like this Rillaboom coming in. It's unfortunate timing, though, that the grassy terrain is going to leave in a matter of turns, and then, unfortunately, you can't set it up because, you know, you have to switch in order to activate it. But at least you have that fake-up pressure, something to stop the Chi-Impale or even the Volcarona. I think another Surging Strikes will be able to get the KO on that Chi-Impale, so it is sitting in a bit of a vulnerable position, but it's also got to be tempting to just try and go for a Grassy Glide, maybe try and get the KO. It's not going to be super effective damage by any means, of course, but it might be enough to get that knockout.
But is it going to be the Incineroar coming in for another Intimidate drop? This is the thing with the Firewater Grass Core that we've been talking about. They're all physical attackers, and so Intimidate does go a long way. And, of course, onto the Chi-Impale that Leonardo had on the field earlier, too. I dread to think what the attacks out of this Urshifu is like at the moment with all of those drops, as the Fake Out was going down into the Incineroar that's just joined the field. So Surging Strikes can go off, but it will be activating the Citrus Berry on the Volcarona. Time for some R&R for that Pokemon. Just getting a little bit of recovery, taking the Surging Strikes very comfortably indeed, and now all eyes on this Volcarona. What is it going to be able to get off in this situation? Is it going for a Quiver Dance? Is it just going to be going for damage on the field? There it is, that's Quiver Dance, boosting the speed and the special attack and the special defense of that Pokemon, making it very fast and very bulky and very offensive. It's no move to ignore.
You know what, it took those Surging Strikes comfortably, but it was still a little dicey, you know, still dealing that super effective damage. And thankfully it had that Citrus Berry and the grassy terrain recovery as well in order to give it a bit more longevity on the field. But you're right, the speed advantage now going to be really nice for it. You do have the potential with Rillaboom to go for a grassy glide, because Volcarona are going to laugh in the face of any of that damage coming its way. It's in prime position to go for something like a Heat Wave, super effective damage into the Rillaboom, just keep chipping away at the Urshifu, because at the end of the day, you have to get rid of the Urshifu now. Another Surging Strikes will KO Volcarona, and it's not like you can protect in front of it, right?
Yeah, Volcarona probably does literally eat grass for breakfast, being a bug and fire type. And so now the Fake Out able to connect down into the Urshifu, but it's going to dodge the Heat Wave, and Rillaboom going to take it really quite comfortably thanks to the Assault Vest that it's holding.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you're the Volcarona user there. The fact that the Fake Out could capitalize on the flinch, stop the Urshifu in its tracks, means you want to be able to utilize that opportunity for some damage on the board. So a nimble little Urshifu on Leonardo's side. Raging Bolt, really interesting choice to be the fourth and final Pokemon here for Leonardo.
Yeah, and of course there's Chi-Impale still lurking in the back for Alex as well, so that would be threatening super effective damage, but Leonardo still has not used that Terra, still has the ability to change up the matchup entirely, as a little bit of grassy terrain is bringing the health bars up of these Pokemon. Now, the Volcarona with the Quiver Dance on the excuse me, the Rillaboom, of course, holding the Assault Vest, and then in the face of now 2 Pokemon that resist Heat Wave. This is the problem, in a sense, with running the Quiver You've got to drop some kind of damaging move, and so even though the Volcarona is more set up than it was, it's still not really doing the damage that it wants to in this position.
And as the Incineroar has already stolen the Terrestrialization for this game 1, Volcarona has no way to Terrestrialize into the Fairy type. So I was thinking a Terra Blast Fairy would be pretty decent here, some good coverage into the opposing Raging Bolt, and also Urshifu as well, doesn't appreciate those, but not today, Volcarona. You have to stay as a Bug and Fire type.
Yeah, you do. And yeah, Fairy Terra Blast, really interesting choice on that Pokemon, as it is going to have to be going for that regular Terra Blast into the Urshifu. That is what's going to be dealing the most damage in this situation. And Surging Strikes connecting down into the Volcarona. It's had its time in the sun. Volcarona down, and now Alex down to just the Incineroar and the Chien-Pao. 2 Pokemon we were calling out earlier, Lou, that seem to be on so many teams at the moment.
It's not a bad shout, though, going for that Terra Blast. It's the guaranteed damage. You don't want to risk another Heat Wave miss, and the Heat Wave's not going to do anything to Raging Bolt anyway. So at least this way you get some damage on the board. You also enable your Incineroar to have one more opportunity to go for an Intimidate and the parting shot most critically as well into that opposing Raging Bolt. We know the Raging Bolt on Leonardo's side is that booster energy, more offensive variant. So this could definitely come in clutch as we start working towards the end game. The critical thing as well is these are now the last 2 remaining Pokemon on Alex's side. So as soon as he brings this Chien-Pao and Incineroar back into the fray, they cannot switch out, which means we have one more Fake Out for Alex to utilize. But can he use it wisely?
Yeah, whereas Leonardo still has the Rillaboom in the back, providing the Fake Out pressure. But Chien-Pao joining the field, of course, is going to be going down to the Thunderbolt coming out from Leonardo's Raging Bolt. So it's now just this Incineroar against all 3 of Leonardo's remaining Pokemon. It's not looking good at all, but at least Alex now has an opportunity to take a step back, consider, reflect on the game plan going into game 2.
Exactly, the Incineroar coming in for Alex, and it is going to be a bit of an uphill struggle. Yes, you can go for the Fake Out here, but you can't Fake Out both Pokemon at once, so one of them will be able to utilize the opportunity for a KO, and Alex throws in the towel and says, let's advance to game 2. I want to try and even the score.
Yeah, and how is Alex precisely going to do that? You know, when I interviewed Joseph Ugarte, I had the pleasure of talking to him at the Liverpool Regional Championships last month. Joe was talking about the difference in playstyle between NA and EU, and this really showcases what Joe was saying about the EU playstyle. Just very slow and steady, making sure your Pokemon are in the right position before attacking. And Leonardo was really able to slow down the momentum coming out from Alex's side. Now, Alex was doing a good job of that himself, going for the Will-O-Wisps into the physical attackers over on Leonardo's side, but unfortunately, it seemed like the Volcarona was just holding Alex back in that first game. Even after a Quiver Dance, it wasn't able to set up in the way that it would have wanted to. So I'm looking at some of the other Pokemon on the field, or maybe you keep Volcarona in your back pocket instead of leading it in order to then, for a late game sweep, once you've removed the things that are holding it back. But with that Rillaboom holding the Assault Vest, you know, the Heat Wave is just doing negligible damage, unfortunately, even after a Quiver Dance.
I think you make a good point. It was kind of the story of the Fire types there for Alex Gomez. The Volcarona wasn't able to get the Quiver Dance when it wanted to very early doors. You know, taking that flinch from the Icicle Crash was definitely unfortunate. But even when it was able to get the Quiver Dance into position, it didn't have the momentum to be able to deal out the big damage. The Raging Bolt coming in on Leonardo's side was an absolute clutch Pokemon choice for him. And at the same time, the Incineroar, yes, it was able to get both the burns down on the field, which I loved to see at the time. But in hindsight, it didn't get the damage on the board that was needed. You really needed to, if you were Alex, to find a way to be able to get some big KOs. And yes, you were neutralizing a lot of Leonardo's Pokemon, but they were still dealing damage. Even those Surging Strikes going down into the Chien-Pao on Alex's side were able to get the KOs and set up the Chien-Pao for the KO from the Raging Bolt in the end. And so there was still always pressure being exerted by Leonardo, putting Alex Gomez on the back foot.
Right, and I think the last Pokemon you want to see often in the back coming out last for a trainer is Raging Bolt. It's so bulky and you've expended so many resources clearing everything around it, and then Raging Bolt comes out, a Pokemon that you can't really deal with quickly, easily, and so it was perfect, as you say, Lou, for Leonardo to have the Raging Bolt in the back, and perhaps Alex's own Raging Bolt can get something down on the field, but this is a problem with running these setup moves like Quiver Dance and like Calm Mind that Alex's Raging Bolt has access to. You don't have that immediate damage output, and that can be pivotal in a game that can be incredibly fast-paced. Leonardo was playing it a bit slower in that game, but look at the Pokemon on that team. They're all Pokemon that can really go fast and hit hard, and so Alex has to be wary of that as well.
That's the thing, we all remember the fable of the tortoise and the hare, right? Where slow and steady wins the race, the little turtle comes through in the end. And that really is kind of the story we're looking at here. Alex Gomez has that kind of slower paced team. It's maybe doing a little bit more with setup, doing something with the burns, really slowing down the gameplay. Whereas Leonardo Bononomi has a lot more of an offensive, quick paced threshold with his team. So maybe, you know, the history books will be rewritten and the hare will prevail, or is it going to be a case of the tortoise coming in from behind, 1-0 down, maybe trying to take the set?
Well, certainly plenty of options available to both of these trainers. They've built their teams very well indeed, very flexible options around. And yeah, I think also something that was holding Alex back in that first game was potentially that Ghost Terror onto the Incineroar. It's something that Alex would have loved to have had the access to the Terror later on. You can see why he did it in the face of a Rapid Strike style Urshifu. But this is another issue with running the Volcarona alongside the Incineroar as your lead pairing. They're both weak to water, so one of them has to Terror or switch out. You can't protect in front of the Urshifu. So perhaps a little bit more of a lead that complements each other for Alex would be good to see heading into Game 2 here.
I've seen that a lot this weekend, actually, is this Ghost Terror on the Incineroar.
Yeah.
I found it to be very situational.
Yeah.
It will be really great for one turn, maybe stops you taking a fake out, maybe stops you taking a body press or a close combat, but then during the actual kind of overview of the match, it really hasn't paid off, I've found. And sometimes that will be the case where you just go, we've seen it on Tornadus, for example, when it's not carrying Covert Cloak, it will have the Ghost Terrestrialization just so that it doesn't get faked out and can go for that Tailwind. But then after that, what is it doing? It's really not giving that oomph and power throughout the entire set. So maybe use that Terrestrialization on a different Pokemon that can utilize it better.
Yeah, I think so, heading into this next game. And I think really, what we're coming down, the conclusion we're coming to here, Lou, is that Alex just needed a different lead in that game. Because it was the lead that spelled the Terror for the Incineroar, as well as the Volcarona being on the back foot for the rest of the game. So it may well be that Alex can turn the tables on Leonardo here, but we'll have to find out as these trainers are now getting into Game 2 here at Swiss Round 7 of the Utrecht Special Event.
And of course, the winner of the set, as we said earlier, will be advancing into Day 2. So these trainers are able to potentially lock that in early doors today and breathe a sigh of relief. The other trainer will have to keep going and try and get that XM2 record. But onto the field. Oh, no. Changes coming up here. We're going to see the Volcarona and the Incineroar versus the Chien-Pao and the Urshifu.
Wow, that is a surprise. Alex really trusting the game plan that he had in Game 1, even though that was a loss in that previous game. So now the mind games continue. The Urshifu is threatening both Pokemon on Alex's side of the field for super effective damage. It's taken an Intimidate from the Incineroar. It could be taking a Will-O-Wisp like it did in that previous game, but Alex clearly has something different up his sleeve coming into this game.
I mean, what if you went for the fake out into the Chien-Pao? You can potentially break the Focus Sash, stop anything like the Icicle Crash coming through, and maybe even utilize this opportunity to go for the Terrestrialization onto your Volcarona. That way, the Surging Strikes aren't going to be dealing as much damage to you as well. Also, the Fairy Terror typing, really nice for Terra Blast into any of these Pokemon, really.
Yeah, really any at all. Fairy is such a good offensive type. Now, fake out into the Urshifu, not surprising to see that, given how much of a threat it is on the field. And now it's an immediate Quiver Dance onto Alex's Volcarona here. Now, if the damage that it was putting out into the Rillaboom on the in the previous game is anything to go by, Alex is going to be wanting to set up another Quiver Dance. This Volcarona is having an absolute party on the field. It might not be a Gouging Fire, but it's got its party hat on anyway, trying to maximize its not only offense and defense, but also its speed.
That's the thing, it's dancing on the field now, getting all of these stat boosts, but it may not be enough to be able to get those KOs. The issue it's got at the moment, as well as its typing, because you've got the Incineroar that's just come in for Leonardo, it can go for the fake out here, and Urshifu can just go through with a Surging Strikes. Even if you want to try and protect, sure, you avoid the fake out, but you do not avoid those Surging Strikes. So Volcarona has to make a decision. Does it get off the field and, you know, lose those beautiful boosts that it's just got, or does it go for the Fairy Terrestrialization, stay on the field, and get a knockout?
Well, for now, it's going to be Incineroar going to the back, and Rillaboom races right onto the field, setting up the grassy terrain with its drum to boot, adding a little bit of music for Volcarona to be dancing to. And it's going to be a Terror coming out right now from Alex's side, putting all the eggs into the Volcarona basket, going for this Fairy Terror. It's showing its love for the Pokemon on the field right now, and it's mitigating the damage it's taking from the Water-type moves coming out from Leonardo's Urshifu. And first of all, it's going to be the Fake Out coming out into the Volcarona, so not going to be able able to at this turn, but we'll have to see in the future turns what it's going for. There is Surging Strikes. Is really, really good damage into the Volcarona. Those critical hits hitting right through the Intimidate that it took, but at least Volcarona has this Citrus Berry equipped. So now Alex heading into the rest of this game really is going to be looking to the Volcarona to be getting out the damage so that the terrestrialization has not been wasted.
That's the thing. I like this play by Alex Gomez, identifying as the only way to keep the Volcarona in play by going for the terrestrialization, but it's actually a hand that's been forced by Leonardo thanks to the pressure that he's putting on. So Alex is in this situation where you've had to go for the terrestrialization or run the risk of losing Volcarona, and you don't want to not be able to capitalize on that Quiver Dance boost. Yes, you can now go for something like the Terra Blast into that opposing Urshifu. That will do some really good damage, but the speed is definitely something still very concerning.
Yeah, it is concerning. You said, though, earlier, Lou, that the Fairy-type Terra Blast would be doing good damage into the whole of Leonardo's team, and that is more or less true, and so it's a fairly safe option here. We'll have to see if that is what Alex is locking in, as the Urshifu is deciding, okay, I'm going to play it slower and steadier myself and retreat to the back, and here's the Raging Bolt coming right in now onto the field. Really bold, potentially, in the face of the Terra Blast that could be coming out, especially because it's not the Assault Vest being held by that Raging Bolt, but Leonardo deciding that it's time to get sparkly themselves.
Honestly, this Raging Bolt is terrifying. It just got a special attack boost, and it's going to be a formidable threat. Leonardo's Raging Bolt is running that Thunderclap, Dragon Pulse, and Thunderbolt is an all-offensive powerhouse. That's something Alex Gomez has to find a way to avoid. The
Incineroar dodges the fake out because of that Ghost Terror, and the Heat Wave connecting down. That's going to be a neutral hit into Incineroar. Gets the burn as well, which could be really crucial heading into the later stages of the game, mitigating the physical damage output.
This is the other drawback of running this Ghost Incineroar. We saw it earlier as well. It can get burnt, and then its physical offensive pressure is not there. It's going to go for a Flare Blitz. Volcarona, yes, takes a big chunk of damage, but it's not able to get the knockout, but it does get the burn. Oh my goodness. Burns are coming through.
Burns are coming through, but the grassy terrain on the field will be at least mitigating the burn that's chipping away at its health, at least for the time being. When the grassy terrain disappears, if it does, with the Rillaboom going down, then the Volcarona will be in a much worse spot holding that burn. Incineroar with a burn, that's not something you see every day. It's not something Incineroar is that familiar with, but neither is that Ghost Terror type that is rocking on its head here as well. So Volcarona is really looking like it's having a miserable time right now on the field. At least it's got a boost to its stats, but you know, Alex has got to be thinking, oh, if I had gone for that Fairy-type Terra Blast into the Raging Bolt that switched in, that was once the Urshifu would have taken super effective damage itself anyway.
It's kind of ironic both the fire types are burnt right now, Charlie, on this field, but I have to say Raging Bolt to me looks really in control. You can always go for something like the Thunderclap, try and go for that priority move to just get rid of the Volcarona, and the Rillaboom, I don't really know what it can do to the Raging Bolt. It's not running something like high horsepower, just Woodhammer, Grassy Glide, and U-turn. So yes, you could go for some priority damage, always nice to get a little bit on the board, but this is just too much from this amazing Raging Bolt.
Thunderclap is going to be taking down the Volcarona before it can even act, and that is the Terra down for Alex. Well, very early on in this game too. Now Woodhammer is going to be doing neutral damage to Incineroar. It's not enough for the knockout, but the burn is going to be taking care of that at the end of the turn. But we're not going to be even seeing that, as Parting Shot is going to be coming out into the Rillaboom. This Incineroar is going to be sticking around to drop another Intimidate on the field as it races back to Leonardo. Now Leonardo has the Pokemon advantage with all 4 remaining.
Exactly, and it can be Urshifu or Chien-Pao that comes out. It is indeed going to be the Urshifu here, coming in unintimidated at this point and able to apply some good pressure on the field. Just whether it'll stay unintimidated for long, that's the question.
Yeah, exactly. Incineroar is lurking in the back right now for Alex. I love how it joined the field and recovered that tiny, tiny bit of chip damage that it had, just to add insult to injury. But here is Alex's own Raging Bolt joining the field. A little bit of a switch up from the previous game. Now, might have lost the Volcarona that was set up with a Quiver Dance. Alex is saying, no problem, I've got a Raging Bolt that can clear its head of all thoughts, getting a boost to its special attack and special defense thanks to that Calm Mind move. This Urshifu on Leonardo's side is really, really threatened here. Perhaps Alex trying to get out the Terror right back on Leonardo's side.
One thing that could be a little interesting is a Raging Bolt end game against each other, because the Rillaboom on Alex's side in a prime position to do some damage into that opposing Urshifu. You could go for a Grassy Glide, you could be able to get some good damage on the field. If you potentially, you know, had the Chien-Pao on the field, that would even be nicer with the Sword of Ruin ability, but not today. Incineroar actually identifying it's in a very vulnerable position, so goes for that U-turn, gets out of there, and now we will be able to see the Incineroar come back in. I believe it'll be Incineroar. Yes, it is. And it's a perfect Pokemon to take this Grassy Glide or any of the damage coming this way. And you are kind of sacking it a little bit here, but I think it is what is necessary to put the pieces in play.
Yeah, and Alex going for the bait there, having the Raging Bolt in, but then switching it out immediately for the Incineroar, and that is going to be taking care of the Incineroar over on Leonardo's side of the field. So that is an advantage that Alex has over Leonardo right now, because the Intimidate is still in place, still able to pivot around, get those parting shots off as well, as Raging Bolt is now joining the field for Alex. Now, if I were Alex in this situation, I'd be looking to set up those Calm Minds ASAP in order to try and take care of the Pokemon on Leonardo's side of the field, as Dragon Pulse is not going to be enough for the knockout into the Incineroar. Incineroar just seems to survive most attacks.
That's true, actually. There's been a lot of Incineroar on the broadcast so far this weekend, investing definitely in the gym on its defensive and special defenses capabilities for this tournament. The Raging Bolt's a very interesting choice at the moment, because yes, you can go for something like the Calm Mind here and start evening the score, because the Raging Bolt on Leonardo's side had got that booster energy as well and is definitely more of an offensive threat. The Chi-Pao, interesting choice as well. It's only really going to be able to use the Sword of Ruin ability on itself and the opposing Incineroar.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Alex has now burnt that Terra onto the Volcarona, so the Raging Bolt over on Alex's side is looking really threatened, and the Terra has also been burnt on Leonardo's side as well, so it's just plain Pokemon now. There's no Terra available to either of these two trainers. Electro Furia or indeed Raging Bolt here on Alex's side is looking, you know, you can pivot in a Rillaboom here, and at least it's got that Assault Vest, so it can take a Dragon Pulse much better than it could, but at least Incineroar can make the Chi-Pao not at this turn.
I like this play as well. The Focus Sash is still intact on that opposing Chi-Pao, so you have to find a way to break it and stop it in its tracks. Some super effective damage from the Dragon Pulse. Trading blows across each other. But they're not falling down. There's some bulk to these Pokemon. They are hanging around for another turn.
There is no Assault Vest on either of these Raging Bolt, and you can see how much dividends that item would pay being held by this Pokemon. The Dragon Pulse is all around doing huge damage. Alex knowing that he doesn't need to set up the Calm Minds in order to deal really respectable damage to the Raging Bolt. And of course, Alex's Raging Bolt holding the leftovers is able to take the Dragon Pulse from the booster energy holding Leonardo's Raging Bolt. Oh my goodness, so many Raging Bolts around on the field right now. And so it's fantastic that he was able to survive there. Clearly really well invested into the Bolt.
My eyes are on that Chi-Pao now, though, because it can always go for some super effective damage into either of these Pokemon, but if it's able to go for something like an Icicle Crash into the Raging Bolt, you can allow your Raging Bolt, if you're Leonardo, to deal with the opposing Incineroar, something like a Thunderbolt maybe. The issue is, if you're Alex Gomez, you have the Rillaboom in the back. Do you maybe try and switch it in? And that's the thing, if you switch it in and it catches something like a Icicle Crash, that is going to be incredibly detrimental.
And we've seen in that previous game that Leonardo is not afraid to make those calls of something coming in. Raging Bolt will be keeping itself safe. As Parting Shot connects down into the Chi-Pao, so that Rillaboom can be coming in that much more safely. It's holding the Assault Vest, so physical attacks will still be doing a lot of damage, and Ice-type ones no less. But the Raging Bolt over on Leonardo's side of the field, of course, on very low health as well.
That's true, and Rillaboom can bring the grassy terrain with it, as well as that fake-up pressure to go down into either of Leonardo's Pokemon here. I mean, the Focus Sash being broken on that Chi-Pao is nice. You might be able to clean up against it. The Dragon Pulse, you can see, not doing too much to that opposing Rillaboom, particularly with the Assault Vest, but it definitely still hurts a little bit. There's not going to be able to take maybe 2 or 3 more of those.
Yeah, and you know, you're threatening immediate damage or indeed a fake out onto the Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt takes resisted damage from grass-type moves, and as you said earlier, Lou, there is no ground-type move, but at least you have a U-turn, so that would be neutral damage into the Raging Bolt. But this is something that Alex can do that Leonardo cannot in this position, and that is pivot around with the Incineroar, coming back in, getting the Pokemon all scared over on Leonardo's side, and getting right back out of there, having thrown down that parting shot and switching another Pokemon in. So Leonardo is going to be wanting to take out that Incineroar sooner rather than later, with 2 physical attackers remaining on his side.
Alex once again playing the switching game that he's well known for as the Incineroar rejoins the fray. This is only really going to intimidate against that opposing Chi-Pao, but critically have the potential fake out on the next turn. The issue is, has it come in and left itself vulnerable? Chi-Pao actually not taking the bait and going for any offensive pressure here, but the Raging Bolt also matched matching it. So, very defensive plays by Leonardo, scouting out exactly what his opponent wants to do so that he can make the adjustments. And Alex Gomez, identifying that this is going to be a defensive play, capitalizes on it with that Calm Mind.
Raging Bolt's head is already so clear up there in the clouds, and going for a Calm Mind to boot, it's even more so. And now Incineroar and Chi Power looking a little bit catty on the field, staring each other down. Crucially here, though, with Incineroar cycled in and the double protect coming out from Leonardo's side, Fake Out is safe. If you go for another protect, it's probably going to fail in this situation. So Fake Out could well be making Raging Bolt or Chi Power flinch, enabling Alex's Raging Bolt to get some damage off. And we've got to remember how low Alex's Raging Bolt was on health, but it's been sat on the field with the grassy terrain and the leftovers, and it's recovering so much health. It's nearly back up to half.
I think if you're Leonardo here, you have to think, hey, the Fake Out's coming my way, so I need to double up into the other Pokemon, or whichever Pokemon I want to take down. I wouldn't be surprised if Leonardo's maybe trying to double up into that opposing Raging Bolt, because the Chi Power's not going to be able to move. So is the Raging Bolt on Leonardo's side with that Dragon Pulse going to be able to get the KO?
Oh, it's Alex's going first with the Dragon Pulse into Leonardo's Raging Bolt. It is down, and now it's just Urshifu and Chi Power on the field. Two Pokemon that will complement each other very well, but Alex still has this Incineroar. So Alex really focusing down on that special attacker so that the Intimidates can keep coming out and out over from Alex's side. This Raging Bolt has just been recovering and planting its roots on this grassy terrain, and now it's looking so much more formidable. Though, of course, Icicle Crash from Chi Power would sort of just get rid of all that progress anyway.
I think Alex Gomez has really turned this game 2 around in his favor, you know, having this 3 versus 2 Pokemon advantage. The issue is Leonardo's Pokemon are definitely incredibly healthy at this point in time. Chi Power may even get its Focus Sash restored back up if these grassy terrain turns keep rolling through. The issue, however, is the Calm Mind onto that opposing Raging Bolt.
Yes, Raging Bolt.
How could we forget that Pokemon? It's here, there, and everywhere. But at this point, you're going to have to make sure you're hitting it with your physical attackers. Thankfully, both of them are on the field, but the special attacking choices that this Raging Bolt can go for are going to be devastating. Something like the Thunderbolt into the opposing Urshifu is going to be devastating.
And this is another problem with setting up something like a Calm Mind. You're going to be losing those boosts if you switch out that Pokemon, and that's information that Leonardo can use to their advantage, being able to target down that slot perhaps more safely. As it's going to be Incineroar going to the back, and Rillaboom returns to the field so that Incineroar can come back in and get Leonardo's Pokemon all scared. With Aqua Jet coming down into the Raging Bolt for a little bit of crit, a little bit of damage there, and a Sucker Punch able to go out into the Raging Bolt. It looks like that was going for a Thunderclap perhaps, or does Alex's have access? Yes, it does have access to Thunderclap, and so it's moving after the Chi Power that went for the Sucker Punch, and so the Thunderclap was failing in that situation. That's really detrimental for Alex here. That could have been a prime opportunity to get some damage off into this Chi Power that is threatening that Raging Bolt so much right now.
That's a problem. There is actually no Thunderbolt or non-priority based electric type move on that Raging Bolt. So if Urshifu and Chi Power, as Leonardo has correctly identified, can go for their priority moves first, then the Thunderclap will always fail, meaning the Urshifu is safe from any electric type moves at this point. It is locked into the Aqua Jet. It is the Choice Scarf variant, so it cannot come out of that, which means that the Raging Bolt cannot attack it with that Thunderclap. It's going to have to go for something like a Dragon Pulse here, but with the low HP it's got remaining, that's something that the Chi Power can capitalize on. If you're going for the Dragon Pulse, then you're still going to fall victim to the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, the priority is going all over the field right now. Chi Power is going to use a different kind of priority move, going for the Protect in order to scout out in the face of this Fake Out. And Urshifu, of course, has not been faked out. It will be able to get another Aqua Jet off, and that's a little bit of chip damage, but all eyes on this Raging Bolt now. Who is it targeting as the Aqua Jet does get a critical hit for style points? It is going to be the Urshifu and the Dragon Pulse. With the Calm Mind boost, it's not enough for the knockout here, but brought down very low indeed, certainly in range of a Grassy Glide that the Rillaboom is threatening on the field as well. And with the Incineroar lurking in the back, it seems maybe like Alex has turned this game around.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet, but he's not out of the woods either. On Leonardo's side, the Sacred Swords that could come through from the Chi Power, for example, are a nice way to deal with that Incineroar in the back. You've also got the Icicle Crash to deal with the Rillaboom, or even the Raging Bolt. And again, you just have that Sucker Punch if you want to try and deal with the Raging Bolt here, because you know that it can't go for those Thunderclaps. It's going to have to go for another Dragon Pulse if it wants to try and get some damage onto the Chi Power.
Yeah, Dragon Pulse is going to be dealing the most damage here, and without playing the Sucker Punch mind games as well. But Incineroar in the back, ready to come in and drop the attack of both of these Pokemon. It's going to be difficult to pivot around, but it could be possible. And with Urshifu locked into Aqua Jet as well, that does buy Alex a little bit of wiggle room here. Another one coming out into this Rillaboom.
I like this into the Rillaboom. You know it's not going to be able to get the KO onto the Raging Bolt, but the double up does secure the knockout. Rillaboom is out of here. No Grassy Glide, interestingly enough, from Alex there, enabling the Urshifu to stay on the field. Yes, you are going to be able to go for the Dragon Pulse and get the knockout, but very interestingly enough that you were able to get that Aqua Jet on there too.
And now Incineroar comes back in, gets the Intimidate drop onto the Chien-Pao and is able to go for the Fake Out very safely onto Leonardo's Chien-Pao in this position, enabling the Raging Bolt to act. Yes, potentially the Raging Bolt goes down on the next turn, but this Chien-Pao can only target one Pokemon. So it seems like Alex has pivoted around to perfection as 3 minutes left of this particular battle, just in time as these trainers very punctually have decided to reach the end game.
Exactly. Maybe the Grassy Train had already gone and I missed it, so you couldn't go for that priority Grassy Glide. But I think if you were able to, it would have been nice to get the KO on the Urshifu, so the Dragon Pulse redirected into the Chien-Pao that now has a Focus Sash back intact.
Yeah.
So yes, you have the potential of the Fake Out, but guess what? It can just go for a Protect and burn that through because these are the last two remaining Pokemon on Alex Gomez's side. So really, this Chien-Pao has all the capability it needs to be able to get these KOs. A Sacred Sword into that Incineroar, I believe, will be able to get the knockout the same way the Icicle Crash will be able to do that to the Raging Bolt.
Right, it could be knockouts all around here as Leonardo takes a lot of time to decide what to do. Is going to be the Protect, so Chien-Pao is going to be keeping itself safe from the Fake Out coming out and heading into the next turn. It's all to play for. The Fake Out has been burned, and so Chien-Pao can target down as much as it wants, but Alex's Raging Bolt, of course, can take advantage of that Protect coming out and go for another Calm Mind. And if the timer is stalled out here, the victory would be going over to Alex because he has 2 Pokemon remaining in the face of Leonardo's just 1.
2 minutes on the clock, and taking a closer look at Alex's Pokemon, the Raging Bolt does have access to Protect, the Incineroar doesn't, so it's going to be a little bit more exposed. But if you are this Chien-Pao now, you really want to try and target down the Incineroar, I think. You don't want to run the risk that the Raging Bolt goes for the Protect and then you waste your turn into it and Incineroar breaks your Focus Sash. So you want to just maybe go straight for that Sacred Sword, get the knockout on the Incineroar, and then follow up into that opposing Raging Bolt. But is it going to be enough? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the question on everyone's lips. Leonardo taking a lot of time to decide what to do here. His own time is running out slowly but surely as well. I say slowly, not that slowly anymore. The battle is really coming down to the wire as Alex is taking all the time he needs to lock in this particular turn, realizing that the Pokemon Advantage is there, and the Thunderclap comes out in spite of the Sucker Punch that could have been coming out from the Chien-Pao. Really bold call there, and it's brought down to the Focus Sash. Sacred Sword into the Incineroar. That's not going to be enough for the knockout, and with a Will-O-Wisp coming out here, the burn will be taking out this Chien-Pao at the end of the turn. Alex Gomez has done it. He's brought this Swiss round 7 here at the Utrecht Special Event to 1-all.
Better late than never, Alex Gomez, bringing it in and evening the score. I mean, you had to go for the Thunderclap there, knowing that the Sucker Punch wouldn't be enough from either. You know that Chien-Pao was going on the offensive, but the Sacred Sword just wasn't enough to be able to get the KO. I mean, this is the thing, even if you were able to KO the Incineroar, you would be forced to go for the Sucker Punch on the next turn, so that Thunderclap would fail. But then if you go for something like the Icicle Crash and you Thunderclap, then the Thunderclap's going to win. So it would have been this horrible coin toss of a situation at the end, which I'm sure both trainers are very relieved they have been, released from. But now the pressure's back on because we've got a Game 3, Charlie.
Yeah, we do have a Game 3. Both trainers at 1 game apiece. And now heading into this final game, this is always the situation where anything is on the table. Both trainers have had exactly the same leads in both games, even though, we've got to bear in mind as well that Alex went all in with the Terra onto the Volcarona, and that went down and out pretty early, but was still able to turn the game around. So it just goes to show at this high level of play, you can still come out victorious even when the Terra is somewhat wasted. But I think Alex is going to have to be thinking very carefully. You can see that he is there about who to Terra in this third game.
I think one of the things I really liked about Alex Gomez's play in that game too was the way he played with the Raging Bolt, capitalizing on the opportunities to go for the Calm Mind and just getting it put into a really formidable situation. It was really about getting the special attack boost, not the special defense boost, but then just enabling it to do some good damage with the Thunderclap, I think was a really nice play. In addition to, the Volcarona.
Yeah.
Being able to have it go for that Terra Fairy at the beginning did allow it a little bit more pressure, and yes, towards the end game, Volcarona didn't really matter, it was already gone, but it was able to put in that shift right at the beginning of the set.
Right, and every bit of chip damage is still damage that racks up, and that is something that veteran players like Alex and Leonardo know better than anyone else. Sometimes see a U-turn, for example, going into an opponent, it's not very effective, but at the end of the battle, that could well be what makes the difference. And of course, something like that is going to be breaking a focus sash as well. As these trainers get ready into game 3, we are nearly there. We're ready to go. Let's bring the noise, trainers, as we head into Swiss round 7, game 3 between Alex Gomez and Leonardo Bononomi, no stranger to this late stage of the competition.
The next match will determine which player will already advance into day 2, and the one who loses this set will have to keep battling out to get one more win to guarantee themselves into Sunday's part of the competition. Championship Sunday, always a fantastic spectacle to behold, but we've still got these last couple of matches of day 1 to catch up with.
Here we go. It's the leads, trainers. It's going to be a run back for Leonardo and indeed for Alex. Alex trusting that this Volcarona can achieve more than it did in that previous game. These trainers know what their game plans are, and this is another thing that marks the difference between these veteran players and perhaps newer ones. Just practicing these matchups, flow charting how the battles are going to go no end, knowing what the best possible lead is in any given situation.
And where are the trustalizations going to fall? That's what I want to know. Is it going to see it on this Volcarona once again and apply a lot of pressure with that fairy type ring, or is it going to be safe to be utilized a little bit later in the end game? I'm sure Volcarona is going to be wanting to get that quiver dance set up as well, so it gains that speed advantage, but this time Alex Gomez is going to want to try and utilize it a little bit more. Chien Pao runs scared for the second time in this set.
I was about to say, you just don't want to be getting a flinch onto the Volcarona with the Icicle Crash, but it's not even going to be coming out, as Incineroar is going to be joining the field instead, providing a fake out into the next turn. Fake out from Alex's own Incineroar going into the Urshifu there, enabling this Volcarona to be free to go for its quiver dancing antics, picking up the pace here in this game, getting a boost to its speed and special attack and indeed its special defense. This is what Alex wants from the Volcarona. Hopefully, he's thinking might be able to get another quiver dance set up later on too.
We're seeing a run back of game 2 here, and now the Incineroar on Leonardo's side has the utility to go for that fake out and stop the Volcarona in its tracks, pin it in once again with that Urshifu on the field. Now, Alex in the previous game was then forced to go for that Terra Fairy. It looks like that's the option he's considering again in this time, but it will still take a significant chunk of damage from the surging strikes. Incineroar on Alex Gomez's side maybe needs to do something about that, go for a cheeky Will-O-Wisp and burn down this opposing Urshifu if he can.
We were saying this in game 2, Lou, that the Terra Fairy seems so safe from Alex going into most of Leonardo's team, and that seems to be what Alex is considering here, but of course it does have the fake out to contend with on this turn. Time for Volcarona for one last time in this particular matchup to be getting Crystalline, doing its best Sableye impression with that gleaming heart over its head. It doesn't have Dazzling Gleam, but it's certainly dazzling its opponents on the field as it has now become that fairy type. And there's the fake out right into it for all its troubles.
Yeah, completely telegraphed here. Easy fake out into that Volcarona as the surging strikes are the lock-in of choice for this Urshifu, pinning down the Volcarona. Yes, it's going to be able to use its Citrus Berry and gain a little bit of HP. But the Flame Body activates! You do not need Will-O-Wisp on the Incineroar when you've got a Volcarona with the Flame Body to do the job for you.
That was sort of the unsung hero of this set. It came in right for the third act. Flame Body really mitigating the surging strikes damage coming out from the Urshifu. Something that had gone under the carpet here, but something that has come out in force right now in this game 3. That could be huge for Alex Gomez.
Love the Raging Bolt on the field as well for Alex, because now you can go for a Thunderclap into that Urshifu that is guaranteed to be going for those surging strikes. That priority attack will do so much damage. That said, however, Leonardo may want to get the Urshifu out of there. It's not going to do too much damage, and it is a very prone target for that Thunderclap, so you might want to make an adjustment. Volcarona is actually going to take full advantage and go for the Terra Fairy into it, saying no Thunderclap today. However, you can focus on the other Pokemon. I've got this one down.
Volcarona saying get back to the dojo, Urshifu. It's time for you to go home, as finally it's able to get off that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, something that Alex had been setting up for throughout game 2 as well, and Raging Bolt able to get a Calm Mind up as well. The momentum really building now for Alex Gomez. Flare Blitz connecting down into the Volcarona is not even enough for the knockout. Is it going to get a burn? Yes, it is! So the Volcarona will be going down at the end of this turn, and you know that is luck for luck right now with the Flame Body activation onto Leonardo's Urshifu as well.
The fire types are out in full force yesterday, Pokemon trainers, the Volcarona drops to the burn, kind of a victim of its own demise with that Terra Fairy. Interestingly, however, Alex Gomez does get that Calm Mind up on the Raging Bolt, capitalizing on all the chaos and destruction in its wake, able to take a moment and regain some composure. That could be critical towards the end game. Yes, both our trainers have lost a key Pokemon piece in their puzzle, but they have the utility to bring in a Pokemon from the back now, and an interesting change for Leonardo. It's that Landorus.
Landorus can deal with the Raging Bolt so much better than any of the Pokemon Leonardo brought to that previous game. And Incineroar as well, of course, taking super effective damage from the ground-type moves. But crucially, the Raging Bolt does have that boost to its special defense now. So it's taking the Earth Power much better than it would have done before, but the Terra is still available over on Leonardo's side of the field.
And of course, if this Landorus wants to set up something like a substitute that's going to keep it nice and cozy and give it a bit of breathing room to call out the rest of this match, the Raging Bolt doesn't have the best time against it. Obviously, can't go for any electric-type moves against it, and the Dragon Pulse isn't going to really be too overwhelming. But if it's able to get another Calm Mind boost up, that could be a different story entirely.
Yeah, Calm Mind could be the unsung hero of this game for Alex Gomez, as he really brings it down to the wire, deciding which moves to lock into. It's going to be Incineroar going to the back. Makes sense. It was a Pokemon that worked so well for them in Game 2. And Rillaboom joining the fray instead, providing a lovely fake-out pressure, heading into this next turn. But now, of course, Landorus can threaten it with the Sludge Bomb move that would be super effective. But there is the substitute being set up, so the Landorus sitting pretty behind that for at least one turn. But Raging Bolt able to capitalize on that, able to set up another Calm Mind. This is Pokemon being played at the next level, Lou.
Raging Bolt in a prime position for some big damage, but thanks to the fact that, well, now you're taking the parting shot, so it's not as much damage as you were intending, but the substitute makes it very, very difficult as well. The fake out on the Rillaboom is going to have to go into that other partner slot here, or if you want to try and break that substitute, you need to go for something like the Grassy Glide into it, or the Wood Hammer, and deal some decent damage into Landorus. The Chimpao joins the field as well. That's actually kind of helpful for the Rillaboom, going to be able to capitalize on that sort of ruin drop, maybe give it the edge it needs to be able to break that substitute.
Right, and now, you know, Chimpao with Sucker Punch and Thunderclap Mind Games returns to the field. And again, Raging Bolt is set up with 2 Calm Minds now. Yes, it only has 1 boost to its special attack, but 2 to its special defense. So it can be taking those Earth Powers much more comfortably than before. But of course, Chimpao can threaten those Ice-type moves as well. Thunderclap would be keeping it safe. And then you're breaking the Focus Sash as well, ready for something like a Grassy Glide in the following turn. But Alex probably not wanting to pivot out the Raging Bolt for the Incineroar coming in, because it does have those boosts. And Calm Mind, you know, it does take a turn to set up.
Landorus has its pick of the litter as well right now. We can always go for the Earth Power into the Raging Bolt or the Sludge Bomb into that Rillaboom. Now, the Rillaboom, yes, it does have the Assault Vest, which is why you kind of need your fiery friend in the form of the Incineroar with its physical attacks to be able to help you out as well, to enable that KO. First things first, the Grassy Glide comes through into the Incineroar, really not doing a lot of damage as the... what was that? I think it was the Thunderclap.
The Thunderclap potentially going out into the Incineroar. That would make sense. The Sludge Bomb is going to be super effective into the Rillaboom, holding the Assault Vest there. It's down to about half its health and coming back up to, well, more or less exactly half, thanks to the grassy terrain recovery there. And so, yes, now this Raging Bolt is really threatened by the Landorus, and of course now there is fake-out pressure on the field as well, and the Rillaboom cannot protect. At least the Urshifu is down for Leonardo now, so it's not like you are protecting in the face of a Pokemon that can just strike right through it anyway. But with Landorus here still behind its substitute, this is something that Alex really needs to target down. It just goes to show, again, at this top level of play, that yes, the favor can swing into one trainer's favor, but the opponent will still have the tools necessary to try and come back into the game.
Yes, I mean, the issue is that a double up into this Rillaboom is going to be able to get the KO, leaving Alex with just 2 Pokemon remaining. He does this time go for the Grassy Glide, using that priority, and it will break the substitutes. Now the Landorus is a little bit more exposed. It does go for the Earth Power, though, maybe predicting the Incineroar to switch in here and trying to get the knockout. It doesn't actually break the substitute, it's just popped out to say hello. This, however, might be able to get it done. The Dragon Pulse will connect.
Oh, is it going to be breaking it? Yes, it is. That is going to be enough with the +1 thanks to the Calm Mind. That is a substitute down. Flare Blitz will be enough for the knockout onto the Rillaboom. So now Alex down to just the Incineroar, and the Raging Bolt is going to be dropping 1 Intimidate down onto the field, and that will be it. So the Chimpao is sitting pretty in the back for Leonardo. It's not going to be taking a drop to its physical attack.
That is true, and I understand the Earth Power play, knowing that you were doubling up into that Rillaboom, guaranteeing to get the KO either way, but you would have needed it to be the Earth Power to get the damage onto that Incineroar. As you can see, it's at full HP, and we all know a Flare Blitz is going to do too much, so the Earth Power was really going to be the power pack there into the Incineroar that is now very, very vulnerable.
Very vulnerable indeed, and with the Raging Bolt, I keep wanting to call it by its Spanish name, Electro Fury, because it sounds so cool as well.
It does.
But the Raging Bolt nicely set up here, and we can see that Alex is considering another Calm Mind in this position. It's really coming down to fine margins in this game. Chien Pao lurking in the back, of course, for Leonardo, still with the Focus Sash intact as well, so Alex has to be really careful with the targeting right now. At least he has an active Fake Out on the field, and it will be connecting down into Leonardo's own Incineroar here, so the Landorus is left exposed. It's going for the Earth Power into the Incineroar on Alex's side. That is a one-hit knockout into Alex's Incineroar. That is not something you see every day. We just said earlier, Lou, that you often see Incineroars taking attack after attack, but that is a rare one-hit knockout there. Another Calm Mind, though, being set up onto Alex's Raging Bolt. That really is the only thing you can do here to try and secure this game in your favor.
Do you know what? I don't mind this Calm Mind. I believe
Exactly.
it's the third one in the match, which means that it's at +3 special defense,
Yeah.
and that is going to be critical against that Landorus.
Oh, still a lot of damage.
Still does a lot, but you're going to be able to take another one of those. The Dragon Pulse comes through,
Yeah,
is able
yeah.
to get the knockout on that Incineroar, and now you have the capability to deal with this opposing Landorus. The issue is the Chien Pao still in the back for Leonardo. I think it still has its Focus Sash as well, right?
It does, yeah. Still has its Focus Sash, and the Terra has already been burnt onto that Volcarona, so it's not going to be able to Terrastalize away. And this is the thing, this is why Terrastalizing later on in the game, as tempting as it can be to press that button earlier on, can pay dividends. But Chien Pao now joining the field there at full HP. Yes, Raging Bolt has all these boosts to its special defense, but it has none to its physical defense. So, you know, all eyes on this Raging Bolt now. It is nicely boosted up in a sense, but Chien Pao can still be putting a stop to its antics.
The thing is, Landorus can easily just go for a Protect, and Chien Pao, a little bit safe with its Focus Sash, can try and get some damage on the board against this Raging Bolt. You know, anything like the Icicle Crash, or if you just want to go for the guaranteed damage, something like the Sacred Sword, just to chip away at it a little bit more. Of course, you can always go for the Sucker Punch and stop the Thunderclap from being activated as well. Landorus in a pretty nice position. It only has to worry about that Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, it's only the Dragon Pulse that could be hitting this Landorus for super effective here. It's going to be that Terra finally coming out from Leonardo's side of the field, and it's going to be going into the Chien Pao. It's becoming the Stellar Terra type, getting that one-time boost to all of its moves. That's the new Terra type, thanks to the Indigo Disc DLC, and let's hope it goes for the move that's going to pay the most dividends right now, as the Sucker Punch is going to be connecting down into the Raging Bolt, and the Earth Power coming down as well. Well played to both trainers. That was an absolutely thrilling set, but the winner of Swiss Round 7 here in Utrecht is Leonardo Bononomi.
What a thriller of a set as well. Every single game went down to the wire, but I have to say in Game 3, both the trainers picked up the pace a little bit, jumped onto that offensive and tried to close out the match. Congratulations, Leonardo Bononomi, who will be advancing into Day 2 of the competition here at the Utrecht Special Event.
Lit Leo for Leonardo Bononomi right here. Yes, picking up the pace, and we were getting involved in the quiver dance antics of the Volcarona as well behind the desk, because it was such a thrilling game. I absolutely loved that matchup between those two trainers. The fact that they were able to go one game apiece goes to show that really it could have gone any way. But, you know, once again, Alex deciding that the Terra Fairy was the right option onto the Volcarona, as opposed to saving it for something in the back. So really indexing in on that Pokemon that we've been so excited to see, Lou. The Pokemon that we haven't seen so frequently in Regulations FF, but in the end didn't quite work out.
That's the thing, it was nice to see Volcarona. I know it's a big fan favorite out there as well. We've seen occasionally Iron Moth come into the fray, but it's really that Slitherwing that we're waiting to see someone pick up and make a champion. Who knows, maybe if it was a Slitherwing and not a Volcarona on the team, it could have been a different match.
Yeah, and also we've got to call out not only the Flame Body burn that was activated onto the Urshifu, but also the Flare Blitz burn that came right back onto the Volcarona because it had terrestrialized away from its fire typing, protecting it from burns. Had it not got that burn and stuck around for just one more turn, that could have completely flipped the tables.
We saw so many burns in that particular set, you know what I mean? It kind of needs to cool off a little bit.
It's like, go find some running water, 10 minutes under a cold tap.
I think the Pokemon need it, to be honest. Take them to the Pokemon Center stat. Because I think the interesting thing as well is it was mostly the fire-type Pokemon that were getting burned, you know, dealing out a little bit of their own meta lessen, let's say, because of that terrestrialization. It meant that they were vulnerable to that secondary effect, and it was just really interesting to see that come into play. Not something you see every day.
Yeah, and in the game 2 as well, I believe the Ghost Terror type Incineroar was burned, and yeah, this is the fantastic opportunity that terrestrialization opens up for trainers right now in the metagame. Completely flipping the switch, flipping the type matchups, and being able to deal damage that your opponent is not expecting, especially thanks to the Terra Blast move. Any Pokemon now is able to get access to any type of move thanks to the Terra Blast. And you can see that finally Volcarona was able to get off that Fairy type Terra Blast into the Urshifu, able to secure the knockout.
And I think as well, this match really highlighted why Landorus incarnate form has been rising to the top recently. You know, time and time again, we see Landorus Therian form out there doing so much damage with its rock slides and its earthquakes and things like that. But actually now it's that time of the special attacking variant with the earth power and the sludge bombs as well. Having such nice type coverage makes it really difficult to deal with, particularly in the end game. It had its pick of which Pokemon it wanted to target down, and that gave Leonardo so much flexibility the whole way through the set.
Another reason though why Tinglu is rising up, mitigating the special attack of everything on the field. It was such a thrilling game, trainers, that we're not going to be able to go to an interview with Leonardo Bononomi as much as we'd love to hear from them, but that does mean we'll be able to get right back with even more thrilling Pokemon battles even sooner. So why on earth would you go anywhere?
Hello, Pokemon trainers. My name is David Partington. I've got Ben Kiriakou, my fellow caster, with me, but I do have the pleasure of introducing you to Rob Akashuk. Rob, welcome to the floor here. Like, it's a pleasure to have you here. Tell us a bit about yourself as a video game player.
Yeah, thanks for having me. About me as a video game player, I started playing like the games, of course, like really early with Ruby Sapphire and all that. You probably started early.
Yeah, I started a little bit before that. But it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we all start when we start.
For VGC terms, I'm old, but at least we got someone a bit more Asian next to me. Yeah, so I played that until there was at some point, I think after Black and White, I kind of stopped because I didn't have the 3DS. Was it Black and White? Yeah. And then I stopped, and at some point I was looking at videos, and I actually saw like Sage Park winning worlds, and that looked so cool, and all the Pokemon looked amazing, and I bought Alpha Sapphire, and that got me into like competitive, because I saw, hey, you can do online battles. That never used to be a thing before. So then like late 2016 I started, and then 2017 I really got into things, and that's when I also started to going to events.
Fantastic. So what sort of teams did you start out using at that time?
Well, I loved Snorlax a lot, actually. And it was funny because the first tournament, I played a lot online. And the first tournament that I went to, I actually got invited there by a Dutch guy that I faced on the ladder, on the online ladder. And he told me, yeah, you're actually pretty good. You should come to tournaments. But hey, and I can help you get there and sign up and everything, as long as you promise one thing. Just don't beat me in the tournament, okay? I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, probably not gonna do well. Might not even like meet the guy anywhere in the tournament. So yeah, sure, let's do that. And it was in the Netherlands, so I went there, first tournament. I actually got to the finals. And then I saw my opponent, which was Andres, the guy that actually invited me to the tournament. And he told me like, oh, no. And yeah, so I actually beat him. And at that point, yeah, I don't know, that's how my first tournament went. And it was kind of addictive as well, because I was like, oh, this is a fun game. This is good. This feels nice. Yeah. And yeah, from there on, I just started training a lot more and going to way more events. And yeah.
Just really enjoy it. But of course, you had a little bit of a break as well. I mean, you played a lot in the 2017, 2018, 2019 series, but then you had a little bit of a break, as some of us did. But you came back last year in Utrecht and made it to a pretty far in the tournament. So what's it like as a player, taking a break, coming back to the new regulation sets, the new Pokemon, the new rules, and trying to find success there instead of trying to find success as we did back in the day?
Yeah, it's different. I try harder way more back in those days. But I think Pokemon is also still a lot about like a mindset, and a lot of the things you learn while playing the game are just lessons you take into any other game. Yes, you have to learn the format, you have to learn like how to use the Pokemon, but positioning and things like that, you don't unlearn that. But one thing that I did underestimate though is that how big the scene got. Yeah. And I just thought, okay, numbers. I should still be good. It's just more people. Doesn't mean I have to play more rounds, but it should be fine. But I think the actual level of players also went up by like a ton, for sure. I think when we played, the amount of casual players was a lot higher. I feel like the first 3 rounds of a tournament, if you're lucky, you would face players that you were like, yeah, I can beat those. If I just play normally, I can beat those. It will be fine.
They know how to press a button, but there's no free games anymore, is there?
No, and they had fun Pokemon. They were just there to enjoy the game. They had weird stuff, and they were just enjoying themselves. And now these tournaments, I come and this round 1, I face people with like all great teams, and I don't know them, but they are playing so well. Which is, I don't know, it's a testament to the scene. I think how it's grown. But yeah, at least I still have my instinct, sort of say, I think. So that's good. But yeah, it's become a lot more difficult than it used to be.
Rob, thank you very much for your insight here. Always a pleasure to hear stories about some of our local players here in the Netherlands. But we're going to get shortly right back to the action. Yes, we certainly are. And just like that, we've jumped over onto the desk as well.
Teleported, extreme speed, moved along. We are here back behind the desk.
We certainly are, and what a pleasure it is to be with you here today, Ben, for the first time actually today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. We've had some absolutely amazing games happening there. That last round, Eric versus Leonardo, I didn't know who was going to win any of the games that were going on. I was watching in the background, and just such top-level players. We say this as a little bit of a cliche maybe sometimes, but that actually could have been a finals, and you wouldn't have been surprised to see it whatsoever. The caliber of both of those players playing up against each other, and that was only round 7.
Yeah, exactly. And like, even if both these players do really well, they might still both make it into day 2. And we may even see a rematch at some point. That's the beauty of the Swiss round structure.
Absolutely. I mean, going for those day 1 into day 2 into top 8 matches, the third time you play someone in a best of 3, the best of 3 of best of 3, so to speak, can always be a very difficult one to contend with. But let's talk a little bit more about the players that are still undefeated in this Utrecht special event. Riccardo Stellini still on top here. Aurelian Sula, that we were able to feature in a previous round as well, 7-0. And Leonardo Bolonomi, who we were just mentioning there, managed to defeat Alex Gomez in round 6. to go 7-0.
Yes, exactly.
7 to go 7-0.
Round 7 to go 7-0.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
I can count.
There are a lot of rounds, honestly. It is really hard to count sometimes, especially for the players too, let alone us. Oh my goodness. But yeah, and Ivar as well, who we had earlier on as well, is also 7-0. So they're guaranteed into day 2 now. But looking at who is very much close behind them, we got Nikhil ready of the Netherlands as well. We've got a handful of players all the way down there. Alex Gomez, of course, although he lost the last round, he's maybe coming in too. But who we have recently seen just on that video is Rob Akashuk, and he is also 6-1.
6-1 with a chance, one more win to make it into the top cut. A player from the Netherlands here in Utrecht trying to take this special event for his home country, as well as other players, Bas van der Huygen, which we haven't been able to feature yet so far, and is on our notable matches as well against Emir. That is an Articuno that Emir is using, and an Articuno with only ice-type moves, so I hear on the grapevine.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Articuno is so awesome, and like, especially when you can see it combined with the snow as well. That's most likely running Snow Cloak as its ability, so like some of your hits into it will just not even hit at all, which is like just a testament to how good of an Articuno it is. Kind of reminiscent of Sandvale Garchomp with T-Tar sort of teams as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking down the list as well, Michael Kelsch, our resident runner-up from the World Championships in 2023, rocking a bit of a different team to what we've seen him use previously, going a little bit more consistent, I think, with the combination of Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Entei, and Fluttermane just trying to put some good Pokemon on the board and really capitalize off their natural capabilities.
Yeah, there's plenty of Pokemon to choose from in this metagame right now, and if anything, I think in this regulation set F, I'd say we've seen so much variety already that I think we haven't even seen at all in previous regulations as well. Perhaps a testament to actually people preparing for the European International Championship, where it's going to be something a little bit different to actually push you right to the end of the EUIC, past everyone who has been preparing for those more standard teams into what is obviously going to be a really strong team.
And of course, everybody that's going to be competing in European International Championships is going to be looking to this event to try and figure out what they want to be using at the European International Championships. This is the last event in Europe before that big international championships. It's the one that you really do want to be playing. And there is Vancouver, of course, just the week before, which we can also glean a little bit of insight into as far as what the state of the metagame is. But players really do like to push the boat out for the big events.
They do, and so I'm really excited for it right now. Like, we're on the cusp of it here at Utrecht, seeing a little bit of a teaser, basically, as to what we might get a flavor of for EUIC itself. But we're almost at that stage where we're almost at the end of the tournament of day 1 at the moment today. We've obviously got one more round to go after this, but we're slowly finding out who is getting to that amazing day 2 that everyone obviously wants to get to. Because also once you're there as well, you're also guaranteed a lot of championship points at the same time. So players who are trying to get towards their Worlds invite, that maybe all they need is just that day 2, for instance.
Yeah, and day 2 is something that a lot of these players are all vying for, but how important it is, especially at this point in the season, is really variable by players. We've had so many regional and special events already this season, and so a lot of players are either like right on the cusp of getting their invite to the World Championships. And of course, there are some players like Alex Gomez that we were talking about that have got quite a lot of championships already kind of locked up the amount of championship points they need to get to Worlds earlier on in the season, and now they're looking for that round 1 bye.
They certainly are, which can make a huge difference when you are going up against so many of the top players. That guaranteeing that 1 win at the World Championships can be absolutely massive. So a lot of these trainers have probably got that in mind in maybe the long term, but the shorter term, it's going to be this round right now. There are our trainers here. It is Rob Akashuk of the Netherlands and Javier Senorena as well. Look, they are ready. Javier's got a little bit of a smirk there. Maybe he knows he's got a lot of confidence in his team as well.
He's a very, very good player, and I've had the pleasure of playing him in competition many moons ago, and is always one of those players that's very, very difficult to play up against. We talk about this a lot, the consistency of players not making many mistakes throughout a match and not allowing your opponent too many windows into a game where you really want to, especially in a long game, make sure you're being as consistent as you can be.
And here are our players' accolades as well. If you're not familiar with these players, you certainly should be. Look at that. Rob Akashuk is the Dutch Open champion of 2017, as well as a top 8 over there, a couple of top 16ers as well, one of them being EUIC itself.
EUIC and the Utrecht Special Event last year. So Rob doing particularly well in his home nation here, and presumably is going to be wanting to bring it home for his country. Javier on the other side, EUIC also getting the top 16 of the same tournament there back in 2023, as well as various other accomplishments to his name as well. As I say, he's a very consistent player, really does know what he's doing, and both of these players, in fact, are going to give each other a run for their money.
And especially with this team as well. Quite reminiscent, actually, of Nick Schrott's team from Dortmund, actually. Very similar sort of build going on at the moment. But some key highlights that kind of jump out to me, though, is that Rillaboom. Rather than being like a Salt Vest, it's that Miracle Seed with that Terra Grass as well, to make sure your grassy guides are as powerful as they can be. And then throwing in a Taunt there as well. Well, that's a kind of a cheeky little move there, Ben.
Yeah, it's a good way for Rob's team to really deal with any trick room threats, any follow me redirection, just remove the opportunity for your opponent to do that. But I really like the kind of synergy there with the King Gambit as well. You taunt your opponent so that they can only use attacking moves, and then you use King Gambit to sucker punch into their direction, and because they can't protect themselves or do anything else, maybe they can switch, but if they are sticking around on the field, they're susceptible to the sucker punch as well.
Yeah, I love that call out, Ben, actually. That's a really nice kind of mechanic that an encompassment of the whole team can allow you to do here. Another Gouging Fire, obviously, is something that's been popping off a little bit more recently. Not the most popular thing at the moment, not in the top 12, but when it comes, I swear, like, it does so well, like every single time. Supports teams those howls, and that Fire Dragon typing is so nice defensively, especially into all the common Fire, Water, Grass Pokemon that are out there. And the Pokemon Half Flame that's been picking up a little bit too.
It's nice to be able to get that breaking swipe off and be able to suppress your opponent without having to switch a Pokemon in, as well as being able to do a little bit of damage at the same time. Let's have a look at what Javier is running. It's Rillaboom, Chien-Pao, Incineroar, Urshifu, Landorus, Raging Bolt. Again, both of these teams, not too many surprises on them, but the things that are jumping out to me immediately, David, Calm Mind on the Raging Bolt and Double Dark on the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, so let's start with the Calm Mind of the Raging Bolt. We had that last round.
We did.
Alex Gomez was having that exact set, I think, actually, on his team. And so combined with the grassy terrain recovery on top of the leftovers, Raging Bolt probably ends up healing quite a lot of HP throughout the course of the set. So that makes it so bulky that your opponent's Pokemon have to kind of knock out more than one Raging Bolt, probably, throughout the whole game.
You're like, we'll have a little counter going on back here behind the desk. How many Raging Bolts need to get knocked out this game? We'll have to see if that comes into play. And especially, I really like the consistency of that. But in the last round, Leonardo Bononomi was able to take advantage of the fact that Raging Bolt only had access to Thunderclap as an offensive electric-type move. So maybe that'll come into play again. Rob has several ways to not attack, but also you've got the taunt, you've got the ability to go for a Howl as well, you've got Follow Me on the Ogerpon, you've got your own priority on King Gambit as well. So there's lots of different ways that Thunderclap can be maybe taken advantage of for Rob in this matchup, should Javier decide to bring it.
Exactly. It's going to be an interesting kind of match where there'll be a lot of kind of speed interactions that we just don't know immediately out of the gate, just from or either from their opponents in terms of what they've seen on their team sheet. There's 2 Rillaboons which you don't know speed interactions of. There's 2 Landoruses as well.
Yep.
So the speed interactions between those, especially on a fake out turn, is going to be really crucial. And the players may not know this immediately, so they'll have to try and find that out throughout the course of the set.
Substitute may actually make a big difference to how this match plays out as well, looking at the team compositions, where you've got on Rob's side, you've got on Javier's side, you've got the Chien-Pao that the Landorus on Rob's side is really going to have to worry about, whereas on Rob's side, he's got that Choice Specs Flutter Mane, and potentially, depending on how it's trained, that Ogerpon could actually be faster than Landorus on Javier's side, and so if that's the case, then it's not going to be able to play defensively nor offensively quite as easily.
No, it's a really good point, and there's so many different components that you can like kind of go with, and like what do you lead if you're either of these players as well? During like a whole best of set, like you've probably got a go-to lead for like your game one, but then you need to be thinking about what you want to change up for the other two leads for the rest of the game. So we'll just have to see what comes out in this game itself. Here we are in round 8 of the Utrecht Special Event. It is that Urshifu Rapid Strike and Landorus Incarnate with this, the Ogerpon Wellspring and that King Gambit, which I'm very happy to see.
Very happy to see indeed. And it looks like the Ogerpon has the opportunity to maybe switch things up and get a follow me, redirect any attacks from the Urshifu away from this King Gambit. But at the same time, if you do that and attack down with a King Gambit, then the Landorus has the opportunity to set up the substitute, because neither one of the Ogerpon is going to be attacking this turn. So a lot of things to think about for our trainers, a lot of things for this King Gambit to be worried about too.
It's going to be a Protect on that Landorus Incarnate right now. And the Ivy Cudgel, though, is not going into that slot. It's actually into the Rapid Strike Urshifu. A not very effective hit indeed, but still, honestly, a big chunk of damage there, Ben.
Yeah, and the U-turn coming out into that Ogerpon, doing a little bit less damage than maybe we would have expected it to be able to do in this particular turn. Going to be able to give it the opportunity to switch out for Javier and reset its board situation.
Okay, there's a lot of options as to what it could be right now. Only Javier knows what it's going to be that might be coming out here. Be interesting to see if it is that, the Electrofuria, the Raging Bolt indeed coming in. A very nice Pokemon to be able to take those Water and Grass type attacks for Ogerpon. But the Protect is not wasted. Kowtow Cleave straight into that slot by Javier's Landorus, saying, nope, not today.
Not today, indeed. Yeah, these Pokemon staring each other down now. Raging Bolt coming in does put the Ogerpon a little bit more under pressure, and certainly it has the opportunity to go for its calm mind here in this situation. Not particularly threatened by the Ogerpon, not particularly threatened either by the King Gambit, and so this could be a good turn with the Landorus able to support it to be able to get itself boosted up.
Indeed, Carmine can certainly go up this time. It's probably, there's no double up that probably is going to be able to KO it at this point, because the King Gambit as well is not that Blood Glasses or Terra Dark, it's a more bulky sort of set. That's Salt Vest with the Terra Fairy as well. So that could be an option that Rob could go for here, to be able to take that Earth Power, for instance, from the Landorus, which at the moment is most likely threatening a one-hit KO, depending on the training of this King Gambit. Salt Vest obviously might be able to allow it to take it, but I don't know, Landorus Incarnate is such a powerful Pokemon, I wouldn't be surprised if it still KOs.
It certainly could. The Landorus going for another Protect here, not being able to be successful in this turn. Thunderclap onto the Ogerpon. That Ogerpon's really not taking a lot of damage, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a few more hit points than maybe it would usually have in the video game here. An Ivy Cudgel going into the Landorus, enough to pick up the one-hit knockout, but that is the game ended here. I think we're going to have a little bit of a reset there. I don't know if you saw it, David. Those Pokemon were a little bit different level to what they should have been.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to go back to the drawing board a little bit there, but obviously the matchup is still going to be the same. So we can still kind of think about what these players want to bring into this kind of general matchup here. And it might be that the leads are going to be the same at this point too, and probably the same Pokemon that they're going to bring as well. But in terms of how they're going to play it, that is going to be the main question here. So we obviously saw that Landorus there kind of threatening down onto that King Gambit quite heavily. And with that Earth Power, it's going to be threatening a decent amount of damage. But we saw how Rob was kind of shamelessly, at least in that first turn, not even protecting from it.
No.
And so he might be quite confident, actually, that his King Gambit can actually survive the Earth Power, potentially.
I think it's possible that it could. I mean, it's looking at the open team list. Let's just double check. Yes, it is carrying the Assault Vest. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the King Gambit could be trained to take that attack. It's not going to be left with much health afterwards. But certainly if Rob was thinking that Javier was going to try to take a little bit more advantage and go for the substitute in that situation, maybe Rob was trying to prevent that from being a particular threat. Or if you allow the Landorus to get up a substitute by playing defensively, and it gets a substitute up, it can be really difficult to knock out because you have to commit so many resources first to break the substitute, then to knock out the Pokemon.
Yeah, as we saw in the last game actually as well. Alex Gomez going for the Rillaboom's Grassy Glide into the Landorus Incarnate with the substitute up, and the substitute still didn't even break. So another 2 whole attacks needed to go into that Landorus to break that substitute, which was a huge amount of investment just for 25% health of Landorus.
Yeah, I mean, the Intimidate playing a big role there, of course, in that particular situation. But let's talk a little bit more about the leads that these 2 players had. We saw the Kingambit and the Ogerpon, Rob favouring maybe trying to keep the Kingambit a little bit safer, but Javier was going really on the defensive there with both Landorus and the Urshifu trying to put damage down on the board. Are we going to see that again here?
Yep, so there is the Landorus and the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but it looks like it is actually, they've been told that they can lead completely differently here, which makes a lot of sense as Javier did reveal his 3rd and Rob did not. So Landorus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and the Ogerpon Fluttermane as well. So brand new leads here, Ben, and Fluttermane straight out of the gate is threatening a lot of damage.
It's looking like it's in a great spot. The question is whether or not the Ogerpon goes for the follow me or not in front of this Urshifu. It is carrying the Choice Scarf. It can land a Surging Strikes into the Fluttermane if Rob allows it to do so. And so usually there's the question mark whether or not it's going to be a U-turn or a Surging Strikes in this situation.
Yeah, like either of them could be like really nice options, because at least then Rob has to kind of show his hand, as it were, like in terms of what he's like been thinking at least in that turn. Landorus Incarnate going for a Protect yet again, and there is that U-turn. You called it, Ben, into that Ogerpon, doing over 50%.
No follow me coming out from that Ogerpon whatsoever. U-turn allowing the Urshifu to reposition, get Rillaboom onto the field. That's going to heal up the Ogerpon a little bit at the end of this turn as the grassy terrain lands onto the field. But the Ivy Cudgel is going to be landing out next into the Protect of that Landorus. Javier not giving his opponent any ground whatsoever, managing to win the damage trade so far.
And this is a really much better position for Javier, honestly. Bringing in that Rillaboom really nicely and providing Fake Out going into the next turn as well. Freeing up this Landorus to do kind of whatever it wants, really, at the moment. Because you can kind of Fake Out into the Ogerpon and keep the Landorus really safe and maybe go throw up a substitute. Because if the Kingambit suddenly goes on the defensive from a Fake Out or from the potential of an Earth Power, that could be a free substitute at that point. So Javier has a lot of options going into this turn.
The question is whether or not this Ogerpon is faster or slower than the Landorus. I think based on that and the spiky shield coming out from the Ogerpon, it's likely the Ogerpon is looking to be a bit slower than the Landorus, and Rob really wants to protect it this turn, or maybe just protect it from the Fake Out and the double up, but it's no double up into the Ogerpon, it's an Earth Power.
There it is, and it does survive just about. Like responding Counter Cleave, doing over 50%, just about to that Landorus as well, is going to definitely pay that damage back a little bit at least. But question is, that Kingambit may just be in range of a Grassy Glide from Javier's end. It's not the Miracle Seed, it is that Assault Vest, but and Kingambit is also very physically bulky, but again, yeah, it might be really close here. And to be honest, Rob doesn't actually have any Incineroar that you can kind of switch in and intimidate the Rillaboom either to keep the Kingambit safe. So Kingambit will probably want to be going on the defensive here especially, and that might free up the Landorus to maybe go down to an Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel.
We'll have to see. Landorus not going to be acting this turn, instead switching out into that Electro Furia, the Raging Bolt coming onto the field again, just like we saw in the game that never was. Grassy Glide, you called it, David, it is enough to pick up the KO on the Kingambit. That's down and out.
That is certainly, and Ivy Cudgel coming out as well, and it's a great switch though from Javier to be able to keep that Landorus very, very safe. And a little bit of interesting kind of revealing of the speed stats here as well. Nothing completely outlandish, to be honest. It is kind of in the order of speed that these Pokemon are naturally at, to be honest. So the Ogerpon, followed by the Rillaboom, followed by that Raging Bolt. But Rob does have now the opportunity to bring in something like that Fluttermane, which can really throw down a lot of damage onto the Raging Bolt, being obviously that Dragon type. However, Raging Fluttermane is really frail on the defensive side, and it can often just drop to one wood hammer from a Rillaboom. So Gouging Fire makes a lot of sense coming in here.
It's tough, isn't it? Because if you commit to bringing the Fluttermane in that situation for Rob, you're kind of committing to hitting the follow me button and making sure that your Ogerpon is probably getting knocked out. And then the question being is whether Fluttermane Gouging Fire is enough to get the knockouts that you really want it to. Rob now bringing the Gouging Fire in, gets the opportunity to boost up that Ogerpon's damage output with the Howl, but with a Dragon type and a Grass type on Javier's side, he's got to be feeling pretty confident. Not really able to put a lot of damage onto the field with the Ogerpon. Both Water and Grass resisted by those two Pokemon that Javier has on his side of the field. And if the Raging Bolt gets the opportunity to get a Calm Mind off, or even just start getting Dragon Pulses onto the Gouging Fire, which turns out aren't going to be very effective whatsoever, it could be going uphill for Javier.
That's Terra Fairy, Gouging Love more like, coming out right now. And there's a responding Terra also on Javier's end. Probably not the love that has responded with the Fairy, but this Raging Bolt, oh, my mistake, it is. Yes, it is. It is certainly that Raging Love as well on Javier's end too. Both of them not wanting to take that super effective Dragon damage from each other.
Not at all. Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon, that's not going to be taking any damage this turn. Grassy Glide into it, that's going to be taking a little bit of recoil for its troubles, but nothing a grassy terrain turn can't heal back up. Howl from the Gouging Fire, raising the attack of both the Gouging Fire and the Ogerpon, potentially puts the Rillaboom into KO range on Javier's side, but also, since that Ogerpon has got boosted up and the Raging Bolt is no longer a Dragon type, Ivy Cudgel is looking really threatening right now.
Yeah, it's a good point. And especially with the critical hit potential behind it as well. Honestly, that could be in very much a range of a KO at some point. And also, the Ogerpon obviously has grass type attacks as well, being that Horn Leech, particularly for Rob. And that's boosted by the grassy terrain. So if at all the Ogerpon loses any health, it's going to be able to heal a huge ton of it back as well. However, Rillaboom is a really nice answer into Ogerpon at the moment too, and still threatens a lot of damage with that Wood Hammer into it. Rob still has that option to still Breaking Swipe and lower that Rillaboom's damage output a little bit more, and that keeps both of them really nice and safe. But it looks like actually Rob's going on the defensive here.
A Fluttermane switching in this scenario, maybe trying to catch a Dragon move coming out from Raging Bolt, but it's going to be instead catching a Grassy Glide right to the face there. That's not a move that you really want to see. And yeah, nice switch there from Rob, able to protect himself from the Thunderclap follow-up. That probably would have knocked out the Ogerpon should it have gone on the offensive here. Heat Crash is the follow-up into the Rillaboom. It's enough to pick up the KO.
It is. Now, the Calm Mind, though, on that Raging Bolt I want to talk about, because that suddenly increased the special attack and special defense as well. So I do wonder if that Fluttermane is in range of a Thunderclap from that Raging Bolt. But also, of course, the Choice Scarf on this Urshifu has also come into play here too. So this point is, to be honest, there's two Pokemon that's threatening a KO on this Fluttermane. Javier just needs to pick one to go into it. It's the Gouging Fire that seems to be really putting in the work right now. But into an Urshifu, which is fairly heavy, obviously resists fire, and Breaking Swipe doesn't have a lot of damage behind it. The Urshifu's looking in like a really nice spot right now. The question is, where do you target?
It's going to be enough for the knockout, and Fluttermane goes down. Not even going to have an opportunity to try to act into that Urshifu. Heat Crash, faster than the Urshifu, carrying a Choice Scarf, a good bit of information for both of our players, and a U-turn going into that Terra Fairy Gouging Fire, not picking up really any damage whatsoever.
If you needed a visual confirmation of how heavy Raging Bolt is, you've got it, because that Heat Crash did absolutely nothing to that Raging Bolt. It's such a heavy and bulky Pokemon too, and it looks like it's going to be healing almost most of that with the leftovers simply at the end of this turn. Now, Landorus coming in is going to be very key for Javier here, threatening both Sludge Bomb damage into both of these targets. Now, I don't know if we've seen the speed interactions between the Landorus and the Ogerpon itself, because we've seen a lot of protecting both ways.
Right.
An Ogerpon can be faster than Landorus naturally, but not all trainers will train their Ogerpon to be such. So we'll have to see if that is the case. That is a big game changer in this game.
Massive game changer. No protect on either side of the field, just a Howl from that Gouging Fire, getting the attack boost. boost again. Gouging Fire at 2+, Ogerpon at +1. It is naturally faster than that Landorus. It is going to get a critical hit, but it's not able to pick up the knockout.
And neither is the Sludge Bomb into the Gouging Fire as well. Dragonport's following up into that Ogerpon as well, and that's another critical hit into that Ogerpon, absolutely taking it down.
And only the Gouging Fire remaining on Rob's turn. What an explosive turn of events there. I'm impressed that anything was still on the field after all of those moves, backwards and forwards. What a turn.
Yeah, what a turn. All this set up and then build up from the entirety of the building turns, like the fake out, the Grassy Surge, the Calm Mind starting to just build things, the Howls, all building to that one big turn moment where you see crits just left, right, and center. But obviously, it was just too much for Rob's team to handle, and Ogerpon going down after all those boosts. There was nothing left in the tank to deal with the rest of Javier's team.
So close. And you think if possibly Gouging Fire was able to get a heat crash onto the Landorus, get the knockout there, the Gouging Fire wouldn't have taken all of that damage. You get the Ivy Cudgel onto the Raging Bolt and do a good little chunk of damage. Gouging Fire is probably still not going to be able to knock out the Urshifu in the end game there. So I think, yeah, probably Javier had that kind of end game position really quite locked up with the Pokemon that he brought and the way that he preserved the pieces that he needed in that game.
I think the Rillaboom put in a lot of work in that game. Yeah. Like, we did see actually 2 attacks go into the Ogerpon, which were then spiky shielded, but the pressure it kind of provided was so powerful. And even though it went down to the Heat Crash, it was still able to threaten KOs and lots of damage into like the Fluttermane, for instance. So Rob's Fluttermane, I don't think did anything in that game, honestly. So it's like Rob was playing with 3 Pokemon for that entire set. And the King Gamut didn't get off a lot of attacks either. It just kind of dropped to got a lot of damage from the Earth Power, then subsequently to that Grassy Glide. So to be honest, Rob, I think, needs to play a little bit more defensively going into the next turn, or next game rather. But maybe still the right Pokemon, but yeah, just a little bit more switching I would like to see.
Maybe the King Gambit doesn't need to come to this game. Maybe that was the piece of the puzzle that Rob was relying on that didn't really pull as much weight as he wanted to. I think like there is a question about game plans and a question about how you make a read on your opponent, whether or not Landorus is going for a substitute or not, and you have to really consider that strongly as to whether you want to pressure the substitute or whether you need to play defensively in any particular spot. And I think Javier called that just a little bit better than Rob.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was just a little bit better at positioning there too. And what also Javier has an advantage of is that he has access to Fake Out on his team, and Rob's team doesn't have any Fake Out, and nor any Intimidate either. So he kind of needs to use the natural moves rather than the ability of his Pokemon to kind of reduce damage, like with that Gouging Fire. So we'll see if there's been any switch-ups in this Game 2.
It's going to be Rillaboom and the Urshifu coming out for Javier, Ogerpon and Fluttermane coming out for Rob. And now a Fake Out pressure plus a Choice Scarf. Urshifu going to be putting a lot of pressure on that Fluttermane slot. It's carrying the Choice Specs. It cannot protect itself, and that means that you can just go straight for the Fake Out into the Ogerpon, stop the Follow Me, get the Surging Strikes into the Fluttermane, and whatever Pokemon that Rob has on his side of the field, unless it's the Rillaboom in the back, which I don't think we got a sneak preview of, it's going to be taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely. This Fluttermane is definitely not going to be wanting to take those attacks very well. And if the Terra Waters commits into the Urshifu as well, that could be a one-hit KO on the Fluttermane instead. But it is a Fake Out into the switching in King Gambit, and there is that Surging Strikes. Actually, this may even be strong enough. That's on second hit. A third hit looks like it's going to be enough. Yes, it is. Fluttermane absolutely goes down. One hit, still not doing anything in this game.
So game 2 and still not a move used by Fluttermane whatsoever. Rob calling the U-turn onto the Ogerpon, trying to get a little bit clever and get a free attack onto the Fluttermane while the Urshifu repositions itself. But Javier saying, I've got a game to my favor. I'm just going to click the safe button. If my opponent does in fact go for the Follow Me and I take a lot of damage from a Dazzling Gleam, maybe I can still play with that with the Pokemon that I've got in the back, but also I've got a game up my sleeve. There's still a game free to play for, so I can take that risk.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Like, there's still a lot of plays that can still be made later on in the game. There's still lots more Pokemon in the back that can kind of recover from. But yeah, from that turn, honestly, like, again, the fake out from the Rillaboom making such a big difference for Javier. But now moving forward at the moment, Gouging Fire coming in at honestly a decent time at the moment. It's a great fire type because it's not weak to water, and with massive defense, it can take those Urshifu's attacks really well. So Breaking Swipe is looking really nice at the moment, and King Gambit's in a decent position too, because you know the Urshifu's locked into Surging Strikes, it can't close combat it, so there is an opportunity here to maybe set up or not really a Swords Dance, but at least get a lot of damage on the board across Javier's team.
I'm looking at that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast that the King Gambit has access to. You definitely want to think about knocking out the Urshifu when you get the opportunity to, but now that the Fluttermane has been knocked out, it can be left to the end game where you want to lock a Urshifu with a water move against your Ogerpon.
Yeah, that's not the most ideal slot if you're Javier, but there is the Breaking Swipe, lowering the damage of this Rillaboom, but not the Surging Strikes, obviously, because critical hits go through attack drops. So we are going to see into that King Gambit, not doing a whole lot of damage, honestly. Again, another physically bulky Pokemon that Rob has. Great choices of Pokemon, honestly, to be honest.
Surging Strikes doing less than 50% to the King Gambit, but the question is how does the Rillaboom follow up? It's a Wood Hammer. King Gambit no longer resisting Grass, but still taking that attack like a champ, gets to reply with a Terra Fairy, Terra Blast. It's landing into the Urshifu. Will be enough to pick up a KO from that range.
Yep, Urshifu just got loved. Oh my goodness, straight down from that Terra Blast. Like a really nice option. A lot of people using Terra Fairies very defensively, but combine it with Terra Blast, you can make it very offensive too. So a very critical Breaking Swipe there to be able to survive that double up. So like great call from Javier to kind of see it coming, but also Rob just made it so that Javier couldn't do anything about it.
No, and okay. So with the Raging Bolt coming into the field, I think Rob's game plan was knowing that that Raging Bolt was probably in the back, knowing that Terra Fairy, Terra Blast is a good option to maybe catch that Pokemon on the switch in, and so it's a good offensive tool. But Javier was just understood that the King Gambit was one of the really difficult Pokemon for him to be able to take out, and took the opportunity, because it can't protect itself because of the Assault Vest, to really land a lot of damage into it.
Ogerpon being the switch in here this time. That King Gambit is keeping itself safe from that Grassy Glide, which would have KO'd it again in the game 2, but not this time. But instead, Heat Crash out from that Gouging Fire. Again, is same in game 2 as in game 1, is enough to KO that Rillaboom too. But not before a Dragon Pulse comes out from the Ogerpon into that, from the Raging Bolt even. But Ogerpon obviously taking that really well from what is quite a powerful Paradox Pokemon.
I like the way that Javier is playing this, knowing what slots can and cannot protect themselves, and instead of maybe splitting a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, trying to weaken Rob's board as a whole, he's weakening Rob's slot. And that's a really important way to think about how to play this slot. It's like, hey, this slot can't protect. If I make this game a 2-on-1, things start to become a lot easier, a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's a really nice point. Like, being Assault Vest, you obviously can't protect, and yeah, either way, you're getting damage on the board. So, yeah, I really like it too. And Landorus, there it is again. It is a 2 versus 3, but Rob is kind of a little bit more on the back foot here. This Gouging Fire is not offering a lot of damage into either of these slots. So, like, you can just kind of focus down on the Ogerpon, which is maybe smartly going on the defensive.
Oh, I definitely would if I was Rob in this situation. Thunderclap going into that slot, making sure the naturally quite speedy Ogerpon is not going to be able to land an Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus. Heat Crash, though, is going to be landing into the Landorus. That's a little bit of a tongue twister, but it's able to get a substitute up and keep itself a little bit safer.
So there's the grassy terrain healing up that Ogerpon just a little bit slightly. So it was worth it going for the Spiky Shield. Thunderclap most likely going into that slot. But Landorus did take a little bit of damage for its troubles, but being behind a substitute, that makes it a little bit harder to take down. Rob knows now he needs to go for a double up into that slot. But if you're Javier, you can easily just protect and completely waste that target slot completely and let your Raging Bolt go for what it needs to go for. And there's still not a lot stopping it from attacking that Ogerpon slot. You can just still protect the Landorus and then Dragon Pulse away. Ogerpon will probably go down to that slot, and then you're further ahead into the game, and it's 2 versus 2 at that point. So it's how does Rob kind of make the most of that? And that's probably going to be a Breaking Swipe just at this point.
It's a tough one to call here. Ogerpon switching out into King Gambit. I like this play. Dragon Pulse looks like a good move for Javier to click into in this situation. Landorus trying to avoid the double up, going for a protect, just like you called out, David, and we'll have to see if Thunderclap is the move of choice here after this breaking swipe.
So this breaking swipe, super effective damage into this Raging Bolt. But yeah, it's got 60 base power, so it's not going to do a huge ton right now, but a little bit of chip does go a long way, especially versus it. And yeah, nice switch from Rob Akashuk there. That Dragon Ball's doing nothing into nice Terra Fairy King Gambit.
Now, Sucker Punch plus Heat Crash is going to be enough to knock out the Landorus here. Sucker Punch will break the substitute, no doubt. Heat Crash, we've already seen it does more than 50% to Landorus. That's definitely below 50% HP right now. And so I'm wondering whether or not the Thunderclap is enough to stop the King Gambit going for the Sucker Punch to break the substitute to get the Heat Crash.
Yes, exactly. yeah. I got that, yeah. Yeah, it's a really good point. Like, is it quite enough here? But the thing is, the Gouging Fire still is a nice position. It's not really taking all the damage, but because as soon as that Landorus goes down, it's in a decent position to potentially try and stall things a little bit further, because even though the Dragon Pulse affects it very much so, like, it's still very fast for this field. But yes, Thunderclap is enough to take down that King Gambit, so no Sucker Punch mind games at all in the rest of this game.
And now we know with the Terra option already used up for Rob that the Earth Power from the Landorus is going to be probably enough to knock out this Gouging Fire. Not before a breaking swipe does a little bit more chip damage to this Raging Bolt. Not enough to pick up the KO on the substitute there. Earth Power following up. It's a one-hit knockout.
Another one-hit knockout for Javier. Yeah, we've just seen time and time again this stream. Landorus incarnate form, just earth powering, just taking knockouts left, right, and center. And this is no exception here. Gouging Fire, a bulky Pokemon, but nothing in front of Landorus.
Now we have the opportunity for Javier to clean up this game. A Thunderclap and a Sludge Bomb covers every combination of moves that Ogerpon can go for. Sometimes you can go for a little bit of a spiky shield, follow me end game, where you try to force your opponent to get greedy and go for a Dragon Pulse before launching an Ivy Cudgel in. But both of these players know exactly what the scores and the doors are here. Javier is the winner of this round 8.
Yeah, very, very convincing win from Javier Stenolena there. Like, just showing off how powerful this composition of 6 Pokemon is, to be honest. Like, so many people are running it this weekend, and you can see why, right? Like, it's just so hard to punch holes through it. When you think you've got to turn right, Landorus just substitutes, and it's got Fake out there as well. Like, it's just got all the tools you want to be able to take down teams.
The Landorus really is such a key Pokemon in the format right now. It's so difficult to be able to knock out, and I think this is one of the things that our players have learned over the regulation set format, how to protect the key pieces of the puzzle. Ogerpon, Wellspring, the most common redirector now, overtaking Amoonguss in that role, using Follow Me to great effect, and as well as that, being able to support it with Rillaboom Incineroar combinations, getting lots of fake out pressure, lots of pivoting, lots of parting shot action. Once that Landorus then gets behind a substitute, it does so much damage to almost every Pokemon in the format and is safe at the same time.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the Pokemon, isn't it? And using these genies as well, like, they're so powerful and got such great stats as well. But yeah, but hats off not just only to the team, but to Javier as well. Like, he played exceptionally well, honestly. Like, it just seemed like he wasn't in a position where he was on the back foot, like, at all. He had options all the time. And that was because he was using his team to such great effect to make sure something was there to support what his win condition was going to be. So to keep that Landorus safe with those fake outs, that substitute at the right time as well, and using the Urshifu Rapid Strike really well to kind of pressure down those Pokemon that were really weak to that water moves, and like that Fluttermane that just completely went down.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because yeah, we've got to talk about a little bit more about that game 2 turn 1 where Fluttermane Ogerpon, and there's this kind of a little bit of an unwritten rule sometimes, certainly at the high levels of the video game, where yeah, the Ogerpon next to the Pokemon that's really threatened by a water type move doesn't often use the Follow Me, and I think players are kind of catching on to that a little bit and going for the water move anyway. But with a game in your favor, you can kind of take that risk a little bit. Make sure that if your opponent doesn't protect its partner with a follow me, in the case of that Ogerpon, that you are putting yourself right on the front foot. If they do, you take a little bit of damage for your troubles, but then maybe you get an opportunity to come back, and if not, you've got a game 3 to go to.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot of downside just clicking a move when you're an Urshifu, because nothing's going to be able to protect from it. And so even if you know that, like, as long as Ogerpon Wellspring basically is dealt with, like with a fake out from a Rillaboom, then like it's pretty safe just going for any move that you like, to be honest. Urshifu's so strong, and especially with a Surging Strikes too, you can't lower its damage output with an Intimidate either, or a Breaking Swipe, so it can just keep consistently doing damage. So it makes sense why all the teams that are winning right now have an Urshifu on it.
Yeah, but I don't know about you, David. I'm seeing much more Urshifu Rapid Strike than I was expecting coming into this weekend. It seems that it's having a little bit of a resurgence here in Utrecht, and I think players are kind of working out how to play around, particularly Ogerpon Wellspring at the moment. And we know that when Ogerpon wasn't in the format, the clearly prevalent Urshifu was the Rapid Strike against basically everything else in the format. It was just that little bit better than Urshifu Single Strike. And so if you're able to deal with maybe Ogerpon pretty well, if you're able to confidently play those turns, make those predictions, then maybe the Rapid Strike Urshifu is the one of choice.
Well, that's interesting you say, because on the day 1 usage stats, I think the 2 Urshifu forms were almost exactly the same usage. So when the day 2 usage stats hit tomorrow, it'll be really interesting to see which one of those overtakes.
Yeah. Which one is going to be converting into day 2? We'll have to see, because, yeah, we're getting right to the end of our Swiss round. Of course, Javier has locked himself an invitation, so to speak, to be able to play in day 2 Swiss. Rob will have to play one more round, but at X2 at 6-2, if he's able to win one more, we could still see him tomorrow in day 2 as well.
We certainly could. Wouldn't that be a treat for all the trainers to be, if they could all get to day 2, but unfortunately they cannot. But we're going to come to a short video break, but we'll shortly be back for the final round of day 1 here at the Utrecht Special Event.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp! The crowd is going wild right now!
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no-guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I'm feeling as happy as that Fuecoco right now with the quality of the matches that we've had so far. Welcome back, trainers, to the Utrecht Special Event. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here, of course, on the desk by the wonderfully glamorous David Partington.
Oh, Ben, stop it. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's good to be here. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's been a really hype day, honestly, in Utrecht here. We've seen so many great trainers on the stream and so many really interesting teams as well, honestly. Like there's a lot of team building and I really want to do now based off some of the teams we've seen as well. And I'm really excited to actually see if we can see some of these teams at EUIC in April.
Well, tell us, trainers, what teams that you have really enjoyed seeing this weekend so far with that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. And of course, follow all of the channels along. There is action on Twitch and YouTube for these regional and special events with that /Pokemon. And of course, not just that, we also have Facebook, Instagram, and all of the various other social channels. Do get in touch and tell us how you're getting on in the Global Challenge, what you've really enjoyed seeing this weekend as well so far.
Yeah, the Global Challenge is actually something that has been really interesting in the past as well, where it's instead of at a special event like Utrecht, where it's open team sheets, best of 3, Global Challenge is closed team sheets and best of 1. So you can really get away with some cheeky little shenanigans there that you wouldn't really be able to get away with here.
Oh, I see. So you're one of those players, David, in the Global Challenge. The ones that you come up with is like, oh no, why do they have that? I wasn't prepared for it whatsoever.
You mean like surging strikes into Anger Point Primate, for instance?
Yes, that was actually one of the strategies that I was fearing recently. Thanks for spoiling that. The next Global Challenge, I'm not going to do quite so well.
That's all right, don't listen to me anyway. Anyway, like, we're going to have a very quick look at one of the, like, socials right now, actually. So this is from Squish VGC at Squishy Squashy, yes. End of day 1 of Global Challenge. What was that? 1600 with 2 cannon.
2 cannon.
Amazing stuff.
Amazing.
This is already way better than the last one. I could maybe even get points with these guys. Yeah, like, if you make it with 2 cannon, that's amazing. It's got skill link, rock blast, like, strong to attack.
You were talking about Pokemon that kind of fly under the radar, maybe a little bit cheeky. 2 cannon definitely fits that bill. And from my experience, 1594 after day 1 puts you in a good standing to maybe get some championship points out of the Global Challenge as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of championship points, honestly, like up for grabs at the Global Challenge too. Kind of almost similar to a special event or a regional, honestly. So yeah, if you can definitely give that a go, like, it's definitely worth it to try and get your invite.
Yeah, that's what all of our players here this weekend are going towards. Not just the invitation for the World Championships, not just the round 1 buy that's on offer for our best players in each region, but also the North American International Championship stipend race is on as well. Players getting their last championship points, as well as those in EUIC, to be able to get a cheeky little trip to the North American Internationals to be able to play there as well.
That would be amazing if you can get that, wouldn't it? Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
yeah. Just getting straight over there. Just to even play more Pokemon is brilliant. But yeah, we need to have a look at the Pokemon actually from the day 1 to here to see if any of those Pokemon who we might identify as ones who might make it into day 2 as either more popular or maybe less popular. That's one of the things that a lot of trainers want to really look at, because it tells us which Pokemon are being played by the players who are doing really, really well.
Podium positions there, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Incineroar. Not really a particular surprise to see those Pokemon up there in this tournament. They've been up there all regulation long. Raging Bolt, though, we were talking about this on the desk earlier, Lou and I, when we came onto the stream way back in round 3. Raging Bolt has been seeing so much more usage, and actually having seen a lot of the games that we've had so far this weekend, I'm not surprised to see it doing very, very well as well. It's been so prominent.
It has, yeah. It's like such a bulky Pokemon and like quite a unique typing as well. There's obviously other Pokemon that do match up with it, like Zekrom and Miraidon, but Raging Bolt is obviously usable in this format. And also, but does have kind of legendary-like stats though. It's so powerful and so bulky too. And even though its speed is probably where it's a little bit lackluster, it more than makes up with it with its Thunderclap move. That kind of Sucker Punch clone, as it were, where it's special attacking, but like hits priority if someone else is going for an also move. And combined with Calm Mind, which we've actually seen picking up on 2 players on the stream so far, that's obviously a very successful sort of build.
Yeah, and foregoing the Thunderbolt as well, foregoing the opportunity to go for just a standard, nice, consistent electric type move is a real difficult one for, I think, a lot of trainers to stomach. But we've seen it on the stream. Alex Gomez in game 2 of his best of 3 wasn't able to come out on top, but game 2, the Raging Bolt with Calm Mind was the thing that got him over the edge. And so it was really good to see how effective that could be. Even when you're on the back foot, if you get that Calm Mind up, you can really do a lot with the game.
Yeah, and it really makes sense when you're versus something like a Fluttermane, which on average, you're going to face someone with a Flutter main at 55% usage. So yeah, Calm Mind is so effective into that, especially when you Terra out of that Fairy weakness. Suddenly, your Raging Bolt, which consistently will often lose to a Flutter main, you're turning that into a win suddenly, because you can take the hits much better and deal your damage back so much better with those Thunderclaps.
Thunderclap being able to bypass that speed, the lackluster speed that you mentioned earlier there, David, as well. The one Pokemon actually that I'd really like to call out as well from slot 6 to 12, so to speak, is Chen Pao. We've seen quite a lot of it on the stream as well so far today, and it's been doing a lot of work, but also really leaning into that Terra Stella, being the only Pokemon that I really know that consistently uses that Terra type and uses it to the maximum advantage.
And it makes sense as well. Often we see Pokemon who use Terra Stella have at least 2 or often 3 different types of attacking moves, because having that Terra Stella effect of boosting any type of move just once makes more sense when you're running lots of different types of moves.
Yes.
And Chen Pao often does that with an ice move, usually a dark move, usually Sucker Punch, and usually fighting move in that Sacred Sword as well. So having boost to all 3 of those is really useful.
Really useful indeed. And what would also be very useful, David, is if we take a look at the standings going into round 9, the players that are looking to make it into day 2 already. Riccardo Stellini, they're still there on top, 8-0 record. Will be playing this round against Aurelian Sula, also at an 8-0 record. And many players that we featured on the stream here, 7-1 that we'll be seeing in day 2.
Yeah, like we already know so many of those, so we may see them again tomorrow. But yeah, like we've got Javier Senorena, obviously, who's now 7-1. Ivar Vliga, who we saw earlier with that Life Orb, Ninetales Alolan, and the Archer Chaladon and everything, like they're through as well, so we might see him again. Alex Gomez, of course, with that Volcarona team, he's made it through too. Francesco Piopero, and a pretty decent Italian player, honestly, who's made it through as well. We may see him a little bit later as well. And obviously, yeah, Leonardo Bononomi, we know, has also made it as well.
Mikhail Kelsch, there, our resident World Championship runner-up, also getting 7-1. Didn't have the best Dortmund regional championships. I managed to speak to him a little bit on the floor there while I was playing myself. And yeah, he was a little bit unhappy with the way that the tournament went for him. So it's really great to see him back and really in charge of this game and showing why he is one of the best players that Germany has to offer.
Yeah, it's definitely the case where, like, if someone has come runner-up at the World Championships, they're probably a good player. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense when they are turning up here that there's someone to keep an eye on.
We're going to have a little bit of a fun one for our round 9 as well, because it is another one of our community choices. So as we get that set up, let's have a little bit of a think back, David, to what we've seen already today. I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but what's been your favorite moment so far?
Honestly, it's got to be Ivar Vliga's team. Like chatting to him as well. Like he's from the Netherlands, so it was really good to kind of see him doing it in his own town as well, with that really awesome team, and just hearing a little bit about the team building as to why he runs this sort of thing too. So he just kind of went Whimsicott, Tailwind, plus Arcanine Rock Slide, and like in those, of course, those 2 games, it just was so oppressive and so good at just putting on so much pressure throughout that whole set. Like it was so hard for his opponent to kind of do anything about it, and 30% of the time he's just going to get flinched anyway, so he can't really do much to it. Like so it's just a simple like technique like that, like it's a bit of throwback to the past, can really still thrive in this regulation right now.
I love that. I mean, Ivar is always a fun player to be able to watch, and especially, I still remember, I'm going to call it out again, it's still burned into my memory, round 10 of the Malmo Regional Championships. If you haven't seen it already, trainers, go back on YouTube or Twitch and give it a watch, because that was a Squawkabilly to Dunsparce matchup, and 2 Annihilates with Assault Vests. There was a Rapid Spin Tatsugiri that wasn't on Ivar's side, if my memory serves me, so it was a spicy matchup there, and that's where I think Ivar really came into the fore in our minds, certainly. But good to see them taking on what they know, their creative team building, and then carrying on being consistent and doing well in these regional championships and special events.
Exactly. Now, we are, of course, doing this community choice now. So if you're on Twitch particularly, you can vote for who we're going to be streaming in our round 9. So here are our options for you. We've got player names, and of course, we've got their teams as well. So you can really delve into what exactly we're going to be seeing.
Bas van der Huygen is the player that I'm immediately drawn to with that Regieleki and Sylveon and Baxcalibur. That's a really cool set of Pokemon that we don't often get to feature. But above that, David, is that Hisui Zoroark?
Well, it is. It seems like it has revealed itself already, which is good for us there. But yeah, that's Hisui Zoroark, so that's very awesome. Salvatore Lega above that, though, running a Dondozo team, which we've seen almost none of in Regulation Set F. And I think they're a player who's kind of well known for using it too, so it's often paying off here.
Clefable on that team at the top. Hiswan using a different type of follow me user, as well as Heatran, which again we saw in previous regulation sets but hasn't found its place yet really in regulation set F. And Leon with Tyranitar and the Lycanroc. I nearly forgot the name of that Pokemon there, David, because I can't remember the last time I saw that in competitive play, at least for the last few years.
But it makes a lot of sense when you combine it with the Tyranitar with all that rock-type offense, right? That Sand Rush ability, doubling its speed, being able to throw those out, like kind of like I've just kind of said with the Arcanine and the Tailwind on Evar's team. This kind of does it already, but without a Tailwind, it doesn't need it. It just needs that sand, and it can just throw those out immediately.
Well, trainers, you have a choice to be made, and it looks like a difficult choice. I don't know which one that I really want to be winning this community choice, and yeah, I think looking down all the teams, if it's just based on the teams that we have in front of us, I would love to see every single matchup we've got up there.
Yeah, I think so too, honestly. Like there's something for everyone from each of these matchups, honestly, like that we can glean from and learn from as well. We've got a rain team, we've got a sand team, we've got a trick room team with a Zoroark, so it could be anything. We've got an Aleki, we've got Half Flame team if you want that again, and we've also got Farigiraf as well, which we haven't seen too much of either. Oh, and a Dondozo.
Don't forget that Dondozo.
Can't forget that Dondozo. Yeah,
no, absolutely not.
Literally anything. I'm so glad the community's honestly deciding this.
I definitely couldn't. Flip a bunch of coins and see who wins the single elimination knockout there, I think, between all of these trainers. And of course, the great thing about this round as well, not only are we getting to feature a little bit more of a win-and-in scenario for all of our trainers up here, but the likelihood is we're going to be featuring someone new on the stream that we haven't yet discovered. And I think that's always a treat to be able to preside over, because you get to see new stories evolving, new journeys starting. Maybe it's the first regional for some of these players there, and they're doing what Florian Tem did in Dortmund Regional Championships, where they came to their first regional and they won. They've got a 100% win record, and yeah, if I didn't love Pokemon so much, I kind of quit while I was ahead. It's like, I've won 100% of the regionals that I've played, and that's enough. I'll play at the internationals, I'll play at locals, but no more regional championships.
Yeah, that's quite a testament to say, isn't it? Yeah, to have won like every single one you can. But unfortunately, Pokemon gets you like that and makes you want to play more and more, unfortunately. So I'm sure we'll see Florian Temme once again.
Here we go. Bas van der Huygen versus Carmine Ragone. And that's going to be a Baxcalibur Sylveon Regieleki versus a little bit more of a common pick there in Carmine's team. But great to see these two players coming out onto our streams. We get to feature them on our broadcast this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic looking teams there. So Regieleki was something that kind of shined a little bit, I think, last year at LAIC, that kind of went runner-up with that psychic terrain sort of team going round. So here it is again, really showing itself off. I think it was that Terra Ice that it had last time to be able to threaten that Terra Blast into those pesky Landorus's that were running around everywhere. And yeah, there it is. That speed, absolute maximum on the right-hand side there.
It's not often that we get to fill up those bars, but Regieleki definitely does that in the speed department. And I think it's kind of reminiscent of Tapu Koko from back in the day with its transistor ability, boosting up the power of its electric attacks. And in previous formats, it really did struggle with ground-type Pokemon, prominent threats, but both on the team that we saw it in the Latin American International Championships, as well as what we more often see when it comes out into the 4 in Regulation Set F. It uses the new mechanic Terra to be able to get an Ice type and still threaten down prominent Pokemon like Landorus that are quad weak to Ice type attacks.
Yeah, and Ice is just generally such a powerful type of move to be using in the metagame right now as well. Into like Rillaboom and Amoonguss as well, and any of the other flying types that are kind of going around as well. Ice is very great offensively. Defensively, maybe not so much, which is why we don't see Ice types that often really. But thanks to the snow anyway, that can help kind of boost up the defenses a little bit more. But we are obviously going to see Baxcalibur as well.
Yes, Baxcalibur is such a cool Pokemon. The new dragon on the block. And it's such an interesting type with that dragon and ice. We don't see too many of those. I mean, Kyurem is the only other Pokemon that I can think of off the top of my head that has that type combination, and that gives it such a great offensive presence where ice is a really good offensive type, dragon is a really good defensive type, and so they kind of complement each other a little bit in that way. And with the amount of attack presence that Baxcalibur puts onto the field, you can see that they're nearly filling up the bars that Regieleki did. You can see just how powerful it is.
Yeah, you can, and both of those abilities also are very, very useful too. When combined with a snow team, say with that Ninetales Alolan form, that not only gives you the defense boost on the Baxcalibur, boosting it kind of by about 50% or so, that ice body as well starts healing it every turn like it's a leftovers.
Yeah.
So if you combine that with like a setup type Pokemon or make the Baxcalibur really bulky, it sits on the field for so long thanks to that. But maybe if you don't have snow and you fancy something a little bit different, Thermal Exchange, also a very, very reasonable ability to go for as well. Being able to take on those fire type attacks and just give you an attack boost instead.
Yeah, I mean, you do take damage from the fire type attacks. The only interaction that really does work very, very well in the favor of Baxcalibur is, of course, Will-O-Wisp, that doesn't, in fact, burn the Baxcalibur. And burns are a really difficult problem to be able to overcome for any physical attacker. And the fact that Thermal Exchange really does a lot of work there, I think, is credit to Baxcalibur and the way that you can work it. If you can't get burnt and you've got a clear amulet, maybe you're boosting up your damage potential with either a Dragon Dance or a Swords Dance, you can really make it a threat to be reckoned with. And I don't know about you, David, I don't want to be staring down a Glaive Rush when the Baxcalibur's boosted up.
No, we haven't even talked about Glaive Rush at the end of the day, have we? Yeah, it's signature dragon type move as well that just does so much damage, and so consistently as well. But obviously has that drawback of then the Baxcalibur itself will be taking double damage in the following turn for each Glaive Rush beforehand. So often carrying Protect on that same set that you're running Glaive Rush is often very useful because of that.
Or an Ice Shard as well that kind of picked up popularity. Glaive Rush, Ice Shard, if you go before your opponent gets a chance to attack you, then you can take away the downside of Glaive Rush, and it's a really effective strategy since Ice is such a good offensive type. But also that Sylveon. That Sylveon is something that I'm really excited to see. And it's a Pokemon that's been so prevalent in many different formats since it was introduced because of that Pixelate ability and its access to Hyper Voice, both being able to turn the Hyper Voice into a Fairy type move and then get that same type attack bonus on top of it, even though Hyper Voice is naturally a normal type move, makes Sylveon a really dangerous threat. Kind of like Fluttermane, but it can take a few more hits on the physical side.
Yeah, that's exactly, glad you mentioned Fluttermane, because that's probably the trade-off a lot of trainers would be trading off if they're considering a Sylveon. You probably wouldn't want both Fluttermane and Sylveon, both very hard-hitting, fairy-type attackers. Sylveon being much bulkier, slower as well, but also gives you a few other options as well if you wanted to be a bit more supportive, like a Yawn potential, for instance, or even just a quick attack, so you actually have a priority fairy-type attack boosted by that Pixelate even further.
Some formats where the predominant physical attackers were also locked into being male saw people run Cute Charm on their Sylveon and made sure it was a female to get you attack into it maybe with a return or something else that's a physical type move and you get infatuated for your troubles. That's kind of, yeah, it was.
I don't remember this.
It did happen. It did happen, and it was really funny to see. It did happen often. It was a little bit of the sort of thing that you play at a local level event, but it was always one of those things like, it's one of those, maybe something that you could use in the global challenges.
Oh, okay, yeah, right, sure.
Yeah.
Interesting, especially maybe versus like Urshifu's, for instance, like that Surging Strike's going to the Q-Charm multiple times.
Okay.
Multiple times to activate as well. Yeah,
Get the terror going, and make sure the write that down, David. Yeah. We'll come back to that a little bit later on.
Thanks. Nice.
Yeah, but of course it does have a lot of other options. It has the option to go for Calm Mind, substitute that we see Landorus going for. Really effective in the Trick Room environment as well, where Fluttermane kind of struggles because of its high natural speed capabilities, and so it does offer a different form of fairy type coverage that's really important to be able to lock into your team, but you can do it at a different speed tier.
Yeah, exactly. And if you've got a lot of speed control on your team, like a Trick Room or an Electro Web or an Icy Wind, then it doesn't matter as much that you're not having that instant speed from that Fluttermane, which obviously is also much frailer on the defensive side and goes down quite quickly too. And also having that Ghost type means it's obviously weak to Ghost. So when you've got a Fluttermane versus Fluttermane matchup, it's a little bit dicey sometimes. But when it's Sylveon versus Fluttermane, it's not as dicey anymore. And as we could see from the stats when Sylveon was kind of on the screen, its special defense is massive, and so it can take those hits so well.
It's kind of like skipping the step where you have to commit your terror to the fairy, because a lot of players do really commit to that fairy type terrestrialization. We saw Nick Schrott really lean into that in the Dortmund Regional Championships, making it all the way to the finals and using Terra Fairy Fluttermane to such good effect.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just such a popular Pokemon. As we saw, 55% usage here in day one at Utrecht Special Event. Like, if you're not using it, then it's unusual. Like, that's how popular this Pokemon is right now. But as you can see, our trainers are getting into it. We have here Bas van der Heijden and Carmine Ragone, and they are probably very nervous at the moment because this is their last chance to get into day two. They are 5-2 at the moment, so they definitely need that extra win.
Everything is on the line going into round 9. These trainers have to win yet one more match of Pokemon before they can get into day 2. And of course, day 2 is where you can qualify for the top 8 spot and get those all-important championship points, but also maybe get into the top 8. Let's have a look at these trainers. They're getting set up and ready. Bas on the left-hand side of the field, Carmine on the right. Lille Regional top 32 in 2024 for Bas. Utrecht Special Event, the same event last year, top 32 in 2023. Bochum top 16 in 2023, and the London Open top 16 as well in 2023. Really great recent accomplishments there for Bas.
And on Carmine's end, there isn't anything that they've chosen to kind of put here as well, but they have actually attended the Liverpool Regional Championships and finished with a respectable 6-3 actually. So, and with a fairly offensively and decent team too, with Chi-Yu, kind of Urshifu, Glimora kind of stuff as well. So obviously they're doing pretty well here as well. So if they can get one win here, then they better their result from before.
You definitely want to do that if you're in that situation. You can see how much this is going to mean to Carmine there as we get a deeper dive into Bas's team here. Ogerpon, Sylveon, Incineroar, Baxcalibur, Landorus, Regieleki. David, I'm seeing lots of things that I'm excited about. Take us through it.
Oh, I can't pick which one I'm going to pick. Okay, right, I'm going to go for it. Terra, Bug, Baxcalibur. That's what I'm going to pick out of here.
All right, yeah, deal. Go for it.
Bug, actually, obviously, we don't hardly see any Bug types around right now. Offensively, not a great type, but defensively has some really interesting, resistances. So fighting is obviously a big one. Ground is another big one, and grass is another big one too. So being able to have resistance to that combination means that, say, an Urshifu, which obviously carries fighting moves a lot of the time, gets suddenly so much better to go into that. And on top of that, Landorus too. You can suddenly take those Earth Power so much better and thread them back with an Ice Shard or an Icicle Crash, even if they've gone for the Terror into the Poison type.
Yeah, and if they're going for Sludge Bomb, then you don't take super effective damage. We're going to have to come back to Bas's team as we look at Carmine's team there. The Rillaboom, Chempao, Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Landorus, and Raging Bolt.
So, yeah, a little bit more standard here, but still a very, very interesting team. Raging Bolt Calm Mind still seems to be really picking up here. And the Urshifu Rapid Strike here is that Choice Scarf, which we've seen a lot of, but it's that Terra Steel instead, which is interesting. Not that Terra Water that we've often seen. So it does obviously mean it can take on those fairy types a lot better. And in a meta where Flutter Mane is obviously very common, but also a lot of them are running Speed Booster energy, that can obviously then still outspeed the Rapid Strike Urshifus with their, even if they're Choice Scarf. So being able to defensively Terra versus that sort of Flutter Mane build is going to be really key to be able to get that KO back with that Surging Strike.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this is a very, very similar team to what Leonardo Bononomi used just a couple of rounds before. And we saw how well that went for him against Alex Gomez. So you can see the consistency of Carmine's team there. And it's no surprise that they're doing very well in this matchup so far. So looking at these two teams, Bas is running a little bit of a more spicy pick, as we would call it, David. But who do you think here has the matchup advantage?
Well, it's a good question, because I want to look to the Pokemon that can set up to start with, and that's the Calm Mind Raging Bolt. And therefore, I look to Bas's team to kind of see, right, what deals with Calm Mind Raging Bolt? What can either stop it or deal with it once it's been doing that? And Baxcalibur is obviously a really good one. If it remains into the Dragon type with that Raging Bolt, it can obviously hit Icicle Crash and Glaive Rush really hard, and it doesn't matter about the special defense boost this Raging Bolt has because they're all physical coming from Baxcalibur. Obviously, if the Raging Bolt goes for the Terra Fairy, then it's a little bit problematic. Forces Baxcalibur to also defensively Terra away from that too, but still likely be able to get those KOs. So at the moment, I'm kind of putting it into a Bas's corner actually at the moment. Because, yeah, like, and that Raging Bolt looks like definitely like a decent Pokemon, like on Carmine's end, but you've also got Landorus on top of that too. You've got the Sylveon on top of that, so it kind of limits Carmine's options. And if you want to go for Raging Bolt, fine, but I don't feel like it's the play here versus Bas's team.
The question I've got really is whether or not that Chien-Pao is going to do a lot of work for Carmine in this matchup, where you really want to get those strong sucker punches into Regieleki to be able to put that in range. You're threatening quite a lot of damage onto Baxcalibur with a Sacred Sword if it doesn't go for its Terastallization, but also the Icicle Crash into any of the Pokemon on Bas's side of the field, with the exception, of course, of Incineroar. Baxcalibur really does do quite a lot of work as well, especially if it gets a Terrastella boost to be able to put that pressure on. Then maybe it can pave the way for Carmine to really put Bas under pressure.
What I'm also kind of curious about is that Urshifu Rapid Strike obviously is going to be pretty fast with that Choice Scarf. Does Regieleki still outspeed it? Is the question. Because exactly, it definitely can. And being Focus Sash as well, it's likely to be trained to be very quickly too. So let's see if we're going to see it here in this final round of the day one of the Utrecht Special Event. It's Baxcalibur, yes, alongside that Landorus Incarnate. And on the other side is the Incineroar and another Landorus Incarnate.
Clear Amulet blocking the Intimidate, so they're already getting value for Bas in this turn one coming out here. And of course, Landorus is not going to appreciate on Carmine's side the ability for Baxcalibur to just go for an Icicle Crash or go for an Ice Shard into that slot. Really tempting to maybe start thinking about going for a fake out on the Baxcalibur, but if you do that, you open up the opportunity for Landorus on Bas's side to go for an Earth Power into Incineroar, perhaps picking up the knockout turn one and removing a major piece of glue from Carmine's team.
Okay, we'll have to see how this plays out. And it looks like it's actually going to be a Terra straight out of the gate here at the moment. And it makes a lot of sense when you're threatened by those powerful, super effective attacks that have threatened every single which way, as you identified, Ben. So the Terra Ghost, probably the most current Terra type we've seen at the moment so far in day one here on that Incineroar. Faking out into that Baxcalibur makes a lot of sense. That's going to flinch at some point, but not before. The Landorus on Carmine's end at the moment, so far seeming to be the faster of the two, going for that substitute. But Landorus, Earth Powered, doing a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, straight over half there. So a very, very nice Terra for Carmine's end there.
A very nice substitute as well, getting that Landorus to be a little bit safer. And certainly when you're under the pressure of Ice Shard from a Baxcalibur, behind a substitute is where you want to be. Baxcalibur, though, in combination with the Landorus Sludge Bomb is able to knock out the other Landorus substitute and then follow up with an Icicle Crash. Maybe there's an opportunity for Baxcalibur to go a little bit on the defensive here, but I wouldn't be surprised if instead the Baxcalibur and the Landorus wanted to target down that Incineroar on Carmine's side. I'm not sure Carmine will have a switch in for Incineroar to be able to take those two attacks.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like, everything is on the ground for the Carmine to be able to, so nothing can really take that Earth Power, as you say, except that Rillaboom. Nice resist here, being able to come in. But a nice tough attack has gone into there, which is not unreasonable to expect of your Bast. That is going to go down straight away. So the responding Terra has come out here, and I think we saw Bast lock into that. It is the Terra bug going for the Baxcalibur. I don't think I've ever seen this on stream, Ben. This makes me very, very happy right now. That Baxcalibur, or Buzzcalibur right now, is going for that Ice Shard into that Landorus, breaking that substitute.
Substitute going down on the Landorus. Will it be a follow-up onto that slot with Landorus on Bars's side? We'll have to find out in just a moment as Earth Power comes out, but it is resisted. That bug type paying dividends here. Earth Power into the Rillaboom on the switch-in, not doing too much damage. Both of these trainers finding a way to not take as much damage from each of the opposing Landoruses.
Now, the Landorus on Carmine's end cannot Terra out of that weakness to ice. That it could just go straight down to an Ice Shard at any point here. But Carmine has now positioned the Rillaboom in for a fake out. That can target, obviously, either of these slots too, which really frees up the Landorus to probably get another substitute up. There's no downside, really, for going fake out into Baxcalibur, as we're seeing here, and maybe another substitute.
And it's going to be doing a little bit of extra damage. The substitute going up again for Carmine, really valuing keeping that Landorus on the field for a long period of time. The Sludge Bomb, though, not even close to being able to pick up the knockout there. That's a really, really defensively capable Rillaboom, not just because of its Assault Vest, but I think also in its training.
Yeah, I think you're right there. That is like taking that very, very well here, thanks to that Assault Vest. Now, the Landorus is still in a position to take the KO in the Rillaboom now, but it will still be probably taking a lot of damage back from a potential Grassy Glide. Baxcalibur, again, really nice position. There's two Pokemon weak to ice right now, so, and the Rillaboom can't even protect either. And it's most likely faster than the Rillaboom naturally can get an Ice Shot off onto the Rillaboom before it can even get a Grassy Glide off. So Baxcalibur's position is obviously really nice here, and Carmine can't even prevent the Incineroar in for Intimidate because it's got Clear Amulet.
So glad you mentioned that, David, but an Ice Shard is going to be able to easily knock out the substitute for this Landorus, bringing it back onto the battlefield. Maybe he's got a little bit of stage fright there as a Grassy Glide goes into that Baxcalibur, doing that last little bit of chip damage. The Sludge Bomb, not enough to pick up the KO.
And the Sludge Bomb comes out into the Rillaboom as well in responding to KO. This Rillaboom no longer a threat anymore. Fake out off the board, at least for that Pokemon, but there is an Incineroar back that can come straight back in again, but this Baxcalibur is putting in so much work here. Nothing to stop it protecting going into the next turn if another fake out came off. But Carmine responding. A Chien-Pao, great switch up right now. Speed is exactly what he needs to be able to outpace this Baxcalibur, and it's definitely something that can take an Ice Shard.
Something that can take an Ice Shard, but also block an Ice Shard with a Sucker Punch that's easily going to be able to put it into knockout range. I think the difficulty here for Bas and what Carmine has done particularly well is while Carmine has taken a little bit of health loss, they've managed to position the Landorus in such a good place where once that Baxcalibur is off the field, it's going to be able to attack with impunity.
Incineroar switching in, Intimidate onto the Chien-Pao, which is going to be very crucial, not so much on the Landorus. And Baxcalibur actually switching out too. The double switch from Bas here. Let's see if Carmine can respond in kind for this particular switch up, because obviously these Pokemon are very defensive right now. And yeah, a Sucker Punch, great call from Bas there, doing absolutely nothing thanks to no attacking that's coming out. But the Earth Power straight into what was that Landorus slot. An amazing play from Carmine there into that Incineroar, but obviously taking it a little bit better than some other Incineroars would.
Yeah, certainly the Assault Vest paying a lot of dividends here, allowing that Incineroar to survive with quite a lot of HP remaining. If it wasn't carrying that Assault Vest, the likelihood is that it would have gone down to the Earth Power, and so that gives the opportunity for Bas to play with that and use the Fake Out on this turn to get the Ogerpon going. potentially, depending on how this Ogerpon is trained, it's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto the Landorus. And certainly because of that Sword of Ruin ability on the Chien-Pao, any Ivy Cudgel into the slot that's not named Chien-Pao is going to do extra damage.
It's a great point, Ben. I think Bus has put himself in a really nice position. Using that Batcalabur's Ice Shard ability is really, really useful right now. But it's switching in here with a spiky shot, a spiky shot? A spiky shield on the Ogerpon as Ice crash straight into it. Again, Bus calling this very well, but this Landorus has been calling it even better this time. But still, a double into that slot. So Batcalibur gets absolutely in for free and is now threatening that Ice Shard yet again into that Landorus incarnate form.
What a call for Bus to make in that situation. Not only getting the Batcalibur in for free and protecting the Ogerpon for any damage, but the Ogerpon's Follow Me allows the Batcalibur to get an Ice Shard pressure into the Landorus slot. Potentially even an Icicle Crash here if Bas thinks that that's the better call to be able to make to cover the now Ghost-type Incineroar switch in the back. And yeah, that's a really, really nice place for Bas to put himself into. Carmine has spent a lot of resources to get themselves into a great position, but Bas has just brought it back in one move.
Landorus obviously on the defensive here, knowing it's definitely in threat of an Ice Shard play if that Follow Me were to come out from the Ogerpon to kind of cover for the Sucker Punch there. So Incineroar is now coming in instead. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Protect on the Chien-Pao at this point too. Yeah, to be able to then use that fake out for the next turn going forward. So let's see if Bas has made the most of this. To be honest, there's no kind of setup that he can do here. So it looks like Carmine has made a nice play here. There is that Follow Me, not going to be effective into this turn. And a Glaive Rush into that Chien-Pao instead.
That's a definite swing towards the Chien-Pao and a wise protect there from Carmine, making sure that the Chien-Pao isn't going down to its focus sash. But now with Incineroar onto the field, Ogerpon is not going to be able to as easily Follow Me, and if Carmine wants to, they can fake out the Batcalibur and maybe attack into that slot with the Chien-Pao, putting a lot of pressure onto anything that Bas can switch into this slot. But also if the Ogerpon then goes for the Follow Me, it's going to take a lot of damage for its troubles. Could be, though, an opportunity for this Ogerpon to get a little bit of damage off the board with an Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, Ivy Cudgel is always a nice option, as we've seen so much across this day already, because Ogerpon is just everywhere, and it makes a lot of sense too, threatening down those Incineroars, which is actually just going to go straight on the defensive, because Ogerpon obviously is threatening it very much so, and now that Landorus comes in instead. So yeah, it looks like a Protect here from the Batcalibur instead, as an Icon Crash correctly into that Ogerpon. A great target from Carmine there. No flinch either. Ivy Cudgel in kind, responding into that Chien-Pao, but thanks to that Intimidate from the Incineroar from before, that looks like a 3-hit KO.
Does look like a 3-hit KO, but also a 3-hit KO on the Icicle Crash into the Ogerpon. And let's not forget that Bas also has Intimidate at his disposal in the back should he wish to go for it. That Incineroar does look like it's in a pretty good spot to be able to maybe switch in, but you've got to be worried about what that Landorus is doing now. And since Carmine has, as we've said before, committed their terror already, the Ice Shard is always going to be able to knock out that Landorus in one. Because of the speed order of the Chien-Pao and Landorus, though, you can't even go for a Sludge Bomb first to knock out the Ogerpon and then an attack with the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The speed interaction makes a huge difference here. Incineroar coming in, intimidating the Ogerpon, but again, not the Batcalibur. Thanks to that really cheeky clear amulet, which you don't see a lot of use of, but it's so paying off for Bas right now. Follow Me, keeping that Batcalibur really nice and safe right now.
And it's going to be an attack coming out from the Chien-Pao. It's a Sucker Punch. Carmine trying to make the read, but Bas not falling for it whatsoever. Glaive Rush, the read into the Incineroar. That's going to be going back to Carmine with a bump on his noggin for sure. And Ice Shard now is going to be very difficult for Carmine to block.
Yeah, that was an excellent play there. You can see Bas actually kind of calls the Instinct coming in there, because otherwise, if you know the Landorus is staying in, you might as well go for the Ice Shard, because if you're Glaive Rushing, then the Landorus can get off an attack and potentially KO the Ogerpon. So a really good call to catch that Incineroar coming in, so no more fake out whatsoever for the rest of this game.
and Protect gets equally less and less likely to be able to be successful every time you go for the move. And I think that's probably why Carmine's not opted to go for it this turn. Instead, follow me, Ice Shard hits finally into that Landorus, does the other 50% of its HP range and sends it back to Carmine's Pokeball here. Icicle Crash into the Ogerpon. Is it enough?
No, it's not. So Bas still has all 4 Pokemon left versus Carmine's Chien-Pao right now. And yeah, Carmine probably with the back against the wall with a 4-1 down Pokemon. Numbers takes the forfeit. And Bas Van der Heijden is 1 game up and 1 game away from making it to day 2.
What a great game between these two trainers. Back and forward till the end, and so many reads that they needed to play to be able to weave their way through that game. I really do think that Carmine struggled with the amount of resources that Bas was able to take away in the early turns of that game, getting the Earth Power into the Terra Ghost Incineroar, getting the Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom, and that made all of the maneuvering and the positioning that Carmine was really trying to do and needed to do in that end game after Bas got in the Baxcalibur for free so much more difficult.
Yeah, honestly, so much more difficult. And with this priority option on Baxcalibur, it really completely changed everything because speed suddenly didn't matter, especially when a threat from a KO or from the Ice Shard is in play. And as soon as you have a Landorus on the field, that is the case. So I wonder if Carmine would even consider bringing the Landorus again into this matchup because of how heavily threatened it was just so consistently from that Baxcalibur. I think what we do need to see, though, from Carmine is something that can help deal with it a little bit better. And now, obviously, the Incineroar is a great option, the Chien-Pao is a great option too, but the Urshifu could be something that, if it's preserved correctly, could definitely threaten a close combat into that slot.
Yeah, it could. It's like looking at the other Pokemon that has the option to be able to come to the match. Based on what Bas brought to the game, Raging Bolt doesn't look like it's in the best of spots. The Baxcalibur and the Landorus coming to the game, I think, is a little bit too much for that Raging Bolt to be able to boost up into. So I like the fact that Carmine didn't bring it into game 1. Definitely don't think that they should be using that as the switch up game 2.
No, yeah, you're probably right there, Ben. Like, it's honestly like really hard to call because obviously Bas could kind of capitalize off how Carmine is maybe 1 game down. They need to think they need to make something to change, or like change the lead or the Pokemon to bring, and Bas could just kind of anticipate that and completely change up too. Interestingly, he didn't bring the Regieleki here, and that's obviously worked out because it was probably only decent into the Urshifu, which Carmine didn't even end up bringing. But if Bas does the same thing again and Urshifu is brought, it's probably got a better time to kind of threaten damage throughout across the board. And obviously Ogerpon was brought there, it can redirect away the Surging Strikes, but if you don't kind of choose that and choose a U-turn or a close combat, it sounds suddenly looking really interesting. And yeah, here it is.
Urshifu and Chien-Pao there for Carmine. A little bit of a switch up, but no switch ups at all from Bas, bringing that Baxcalibur that did so much work with the Terra Bug and the Landorus into the 4-turn 1.
So going into this turn, obviously, Urshifu plus Chien-Pao is a really, really strong lead. Nothing can protect from Urshifu thanks to that Unseen Fist, and it's further boosted in its damage thanks to the Sword of Ruin that's in play as well. Both Pokemon also resisting ice, which is probably very good. So Carmine obviously seeing that Baxcalibur is a problem, so let me resist everything that you've got.
Yeah, and this is where you've got to be really careful if you're Carmine, because you really want to lock into that Surging Strikes, but you know that Ogerpon came to the last game, and so do you really commit to that? Because, yeah, as we're seeing here, Landorus switching out, playing on the defensive, Ogerpon coming in with its Water Absorb ability. Will it be able to fend off a Surging Strikes from Carmine, or will Carmine have seen right through it?
So yeah, the Terra Bug to be able to take that close combat is definitely a nice option here. And to also be able to take the potential Sacred Sword from the Chien-Pao, so it makes a lot of sense. But Carmine may see this coming here, but no, it is that Surging Strikes into that slot.
Correct slot.
So into the correct one indeed. So that's definitely doing a lot more than it otherwise would. A great call from Carmine.
Is this an Icicle Crash with the follow-up? Will it be able to pick up the knockout onto Baxcalibur? It did so much work. The Icicle Crash comes out, Baxcalibur avoiding the attack. It's not able to get get there whatsoever. Glaive Rush instead able to connect into the Urshifu. Not enough for the KO, but it is bringing it to Ice Shard range.
Yes, a really good call from Carmine there, but unfortunately Baxcalibur gets away with it again and deals so much damage, putting that Urshifu into Ice Shard range, as you said there, Ben.
Wow, that was such a great call from Carmine. It didn't come off, but you have to respect that play. Seeing the Landorus, seeing how much of a threat it was in game one, but also understanding that that Baxcalibur was even more threatening, and Bas was really intending to go for his Terra Bug to try and defend it away from being to be dealt super effective damage by fighting type moves.
But yeah, now you have a really safe follow me, knowing that Urshifu is locked into that. But if you can take it down, maybe with an Icicle Crash in the following turn, it could be something that could pay off. But yeah, Carmine just going for it, just hoping maybe the Baxcalibur doesn't go for it, like all the Pokemon doesn't go for it.
A critical hit
maybe makes up for it here, but still not a KO. And the Glaive Rush is enough to KO that Urshifu.
Yeah, Bas trying to capitalize on the switch in. I think that's exactly why Carmine did not, in fact, go for a switch there and instead just went for the Surging Strikes. No problem if you want to preserve the health of the Pokemon in the back, and certainly where Raging Bolt is in the back, you don't want it to be taking a Glaive Rush.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, that's not a safe switch in whatsoever, but it is in here now, and with that Thunderclap, it might be able to pick off this Baxcalibur now and no longer resist the electric type thanks to the Terra Bug here. But of course, the Ogerpon can still go for that follow me and redirect away Sucker Punches or Thunderclaps, which enables this Baxcalibur to get off more attacks. But this is not the Assault Vest Raging Bolt that we often see. It does have Protect. So there's no kind of safe play for Bas at the moment, because one could Protect and then one could attack, taking a really key KO. But Bas can do the same thing and protect his own Pokemon too. So like with the Chen Pao very much in the driver's seat, having all the speed, it's up to Colomine where they're going to target this turn.
And where they're going to Terra, because it is the Terra option coming out from Carmine into the Raging Bolt. And David, round 9 of the Utrecht Special Event, you love to see the Raging Bolt with a big heart on top of its head. Follow me on the Ogerpon, redirecting away any priority moves like that Thunderclap that you just mentioned there, but no priority moves yet coming. Icicle Crash into the Ogerpon, enough for the KO.
It is certainly enough, and the Baxcalibur should be the next one that's coming up with an Icicle Crash, but smartly, the Terra definitely keeps that Raging Bolt safe, and from a flinch it looks like too. Dragon Pulse into the Baxcalibur is definitely going to be enough here, so there's a double KO there for Carmine. A great play.
Big old knockouts coming out from Carmine there. Really important ones as well, since that Landorus is no longer able to Terra in the back for Bas, and the Chen Pao on the field is looking really threatening. Both the Chen Pao and the Raging Bolt do have the opportunity to protect as well. So the Incineroar that's coming in that looks like it's going to be able to protect its partner Pokemon this turn may actually have a little bit of an uphill struggle if both of Carmine's Pokemon do protect themselves. The question is do you play confidently enough to go for the fake out and then substitute on the Landorus?
Yeah, that's a really good position, like, to potentially be in. If you manage to pull that off, Carmine has the momentum though. He has the lead. And he definitely doesn't want to throw it away here at the moment. So, like, Bas can kind of take that information and try and capitalize on that here and try and go for that substitute to keep things safe, as Carmine most likely goes on the offensive here to not try and lose the lead he already has.
Fake out into the Incineroar and a Sludge Bomb into the Raging Bolt. Not taking any chances here whatsoever. Carmine not playing on the defensive whatsoever this turn, maybe trying to capitalize on that substitute, but instead Raging Bolt goes down, and we're going to see the reveal of the final Pokemon, and it is that Landorus. I'm looking at least one-hit knockout in that Icicle Crush into Landorus, but we know that Incineroar can take an Earth Power.
Yes, exactly. Like, it's that Assault Vest, and that really changes things a lot here. Now, Carmine has a very safe target into the Incineroar with the, like, a double up even. And so the Landorus could respond with that on Bast's end and maybe get a KO of its own into the Chen Pao with an Earth Power if it's enough. But of course, Bast can protect his Landorus if he thinks the Icicle Crash is going to go there too. So I think if you're Carmino, you need to target into what's safe. That Incineroar. Earth Power plus Sacred Sword, just take it down, get rid of it. Maybe if your Chen Pao then goes down to the Earth Power, then at least you've made like a trade at that point too. But because you'll lose so much though if you target into the Landorus instead with your Chen Pao, and your Chen Pao goes down to a Flare Blitz.
And it's like they also are thinking along the same wavelengths there. The Sacred Sword coming into the Incineroar. Earth Power enough to pick up the knockout there. Bast didn't have anything to do against that play. And Landorus following up with a valiant Earth Power into that Chen Pao that had its Focus Sash broken earlier from the fake out. But now it's Landorus versus Landorus. This is an endgame that may take a few turns, and it really does come down to the damage rolls and the choices that these players make, because Bast has got the substitute up and Carmine has not, but Bast has taken over half of his health in damage.
Yeah, the question is, does the Sludge Bomb break a substitute? Because that's going to be really big here.
Looks like it.
It does look like it, because yeah, we're under 50% here, but turning on the damage rolls, not every attack does the same amount of damage every time you use it. And Carmine's Landorus seems to be the faster of the two, which looks like it is going to be a very big deal in this point. So yeah, again, faster. Let's see, does it knock out the substitute, Ben?
It does.
It does.
Yeah, and then we're going to be able to see Bast replying with a Sludge Bomb of his own. But it turns out that having the Sludge Bomb do probably consistently around 25% or a little bit more. I think he did a little bit less that time coming into there. It does mean the substitute wasn't quite the optimal play, puts Bast on the back foot there. And it, again, Landorus on Carmine's side of the field. I think you called it perfectly there. Going first every single time, launching those Sludge Bombs into Bast's Landorus and being able to pick up the KO. Game 2 goes to Carmine. We're going to a Game 3 in round 9 of the Utrecht Special Event.
Oh, what a way to end this day. Like, Game 3 now with this cool Baxcalibur team, honestly. Like, so good. Like, if we could see that again, that would be great. Now, honestly, thinking back to the Game 2 and that turn 1, where Carmine makes an amazing read and obviously doesn't quite pay off as he hoped because the Icicle Crash missed. Does Bast let Carmine get away with that in the same way? That's the question. But either way, I think Chen Pao as a lead was really, really nice for Carmine to be able to pressure so much, because it outspeeds everything that Bast has, bar the Regieleki that he doesn't seem to be wanting to bring to this matchup. So if that still remains the same, I think it's still really nice because it threatens Bast to go for that Terror really early, and that makes decisions so much easier for Carmine.
But the thing is that Terror didn't actually do really anything in that game. The Icicle Crash and the Surging Strikes would have been doing the same damage regardless of if Bast went for the Terror or not. So you kind of have to go for the Terror thinking that your opponent's going to go for fighting type moves or in Sacred Sword and Close Combat being the one that you lock into when you're worried about Ogerpon switching in from the back. But I think Carmine really held their nerve in that situation, going for the Surging Strikes and the Icicle Crash, knowing, I think, how well Bast favored having that Baxcalibur on the field and using it to put on a lot of pressure meant that it was probably less likely to switch it out, and I think Carmine really took advantage of that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, he kind of saw how Bast was kind of playing the game in both over that Game 1 and the start of that Game 2. So was able to capitalize on like how Baxcalibur probably felt so safe in Game 1 for Bast. I'll be able to take that. I'll be able to throw off there. You're going to be on the defensive, not me. And then obviously ends up taking a double up that almost KO'd it. So Bast definitely getting away with it, at least at that turn, but not quite enough to be able to get him the game.
No, so I think like the question is change-ups here, David. Do we see that Regieleki? Call it now.
No for the Regieleki.
There we go. There's the call. Let's see if we're correct. Game 3 of this set in round 9. Let's get it started between these two players and see what adjustments they're going to be making. It's Urshifu and Chen Pao. No adjustments from Game 2. And Sylveon, the adjustment with that Ogerpon. What a switch up.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the Sylveon, to be honest, at all. Like, it is that Hyper Voice and Quick Attack. attack. With that Pixelate, it's going to be able to make those Fairy type. And looking at that, that's looking very nice.
So good.
So good. And yeah, if it was in risk of a double up from a KO, it's supported by that Ogerpon. So Bas looks like he's absolutely called Carmine's lead here. So Follow Me plus Hyper Voice looks really safe here. Urshifu has to either Terra or go for maybe a U-turn to switch out to be able to keep itself safe from that. So it still, though, would mean that Ogerpon could potentially go down here to like a U-turn plus an Icicle Crash, and then getting Urshifu out of the way for something that could take a Fairy move a little bit better could be the play.
Steel Terror is the move of choice here, or the turn of choice here for Carmine, wanting to make sure that Hyper Voice is doing a lot less damage. But a Terror from Bas as well in this turn, and it's going to be the Ogerpon, so a U-turn and an Icicle Crash. Now that the Ogerpon is a water type, definitely not the double up that's going to pick up a knockout here, and Body Aspect not going to come into play just yet, but if that Raging Bolt is in the back, it's definitely going to appreciate it.
Oh, it takes that close combat just about. And honestly, an Icicle Crash, if it is a follow-up, is probably going to be enough. And yes, it is, but it is into the Sylveon instead, doing, oh my goodness, so much damage still. But now the Ivy Cudgel is able to come out instead. And it's into the Urshifu as it goes for that Terra as well. A great call there. Oh my goodness, is that just a one-hit KO? Yes, the Sword of Ruin making such a big difference in this match.
And that close combat defense drop as well, coming really in clutch. But I even heard the crowd there just now. The Sylveon going for the flinch and not being able to get a Hyper Voice up. That Chien-Pao still has its Focus Sash intact.
What a turn one to start things out here. Now, obviously, Bas has taken so much damage on this turn here, but still with all four Pokemon on the field here. And Carmine taking one Pokemon down, but Chien-Pao still looking very healthy with the Focus Sash intact and still threatening a KO now onto either slot. And the Landorus could also target down into either slot here too. Yeah. So, like, Bas may be taking 2 KOs in response in this next turn.
I'm wondering whether the Sylveon gets an opportunity here to go for a quick attack and at least break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao, bring it down into range of another attack. Maybe Ogerpon plays a little bit on the defensive. If Bas can get himself into a position where that Ogerpon is faster than the Landorus, maybe he's got a slot to be able to do a little bit of damage. And there it is, the quick attack into the Chien-Pao, breaking the Focus Sash.
Yep, and the Sacred Sword as well. Also, a really nice way for Bas to kind of like know he's on the defensive, but really make Carmine pay for it with a bit of damage on that onto that Chien-Pao. The Sludge Bomb, though, does seem to be enough to take down this cute little Sylveon, unfortunately, but does give Bas the opportunity to bring in something of his own, and it is that Baxcalibur, Ben.
Baxcalibur, the Daydreamer, dreaming of all of the damage it's going to be doing with an Ice Shard into that Landorus. I think most likely, as especially with the Sword of Ruin on the field, there's no way that Landorus is going to be able to take it, and we'll have to see what is the last Pokemon in the back for Carmine that really does make a difference about how this plays out. At the moment, Baxcalibur obviously isn't able to go for a Terastallization. That's going to mean that the Sacred Sword from the Chien-Pao will be doing super effective damage, but the Landorus, and if it's the Raging Bolt in the back for Carmine, are going to take super effective damage from anything that the Baxcalibur really wants to be going into. And if you don't target down the Ogerpon, it has the opportunity to Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, and if it's the Rillaboom as well, it's also going to take Ice-type damage into that slot too. So yeah, Baxcalibur in a really solid position right now. And it's the Incineroar of Bas's own right now, switching in for that Chien-Pao. But it's going to be that Protect. Let's see if there was even an target into the attack. Is Landorus being left open here? It
Ice
is!
Shard.
And the Ice Shard just goes straight into it!
One hit knockout onto that Landorus. In games 1 and games 2, it was playing so defensively, but Bas calling this perfectly. Landorus going on the offensive. Ice Shard, one hit knockout. It is the Raging Bolt in the back, and that Baxcalibur with the Incineroar on the field, getting the Intimidate onto the Chien-Pao is looking so strong right now.
Oh my goodness, Bas played out of his mind at the moment. And the Raging Bolt, yeah, coming in. It's not going to be able to take anything from this Baxcalibur. And thanks to the fake out from the Incineroar and the Intimidate as well. This Chen Pao is so on the defensive. Yeah, double protect is not going to be enough.
And protect onto the Raging Bolt. Where has Bas targeted in this position? Is that Chen Pao going down? Well, it's the Raging Bolt that's going to be taking the fake out. If I was going to be saying it's going to be a Glaive Rush, yes, into this Chen Pao, picking up a knockout. Bas calling it absolutely perfectly. That Chen Pao is down and out. Ogerpon, Baxcalibur, Incineroar. This Raging Bolt has a lot of Pokemon left to be able to try and knock out here.
Oh yeah, it's long-necked, but it's not going to be enough of a neck to be able to deal with what Bas has right now. Yeah, Dragon Balls even into that slot. Still, Bas calling it yet again from Calamine here. And that Incineroar is now going to be able to do a nice, safe U-turn, pivot out, be able to come right back in again and support this Baxcalibur in future turns.
Crucially resetting the secondary effect of that Glaive Rush, making sure the Baxcalibur is not taking double damage because it's the Draco Meteor, not the Draco Meteor, and instead the Dragon Pulse. It's likely that that Baxcalibur would even be able to survive that attack, but with the Ogerpon now being able to be pivoted in, Bas has the follow me capability that Baxcalibur is not even going to have to worry about taking an attack now, can just go straight on the offensive for the Glaive Rush, and Carmine knows that, locks in the forfeit. Van der Huygen is your winner of round 9, making it into day 2.
And you can hear the crowd supporting Bas in his hometown here. Oh my goodness, what a fight that he put in there, Ben. Like, calling every turn so well, calling the terror, calling the switches. Oh my goodness, like playing out of his mind, and with such an awesome team as well.
It's almost like Bas was terror psychic in that situation because he just knew exactly what to do every single turn after turn after turn, getting the right switches, getting the Ice Shard into the Landorus, getting the Glaive Rush into the Chen Pao, pivoting out into that Ogerpon to keep it safe so it could just launch another attack into Raging Bolt. We won't see the damage calculations there on whether or not that Raging Bolt would have gone down. I think it's probably likely, and even if it didn't, there was still a lot of resources left for Bas' side. He played that game 3 so well, under such an amount of pressure.
Yeah, honestly, there's so much was. And like, off of that turn, like, just such early game in that game 3, the Sylveon flinching from the Icicle Crash as well, like, feeling probably very much on the back foot. Two Pokemon in range of a KO as well, but again, Baxcalibur brings it in, or like Bascalibur, honestly.
It's such a good Pokemon. We saw in game 1 as well how well it did in front of that Incineroar, just coming in time after time. I think I counted 4 times when it came in and tried to intimidate that Clear Ambulance Baxcalibur, and of course none of them went off whatsoever, showing just how vital that item can be. It's a difficult item to put onto your team. It doesn't go on every single team, but when it's important, boy, oh boy, is it important.
Oh, it's so important. And maybe trainers will be looking to it a little bit more in the future for their physical attackers. And the other thing as well, it makes it immune to Parting Shot as well. So
yes,
it feels like if you're your opponent and you're going for a Parting Shot, even if Baxcalibur is on the field, you can switch it in and prevent it completely. So it has that really nice kind of effect in this particular game where Parting Shot is just a very common move.
It kind of means that you don't have to take a slot to go for a Sword Stance, where sometimes you want to be able to Sword Stance above an Intimidate drop. You cost a move slot there, and you aren't obviously able to play offensively in the turns that you're going for the Sword Stance, but it pays off in the long run where you hold the Clear Amulet and your opponent can't intimidate you. You're kind of saying, well, Baxcalibur's got enough attack of its own, thank you very much. I'm just going to go on the offensive and really try to use the rest of its capabilities to your favor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it makes a lot of sense when you kind of look at Bas's team. So it's really great to see the creativity really shining through here on stream, particularly too. But obviously, nothing to shake a stick at Colomine's efforts there. Like, to be able to take like one of those games was definitely very impressive, and showing how that Landorus was able to kind of survive and some of those sludge bombs and winning that 1v1 with the other Landorus as well. And he used his Chem power really nicely as well to deal off the damage he really needs to in that game. So a super, super valiant effort, but unfortunately Bus's playing that last game just really got him into that winning position.
Yeah, we've got to give Kami a proper shout out here, because the way that they were trying to read the board state was really, really good. And actually, if you look at that game 3 where Bus made all the correct calls, he kind of needed to in many of those situations, because if you get a couple of those wrong, Kamine gets a big, big window back into the match. And certainly Kamine was able to capitalize on everything that they had in their favor. Even after the Icicle Crush miss into the Baxcalibur turn 1 of game 2, they were still able to find the resources necessary to win the game. But I think, yeah, going into game 3, it wasn't just the call out of the moves, it was the call out of using that Sylveon in the lead, noticing that Urshifu and Chien-Pao was pretty difficult to be able to deal with, and Buzz offering a real solution to both of those Pokemon all in one.
Hopefully we'll hear a little bit more from him himself about the team and everything that's been going on this Saturday here. We have our interview ready. Take it away.
Trainers, what a thrilling match that was. I'm here with your winner of Swiss Round 9 Day 1. It's Bars van der Hegden. Bars, Bug Baxcalibur Bars. How are you feeling now?
Very good. I was very nervous before this round. I didn't want to be on stream because it just adds to the nerves. But apparently the community vote was very clear that we should play on stream.
Yeah, and who can blame them with the Pokemon you're running? Baxcalibur, Pokemon we don't see so often, but then with the Terra Bug as well as Sylveon there, Reggie, Aleki. Can you talk us through your motivation behind putting those 3 Pokemon on your team?
Yeah. The idea started with Reggie Aleki because 3 or 4 weeks ago I started making the team, and Scarfed Urshifu was very common, and it was with Terra Water, so not the Terra Steel that not the Terra Steel that we saw here, because that just ruins the whole game plan and Reggie Aleki is useless. And one-shot it with Full Switch. But that's where it started. So that was the first thing. I've had a lot of experience with the offensive combination of electric type attacks, ice type attacks, and ground type attacks. So I started experimenting a little bit with those, and mons that could really benefit from the Electro Web speed control. So I added the Baxcalibur and a Landorus. I knew I needed a defensive core. At the start, I had a Flutter Mane on the team, and I really liked the combination of Specs, Flutter Mane, Ogerpon, and Incineroar. I think those 3 are just extremely good. So that was the first draft of the team. It was not like it was now. It had a lot of different EVs, movesets, a lot of different Terra types, like you mentioned, the Terra Bug. We changed it because some other friends of mine helped me with the team. In the end, Akram, who I just heard also made day 2, a friend of mine, so he gave me the thumbs up. So he made day 2 as well with the same team. And he also won a mid-season showdown last Sunday. With the same team with a Sylveon, because last week we talked a little bit about the team being a little bit too offensive and not having a great matchup into the Speed Boost Flutter Mane with the Dark type Urshifu, and Sylveon really helps against that, and just the more bulk and being able to protect and spam strong spat moves. It was really nice. So we changed the Flutter to Sylveon. He won the mid-season showdown. I still stuck with Flutter Mane at the start, but then after that I thought Sylveon's way cooler.
Those days are over. Sylveon's on the team. And so diving into that match that we just saw after that fantastic analysis as to your team building process, Baxcalibur in game 1, the clear amulet really came up huge there. You know, Carmine was pivoting around with the Incineroar, but obviously Baxcalibur with the clear amulet doesn't get a drop to its attack stat. So clear amulet on Baxcalibur, does that always work out really well for you?
Yeah, it's been great. I think there's a lot of combinations of mons that I have that really get bullied by Incineroar, and Baxcalibur just allows me to still have so much offensive pressure. And yeah, it has been very, very great. I think it's the downside, obviously, of not running like something like loaded dice is that Icicle Crash can miss. We saw that game too. Yeah, but he still won that game, so it didn't matter.
But then speaking of Icicle Crash, in Game 3, the Icicle Crash onto the Sylveon obviously got that flinch, but you were still able to come out victorious in that game. So at the moment of that flinch, you must have been thinking, oh no, it's all over.
No.
Okay, good. You kept your mindset.
Yeah, good. It was a little bit rough, but all it did basically was breaking the focus sash because Champo is 2-hit KO'd by like everything, so it was a little bit annoying, but I think I still had the tools to beat his team, because once the Urshifu died, Baxcalibur was really feed up. He didn't have a Flutter Mane or a Fairy on his team, so yeah, that really helped with my Baxcalibur game plan, and he also used his Terra already. So that was really nice for me, to still be able to beat people with Baxcalibur. Yeah,
it was such a decisive victory there as well. And thinking about that Baxcalibur for a moment with the Terra bug. Now, I would guess that just improves the matchup into Landorus.
Yeah, it's Landorus and fighting types. I really didn't want Terra Poison because my Landorus matchup is already pretty bad. So I really needed something to live in Earth Power. Obviously, I don't need Terra for that, but if I Terra and I die to Earth Power, that's not great, especially because I'm not going to reveal the game plans. No, never mind. I want to say something about the matchup that I prepared.
Nothing to see here, trainers.
No.
Well, there you go. I mean, so many decisions have to go into the team building process and your game plans as well. So, Buzz, your season as a whole, how's it looking right now?
Just different priorities basically. Last year I prepared very hard for each tournament, almost every tournament, but I got my Worlds invite, I played at Worlds in my first season really competing, so that was really nice. And this year I started a new job in January. I am planning to buy a house with my girlfriend, and I just didn't really have time or motivation or energy to really put in the time to also play VGC on a very high level. But for this tournament, I did prepare pretty well because I got the team so early.
Well, you say not competing as seriously this season, but also day 2 here in Utrecht. That's no mean feat.
And Lille.
Stiff competition, and in Lille. There you go. I mean, if you put in the work, then that can pay dividends, even if you're focused this season or not. Finally, Baz, any shout-outs you want to give?
Everyone of the Dutch community. I don't know if you heard this.
We heard them.
Yeah. So that's lovely. And my girlfriend, obviously, my friends who came with me from Sittard, and Lennart and Akram, who are also playing the team today. Akram, who just made day 2, and Lennart also with a solid performance. And everyone else that I'm forgetting.
Well, very exciting stuff. You saw it here first, trainers. Baxcalibur, Sylveon, and Regieleki could be going all the way. Thanks so much for joining us, Bars, with the Touch home turf advantage as well here in the Netherlands. Very short break now, trainers. And then David, Lou, Ben, and I will be wrapping up everything we've seen here so far in Utrecht.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the pop-up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going? I'm just in a living dream today. Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Larian is just here.
It's just so cute. Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory, so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollenpuff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。 相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Well, just when you thought the metagame was settled, we have Swiss Round 9 just like that. Pascalibur, Bregelecki, Sylveon coming out. And of course, that's not the only spice that we've seen today here on day one at the Utrecht Special Event. David, what was your favorite moment, speaking of spicy picks?
Spicy picks especially. Oh yes, Charlie. It's got to be that Alolan Ninetales with the Life Orb on it and no Aurora Veil to speak of because it's doing all the damage you want to anyway. Evar's team was incredible, honestly. And it had the Whimsicott with the Cova Cloak, go for the Tailwind, kind of spamming those rock slides with the Choice Band Arcline, which was a bit of a throwback to previous regulations. Oh, it was such a great team and match.
On cloud 9 there for you, David. How about you, Ben?
For me, it was definitely the opportunity to watch Alex Gomez versus Leonardo Bononomi. They are such high caliber players. They have so many achievements to their name, and watching themselves pit themselves up against each other with actually Alex running a little bit of a spicy pick, something he's quite well known for in Volcarona and something that I really like to see here in any form of regional championship or special event, coming back like it did from back in the day. Seeing him, Alex, not being able to quite give Volcarona the victory, but such a tight match and a real example of how good some of our Pokemon trainers are here.
It was such an incredible game. Definitely go back and check it out if you haven't yet, trainers. You and I were casting over that one, Lou. And the intensity, the hype, it was fantastic. But how about you? What's your highlight of the day?
Do you know, it actually comes a little bit from that match as well. There's been so many cool interactions I wasn't expecting to see today. And all of the fire-type Pokemon that then got burned. Because they gave up their Will-O-Wisp immunity or secondary effect immunity to burn by going into a different terrestrialization type, I thought was really, really interesting and quite unique to see. As well as my amazing Pardiente, the Gouging Fire as its technical name, was very well represented. I was very happy to see it shine. And also Raging Bolt caught me by surprise. A Pokemon that maybe wasn't on my radar quite so much, and definitely going in tomorrow is my kind of hot pick, let's say, to go all the way.
Yeah, very nice. You know what they say? Where there's a terror, there's an unexpected status condition. I think it's going to catch on. Do you think it'll catch on?
No, that's definitely not a mouthful, Charlie.
Yeah. No, easy. Easy, but which trainers have done it? Which trainers have made it all the way into day 2? Now we're at the end of day 1 here in Utrecht. Well, we know that it's 49 players in total progressing onwards, and here is our first screen full of those names. David, take us through them.
Well, there's Evar again. Very happy to see that Alolan Ninetales in the day 2 here. We've also got Michael Kelsch, the, of course, runner-up of one of the World Championships we've had, Leonardo Bononomi. We've also had today Eric Rios. We may see him on stream tomorrow as well. One of the pilots of the Porygon 2 Ting Lu team that we've been seeing at Dortmund, where he got top 8. So we'll see if he's running the same thing again, and obviously plenty more.
Yeah, move over Mewtwo. Lu2 is here to stay. Ting-Lu and Porygon 2. Aurelian Sula there as well as names that we're somewhat less familiar with. But so many of these people we've actually been able to feature on stream today, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, Riccardo Stellini, a player that I was really looking forward to getting on the broadcast, but we unfortunately weren't able to feature their matches. They went 8-1, only losing in the last round to Aurelian Sula. So a really, really big achievement for them this special event.
It's fantastic to see these trainers going all the way, and newer ones as well, stamping their way in and getting that first achievement on their roster. But Lou, we've got some more names.
Oh, we definitely do, and some amazing team builders in here as well. Obviously, Baz, who we were just able to feature, had a very interesting team as well. Alex de la Pasca, also well known for having a few interesting Pokemon choices, and I wonder what they have brought to this particular special event as well. Kevin Salvetto, again, a very consistent player from Italy. A lot of names to keep on your radar for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Kilian Duquesne as well from the Netherlands, as well as Bas van der Hegden, of course. The home turf advantage coming in clutch. Also for Bart van Doorn there too. Now, since you asked earlier, my highlight of the day, and thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, please tell us,
Very
Charlie.
polite of you.
Please
Well, thank you, Ben.
Yeah, we really do want to know.
Thank you so
Charlie,
much.
what was your highlight?
Ben, I don't know where you got that idea from, but I do want to give a shout out to Bars there, whose name we see. It was fantastic being able to talk to them. Someone who I was able to talk to last year at the Utrecht Special Event. They reached top 32 there, and hoping to go even further this time around and get a little bit of an insight into the team building process. If you missed that Swiss Round 9, where were you, trainers? We had a Terra Bug, Baxcalibur, as well as Reggie Alecki, which didn't come to the fray that time, but Sylveon certainly did. So I love the fact that we're able to feature some of the, in our notable matches, the teams that these trainers are running, because it gives everyone viewing the stream here a chance to see the other picks that maybe we aren't able to feature on stream. Sometimes you get the impression that it's just the same Pokemon coming out over and over again, but nowadays, David, we can see what all the trainers are running here.
Yeah, we certainly can, and a lot of the trainers here today, who have obviously done a great job to make it into day 2, can do a lot of thinking now, kind of behind the scenes now, about what they're going to do about day 2 and what are the sort of teams that they have already faced that they can then prepare for. Because there is always the chance, especially in Top Cut, that they end up facing the same teams or same people that they've even faced in day 1. That's how the Swiss round structure works. Eventually, if you've got to get to that winning spot, you may be facing the same really great players already.
Yeah, it could end up being a best of 3 of best of 3s if you face those same players once more. Well, those trainers are going through to day 2 here in Utrecht. What's the rest of the season looking like after Utrecht this weekend? We have so much more Pokemon action coming up this year, even though quite a few events are now in the past, Ben.
Yeah, we've seen, we're really at the mid-stage in the season calendar now. We've had so many regionals and special events that we can look back on, but looking forward, we're here in Utrecht for the special event, of course. London for the European International Championships, the next place on our European journey through to Honolulu Worlds at the end of the season. Of course, not before Stockholm, not before Bologna, and of course, North American International Championships as well.
I think they asked Big Ben to do its most picturesque impression in that photo for EUIC. London looking delightful there. Just look at how exciting all of those locations look that we're still yet to stop off at on the way to Honolulu.
Honestly, there's so many amazing events lined up for the rest of the season. So if maybe you're at home and you're still looking at these events and wondering, hey, how do I get involved? Go and have a look at the event locator online and make sure to try and get along to one of these events. And if you can't travel out too far, that's okay. There may be a local event in your region as well. And there's so much still to play for in the season. As we were saying, we're past the halfway stage at the moment, but there's still plenty of time left. Maybe you could get your invite still to the World Championships, or at the very least, start your Pokemon journey.
Yeah, you certainly could. Local events, of course, you can still win championship points from them. You can try and get that invite, but more than anything, you can experiment with teams, make some friends along the way, because this could not be a more welcoming community. Now, you're going to want to be getting involved in the conversation, trainers. Follow us along on the socials. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We love to see all of your posts. We're able to feature some of them sometimes, and we love to share the Pokemon love with everyone at home. We love to see what people are getting up to, don't we, David?
We do, exactly. And especially with the Global Challenge this weekend as well.
Yes.
Like, having that closed team sheet best of 1 is quite refreshing sometimes, honestly, because bring out those surprises that can really take people off guard.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes you can overthink in Pokemon, and closed team sheet best of 1, that's certainly a way just to throw paint at the wall and see what's...
It's certainly a quicker format to play than open team sheet best of 3, and one where you can definitely try a lot of different strategies. The ones that really work in closed team sheet best of 1 are really those teams that you can then develop for the open team best of 3. You know, you're just looking for the powerful combinations of moves and Pokemon to be able to use, And if you can combine that with a little bit of consistency, maybe a little bit of defensive training as well, that can also work in the best of 3 format. So, maybe completely different, but there's still a lot of value to be had from those competitions.
And if your Global Challenge run hasn't gone quite as well as you'd hoped for, oh well, we've got day 2 tomorrow of the Utrecht Special Event that you can follow along with on our channels on YouTube and indeed Twitch. And our start time is going to be 9:45 a.m. Central European Time, and that's 1:45 in the morning PST. Make sure you're getting ready. You're going to want to make like a Wobbuffet and stay up for that one, because the action here could not be more intense as we are nearing sort of the end of regulation set F. We have a little bit longer to go with it too. What are you all looking forward to in day 2, Lou?
More Gouging Fire. Again, it's still my number 1. I know I say I'm keeping my own Raging Bolt as well, but I think Gouging Fire is a very solid and consistent pick. And I'm looking forward to seeing maybe some of those more interesting teams that we haven't been able to feature. Things like, the Sylveon and things like that running around. I'm wondering, yes, they've made day 2, and that's always very exciting, but can they cut the mustard and go all the way to top cut? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. That mustard needs to be cut by at least 8 trainers, making it to the top cut. How about you, Ben?
For me, it's I'm not going to push the boat out too far, actually, on what I'm looking forward to, because we've got everything that we need to look forward to in droves, and that's just top quality Pokemon being played. We're quite late in the regulation set F4 format, as you just mentioned there, Charlie, and teams have been refined, plays have been refined. People know how to really approach lots of different matchups, and certainly the consistent matchups that we have. And I just want to see exactly what they're doing to become successful when people know what you're playing up against, and it's really difficult. You have to find those small little windows of opportunity to make the best out of every turn.
It's quite a blessing for the trainers at home doing the Global Challenge, knowing that at least some of the top trainers in Europe are here in Utrecht. So they won't be competing in the Global Challenge. You won't be seeing those names on the ladder, very fortunately, but others from around the globe you certainly will. David, how about you, going into day 2?
Actually, as you mentioned, Ben, the regulation's starting to kind of slow down a little bit, and the change isn't maybe as quick as we'd otherwise be seeing. So it's the Pokemon that are already really good right now that are starting to see a little bit of kind of tweaking. So Raging Bolt actually is something that we've seen a lot of, as we have in previous regulation set F kind of formats and regionals and special events. But it's the calm mindset that seems to be really picking up a lot at the moment, and that's something that we've not really seen a lot of in other like regionals and special events. So I'm really interested to see if that is actually something that kind of makes it into top cut and makes it a little bit more of a staple, and then really affects the meta at EUIC in London.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't have to be the spicy Pokemon picks. You can just run those unique moves. The calm mindset on the Raging Bolt is a fantastic example of that. Well, it's time to give you all different adjectives from this morning as we sign off. So, daring David, brave Ben, lovely Lou. Thank you so much for joining us all here, day 1 of the Utrecht Special Event. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, trainers, because the action is only just heating up. Thank you so much for joining us today. You take care.